Chapter 1, Kozuka Hero. The moonlight is like yarn, evenly sprinkled in the quiet courtyard. The monks in the center of the courtyard all made a rhythm of dum-dum-dun. This is an ancient Japanese courtyard. At this time, the two men in the house are holding swords facing each other, but they did not intend to die. The two men held ordinary wooden swords, which seemed to be just a discussion. Don't show fatigue when holding a sword, remember. Hong Zhang is a naked old man with a bald head, white eyebrows, and silver beard, and two purple ribbons make the long beard neat and tidy. But if anyone treats him as an ordinary old man and despise him, it must suffer a big loss. The dense scars on his body are the resentment and regret of his dead souls. In fact, no one would despise him. The captain of the Godei 13 team, Yamamoto Motori Yusai Shigakuni, the oldest and strongest of death in existence, the entire Seirei knows, and his Kozuka hero is also natural. Including it, even he knows more. Not to be distracted. Seeing Hungjiang's sluggish expression, Yamamoto stepped forward, and followed Hungjiang's head with a heavy cut from the upper section. A big bag swelled from his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. It hurts, it hurts. Hongjiang, who looked like he was only a teenager, held his head in his hands, with an expression of dissatisfaction on his childish face. I see, teacher. Although it has been more than 20 years since I have been here, whenever I see the characters from the previous anime appearing in front of me alive, Tetsuka Hero occasionally stunned. Who would have thought that just staying up late and playing games would cause sudden death? Okay, he admitted that he stayed up a bit long this night, for a full week, but it was too sloppy to just take the dog. In fact, the feeling of sudden death was not real to him. He felt that as soon as he closed his eyes and opened his eyes, he changed the room, and also changed his body and name. In his previous life, his name was Hongjiang. He was a hard-working programmer. As soon as he opened his eyes, he became a child named Diazuka Hongjiang, and his identity became a newborn baby in Liuhun Street. Hongjiang, you are a genius, so I will accept you as a closed disciple. The more bitter days are already close at hand, but because of Yamamoto's words, Hongjiang's identity instantly jumped 3 levels and became the most noble Seirei, one of the second generation. But this does not mean that he can eat and wait to die. On the contrary, his childhood was harder than anyone else. Seeing Hongjiang's pitiful look, Yamamoto's voice became much softer. He knelt down and stroked the bag on his head and said softly, "You are a genius, but you know why I keep saying this and don't choose to hide it from you." Hey! Hey! Hongjiang sighed and replied helplessly, "Teacher, you have said many times that geniuses need self-confidence, and geniuses without self-confidence are even worse than ordinary people." Yamamoto nodded. He was very satisfied with the young disciple in front of him, saying that it was a disciple that was better than a parent child. Hongjiang is a genius once in 1,000 years. This has been known since the moment Yamamoto met him on Liuhun Street 15 years ago. Is far beyond the spiritual power of ordinary people and even most geniuses. You must know that at that time he was just an ordinary child in Liuhun Street and had not received orthodox training. More importantly, Hongjiang seems to have a soul in his body, making him twice as much as a person of the same level in terms of learning ability, comprehension, and spiritual reserve. In other words, Hongjiang's time is born twice as long as others. It is not true to say that it is twice the result with half the effort. His growth rate is beyond everyone's estimation. Therefore, Yamamoto immediately decided to bring this child into Seirei and accept him as a closed disciple. He would use his life's energy to treat him as his own cultivation. He wanted to see with his own eyes this child as the strongest barrier in the corpse soul world. The most frightening blade. In the past 15 years, Hongjiang's performance has made him very satisfied. Of course, there are still some minor problems, which are fatal enough. If it can be corrected, he will be more satisfied. Yes, geniuses need self-confidence but not arrogance. Seeing Hongjiang's thoughtful look, Yamamoto continued, no matter how confident you are with an enemy or friend, you must have confidence in victory and awe of defeat. Strategic contempt of the enemy, tactically value the enemy. I know this. Hong Zhang curled his mouth with a sense of disdain. Although you are the strongest of death, it doesn't necessarily make sense for me, a young man who travels. Yamamoto didn't get angry. He knocked on Hong Jiang's forehead with his right hand, and said with a smile, "It's a different story, but how does it make a difference?" Cough. What? Then Hong Jiang made a big red face by this question. Although he tried to hide it, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was slapped himself in the face. I was just thinking about something, Gaidao, yes. New Gaidao development just got some new ideas. Finally found an excuse, even this excuse was perfect enough to convince myself, so teacher, you just interrupted my thinking. The enemy doesn't matter whether you have made a major discovery or not, it is not their purpose to disturb you, they want to take your head back to claim credit. Seeing that Hong Zhang still wanted to talk, Yamamoto stretched out his hand to interrupt his thoughts, and continued, "A genius who is dead is not a genius, and he is not even qualified to be mourned. Do you know why? It's useless because it's dead." Although Yamamoto's tone hasn't changed much, the momentum he exudes still makes Hong Jiang's heart tremble, and even his voice trembles. It's not useless. Reading www.ukainshu.com is always useful to die in battle. Hong Jiang shook his head, not denying what Yamamoto just said, but his genius who died for some reason is not even qualified to be mourned. Sat up straight cross-legged, and lowered his head vigorously, "Teacher, please. Because of stupidity, Hiroshi." Yamamoto stroked his beard and continued softly, "There should be a better future, and more creatures should be guarded. Because of your stupidity, your life has been ruined. It is not yourself that you failed. It is the many people who may live but die in the future. Because of stupidity, I throw the responsibility on my shoulders on others, and I can't even report back to the person who supports me. So even if you die in battle, it is a heinous crime. A sentence is more severe than a sentence, and a sentence is more shocking. It is as if it was just a sea wave touching his body at the beginning, and finally it became a huge wave, suddenly turning around, making Hong Jiang confused. It turned out to be such a heavy feeling to be adopted by the captain. No matter what my disciples show, they are still cautious enough, and dying hastily will be their greatest shame. And to you, Hiroshi." Yamamoto put up the wooden sword in his hand and slammed it down with a loud noise. Hong Jiang felt that the earth was shaking with it. He raised his head and saw that Yamamoto, who had squinted his eyes, had already opened his eyes for some time, and the dazzling light shone in his eyes, as if it would never be dim. "You can't die, and you won't die, your future must be radiant." I saw the blue veins on Yamamoto's neck violently, and shouted, "You know. Hong Jiang. I know the teacher." Hong Jiang straightened up, and also roared, "I am Kozuka Hong Jiang. When I emerge from the cocoon, I am the eternal butterfly in the sky. My future is bound to shine." Chapter 2, Secret Base. Hong Jiang continued to practice for more than an hour, and today Yamamoto's kendo instruction is completely over. "Tomorrow you are going to enter the Mao Spiritual Academy." Yamamoto said in a calm tone as usual, "It's okay to suppress spiritual power. As long as it is the old one, nothing will happen." Hearing Hiroshi's answer, Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction. Mao Spiritualism Academy is the only Reaper Academy in Siritai. If you want to become a Shinigami or a Shinigami of the Godai 13 team, you must enter the Spirituality Academy. Although the rules on the surface are like this, some people with special identities, such as the heirs of the next generation of the Five Nobles, or the closed disciples of his captain Yamamoto, do not have to go to the 13th team if they want to enter the 13th team. A walk through the theater. The reason why this is unnecessary is to not want to specialize on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is also a kind of concealment and protection for Hong Jiang. I wanted to say a few more words, but at this time the person who ran in from the courtyard asked Yamamoto to take back the words he was about to say. Report to the captain, Your Royal Highness Yai from Saifeng Academy, please see you. Oh Yaiki? Isn't the little guy already here? The person who came to send the order was taken aback, then turned to look to his side. Isn't the little girl in a white floral kimono lying on the veranda at this time the so-called Highness Yai of the Siphon Jin family? His Royal Highness Yai, didn't he tell you to wait outside? Why did you follow up without authorization? Chuan Ren asked bitterly. This means that this has happened more than once, and the little girl is really a headache. The little girl looked at the two people in the room with a naive face, as if she didn't know she was causing trouble. But Hiro Tsutsuka, who had his back to her, knew that this guy was like a mirror in his heart, and his innocent appearance at this time was acting. Didn't Hongjiang say he would go out to play tonight? Yi asked timidly, with a long tail that revealed a trace of pity. I waited for you for a long time and didn't see you out, and thought you were asleep. Hongjiang couldn't help shivering when he heard Yi's voice, and the goosebumps all fell on the ground. Disgusting. This kind of malicious betrayal is really disgusting to him, so let's make up for Yi's pitiful appearance. Forget it, still don't want to, why bother yourself? So Hongjiang, you still have a date? Nothing at all, teacher, I think we need to practice another round. Hongjiang hurriedly shook his head. Strictly speaking, there was indeed an appointment tonight, but that was a unilateral order from Yi, and he never agreed directly. Over. Before Yamamoto had time to answer, Yip outside the door burst into tears, crying and complaining of Hongjiang's unkindness, as if he was deserted. Looking at the farce outside the door, Yamamoto, who was originally serious, actually smiled, still the kind smile of an old father watching his daughter-in-law. Hongjiang immediately felt extremely ashamed. He lowered his forehead with a humiliating look, looked at the wooden planks on the ground and thought, this seam looks quite big. Try hard to get in. I won't practice today, so go out and play with Yi. Don't regret it, Grandpa Shan. Yi burst into laughter when she heard this, but seeing her still smooth face, the cry just now was just empty. As long as you don't forget that tomorrow is the admission ceremony of the Spiritual Academy, don't be late. Yamamoto nodded and turned back, stood up and turned to the inner room. Hongjiang doesn't need to send me off. Yamamoto's sentence without sending it is really a assist, but unfortunately it was given to the opponent. Now there are no excuses, how can you fix it? Hongjiang thought for a while, it was really impossible. With a helpless sigh, Hongjiang slowly turned around. Even if the end is approaching, what he should face is to face. Yet, here it is. Hongjiang smiled and said hello, trying to eliminate the embarrassment of just trying to escape. If you don't stay overnight, you don't need to buy it. With a smirk, one hand pointed at the direction behind him with one hand on his hips, and then turned and left without saying a word. The meaning of his obvious come out, let's talk slowly. What happens if I don't go out? It's not that Hongjiang has never thought of going back to the house to rest, but if he does that, it is estimated that the ending will be miserable, so don't think too much, just keep up with it. Just out of Yamamoto's house, the knight that walked ahead turned around in an instant, and it was a flying kick towards Hongjiang's face. Chat is equal to fight. This is basic common sense, at least for Yi, and Hongjiang naturally knows this. His right hand changed his palm and stood in front of him to block Yi's attack. He grabbed the opponent's foot and said, how can a girl's family be so violent? Learn from other people's flowers. Before he finished speaking, Hongjiang was forced to swing his right leg to the center of his face by Yi's change. With the dust and a wailing, he flew out a full 2 meters away. The dust cleared, and a smiling face with pale yellow hair appeared in front of Hongjiang. Good evening, Hongjiang. It looks like you haven't escaped the clutches, Urahara. Everyone had more or less buddies when they were young, and Shinigami is no exception. The person in front of him is Kisuke Urahara, plus the original instigator, Yaishi, whose full name is Siphonjin Yaishi, which is Hongjong Zaijuo. Lingting has been the only best friend in 15 years. Hongjong knows that these two people will also be well-known figures in the future, but now everyone is still young, and they are not worthy of the word character, they can only be regarded as geniuses. Have you upset our Highness Yai again? Urahara said, reaching out to lift Hongjong on the ground. It's very tiring to practice kendo with the old man, okay? Can't you let me be lazy? Yayi, a little far away, heard this, and finally he calmed down again. He stepped forward and stepped on it again, causing Hongjong, who had just risen halfway, to lie down on the ground again. You are so arrogant now, blind fisheye. Lazy to say so arrogantly. Who is going to die? Don't you just keep your eyes small? Insult someone. The future head of the Saifeng Academy called you a dead fisheye, do you have any opinions? Urahara Kisuke saw that the two of them showed signs of running away on the topic, and reminded him aloud, we don't have much time, and there is still business. That's right. Hongjong raked back, patted the ground, and said confidently, can you still do something? Get your feet up quickly. Calm down, calm down. Seeing Yai's clenched fist, Urahara hurriedly persuaded, it is the two of us who broke him. Hey, I'll do half of my work later, do you know? Seeing Hongjong nodded, Yai let go, hurry up, our task tonight is very heavy. Seeing Yai's full of energy, Urahara and Hongjong looked at each other, smiled and quickly followed. Bipolar Hill, the highest place in Soaring Palace. But this is not the power center of Siridii, but a execution ground. So no matter how beautiful the scenery here, no one wants to come here to enjoy the moonlight. And the destination of the Hongjong trio tonight is here. Of course, they didn't come here to see the scenery. To be precise, their destination was the underground under the Bipolar Hill. Before entering the Mao Spiritual Academy, the three decided to establish a secret base in Siridii, a secret base belonging to the three of them. This proposal was first proposed by Urahara Kisuke, and it was said that it was the first thing that happened this morning. And got the approval of everyone including Hongjong. Yes, Tetsuzuka Hiro also agreed. Without any flicker or threat, he directly agreed, even the first to agree. So think about Yai's behavior just now. Actually, he has been very restrained. At this time, 300 meters underground, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, a huge space with a height of nearly 50 meters and an area of about half a football field has already taken shape, but the idea of this distance between three people is still much worse. Only 1/10 has been completed. All work harder. Yai slammed the rock wall in front of him, turned around and shouted at Hongjong in the distance, especially you. Double the speed. Although Hongjong's face is full of reluctance, he swings the pickaxe in his hand significantly faster, obviously, it will be solved quickly with the ghost way. Do we have to dig like this? Urahara Kisuke, who had worked so hard to transport the rebel on the side, also nodded silently, but he did not say a word, because Yaika must have a set of rhetoric, no matter how absurd, this is the supreme truth for them. Just you talk a lot of nonsense, this is also a practice, do you understand practice? Sure enough, Yai has his own reason, Hongjong doesn't resist anymore, even if resistance is useful. Yai's kindness is already great for not letting himself dig with his hands, and he wants to be content. In this way, after busying most of the night, nearly 5 secret bases the size of a football field were finally completed with the efforts of the 3 people. At this time, the 3 people were all lying on the ground and panting, obviously exhausted. Take a break, let's pave the stone bricks. Let's do it, the stone bricks will break after a few practice sessions. Hongjong weakly expressed his opinion and touched Urahara on the right. What do you think? Agree. According to the past situation, Yi will definitely stick to his opinion at this time, but this time there is nothing to say. The sun is really coming out of the west. Hongjiang looked to the left. Our Royal Highness Yi didn't know when he had fallen asleep. Hongjiang and Urahara smiled and gave a slap. Anyway, the stone brick matter was over. Chapter 3, Raise the Little Hand of Hatred. Early in the morning of the next day, 3 teenagers who were running wild broke the tranquil morning of Siritii. The 3 of them were Kozuka Hiro, Siphon Jin Yoichi, and Urahara Kisuk, who worked hard all night yesterday. Since you are late, let's take a leisurely stroll over. It was Urahara Kisuk who was talking. The cost of completing the huge project of the secret base in one night was that all 3 of them overslept. When they woke up, they found that today was their first day in the Mao Spiritual Academy. At this time, the admission ceremony should have just begun. The 3 of them missed it perfectly. It was a coincidence. Kozuka Hiro, who was running ahead, could not help but remember the words of his previous life, "There is nothing difficult in the world, as long as you give up." If it were an ordinary admission ceremony, he would have given up long ago because of his temperament, so he still needs Urahara to remind him. This hospitalization ceremony, but the old man will go there in person, and the other party specially asked him not to be late last night. As a result, he was really late today. Hongjiang only hopes that the old man in Shishan can see his sincere heart that he wants to make up for, so that he can live safely in the next private class. Can't run anymore. Ran at night and suddenly stopped, yawned, and said, "I'm tired, I want to go back to sleep." Don't, even if your surname is Siphon Jiayuan, you will be beaten to death if you lose the face of the old man, really. Hongjiang persuaded. Then I have to go back and take a bath first, and then change into my clothes. Yi said, sitting on the ground in an annoyed manner, as if kicking his legs as if he was playing a trick. It's already late anyway, and if the old man blames me, I will give you out. At this time, Hongjiang was too lazy to talk to Yi about someone who wants to have a conscience. He stepped forward and took Yi, who was sitting on the ground, into his arms. After greeted Urahara, he continued in the direction of the spiritual academy. Ran wildly. Also cooperated as soon as the night fell, and fell asleep directly on Hongjiang's shoulder. He can see it, it doesn't matter what bathing and changing clothes, what being late, in fact, he wants to be lazy, right? In the end, hurry up, Hongjiang and his group arrived at the spiritual academy in more than 10 minutes. When they arrived, Old Man Shan was about to start speaking as the dean, and it seemed that he hadn't been too late. Today's admission ceremony is very grand and unusual. In addition to the routine attending Captain Motoyanagi Yamamoto from abroad, there are also the newly formed captain of the 8th Division, Kiriko Harumi, and the captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Shiro. As the new captain of the Godai 13 team, they are the highest achievement among the graduates of the Mao Spiritual Academy. They are regarded as idols by the newly enrolled young Grim Reapers, and their arrival is also an inspiration to themselves who are about to enter school. Of course, only Hongjiang knows that the 2 came here today to meet him. After all, they had never seen him before, the closed disciple of the old man of the mountain, and the younger brother of the 2. To tell the truth, in terms of Hongjiang's performance today, this meeting was really a bit amazing and worse. Forget about being late for the entrance ceremony. When I came in, I was still holding a girl and looked like a slumber. God knew how many young girls showed disdain when he broke in, and even the old man on the stage opened his eyes and glanced at himself. Closed-door disciples are indulging in female and cannot extricate themselves. Hongjiang seems to have guessed the old man's thoughts, and also thinks of how he will be in the next practice. However, his way of appearance seems to have gained the favor of the 2 seniors, especially Kiriko Chun Shui, who is wearing a pink Haori coat, and smiled and gave him a thumbs up, but I don't know if the seniors can say something nice. He suffered less skin and flesh. The old man's speech was much more concise than the speeches of most principals in the past. There was no polite welcome or false encouragement. The more excellent the better, the more opportunities there are. If you are not excellent, you can be safe, but you will be ineffective. For most of the newly enrolled children, the old man's speech is a real and cruel contempt. Everyone is a master whose heart is higher than the sky. Just around Hongjiang, many people clenched their fists silently. Whether they are dissatisfied with the old man, or are determined to try to prove something, this is not Hongjiang can guess, maybe they have both. The old man Shan is really kind. Ya Yi said with sleepy hiss, for these people. It is already the limit to be called the of death. I mean ordinary of death. Even though Yika's voice was small, some people around him heard it and gave them unkind eyes. Hey, she hasn't woken up yet, this is a dream. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Hongjiang smiled bitterly and raised his hands to appease the crowd, leaning in Ya Yi's ear and whispering, don't offend people, I don't want to be isolated for 6 years. Do you still expect to make friends with them? Ya Yi cast an incredible look and exaggeratedly asked, is your bottom line already so low? Be quiet. Our friendship is not a good thing for them. The future is even a burden. It will be the same for us and them. To let old man Shan know that you have such terrible thoughts will definitely kill you. Although Urahara didn't answer the conversation, he still squinted and nodded in agreement, because it was the case. On the surface, this statement seems to be an identity. After all, Hongjiang is the closed disciple of the captain. Although he was born in Liuyuhun Street, he has become the captain of the 13th team as the bottom line. The future must be Siridii. One of the few people with real power. Enkisuk Urahara, a superior nobleman, and Yiki, the future head of the Shifanjin family, one of the 5 nobles, were born with a golden spoon. And most of the students here are almost lower-level nobles, and some are from Liuyuhun Street. The gap between the two is too big. However, Hongjiang knew that Ya Yi didn't mean to dislike his birth could make up, especially after the old man opened the Mao Spiritual Academy to Liuyuhun Street. As long as he became the captain of the 13th team, his birth would no longer be a problem. The meaning of Yaishi is very simple, that is, the talents and future of these children are not on the same level as the 3 of them. Hongjiang and the 3 are very confident that they will become the mainstay of Siridii in the future. If people who are not strong enough have a relationship with them, they will be easily remembered by those who are interested. It is dangerous for them and even more for the 3. A burden that is hard to give up. Instead of this, it is better to erect a barrier from the beginning. Ya Yi's family taught so, especially the old man. Hongjiang couldn't help sighing, really wondering if Ya Yi spoke with such a loud voice intentionally or accidentally. Looking at the disgusting gazes of the good-looking girls next to him, it is estimated that the school life in his memory is unlikely to reappear. Said that youth is gone forever, he just wants to relive the school life of his previous life, but why is it so difficult? No, it seems that he still has the possibility to relive his memories of fighting. But this is the corpse soul world. There will be too many fights in the future, so there is no need to revisit it. Looked left and right helplessly, Urahara Kisuk, Sifanjin Yoichi, and his Kozuka hero. It is estimated that they will be the most unwelcome trio this year. Chapter 4, Mao Institute of Technology. After speaking, the old man left in the respect of the students, but Hongjiang felt that these people were actually watching Kirikou Chun Shui and Yukatake Shiro. It is reasonable to say that Shan Lao Tao should be the student's most dreamed character, but at the Mao Spiritual Academy, his dean's identity is faintly higher than that of the captain, making the students feel that the gap between them is not too great. Speaking of the identity of the Dean of the Spiritual Academy, although the Mao Spiritual Academy is the only Shinto academy in Siridii, in terms of Yamamoto's strength and status, the title of the director is really redundant, and even faintly lowered him. Identity of. After all, in the Soaring Palace at this time, the gods of death who can hold important positions are basically those of middle-level nobles and above, and the nobles with a long history have their own dignity and heritage, and the Mao Spiritual Academy is somewhat redundant for them, even some endangered their status. In fact, when Yamamoto founded the Spiritual Academy, most of the superior nobles opposed it. At that time, Yamamoto even proposed a secret technique to unify all nobles, making the Mao Spiritual Academy a true cradle of top death. The proposal is naturally impossible to pass. Of course, Yamamoto will not be so naive to make this proposal come true. The emergence of new things requires compromises and concessions, and this is the upper limit that Yamamoto gave himself, an illusory upper limit. Until the end, the noble forces headed by the 5 nobles and Yamamoto reached unity. That is, the Shino Spiritual Art Academy will teach all the slashing techniques, free fights, instant steps, and ghosts that exist among the gods of death and can be disclosed. As for the unique secret techniques possessed by the nobles, it is a personal achievement. Whether it is open or not depends on the wishes of each family, and no one can impose any interference. In order to establish the status of the Spiritual Academy, the two sides also unified the view that the Mao Spiritual Academy is the only way to enter the Godai 13 team. Of course, this should exclude senior talents, and the so-called senior talents are the major nobles in the Soul world. Maybe this is a kind of compromise, but in Yamamoto's view, this was the best situation at the time. His original wish was not to weaken the strength of the nobles. He believes that with the development of the Spiritual Academy, the nobles who originally resisted will automatically join it, and the addition of talented nobles will also make the Spiritual Academy stronger. Things of mutual benefit. The same is true of the facts. The number of talented people in the Spiritual Academy with a good atmosphere and many students is naturally more than that of individual noble families. In the beginning, only low-level nobles and common people joined, and then occasionally intermediate aristocrats would enter the spiritual school to learn. Until now, almost all intermediate aristocrats would enter the spiritual school to learn, which is one step closer to Yamamoto's expectations. But if you think that the Lingshu Academy is already very powerful, you would be wrong. At present, most of the high-end combat power in the Godai 13 team still comes from the upper-level nobles and the 5 nobles, and they are almost not in the spirit. The experience of learning in the art school. Spiritual power level 4. A middle-aged of death wearing a black practice clothes smiled and said, "I was born as a commoner, and then I have to study hard." At the same time, the surrounding students were whispering in groups of 2. A commoner can have 4 levels, is there any mistake? It's called Luwei, like Luojian. It's called this name. It's amazing. I guess it's almost the same as the air of the superior nobles. It's really uncomfortable to see his proud look. After the entrance ceremony, there is a spiritual power level test. According to the test results, the new students will be divided into 2 classes, prospective and preliminary classes. It is obvious that the spiritual power level in front of him is level 4. Boys with blue eyes and red hair and civilian backgrounds will enter a better pre-level class, which also arouses the dissatisfaction and jealousy of the aristocratic boys present. Some people even shouted, "Get out of here, untouchable." These words fell in the ears of Loose Tail as if they were a tribute to him, making the head that had already been raised a little bit high. Almost everyone looked at him with admiration or unkind eyes, which made Kai proud. This feeling of being the center was truly wonderful. Luwei held his head high, his eyes swept over like a king overlooking a courtier. Suddenly, he saw 3 people. The 3 people who were yawning were Hongjiang 3. Luwei frowned, is this pretending to ignore himself? The nobleman's pretentious posture and poor self-esteem really make him hate him. I will see what level you are in a while. The 3 Hongjiang people who were stared at had no idea about this, and they were chatting with each other. Why don't we be the first to test? This way I can sleep for a while. Maybe because the test came in the order of the roster, and we are at the end of the roster. Then why are we at the end? That's a good question. Hongjiang rolled his eyes and said with no anger, we were late today because we dig a hole last night. We were at the end of the roster because we were late, and the reason why we wanted to end early and go to bed was also because of yesterday. Digging in the night. Hearing this, Yaiki rarely showed embarrassment. He patted Urahara on the shoulder, and poked Hongjiang's arm and said flatly, I know it's wrong, don't blame others. Speak well. The pit has been dug. What's wrong? Someday we will fill it in. This is really a good idea. Urahara on the side seemed to be energetic, clenching a fist with his right hand as if he had made an important decision. We can fill it in some time. The secret base is gone. Are you angry? If Yayi is joking, don't mind. Urahara waved his hand. You read www.yuyugonshu.com said with a grin, No, I just think that the base is too far away, we can dig another place. Ha, dig another one? Hongjiang asked in surprise, where to dig? The closer the better, for example, this. Urahara pointed to the position of the solace of the feet. Hongjiangan laughed twice, and dug a secret base under the Mao Spiritual Academy. Are you sure you are just watching a joke? Even Yaiki would not agree with this kind of thing. After all, this is the Mao Spiritual Academy, one of the most important places in Siridii. It's a good idea, Kisuk. Yayi's eyes shone, and he patted Urahara excitedly and said, Tonight, just tonight, we will dig a new base here. This time I must also lay the floor tiles. Okay, she agreed with this kind of thing every night, she actually agreed. Hongjiang holds his head in his hands, and looks at the two people who are discussing intensely. They are almost crazy. I want to pretend that they don't know them. No, I want to break up. How about a good idea? Right, Hongjiang. Good idea? Haha. Want to die? You are not digging a hole anymore, do you know? Hongjiang said weakly, holding his head, you are digging a grave for yourself. You mean we should change places? I mean don't change anywhere. Hongjiang said in a bad mood. After all the hardships, Hongjiang finally pressed Yayi and Urahara's thoughts, and when they finally decided not to make changes to the secret base, he was so moved that he almost cried. At the same time, it was their turn to test their 3 spiritual power levels. At this time, the attention of the audience was focused on them. Chapter 5, Show Off. Kisuk Urahara, Yoichi Shifunjin, and Hiro Kozuka, come and test. Hearing the teacher's voice, the students in the venue quietly stepped aside. With the attention of everyone, Hongjiang and the 3 lined up to the test machine. The heirs of the upper aristocratic Urahara family, as well as the heirs of the 5 nobles God-given Saifeng Academy, I don't know what spiritual power level they are, so I look forward to it. There is also the Tetsuzuka Hiroshi, a civilian who was accepted as a closed disciple by the captain. I want to see what he can do. There was a voice admiring Urahara and Yaiki from the crowd, but when he arrived at Hongjiang, he became dissatisfied, which made him a little bit embarrassed and made him a close disciple of the trust relationship. Don't mind, there are still geniuses among civilians, just like you. Yayi said to comfort Xia Hongjiang. It's okay, they will shut up later. Oh. Yayi suddenly became interested, turned his head and whispered, are you not hiding this time? The old man said that you can let go this time, it will not affect. Soon the 3 people came to the test machine, saying it was a machine but more like a prop. In front of them was a hexagonal dried-up pond with 5 bamboo joints erected from the inside to the outside, and a supporting hand was erected in front of the pond. Station. Life Spirit Pool, this is a tool for testing the spiritual power level of the of Death. It has not changed since ancient times. According to legend, it is a spiritual tool given by the Spirit King. However, Hongjiang knew that this was nonsense. This thing appeared with the Mao Spiritual Academy in order to establish a basic entry standard for the 13th team. This is why Hongjiang calls it a machine. Urahara was the first to test in order. When he put his hand on the palm rest, the pond in front of him changed instantly. I saw that the pond began to gush out of clear water, and it instantly overflowed the first bamboo joint, and then the second and third bamboos were submerged one after another. The spiritual power level that can be detected by the soul pool is divided into 6 levels, and the number of bamboo joints that the pool water flows over means that the tested person's spiritual power level is. If the entire creature pool is filled with water, it means that the spiritual power level has reached level 6, which is also the spiritual power level of most of the deputy captains of the GODI 13 team. Soon, the water in the pool representing Urahara's spiritual power level passed through the 4th bamboo joint, and slowly reached the position of the 5th bamboo joint. And that solitary bamboo joint is like a wall blocking the rushing pool water, so that it can only rise slowly. The water in the pond reaches 1/3 of the 5th bamboo joint. Half has reached the top. Can you refuel? You will be able to cover the 5th bamboo joint immediately. The teacher in charge of the test has stood up, chanting words to cheer on Urahara, as if the water in the pool could overflow the bamboo joints at once. It is a pity that although the water in the pool has been faintly higher than the bamboo joints, it has not overflowed. This also means that Urahara's spiritual power level is at level 5. Level 5 full. Level 5 full. The teacher exclaimed excitedly. Starting from level 5, the level of spiritual power will be divided into 3 levels: eyebrow, half and full according to the pool water reaching 1/3, half and top. Even if he is from a superior nobleman, it is very rare to have such a high spiritual power level at this age, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a genius. You deserve to be a superior noble. Idiot, this achievement won't fail even among the 5 nobles. This guy is a genius. In the constant praise, Urahara smiled back and slapped Hongzhang, and yet, although this guy did not care, Hongzhang still knew that this guy was a little fluttering, and the best proof was the high 5. Okay, I'm next. Ye said while moving his shoulders, and walked towards the life pool. Those who knew it was going to test, and those who didn't know thought it was going to fight. After the life pool returned to a dry state, Yaiki also gently put his hand on the holding table. Like the situation in Urahara just now, the pool water soon passed the 4th bamboo joint and started his own breakthrough journey. Half full. The teacher in charge of the test stood up again, and Hongzhang at the back looked helpless. Since I knew I had to stand up again, why did I sit down in the first place? But this time the teacher didn't talk to himself anymore. The original white face was flushed now, as if he was being tested. It's over. Level 6, spiritual power level 6. The teacher yelled out like a release. The teacher looked at Yi with excitement, and said loudly, Your Highness Yi, you can apply for graduation now. Yi shook his head, then returned to the 2 of them, and gave them both a passionate high 5. There was almost no voice in this discussion. It was not that they felt that Yi's achievement was a matter of course, but that she was surprised by her 6th level spiritual power. Although the nobles are superior to civilians in terms of talent and spiritual power, the 6th level means the deputy captain of the GODI 13 team, but on this point, they can be ranked in the top 30 of the Siridii. Even if he came from the top 5 nobles, it was a bit exaggerated. Is also the reason why the teacher just asked Yi if he wants to graduate directly. You can apply for graduation at any time at the 6th level of spiritual power, and you can choose the team you want to enter. Such a monster spiritual school can no longer teach her more. However, there are still people with different opinions on the court, such as Luo Jin. In his opinion, at the same age, he, a commoner, has never had a spiritual power level to level 4, which is many times stronger than the existence of these natural spiritual power levels among the nobles. Isn't it the 6th level? That's the case with the superior nobles and the 5 great nobles. This kind of unabashed contempt instantly caused dissatisfaction among the other noble students. It was just because I was not better than you, so I forbeared it. Now, I can only say that Luojan's words instantly detonated the gunpowder barrel in their hearts. Shut up your stinky mouth, civilian. Civilians are civilians, not only lowly but also stupid. Although nobles are born with spiritual power levels, the upper aristocrats and the 5 great nobles can even reach the 4th and 5th levels, but now they can reach the 6th level is an unheard of achievement. Level 6 is an unattainable level for your civilians in your lifetime. At the same time, Hong Zhang also waved his hand and walked to the life pool. A teenager from an intermediate aristocratic background pointed to him and said, "A person called a genius like you, but keep your eyes open and look at the common people. The end of you is 4. Level up. Yes, it is too difficult for levels 4 to 5, let alone the more difficult level 6. Another teenager shook his head and said with a sneer, "It's a pity that stupid civilians don't know." The life pool returned to dry up again. Hong Zhang seemed to have not heard the sound coming from behind, and put his hands on the holding table blankly. This time the teacher in charge of the test didn't get up again, because he was shocked by the sight in front of him when he was halfway seated and his mouth grew, and his was stuck in place. At this time, the water in the living pool has already passed the 5th bamboo joint, and they did not appear to have insufficient stamina like Urahara before, and they are still rising rapidly. The bowed teacher wanted to say something, but the grown-up mouth couldn't close at all at this time, and could only make some strange noises that didn't know the meaning. At this speed, the pool of life will be full. The teacher looked at the pool, which was almost 1/3 of the position, and thought in his heart, "No loss is the captain's disciple, he is going to heaven." Just as he was about to cheer for the first student in the history of the spiritual academy who enrolled and reached the full spiritual power level, the amazingly rising pool suddenly stopped. There is no sign. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com didn't have any defense, it just stopped like that. The teacher in charge of the test sat on a chair and coughed violently. The feeling of falling from the cloud to the bottom of the valley in an instant, the unhappiness of taking a break is really uncomfortable. 6 level eyebrows. At this time, there was really no discussion in the audience. The noble boy who had just mocked Hong Zhang even shrank to the back of the crowd. It was really slapped. And Lu Weijin was gritted his teeth and stared at the distant Kozuka Hiroshi. He was also a commoner and he was unwilling to be crushed like this. "I must work hard, and become a disciple of the captain." Luwei clenched his fist and vowed to himself, regardless of Hong Zhang himself, he attributed all his achievements to the mountain itself. "Thanks." Hong Zhang finished with a smile, and said that he would return to Yai and Urahara without graduating. At the same time, he ignored the outstretched palms of the two, and rejected the high 5 second-year celebration. "Are you provoking us?" "No, no, no." Hong Zhang shook his fingers, and said humbly, "I'm teaching you the correct posture." Ye was speechless for a moment, and after looking at each other with Urahara, Chi gave him a thumbs up. Eldest brother pretended well. "Don't be like this, I will come this time, the next stage will be yours." Cut. The two waved their hands together, as if he would be able to keep a low profile in the future. And when they just tested their spiritual power, they discovered that this creature pool is not a master who can be deceived by ghosts. Hong Zhang smiled and did not explain. What he said is true. Perhaps a true genius cannot be low-key, but what if he is not a true genius in the eyes of others? Chapter 6, No interest at all, I just want to go home and sleep. After the psychic level test, the freshmen who just entered the school were divided into 2 groups, one group was named as standard, and the other group was named as preliminary. First of all, freshmen with a spiritual power level of level 3 and below will enter the pre-word group, which means preparing to enter the Godi 13 team, which is the reserve team of the 13 team. And above the 3rd level is naturally the quasi-word group, which means the quasi-members of the Goding 13 team. As long as they have studied here for 6 years, these students will automatically enter the 13 team. Of course, as long as your spiritual power level reaches the 6th level, you can apply for graduation at any time and enter the Guarding 13 team. Although people in the quasi-word group will definitely enter the Guarding 13 team, the treatment of different levels is different. If your psychic power level is only 4, then some of the team captains may not look up, which means you cannot enter the team you want to enter. For example, in the first division, which is known as the general team, people with only 4 levels are definitely not allowed to enter. And if your psychic power level is 5, then the door of any squad will open to you, and you can choose any squad you want to enter. The 6th level is even more different. What is certain is that all teams will be eager to get you and actively invite you to join. From the result, this is the same treatment as the 5th level, but in fact it is a huge difference. Farewell. First of all, after entering the team, the 5th level people, like the 4th level people, must start from the bottom and live in the group house. Only after 1 year of training can you be qualified to challenge the position of the seat officer in the team. Although the Guarding 13 team has the same rights as the 5 nobles, these rights are actually in the hands of the captain, deputy team, and the top 5 seats of each team. This shows how important the qualifications of challenging seats are. People with a level of spiritual power of level 6 have the right to challenge the officers at any time since joining the team. And even if the challenge fails, the captain will personally teach it. This means that as long as you are not an Ado who can't afford to support, then becoming a good man is an inevitable thing. Although there is no explicit stipulation on this point, it is a customary rule in the 13th team. So like Hongjong and Yai enrolled in the 6th grade, plus Urahara, he is almost at the 6th grade. People like this should be served directly to the 13 team for an entrance ceremony. Staying in the spiritual academy is purely a blow. Because of this, Hongjong felt a burst of coolness behind him along the way. It was the hateful gaze of the rest of the students behind him, and perhaps there was admiration, but only rarely. After the spiritual power test, their destination was the sword room, a place that sounds like a kendo classroom, but in fact it is not. The kendo classroom is a kendo classroom, and the sword room has other uses. For the sword to come, welcome the sword room, open. The leader of the team chanted an export order loudly, and a faint white light appeared in his hand, pressing directly on the huge stone lock on the sword room door. The stone lock fell to the ground with a loud bang. The door of the originally closed sword room slowly opened inward, and a fierce air rushed out instantly, making people robe hunting and hunting. The door of the room was not fully opened, but opened nearly a third of the gap. Even so, it was enough for 6 or 7 people to enter side by side. Don't be crowded, don't run around, just follow me. The teacher turned his head and exclaimed aloud, and he entered the sword room first, and everyone hurriedly followed. The inside of the sword room was very dark, with only a stone brick road the same width as the door gap, and the road was completely dark on both sides. There may be infinite treasures hidden there, or a bottomless abyss, and you will die if you step on it. Even if the mind has tens of thousands of curiosities, the majestic people who took the photo of the leading teacher dare not go beyond the rules. At the end of the road is an empty round stone platform, which is large enough to include the 2 groups of quasi and pre-freshmen standing scattered. When everyone stood on the stone platform, the candles on the stone road were extinguished one by one from near to far. The darkness flooded the road to the outside world like a tide, leaving only the lone round stone under their feet. Station. You can only come in the sword room once in your life. After the teacher finished speaking, his voice rose again, so, keep your eyes open and watch. Light, I don't know where it came from, slowly overflowing from the stone platform, sweeping away the surrounding darkness. The stone road when came did not reappear. At this time, the stone platform was surrounded by an infinite lake like a mirror. There was a long sword inserted on the lake, which looked like hundreds. Zanpakuto, the best friend of the of death, is also a symbol of the of death. The teacher's voice appeared in good time, and now you are not the of death, they are not Zanpakuto. Their name is Shanda, and they have the potential to become Zanpaku. Now, follow the voice in your heart and pick one. The teacher's voice is getting louder and louder, with a hint of sacred reverence in his tone. When you incarnate Zanpo, it is the day you become the of death. Accompanied by the shouts one after another, the face of the new student on the stone platform was reddish. Reading www.yukanshu.com stepped down the stone platform one by one, walking through the shallow hits set up on the lake, and choosing the strongest Zanpaku in his mind in the future. But there are exceptions. Hongjiang and the three are still on the stone platform, with a calm expression on their faces. It's not that they are not excited about the upcoming Zanpaku sword. In fact, even though the three of them are geniuses in the eyes of their elders, when they get the light hit, they are no different from ordinary children. Yes, the three of them actually had light strikes a long time ago, and even the light strikes they had successfully turned into Zanpaku Deo not long ago. Before the Mao Spiritual Academy appeared, the awarding of the light attack was the most important part of the entrance ceremony of the Godi 13 team. This custom has not changed until now. The asphalt in the Spiritual Academy is actually temporarily lent to students. After all, the sooner you get in touch with Asanda, the better. After graduating from the Spiritual Academy, if you can enter the 13 team, then the temporary loan will become a grant, and it truly belongs to yourself. Of course, this is also a matter of course. In fact, the top forces in Siritai have the right to independently grant shallow strikes. For example, some of the superior nobles and Captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Ijujo, not to mention the 5 nobles, they will surely be able to independently award shallow fights with nearly half of the Siritai. Therefore, whether it is Yiki or Urahara, including Hongjiang, they already have their own Zanpakuto. They are actually the real gods of death, but they have not yet entered the Godi 13 team. They knew that it would be useless to pick another shallow hit now. After all, it is impossible for a of death to have 2 different Zanpaku knives, which is why their faces are calm. They know these things themselves, and the elders in the family know them, but others don't, such as the teacher leading them on the stone platform at this time. Chapter 7, It and number 039, S coming, It and number 039, S coming. Hongjiang didn't know, all 3 of them had been included in the focus of attention by the leading teacher. The result of the spiritual power level test was known to the teacher. One is 5 level full, one is 6 level, and one is 6 level eyebrows. 3 geniuses emerged this year, these 3 little guys, who are very concerned about the 3 Hongjiang. Why don't you go down and pick? The teacher looked at the 3 with a smile, and said softly, if this goes on, it's good, but someone else will pick it out. Regarding this, Hongjiang's trio were all disdainful, and said one after another, it doesn't make a big difference. Yes, it's okay to go early and late, it's useless anyway. Teacher, there is no good or bad light fighting. The last person who spoke was Urahara Kisuk. After he finished speaking, he also used his arm to pound Dea Hongjiang and Yiki. Can you not be so obvious? Hongjiang also reacted, he had to act, and he immediately replied, yes, the light play is the same, so there is no big difference. Yaishi also nodded again and again, and hurriedly explained, yes, that's what I mean. Even though it is the same, this is probably the only place to get a shallow hit. Let's go down and choose. The teacher is looking forward to your choice. This statement also made sense, so the leader of the team was just embarrassed for a while and didn't think much about it, so they let them go and choose. The 3 of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as they wanted to expose that they already had a Zanpaku knife. They wouldn't be beaten to death by the family. The peeling skin was a certainty. Can you take care of your mouth? If it weren't for Urahara, you just got tired of it. Yai walked and pretended to choose, while quietly accusing Hongjiang of how stupid he was just now, as if it were all his fault. What did I say? Hong Zhang said with a dazed face, shrugging his shoulders, your sentence is the most exaggerated, right? This is true. Hong Jiang's sentence can be understood as a generalization of Urahara's opinions. Although Ye Yi's words can also be applied, there are still loopholes if you think about it. If it is exposed, it is probably because the sentence is useless anyway. I was kidnapped by you. Ye Yi rolled his head, reached out and grabbed Hong Jiang's collar, gritted his teeth and said word by word, you. Yes. Intention. See you. Do you? It's all my fault, let go, the teacher is still watching. Seeing that the other party had taken it softly, Ye Yi let go happily. Just buckle the black pot on Hong Jiang's head. Obviously, her goal has been achieved. If it was normal, Urahara would definitely be the peacemaker, but this time he didn't seem to see it, and there was no laughter from beginning to end. Hong Jiang turned his head and looked, only to see Urahara lowered his head, picked up a shallow punch and waved it twice, shook his head and put it back, as if he was really picking a sword. You don't think the same person can have two different Zanpaku knives, do you? Urahara shook his head, then took out a shallow punch, as you said, the teacher is watching. Actually, it's not just the teacher, but a lot of people are watching us. So? Hong Jiang questioned. Urahara pointed forward, how does it feel? Not far away are a few students who are choosing shallow hits. Like Urahara, they all draw a hand, and then touch it around and put it back, as if the next one will be different and better. Childish. It feels silly obviously all the same. Hong Jiang and Ye replied one after another, even if you change 1,000 shallow strikes, you will only become a Zanpaku knife in the end. In the final analysis, the shallow fight is just a raw jade, and the final result depends on your own craftsmanship. That's serious, I don't know anything, it looks like the first time I picked a sword. Urahara said seriously, looking at the two of them. So you mean, our acting skills should be more real? No, you have to bring some acting skills first, what about the specifics, just follow the lessons. It makes sense. Hong Jiang and Ye looked at each other, nodded together, and then acted in a decent way. They even added something to themselves. No, this does not seem to belong to me. This one won't work, neither is this one. Ye Yi muttered to himself, his tone full of deep regret. That's it. It's not easy. Urahara shouted loudly, looking at the smile on the face of Asana in his hand. This is the third one he picked up. Hong Jiang was silently complaining. He just wanted to be lazy. He only said that his acting skills should be realistic, but the back foot was like this. It was too exaggerated. It's you. My future partner. Appeared more exaggerated, that is Ye Yi. Hong Jiang secretly looked at the teacher on the stone platform. Is it really okay to act like this? It's just playing people like a fool. At this time, the teacher on the stone platform was clapping lightly, looking at them with a smile, as if he had picked his favorite light hit. Yes, it seems that he is really a fool. In this case, Hong Jiang also intends to be lazy, acting very tired, okay? There is a shallow punch just in front of the right, and it is decided that it is you. Hong Jiang reached out and grabbed it, while shouting, wait a long time. I started with a warmth and a little softness. This is not a sword hilt, but a hand. Hong Jiang looked up. The owner of his hand was a blue-eyed and red-haired boy who was staring at him with round eyes. It was Luojin who was dissatisfied with Kozuka Hong Jiang. This man Hong Jiang knew that he had followed him on the way to the sword room after testing his spiritual power level, staring at him as if he was dissatisfied with him. Geniuses are easy to be jealous. Hong Jiang knew that Luo was dissatisfied with him, but he didn't take it seriously. He could understand that people are not in vain. And there is a peak that I desperately want to chase, but I can only see the peak in my whole life. It's so cool to be that peak. But something is wrong now. According to the normal routine, shouldn't you regard yourself as an enemy, resolutely never touch the things you have touched, try hard to catch up, and stay away from each other? What's going on now? Means you want everything from me? What about your self-esteem? Where did all the arrogance that a chaser should have gone? Hong Zhang couldn't help being stunned, and said to himself, are there any mistakes? Lu Weijin thought that he had said this to himself, and replied viciously, this knife. I got it first. Things are similar to what Hong Zhang thought. Cao Jin did regard him as an enemy, and felt that it was Kozuka Hong Zhang who had robbed him of the limelight. But he didn't want to chase Hong Zhang, but he wanted to take back what he had lost from Hong Zhang. The Zanpo Dao is the first thing he wants to take back, the best Zanpo Dao can only belong to him. Seeing that Hong Zhang did not move, the deer tail gritted his teeth again, and said viciously, I said, this is what I got first. Let go. Hand. This is putting me on the show. This force must be put back. Hong Zhang released his hand suddenly, and reached out to stop the Yi and two people who wanted to come to help, and smiled, and said, this one will be given to you. Lu Weijin curled his lips. Hong Jiang's words sounded like a roar of a waste dog, which only made him feel more fulfilled. It's a pity that this feeling didn't last long, and it was ruined by one sentence. I just felt wrong, it seems that that one is better. Hong Zhang pointed to the light hit by Yi's foot and said, throw it over for me. Connect it. Yi directly pulled out the light hit at his feet and threw it towards Hong Zhang, who stretched out his left hand and firmly grasped the hilt. I got it first this time, do you want to do it? Hong Zhang closed his eyes as he said, and continued as if singing, but I can't appreciate it this time, it really belongs to me, I can feel it. The proud color that originally appeared on Lu Wei's face has long since disappeared. Instead, it is replaced by the color of pig liver, which seems to be miserable. Ha ha ha. I can't stand it anymore. Seeing the other side's appearance, Yi and Urahara laughed while clutching their stomachs. They wanted to act in front of Hong Zhang, but they could only say that Lu Wei had found the wrong opponent. It's bad, I really feel sorry for that person. It's that kind of virtue, how can I feel it, it's true, Yi smiled and cursed, watching Hong Jiang's mouth suddenly grow up, no. Just kidding. You reading www.yukansha.com, Urahara also grew his mouth and said blankly, is it impossible? The light strike that was originally on Hong Jiang's left hand suddenly dissipated into a thick black smoke. The smoke dissipated and condensed from time to time as if it were alive, changing its shape constantly. I don't know how long it took, the black mist in Hong Jiang's hand finally turned into a solid body again, and it condensed into a knife completely different from the previous light strike. The blade is less than 2 feet long and belongs to the category of short swords. The blade is dark grey, slightly curved, and looks very beautiful. The knife handle is wrapped with a black handle roll, the eyes are diamond-shaped, and they are arranged on the handle. It can be seen that the original color of the knife handle is also black. The handguard is very peculiar, it is a black Pruchna face, and the position of the Pruchna's mouth is just connected to the blade, as if this is what it spit out. Everyone on the field is staring at Tetsuzuka Hiro, who has closed his eyes. To be precise, he is staring at the knife in his hand, and his eyes are not blinking. Various emotions can be seen in their eyes, most of which are envy, jealousy, and admiration. There are even a few little girls who have stars in their eyes. This should be regarded as a kind of love, but I don't know if it is against Hong Zhang or the knife in his hand. This is a fierce sword, a murderous knife. No one in the room would doubt this. You can feel its strangeness just by looking at it. But this is not the reason everyone is shocked. The shallow play is the same, not only the appearance, but the name is also the same. At the same time, the shallow fights are different. They will follow different masters, and thus have different appearances and futures. Zanpo Dao, when a shallow dozen changed its appearance, its name became Zanpo Dao. Reaper's Certificate Zanpakudeo, this is the name of what Hongjiang is holding at this time. Chapter 8, First Name. Lu Ajin looked at the Zanpaku knife in Hongjiang's hand, his eyes were red. It turned out that this Diazuka Hongjiang was right, and his hand was not the best shallow punch. I really want it. No, in Lui's view, this knife belongs to him. It was only obtained by Hongjiang using despicable means, and now he wants to make up for the mistake and take his own things. What does that idiot want to do? He doesn't want to take a Zanpaku knife, right? Another teenager shook his head, and said with a smile, the civilians are the civilians, who can't help the mud on the wall. Not all, isn't Hongjiang an exception? At this time, Hongjiang's impression in the new life has quietly changed. This kind of monster that can be transformed into a Zanpaku knife with just a shallow fight is enough to let the nobles like them let go of their prejudices. The leader of the team in the stands was already laughing so hard that he could not close his mouth. He knew that this Tetsuka Hiroji was a genius, worthy of being the closed disciple that the captain looked after. What does that kid want to do? At this time, the teacher noticed Lu Wujin's actions. He wouldn't want to seize the Zanpaku knife from Hongjiang's hand, right? What an idiot! The teacher yelled in his heart. He raised his heel slightly to stop him. He still wanted to see if this genius could not make a bigger breakthrough, such as the beginning of solution. Of course, as soon as the Zanpo Deo was transformed, it was able to communicate with the sword spirit and begin to solve it. Hard, but what if it will be done? He does not allow any artificial factors to affect Hongjiang at this time. At this time, the field changed again, and the teacher's raised foot was put back again. It seems that there is no need to make a move by himself. Note that there is more than one teacher in Hongjiang. As a buddy, Kisuk Urahara and Yaishi Sifenjin also hope that Hongjiang can go further. There are still 2 steps left by Luijin to touch the Zanpadao he wants, but with these 2 steps, he can't get out. At this time, Yayujeng Hirayama stood between the 2 of them. Looking at her, as long as Lu Weijin took another step, she would slash the sword without hesitation. Lu Weijin had no doubt about this. But this is not the main reason. A sword is already in front of Luijin, the blade is less than an inch from his neck, let alone any further, it will end up with a separation of head and head even if you move it. The owner of sword is Urahara Kisuk, the smile on his usual face has long since disappeared, his squinted eyes have also been opened, and the whole person exudes a dangerous breath. Go back. Urahara's sword moved forward again, directly on the deer's tail throat. Without a trace of emotion in his eyes, he said coldly, otherwise, I will kill you. Retreat, I retreat. The coldness of the neck finally made Lue regain his senses, and Urahara's eyes that looked like a dead person made him feel terrified. His hands trembled over his head, and he stepped back as if he had surrendered. When the deer's tail had retreated by nearly 50 meters, Urahara took the sword and came to Yayi, with a smile on his face again. What kind of possibility do you think? Yaishi knew what Urahara was asking. Although the 3 of them had never seen each other's Zanpaku before, they all knew that each other had Zanpaku, and they had already understood it. And now Hongjiang is indeed holding a Zanpaku knife, or Hongjiang is lying to them, but this is not necessary, so it is impossible. Either Hongjiang has 2 different Zanpaku knives, logically this is the most likely situation. But this is also the most impossible thing at the same time, no one can have 2 different Zanpaku knives at the same time, it is absolutely impossible. Yaya couldn't figure it out, and shook his head and said in a low voice, I can't guess, let him say it by himself at that time, and kill him if he doesn't say it. At this time, Hongjiang naturally didn't know how much trouble he was causing. He is very well now, and this kind of experience still fascinates him even if it is one more time. He is now in a big room, of course it is not the main body, but his consciousness. The candle light in the room flickered, and the surrounding Prujna masks sometimes smiled slyly, sometimes hideously, as if they were alive under the candle light. The transformation of Asana into Zanpakuto is a sign of becoming of death. Zanpakuto has its own name and unique name. Communicate with your Zanpakuto, and finally learn its name. This process is called the beginning solution, which also means that you are out of the category of low-level death. This process may be longer or shorter, and it varies from person to person. Some people only learned the name with a flash of inspiration, and some people heard the sound of the knife and were told the name. No one knows exactly which step is needed to get the name to complete the initial solution. But if you can see the entity of your Zanpakuto, then you can definitely complete the initial solution. This was how Hongjiang was at this time. The entity of his own Zanpo Deo was in this room. And if there is no accident, it is the dark armor in the innermost, a strange armor that seems to be worn by a transparent person. Are you me? Hongjiang asked, looking at the Prujna mask hanging in the air. You should know that you can come here to prove that I am you. A hoarse voice came from the mask, and it sounded like a breathless feeling. It's refreshing this time, Hongjiang shrugged and said to himself, stretched out his hand and continued, it's all to this level, I don't think you won't lose my appetite. Your name? An armor clasped Hongjiang's hand tightly with a hoarse voice, don't forget, my name is. In the sword room, Hongjiang opened his eyes quickly. Isn't it a dream? Hongjiang muttered softly, looked at the short knife in his left hand, and shouted, grab him. A ghost. The short knife that Hongjiang had firmly grasped in his left hand disappeared. Everyone in the field rubbed their eyes, and he didn't even blink, but the short knife was still there for a second. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Moved his gaze to Hongjiang's body slightly, and saw that his left hand had a black glove, his fingertips were slightly bent inward into a hook shape, and the back of his hand was thick with Prujna relief. The forearm was also covered by glossy black armor, which was dull and not like metal but insect-like armor. It looked simple and unpretentious, but it gave people a sense of killing and insidiousness. Shijija, this must be Shijija. The teacher on the stone platform had come over long ago, his face flushed, and he kept mumbling while looking at the armband of Hongjiang's left hand. Good job, genius, true genius. Worthy of being a disciple who is valued by the captain. The teacher kept patting Hongjiang on the shoulder, and the words of praise were endless. The new students onlookers in the field also made a loud noise when they heard this. This is a monster. That knife is called Jiagui, isn't it? Looks so handsome, said a girl with her face in her arms. Of course not all agree, there are also different voices. It's fast, but it's a bit ordinary. It looks like it is a direct attack type, so it is probably very weak. I think so too, the momentum is too small. This also includes Lu Wei Jin. Seeing Hongjiang's Zanpaku knife is so ordinary, he feels refreshed. Qi Fei praises and suspicion, but it is undeniable that at this moment Hongjiang is the most beautiful boy among the new students, the point that will be paid attention to by all parties for a long time in the future. He only said during the spiritual power level test that it was his last stage, and he didn't expect to hit his face so soon. Seeing Ye and Urahara's doubts on their faces, Hongjiang couldn't help but feel distressed. It's cool to be in the limelight, but the limelight is a bit too big. For him and for the old man, this is seriously beyond the plan, enough for them to have a headache for a long time. Chapter 9, Teacher, are you testing me? The moon is hidden in the thick clouds, and it looks particularly dark tonight. The monks in the courtyard all make rhythmic sounds, but they don't give people a sense of ease, but feel a little depressed. In the residence of the captain of the 1st Division, Moto Ryasai Shigakuni Yamamoto put down his scroll and looked outside, as if waiting for someone. The paper door opened under his gaze, and a person appeared at the door. It was Daizuka Hiroshi. The two have not seen each other for a week. The last time they met was at the admission ceremony of the new students at the Mao Spiritual Academy. I thought you would come to see me early. Yamamoto pointed to the opposite seat and said leisurely, I have more patience. I couldn't figure it out at first, thinking that the teacher would call me back right away. Sitting cross-legged across from Yamamoto, Hongjong lowered his head and said, I stayed in the sword room for a long time, and I figured it out. Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction. He had already known that Hongjong had understood Hajime in the sword room a week ago. Generally, freshmen will stay in the sword room to communicate with their own assassin for 3 days after choosing an assassin. There is only one such opportunity in their lives. This time, because of the existence of Hongjong, the teacher led the team to extend the time to 1 week privately. Yamamoto knew and acquiesced to this. Now it seems to be a good thing. This incident caused a great sensation, but if Hongjong came back directly at that time, it would be easy to cause people to think about it, which would make another matter easy to expose. In contrast, comprehending the initial solution is really nothing. Hongjong, don't lower your head, you did nothing wrong. Yes, Hongjong looked embarrassed, slowly raised his head and said, after all, there is a mess, it's still a big mess. Haha, I would love to see this kind of disorder, and the more the better. But if I had restrained it then, the situation would have been much better, and it wouldn't be so riotous now. Yes, yes. Yamamoto stroked his beard and nodded his head very satisfied, but I don't blame you, opportunities are fleeting, no matter what, those who give up opportunities are not worthy of being strong. Yamamoto stared into Hongjong's eyes and said seriously, if you give you another chance, I think you will make the same choice, Hongjong. The room fell into a brief silence. Hongjong thought for a while, even though he was addicted at the time, he could do it if he had to quit. The immediate thing is the most important thing. I'll talk about it after the trouble. This is what he thought at the time. If he chooses again, he will still be like this. Yamamoto is not wrong. The teacher is right, that kind of thing is really not easy to restrain. Hongjong nodded firmly, and his face collapsed in a blink of an eye. What should I do next? It seems that I am more patient, haha. Looking at Yamamoto, who was laughing loudly, Hongjong felt that there were 10,000 crows flying over his head at this moment. Are you still the serious and old-fashioned captain I know? Besides, is anyone more patient to be proud of? Ahem. Hongjong coughed twice, knocked on the low table in front of him, and reminded, business matters, be serious, teacher. Then let's talk about business. Yamamoto put a smile away and continued, the 2 Zanpaku knives are really too shocking. If room 46 knows, I guess I will lock you up for research. Yes, Hongjong has a shallow fight since he was a child. He just completed the initial solution a year ago, plus the one that he started to solve a week ago. He already has 2 Zanpai knives, 2 different Zanpai knives. This is what he fears the most. It is known that monsters are above genius, but what everyone does not know is that there is another level above monsters, that is, experimental products. There is a picture in his mind, a room with all sides in white, a person with his limbs tied and blindfolded, that is Hongjong himself. Hair was rooted today and bloodletted tomorrow, day after day, year after year. He was even directly studied by the slice for a certain day, and such days seemed to be beckoning him. Thinking that Hongjong's face was pale, Yamamoto looked at his pale face and asked with a smile, why, are you afraid? Hongjong nodded, probably no one can accept this kind of thing. Then he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes rounded, and he stared at Yamamoto in front of him with horror. The 46th room in the center represents the Siritii, and the old mountain in front of him also represents the Siritii. He will not have sold him. Am I a self-inflicted trap? Yamamoto looked at Hongjong and guessed his thoughts after a little thought. What do you think of the teacher? Yamamoto didn't have a good air, tapped his finger on Hongjong's forehead, and continued, don't worry, I don't plan to tell others about this. At least before you fled. Teacher is wise. Hiroshi gave his thumbs up and patted Yasuke Yamamoto. Will room 46 take the initiative to investigate, and I'm afraid Hong Jiang stopped what he wanted to say, raised his index finger and pointed up and stopped. If you want to investigate in room 46, can you stay in the sword room for a week? What does the teacher mean? They don't believe there are two Zanpaku swords. Yamamoto nodded, and continued, I left after being prevaricated by me, beyond understanding, no matter how true it is, it will be treated as a lie and a myth. As for the higher existence, Yamamoto also pointed upwards, and continued, he knows but doesn't hinder him. Even if he acquiesces in, relax his mind. Until this time, Hong Jiang really felt relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now he was really afraid that Yamamoto would tie him up and send him directly to the 46th room of the Central Committee. Don't doubt that Yamamoto could really do something like righteousness. However, it is a pity that Yamamoto just meant to help him conceal the fact that he has two Zanpaku knives, instead of supporting him to protect him. This also means that he can only use one Zanpaku knife in front of people in the future. Since Jiagui has been exposed, he can only use it. In fact, Hong Jiang feels that his other Zanpaku knife is stronger. Regret. But it is the best situation right now. Hong Jiang is a very satisfying person, and it is enough to avoid a catastrophe to make him laugh. Did you have nothing to say to me, Hong Jiang? Oh, thank you teacher for sheltering. Teacher is mighty. Yamamoto looked at Hong Jiang for a while and didn't know what to say. His little disciple looks like a hedgehog to the outside. Whoever provokes him will have to double back. He can't bear the slightest grievance. Can be left until he is calm and bland, don't fight or grab. It is said that the crying child has milk to drink, but Hong Jiang does not like to cry, and second does not like to drink, sometimes it really makes him dumbfounded. Hong Jiang's other Zanpakuto Yamamoto knows. Like his Zanpakuto, Hong Jiang's Zanpakuto also deserves the title of the strongest, even he thinks, Yukansha Kam Hong Jiang's Zanpaku knife is stronger than his own. Greater potential. It can be seen from the current situation. Hong Jiang intends to seal his own knife. If it sounds good, it is easy to satisfy, and if it sounds bad, it is willing to be mediocre and depraved. Filial piety is quite filial, but Yamamoto doesn't like his filial piety in this respect. Why, I don't like that knife anymore, no more. How is this possible? Hong Jiang scratched his head and said, but this knife has been seen by others, there is no way, I can only give up that one. Listening to you, do you feel dissatisfied with the teacher? Yamamoto tentatively asked. No dissatisfaction. Hong Jiang straightened up suddenly, waved his hand and said, the teacher is for my own good, I understand the teacher's decision from the bottom of my heart. Hiro's words made Yamamoto feel relieved that this disciple was not raised in vain. But at the same time, he was dissatisfied and decided to work harder to excite Hong Jiang. You can be dissatisfied or wronged. Yamamoto raised his voice, and continued, you should fight for me. After all, this is your thing. Hong Jiang frowned slightly, lost in thought. Yamamoto was overjoyed when he saw this, and finally hooked out this kid's grievance. Teacher. Yep. Are you testing me? N. Yamamoto suddenly changed his tone, as if something was wrong. In fact, I don't have to do this, I really have no dissatisfaction. Hong Jiang patted his chest heavily, and said with a vow, I respect the teacher's decision 100%, please rest assured. Time seems to have stopped. Boom boom boom, the monks in the courtyard all made a rhythmic noise. Proved that only Yamamoto and Hiro were suspended. Chapter 10, Never Betray? Ling Ting. Yamamoto clutched his shirt, he felt a little difficult to breathe, it was because the unlucky boy Hong Jiang was angry. The heart seems to be severely hit by Hong Jiang. Resting on the urge to vomit blood, Yamamoto temporarily gave up the idea of arousing Hong Jiang's resentment. This is a huge project. It is a huge task and it is far from rushing. Let's do the right thing now. I want to fight for you. No need to do this, I really don't have any opinion. Hong Jiang thought that Yamamoto was still testing himself, and quickly refused. Yamamoto sighed long, wondering if I am controlling this kid too tightly. However, Hong Jiang usually treats him as a fool. It seems that his coercion is still too great at a critical time. Is it appropriate to relax in the future? I really want to fight for you. I don't need such a good knife. What a pity. Really? Hong Jiang cautiously tentatively said, isn't it a routine for me? When did the old man fool you? Yamamoto's tone was already tinged with irritation, and it seemed that he was not joking. In fact, Yamamoto has never deceived Hiroshi, nor has he ever had so-called probing loyalty, but this time the matter is serious, Hiroshi has to be more cautious. The words have reached this point, and Hong Jiang also knows that not only he is reluctant, but Yamamoto also can't bear the dust of the Zanpaku knife. He cannot cut the meat without cutting the meat. He agreed with both hands. It seems that the teacher has a way to persuade room 46. I pretend to look like I'm not giving up. Yamamoto pointed to Hiroshi's head and cursed with a smile. Hearing this, Hong Jiang's heart chuckles. What do you mean, is it just a test? Didn't it say that there are 2 for good, and there is no repeating? It seems that my little fox has fallen into the hands of the old hunter. Just when Hong Jiang's heart was getting cold, Yamamoto's voice appeared again. I can't convince room 46 to be assured of you, so I never intended to let room 46 know your specific situation. The teacher meant to hide me completely. Hong Jiang frowned and continued, can this kind of thing be done now? Kozuka Hiro was picked up by Captain Yamamoto Ryusai Shigakuni from Ruakan Street, as a genius cultivated by the closed disciples. Everyone in Seirai knows this. Has been watched by all kinds of people since he was a child, now let him hide and disappear among everyone? I'm afraid it's not hiding your ears. Similar to what you think, but not all. Hong Jiang is dull, so please don't play dumb riddles. Yamamoto pressured with one hand to signal don't worry, and slowly stood up and said, remember why I asked you to study at the Mao Spiritual Academy. The first is to help teachers establish the status of the Spiritual Academy, and more importantly, they grow slowly in the Spiritual Academy and become more ordinary. Yamamoto nodded, and continued to ask, then why do you want to become ordinary? Because everybody has been paying attention to me since I walked into Seirai, wondering why I can become the teacher's closed disciple. He seemed to have thought of something, and he thought about it before he finished speaking. Everyone just knows that Kozuka Hiroshi is a genius, but they don't know how to be a genius. Because of this, everyone in Seirai has been paying attention to Hong Jiang. In order to reduce the attention of those who are interested, Yamamoto let Hong Jiang enter the Mao Spiritual Academy for a show. As long as people can see his performance, then everyone will have a bottom. This kind of attention will naturally be much less and it is more convenient for Yamamoto to protect him. Seeing Hong Jiang's brows stretched, Yamamoto knew that the child had already gained something, so he asked, do you want to understand? The more you know, the easier it is to relax. Hong Jiang looked up at Yamamoto and continued, the unknown is the most interesting. Isn't it too dull? It seems that this dumb riddle can continue to be played. Hong Jiang's little face blushed and you can continue as long as you like. You are a genius, everyone knows it. Yamamoto walked to the window, looked at the dim garden and continued, but I know your cultivation path, what you are good at, and what you are not good at. Our previous plan can only be regarded as drinking poison to quench thirst. Those who are interested will still worry about it and will not really put you down. This is not only for you to restrain your hands and feet, those who are deliberately endangering Seirai will hide deeper, and you will be more dangerous when you really take action. Yamamoto sighed with his hands behind his back, Seirai seems to be peaceful, but I always feel dangerous. There are dangers from the outside, but also our internal problems. Hong Jiang was shocked at this time, so wise and capable, resourceful, are you still the stubborn and arrogant mountain old man in the past life? It turns out that the years are not only unforgiving, but also the of death. He wanted to tell Yamamoto that you feel right, there is a man named Airan Soyajuk who will stir up trouble in the future. Although he is still an ordinary player in the 5th division at this time, his mind may still be very simple. Believe me, his iron wolf. It will be reversed in the future. Don't ask me how I know, ask is the prophet who came through. But if this is really said, it is estimated that he will be sent directly by Yamamoto to the 4th division for a mental examination, so Hongjong can only reply hastily, the teacher is right, I think so too. But isn't Jiagui Hajime more compelling this time? Hongjong continued, I don't think anyone will relax their vigilance against me. Yamamoto did not answer, but instead asked, how do you think your first ghost compares to the other one? Not comparable. Hongjong shook his head and said affirmatively, it's not on the same level at all. Then your biggest support, the deepest secret is completely hidden. Yamamoto's words made Hongjong suddenly stunned. Yes, no one can have 2 different Zanpaku knives. Hidden his biggest trump card at the cost of Jiagui, he earned it no matter how he thought. But Yamamoto also said that he didn't want to seal up another knife. But one person can't have 2 Zanpai knives, one Zanpai knife can only correspond to one of death. I understand. Hongjong had a clue, and said excitedly, one knife goes with one person, and if you have 2 knives, you only need to find another person. It seems I completely understand it, not bad, not bad. Yamamoto means this, he does not intend to waste Hongjiang's talents. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com but 2 knives concentrated on one person is too easy to be jealous. That being the case, it's enough for a fictitious person to come out and take the knife. At that time, the attention placed on Hongjong will inevitably be assigned to another person, and the real Hongjong will become an invisible person, completely hidden in a perfect black spot under a lamp. But there are loopholes in this plan. Hongjong repeated his thoughts and said with a worried look, there are more individuals out of thin air, won't room 46 take care of it? The old man didn't have a 46 room when he was young. Yamamoto turned his head, his eyes were fierce, you are the possible loophole in this plan. A drop of sweat ran down Hongjong's cheeks, and his back was instantly covered with cold sweat. Yamamoto knew what Yamamoto meant. This plan was meant to protect him, but what if he was the caring person? Teacher, don't worry. Hongjong swallowed his saliva and continued, I take this in charge really. The fierce momentum disappeared, and Yamamoto's original fierce gaze became kind at this time. You were brought up by me, I know what kind of child you are. Yamamoto stepped forward, touched Hiroshi's head, and said softly, it's just that you may be wronged in the future, you may be disappointed in the teacher, disappointed in the Seiridai. No, Yamamoto interrupted Hongjong before he finished speaking. But in any case, you can't betray Seiridai. You can't leave your home. You must trust the teacher. Yamamoto sat down on his knees and put his hands on Hongjiang's face, promise me, Hongjong. The clouds dispersed, a crescent moon hung in the air, and the Seiridai under the moonlight was still as usual, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 11, I didn't end number 039, expect you to be such a person. An hour later, in front of the captain's house. Yai and Urahara were here waiting for Hongjong. Just when Yai couldn't help but want to go in and remind Hongjong that he was late again, Hongjong appeared, but he looked very low and in a bad mood. When approached Yai, he noticed that his eyes were still a little red, obviously he had cried. Why, I was told to cry by the old man. Yai hurriedly asked. Although Urahara didn't speak, his concern was still beyond words. Do you know that the crying child has milk to drink? Hongjong did not answer but asked Yai and too. Probably know some. So you cry because you want to drink milk? Yai asked stubbornly. Then you know. Hongjong continued to answer the wrong question, if you are wronged and beaten, you can't cry or make trouble. Can such a child have everything he wants? Can you speak something human? Yi reached out his hand and touched Hung Jiang's forehead, and continued, why, I was stupid by the old man. Forget it, I can't tell you. Hong Jiang shook Yi's hand away. He thought it was so sad, just like a worried little prince. But by Yi's doing this, he wanted to laugh now, as if he was mentally retarded. Don't bear it if you want to laugh. Generally speaking, I can't help it. Looking at the serious Urahara approaching, Hong Jiang finally couldn't help but laughed out loud. Have you ever had the experience of squinting your eyes with a black belly, smiling face? Why is there a face left on Yi? It turns out that the funniest one is you. I really have spent 8 lifetimes of bad luck before I became my best friend with you. Hey. Don't forget, you are a quasi-buddy relationship with us now. Yi gave a disgusting reminder and then turned and left. Since Hong Jiang suddenly began to explain this time, Yi and Urahara felt that they were deceived and were greatly hurt. To put it bluntly, Udiazuka Hong Jiang had something to hide from us and did not treat us as brothers, sisters. Well, only Yi felt that way. But Yi can represent all of them in most cases, especially when it comes to such silly things. Therefore, Hong Jiang was temporarily expelled from the dead party. Although it is no different from before, if he wants to regain his identity, he must perform well at the base and impress Yi and Urahara with a sincere attitude. Although Hong Jiang felt that it was no different if he could not be fired, it would be more troublesome if he really said it. There is no other way but to accompany Yi to make trouble. Besides, after making a plan to create a man with the old man, Yi telling lies is also beneficial to the implementation of the plan, but it is a blessing in disguise. A few minutes later, in the secret base under the bipolar hill, the 3 Hong Jiang sat in a circle. Let's interrogate you now. Yi spoke out first, pretending to be fiercely asked, the prisoner's name. Don't you know? You are not the Diazuka hero we know now, but the prisoner Diazuka hero. Yi raised up his Zanpaku sword and threatened, so pay attention to your attitude. You called out Hero Kozuka. Yi nodded in satisfaction, smiled and took the knife back. Wouldn't it be enough? Not forced to do it yourself. I said it is necessary to do this. Hong Jiang smiled bitterly. Didn't he do something maddening? Is it necessary to use a knife? Don't change the subject. Yi said impatiently, go on with your question. My question? This hui. Hong Jiang pointed to the jiagui in his hand and asked, seeing the night at 1 o'clock, he continued, yes, I have 2 Zanpaku knives. The knight was stunned. It was not that he was surprised by the 2 Zanpai knives, but that he didn't know how to scold the in front of him. Forget it, it's more straightforward to do it. But her knife didn't come out this time because Urahara held her hand. There are really 2 Zanpaku knives. Although they were still smiling, Urahara's face became heavy. Do you really believe in this kind of nonsense? If he really has 2 Zanpaku knives, he might have been sent to room 46 by the old man by this time. Yaishi's words didn't change Urahara in any way, he still stared at Hong Jiang, waiting for the other party's answer. Anyone in the Sariiting would react like Yi when someone said that he had 2 Zanpaku knives. The so-called most false lie is the truth. Except for Urahara Kisuk, perhaps only Urahara Kisuk, who will study Collapse Jade in the future, will try to believe everything. Sure enough, is this too false? Hong Jiang smiled wryly, save me some face. The old man miscalculated and underestimated the young Urahara Kisuk. The reason why Hong Jiang did this may be to test Shia Urahara, or simply to tell the truth to his buddies. In short, he just wanted to speak out. But for future plans, he still has to use a lie to fool the matter. Actually, I didn't have shallow hitting from the beginning. Hong Jiang took a deep breath, holding his forehead and continued, when I was in the sword room, it was the first time I saw shallow hitting. I knew it was like this. Yaiki waved his fists happily, while Urahara was curious, but not as interested as before. That's not right. Yayi seemed to have thought of something, staring at Hongjiang and asked, how could the old man not give you a light fight? This is a long story. It's okay, we have time. A few minutes later, Yayi looked at Hongjiang, covered his stomach with one hand, and asked in a trembling voice, so, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, are you jealous of us when you lie? You don't need to be patient, just laugh if you want, Hongjiang said with a black face. Ha ha ha. You have today, too, Diazuka Hongjiang. Yayi laughed and rolled on the ground. Hongjiang's dark expression is really funny. To put it simply, because Hongjiang's talent is too high, the old man Shan, in order to lay a solid foundation for him, did not want him to start solving prematurely and thus generate dependence, so he never gave Hongjiang Jiang. Later, Hongjiang's goods became severely biased, and it was naturally impossible for the old man to give him a light shot. But Yayi and Urahara have been beaten up since they were young, and Hongjiang has a better face and doesn't want to be compared by his best friends. So I always lied. You have some light hits on me, and you start to understand, then I will be 2 days earlier than you. In short, you must never lose. Even in the sword room this time, he was obviously eager for Asakusa, but he had to pretend to be completely insensitive to him. In this way, the performance of the actor level finally gave himself off. Normally, you look like an expert in the world, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Yayi was a little afraid to look at his face now, and he really wanted to laugh when he saw it. Hongjiang looked at Yaiki, who was laughing wildly with his head down, and Urahara, who was peeking at him, his face turned dark again. Although this was the rhetoric he discussed with the old man, it was really shameful. What else is there? I'm leaving if there is nothing wrong. How do you know there is something else? Hongjiang pointed to the things in Yayi's hand. Not only did you ask me to bring them, you both brought them, so you wouldn't be self-defense, right? At this time, Yayi and Urahara each have a knife in their hands. It is not a shallow fight in the spiritual academy, but their respective Zanpo Deo, the Zanpo Deo that has been awakened. Chapter 12, Greedy Crying. The originally cheerful atmosphere became dignified. Hongjiang watched the two gradually serious expressions and put away the joking in his heart. I didn't plan to do this originally. Urahara spoke out first with a serious face, after all, this involves our secrets. Yes. Besides, you can still deceive us, but since you are just stupid and don't hide any evil intentions, so I will forgive you for it. Yayi said, raising his head. The surrounding area became quiet again, and the atmosphere finally became serious because of Yayi's words. It seemed that it was about to become more serious. Even Urahara lowered his head and sighed, then cast a begging expression to Yayi. You said, I won't interrupt anymore. Yaiki understood very well, covering his mouth to indicate that he would be a dumb peacefully next. Do you have anything to say about Zanpakuto? Are you asking me? Hongjiang pointed to himself and asked. Seeing Puyuan nodded, he looked disbelief. Didn't you just finish explaining? What's the matter? It's endless. I think there should be nothing to say, or, if you still don't understand, you can just ask me. I mean the original solution about Zanpakuto. Urahara thought for a while, and continued to add, your original solution has been seen by us, so there is nothing to say. It turned out that I didn't say anything about the original solution. Is it necessary to make such a roundabout? Just say it. As you can see, my armored ghost is a direct attack type, but there are 4 forms, Hongjiangbian said as he pulled out the Zanpaku knife from his waist, and whispered, grab him, armored ghost. The glove that had appeared in the sword room once again appeared on Hongjiang's hands. Urahara opened his mouth to speak, but Hongjiang didn't realize it, and he didn't even give him a chance to speak. The first form is a boxing glove, without any ghostly blessings, it is a pure boxing glove. Hong Jiang waved his fist and continued, the second form, trample it, a ghost. The original black glove has disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Instead, there are a pair of black metal boots on the foot of Hong Jiang. The boot body just reaches the knee, completely wraps the entire calf without affecting flexibility. The position of the foot is embossed with a mask, and the four pointed, long, symmetrical teeth are absolutely symmetrical. It will leave something in touch with it. Like glove, this pair of boots has no other characteristics besides being strong and light. Hong Jiang's commentary appeared again, as for the third form is thorn armor. That's all right. Stop it. This time Urahara was finally able to intervene in the conversation. His original intention was not to let Hong Jiang reveal his own bottom. Your sword is more than that, right? Yayi's eyes straightened up just now, and she had completely forgotten what to be a dumb. The liberation speed is a bit faster. Correct, it is not that the liberation speed is fast, but the liberation speed is not. Hong Jiang smiled triumphantly. This is what Jiagui satisfied him the most. Although it is completely incomparable with his other sword, if you really regard it as the weakest type of Zanpaku, then that's stupid. Generally speaking, Reaper's Zanpaku knife is divided into two categories. One is the direct attack system, which shows the changeable form of the Zanpaku knife but does not have special functions. In short, it is a change of weapons. And this type of Zanpak knife has always been considered the weakest Zanpak knife. The other type is Ghost Attack type. This type of Zanpaku knife has various abilities. According to different abilities, it can be attribute type and rule type. Its abilities can bring great to death, the increase in combat power. And all kinds of Zanpaku knives known as the strongest are also of the Ghost Dao attack type. For example, Shanbao's Zanpaku knives are called the strongest hot Zanpaku knives. So in the sword room, some freshmen saw that Hong Jiang's Zanpaku knife might have directly attacked the system and expressed disdain. This is not jealous, but the bonus brought by the direct attack system is indeed too small, and it is not worth them at all. Jealous. But only Hong Jiang knows that his Zanpaku knife, Jiagui, has the ability to hide. Obviously, but few people have noticed that even Urahara ignores the ability, which is the liberation speed that Yayi said. The liberation of Zanpaku Dao requires a certain process. The most intuitive embodiment is to chant Jafangyu. This process has lengths and weaknesses, but it is inevitable. It is reasonable to say that the speed of liberation is an important factor affecting the death of the of death. Just imagine that a Zanpaku with a fast liberation speed can theoretically occupy the first hand. And it can even be pressed against the opponent to be unable to release the Zanpaku. But in fact, this is not the case. First, although there is a difference in the speed of liberation, the difference is not very large. A blink is too long, so this point is actually negligible. And even if there are people who can grasp the moment of error and gain the advantage. But such a person and the opponent are not at the same level in terms of strength, and there is no need to rely on this to influence the situation. Therefore, the factor of liberation speed is not as good as chicken ribs. After all, it is tasteless, and it is not a pity to discard it. But if it can be paired with a suitable Zanpaku knife, the liberation speed can also become a big killer, such as the Jiagui in Hong Jiang's hand. A ghost does not actually need to liberate and sing. Hong Jiang continued to explain the speed of liberation. Even his liberation is not based on consciousness, but on subconscious and physical reactions. It sounds very strong, but it's not very useful. But if it's your Jiagui, Urahara said thoughtfully. That is the strongest direct attack system. Yayi said immediately, but there are some other things, such as for nothing. Bingo! Hong Jiang snapped his fingers, and praised, well, we are the master of Baiade. The normal form of Jiagui is a short knife, which has a short attack range. After the initial release, it is a close-fitting weapon. The attack range reaches zero distance in the true sense, which is commonly known as close-to-body combat. As the so-called 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, 1 inch short and 1 inch risk, this risk is not only that the enemy is more dangerous, but also represents your own situation. It is easier to hit the enemy's weaknesses. At the same time, your weaknesses will be completely exposed. Hand-to-hand combat has always been a time of life and death. At this time, one of the 4 tactics of the of death is needed for nothing. In Hong Jiang's view, this skill that specializes in close UPS and master fist killing is simply tailor-made for Jiagui. My idea is like this. Before the words fell, Hong Jiang jumped up, his right foot was higher than his head, and his heel hit the rock in front of him heavily. The rock that was originally 1 person was broken into 2 with a loud bang. As soon as his right foot hit the ground, Hong Jiang put his toe on the axis and made a circle. A sweep of his left foot broke the rock that had been split from it, and the second became 4. Because liberation relies on the body's reaction and subconsciousness, it can be used by surprise. While talking, the boots on Hong Jiang's legs had disappeared, and the ghost was transformed into a zanpaku knife, held in his right hand by Hong Jiang backhand, and the blade had been deeply inserted into the broken rock in the upper left corner. At this time, Hong Jiang moved his wrist and the sword's edge was picked, and a piece of broken rock the size of a human head flew towards his face. "Grab him, Jiagui!" Although was chanting, the ghost had already disappeared before the chanting, and then untied into the form of a glove, firmly grasping the flying broken rock. Hong Jiang's 5 fingers were slightly harder, and the broken rock in his hand was crushed into small broken stones and fell to the ground. Wonderful! Urahara also saw the extraordinary part of Jiagui at this time, and clapped desperately from the side. It can meet the close combat before the initial solution, and after the initial solution, it can perfectly fit the 0 combat distance of the white fight. More importantly, because there is no liberation speed, you can switch between 0 and close combat distance at any time. Hong Jiang wanted to continue talking, but his left hand suddenly heavy, and turned his head to see that it was Ye Yizheng holding his gloves. He didn't know when this guy came over. The speed of liberation brings more than just the adaptability to the combat distance. Just like when you hit a rock, what you get in actual combat is a sword. Ye Yi kept stroking Hong Jiang's gloves, her face obsessed. No need to wear armor, a knife can deal with all kinds of emergencies, what a treasure. Your saliva is coming out. Hearing Hong Jiang's reminder, Ye Yi wiped her mouth quickly. She was really fascinated by the ghost of Hong Jiang, but it was a pity that it was not her zanpaku. You need to know that she is the master of free hitting among the 3. How is not an exaggeration to say that her free hitting level is considered strong even among the older generation. Even in the future, she can become the first person in the Siridii for nothing, and Ye Yi has this confidence. Therefore, it is conceivable that there is such a zanpakuto that was born for nothing. How long Ye Yi is, that is, zanpakuto cannot be traded, otherwise she is willing to bankrupt her family and use threats and profits to get the Jiagui. My dear, it's a pity that you and the wrong master. Ye Yi stroked Jiagui, not knowing whether he was sorry for his injustice or the sword. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I said you are a bit too late. Hong Jiang touched his nose and said, although my white hitter is not strong, it is not weak, is it too weak? Although Hong Jiang lied to the 2 about the Zanpadao before, it was not all false. For example, the fact of Piank did exist. The gods of death do not need to learn Chinese and mathematics in previous lives. Their main subjects are the 4 great wars, that is, cutting, ghost, walking, and boxing. Slashing means that slashing skills are also swordsmanship. There is no problem with Hong Jiang, which is at the same level as Yiki and Urahara. Ghost stands for Ghost Dao. It is a high-level spell made by the of death through spiritual power. According to its function, it is divided into the main attack Broken Road and the main auxiliary Binding Road. This is Hong Jiang's masterpiece. If Ye Yi is the master of the white fight, then Hongjiang is the master of Ghost Road. This does not refer to his peers, but the level of the Ghost Road in the entire Sirei Palace can be ranked in the top 5. The real master of Ghost Road. As for walking, the representative instant step is footwork. This is a general term. A simple understanding is an instant approach to footwork. In fact, there are various types of instant steps. For example, the Saifeng Academy has its own unique instant step. In this respect, Yi was the strongest, and Hongjiang was the weakest, but it was passable. So Hongjiang's real bias is the final white fight, which is close boxing. Yi has the absolute right to say in this regard, your insult to weak is considered to be an insult to weak. What is it called according to your words? For nothing. Yes, Hongjiang's fight was for nothing, and he gave his life to the enemy for nothing. This is a fact, and Hongjiang has nothing to refute. It's such a white sword expert who actually has a Zanpaku sword that specializes in white fighting. I think that Yi is really greedy and crying, why is such a good sword not his own? Even if you don't give it to yourself, don't give it to you for nothing. Chapter 13, The kids in the soul world are too mature. Are there 2 more forms? Hurry up and demonstrate. In the secret base, Yi urged Hongjiang to show his Zanpaku swordsman. Hongjiang didn't care about this either, and when he was about to liberate the remaining 2 forms, he was stopped by Urahara who was watching. This is enough for the demonstration, and I am not sure if I will execute the plan anymore. Plan? Hongjiang looked at the smiling Urahara with a dazed expression. Are these 2 people trying to make big news without telling them? By the way, I don't know why you brought the Zanpadao. Hongjiang finally recalled the point of the matter and asked jokingly, your plan is not to kill me? Haha. You guessed it, it's Hiro Kozuka. You are joking, right? Of course it's a joke, just because Urahara is not serious, can you really take it seriously? Yi pointed to the smiling Urahara, and shot Hongjiang, maybe this was a comfort to him? However, Hongjiang didn't feel comforted, and the corners of his mouth twitched and couldn't say a word. Just like Urahara's Wanyan smiling face, the ghost knows whether he is joking or telling the truth. He was really frightened just now, okay? I have no friends with Yiki, except you of course. Urahara smiled, but his eyes were more serious, we treat you as a true friend. So you know how excessive it is to deceive us. Even if you kill you, it's not an exaggeration. I'm wrong, I'm a good face, and I don't have any bad intentions for you. Hongjiang comforted Xia Yi and motioned Urahara to continue talking about the topic. In fact, it was not as serious as Yi said. Today's rally was first to talk about your Zanpakudeo, but more importantly, it is to give you peace of mind. Make me feel at ease. Hongjiang is even more dazed now, is it through some punishment to make the person who made the mistake no longer feel guilty? Are the children in the soul world already mature to this point? So how are you going to punish me next? Actually, I don't have to. I feel at ease now. It's okay to be guilty, at least I can guarantee I won't make mistakes again. This time it was Urahara's turn to force him. He really didn't understand what Hongjiang was thinking about now, and how to punish him next. What a mess. Yika can see it now, the brainwaves of the 2 people are completely missing, and if Urahara continues to play the muzzle, then they don't have to go back to sleep tonight. Urawa means that you exposed Hajime before us after all, and we have to make some compensation, otherwise you will suffer. Yi formally took the right to speak and explained to Hongjiang. After Yi's simple and clear explanation, Hongjiang basically understood the 2 people's thoughts. To put it simply, Hongjiang accidentally exposed his initial solution in the sword room, and the Zanpakudeo is very important. In order to avoid his dissatisfaction, the 2 planned to let Hongjiang see their beginning today. Solution. The intelligence of the 3 people is equal, so that Hongjiang can feel at ease. But later, because Hongjiang misunderstood Urahara's words, to continue this plan now, the two of them have to explain and demonstrate their zanpaku in detail like Hongjong, which is why Urahara can't help but regret it. If you don't want to, there is no need to show me your zanpaku knife. I really don't care about this, you can rest assured. Hongjong talked about his thoughts, saying that he would not care. He really doesn't care about this. As a great traverser, who has the zanpaku sword in his hand, is he not clear? Of course, there are also some unclear things. For example, Hongjong doesn't know what Yi's zanpaku is, but he was not a person who loves friends in his previous life. This is also the rule of making friends in the previous life, and everyone defaults. You are really a good friend. Urahara was convinced by Hongjiang's brain circuit. As a high-ranking noble, he admired and helpless for Hongjiang's simplicity. But I will still have a snack in the future. Immediately after Urahara, Kazuya gave a profound ideological teaching to Hongjong. It is well known that zanpaku knife is very important to a of death. It is the most loyal partner of the of death and the biggest trump card on which life depends. Therefore, a of death would not easily show his zanpaku to others, even his own partners. After all, people's hearts are separated by the belly. No matter how much trust they have, they must have reservations. The reason why Urahara wanted to make up for Hongjong was that he really regarded him as a friend. According to Urahara, we know your secrets, and the corresponding ones will let you know our secrets. This way, even if the two of you want to deal with Hongjong in the future, Hongjong can deal with it relatively calmly. This is the true so-called peace of mind. Explanation. Hearing this, Hongjong was completely shocked. One is because most of the death gods in the previous life comics will boast to the enemy how powerful and awesome their zanpaku knife is, for fear that others will not know how many whole cards they have. I didn't expect that the truth of the matter turned out to be like this. No wonder the old man let himself conceal the other Zanpo Deo. Reading www.yuyukanshu.com turned out to be the normal death Urahara said before he knew it. As for the second point, it turns out that the children in the soul world are more mature than I thought. Based on these thoughts, if there is no teaching from the old man, and only the simple experience of his previous life, it is estimated that they will have no more bones left. Urahara saw Hongjiang's mouth without speaking, and thought that he still had reluctance in his heart. In Urahara's view, this kind of friendship, which was almost dependent on exchange, could not be accepted by Hongjong for a while. Don't think too much, because we all cherish this friendship, so we need to take care of it more carefully. Urahara supported Hongjiang's shoulders, put a smile away and said solemnly, while we are still innocent, we haven't felt bad. Before, we completely cut off this possibility for us, at least not for you. Hongjong almost cried when he said that. Big brother, I came here. You will be a good person with the most affection and to anyone in the future. How can this be said that if I don't look at your initial solution, you too will be involved in a big conspiracy in the future? This terrible idea did not appear because of my arrival. I don't want to recite this pot, and I can't bear it. Isn't it just watching Hajime? I don't think it works. In order to clear the fame of Urahara and Yai in their past lives, and for the two great young people not to go astray in the future, Hongjong feels that he has a great responsibility at this moment and must look at the initial solution of the two. Besides, he didn't resist the matter much, on the contrary, he was still very interested in Yaika's Zanpo. Before, they didn't want to force their friends, but now they are already forced to beg they must watch. Faced with such a weird request, Hongjong could only reluctantly accept it. Immediately sat down cross-legged, raised his hand and said, "Now, you can start your performance." Chapter 14, Believe me, I am a great prophet. You or me first? You go up first, I'll wait, Yaiki answered Urahara's words with a bulging mouth, looking very upset. Don't use the ink. I don't need to sleep tonight. Hongjong slapped his thigh and shouted loudly. Although he didn't care about it, he actually looked like the excitement is not too big. The name of the sword Hongji. Urahara didn't hang Hongjong, and slowly pulled out the Zanpaku sword from his waist, and then said, "It's an interesting girl." Hongjong was a little embarrassed when he heard Urahara's words. Look at the introduction of others to their own Zanpo Deo, although it sounds a bit abnormal, but this is really a Zanpo Deo as a partner. Think about yourself again, I'm really ashamed. It's a little strange that this kind of thought appeared at this time, but as Hongjong, a traverser, it is no exaggeration to say that he knows Hongji's Zanpo Deo better than Pu Yuan. Hongji, the ghost attack type Zanpaku knife, began to unravel the liberation language. Wake up, Hongji, after the beginning, the blade body can transform spiritual power into a red light for attack. But unlike the ordinary Zanpaku, the red girl can also change the attack mode of the red girl through 4 liberating words after the initial solution, which is similar to the Hongjong Jiagui. Sing, Hongji. Urahara's voice just fell, a red light shield appeared from the end of Hongji, blocking in front of Urahara, looking like a protective form. This form is mainly for long-range attacks and defenses. Of course, it is mainly defense. The defense trick I call it the Shield of Blood. The reason for showing this trick is related to the next form. Urahara didn't procrastinate either. He uttered another Jafang language directly, Bloom, Hongji. Dense small thorns appeared on the surface of the red light shield instantly. After staying for too long, these small thorns left the shield surface and turned into countless red light arrows, shooting them towards a huge boulder in the distance, instantly turning them into dust. Obviously, this is not a main form of Hongji, but a counterattack after the shield of Hongxia is used. Tether, Hongji. Urahara didn't explain to the two of them, and the third form was opened with a wave of the long sword. Dense red thin threads scattered from the blade and crossed into a net in the air. The rock that was originally shattered by the red arrow was held in the air by the red net before it fell on the ground. Urahara disappeared from the place in a flash, and appeared in the center of the floating gravel in less than a second. The blade was inserted into the ground, and his hands were on the hilt, like a magician performing a levitation technique. The last one, play with fire, Hongji. One by one, red fireballs emerged from the ground like bubbles, lining up towards the gravel still in the air. And the rubble that came into contact with these red fireballs burned like cotton, and disappeared in a short time without leaving a trace. Flap! Hongjong sat on the ground and clapped wildly, like a child who had never seen the world. This is not acting. One is that there is so much difference between watching it live and broadcasting it on TV. Even if I saw it, I was still shocked. Secondly, Urahara didn't hide any privates, so he showed his hajime completely. The applause from this heart of fists is not excessive at all. Like his jiagui, Hongji is also an offensive and defensive sword. Although there is a restriction on liberation speed, it is different from jiagui. Hongji's bearer should attack at medium and long distances. In addition, there is a burst mode that pushes the enemy back close behind him. The liberation speed is actually not important. There are offensive, defensive, fault-tolerant counterattacks, and methods to control and fight group injuries. In a sense, Hongji's knife is even more perfect than jiagui. It's a good knife, Urahara. Hongjong boasted, turning his head and saying to Yi on the side, "Don't be stunned, it's time for you to get it fast." Yi rolled his eyes, and a puff of cold air engulfed Hongjong. If he weren't really curious, Hongjong would almost persuade her not to show the solution. Tonight's highlight is finally here. He is very curious about Yi's Zanpai. In his previous life, he would rather be the captain empty-handed than with Zanpai. This sister's knives are so much to do this. Yi. Dong dong dong. Shut up. Yi drank Hongjiang's mentally retarded behavior, and gritted his teeth and walked to Urahara. After Urahara gave an encouraging look, he walked over and sat beside Hongjong, and became a melon eater with him. The name of the sword, Yangzhen. Yi drew out the zanpaku knife and jumped high, holding the knife in both hands and holding it above his head. Smash it, Yangzhen! Began to unravel, and the zanpaku knife in Yi's hand turned into a beam of flames and burned, looking like a sledgehammer with a long handle that was burning. Then the flames gathered upwards from the position of the hammer's tail, and finally disappeared completely in the hammer head, revealing a long-handled sledgehammer with a dark body and dense fire patterns. Ghost attack type zanpaku knife, ability, explosion. Yi said. He smashed the giant hammer in front of the melon-eating duo. The distance is well controlled, and the dust that has been raised just stops when it reaches the front. Hongzhang silently praised Yi, but he always felt that something was wrong. She just seemed to say an explosion. So should we run now? Running or not is indeed a problem, but Hongzhang has no time to make a decision. Accompanied by a loud noise, there was redness in front of my eyes, and the ground was shaking slightly. It really exploded. Tai Dao 81, Shun Kong. Urahara just wanted to release the shield of the glow, but Hongzhang took the first step and erected an invisible wall in front of the two, blocking the rushing flames. Ghosts above the 80th can give up singing, worthy of our ghost masters. It really scared me to death. Hongzhang didn't even think about responding to Urahara's praise. Yi was too nervous. He and Urahara would not be seriously injured in the bombing, but if it weren't for himself, it would be nice definitely. Yeah, you two are okay. Yi said lazily to the two who were all right. Hongzhang understands that this guy is not very nervous, he simply wants to blow them up on purpose. You are a bit too much. Killing people, this is. That's right. I should just hit you in the face. Even if Hongzhang was sluggish, he could see what was wrong with Yi at this time, but he didn't understand what the problem was, so he could only ask Urahara for help. Urahara didn't speak either, but pointed to the zanpaku knife hanging around Yi's waist. It seemed that the problem was with this. Hongzhang felt that it might be that Yi felt that his zanpaku was too weak and too embarrassing, so he was more angry. So he comforted, although your knife is not as good as Urahara's, it is still very strong. It is not shameful. Don't be angry. What's strong? What's not ashamed? Ye suddenly turned into a ignited gunpowder barrel, constantly beating Hongzhang on the shoulder. Yika belongs to the Siphon Jiyuan family, this zanpaku knife is really not suitable for her, Urahara explained, pulling away the two who were fighting together by the way. What's wrong with Siphon Jiyuan? It means that people in Siphon Jiyuan family must have the strongest zanpaku. Xingjun Urahara continued to remind. Okay, Hongzhang forgot about this for a while. The Sifeng Academy is in charge of the Xingjun, and the Xingjun is an army that executes the punishment on the surface, but in fact it is an army of killers. And the future must be Yi of the head of the Sifeng Academy. And it will definitely be the commander of the Xingjun army. The leader of an assassination troop, the Zanpo Dao was so gorgeous, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Well, don't be angry, although you are a bit more artful with this sword. A bit more artistic? I feel that this knife is a clown. Yi couldn't help crying all of a sudden. The future leader of Xingjun is actually a firework master. Isn't this funny? You don't have to be the leader of the criminal army, isn't it good to be a frontal attacker? Hongzhang continued to comfort Yi, but the effect was not obvious, and Yi kept crying. Hongjiang's head is really big, and his 2 lives are happily 50 years old, but he has no way to cry to girls. In the previous life, Zhongyi didn't need zanpakuto because it was so gorgeous. Who can think of it? Yes, Yi didn't need zanpaku knife in the previous life. Thinking of this, Hongzhang quickly said, then we don't need this knife. It doesn't exist at all. You don't think I'm embarrassing enough? Yi's anger that was finally extinguished was ignited again, and he rushed up to pinch Hongjiang's neck and said, how can there be a of death without a zanpaku knife? Why, no ghosts and Daos Hong, no. Yi calmed down a little bit when he heard this, and knew that Hong Zhang was not using himself to kick him, and slightly let go of his hand. Hong Zhang, who had regained his life, took 2 big breaths and continued, "Your free hit is so good, and with the secret instant step of the Saifeng Academy, you can also become a captain-level figure without Zanpadao." Yi completely let go of his hand and thought for a while. Hong Jiang's words really make sense. The 2 of the ghosts and Daoists do not have the Zanpo Dao, but they do have the strength of the captain level. This proves that Zanpo Dao is not directly related to whether it can become a captain. However, compared with Ghost Dao, free fight has its limitations. Since the establishment of Xingjun for nearly 1,000 years, there has never been an existence that can become a legion commander without the Zanpadao. Therefore, Yi also thought about Hong Jiang's rhetoric. No bottom. This is it possible? Why is it impossible? Hong Jiang asked a question and continued, people can become a captain by relying on ghosts alone, and they are also ranked in the 4 major battles, why can't they fight for nothing? You can still see the limit of white fight. Although there are ghost ways, the 2 have already developed higher levels of ghost ways, Yi still had no idea. Then you can also increase the limit of no fight. It's not the same. The more Yi said, the lower his head, and the less confidence he became. It's not difficult for me to create new moves, but it doesn't really improve the fight. Then you should improve it substantially. Hong Jiang held Yi's shoulder and said sincerely, I believe you can do it. Just trust me like that. Of course, I will come back from the future. I really can't lie, I will come back from the future, Yi said with a smile in Hong Jiang's sincere eyes, rubbing his eyes, I have to rely on me to help you lie, and I will definitely be able to break through the limit in the future. I didn't know that Hong Jiang was indeed a person who had traveled back from the future, but it was not important. She was indeed inspired and decided to take a hard road that no one had done before. Perhaps in Hong Jiang's view, he just said what he knew. But actually because of him, the future he saw in the past has quietly changed. Hiro Kozuka, a butterfly from the future, officially flapped its wings for the first time. Chapter 15, Graduation. Mao Spiritual Academy, Slashing Class. Tsuchika Hiro, come up and demonstrate the moves taught yesterday. In the Ghost Road class. Diazuka Hiro, talk about your experience in releasing number 32 to break the road. In the classroom for nothing. Diazuka Hiroshi, it's not right, it's Yiki. Forget it, come up together, one for the correct demonstration, the other as the negative textbook. Hong Jiang, you are the negative textbook. Days passed day by day. Inadvertently, the 3 of Hong Jiang had spent 6 years in the Mao Spiritual Academy. The life in the Spiritual Academy is leisurely, but in order. As one of the students of the center, Hong Jiang enjoyed his academy career incomparably. This is destined to be one of the most nostalgic moments in his life. Today is the graduation day for the 3 of them, even if they feel reluctant, they must say goodbye to the Spiritual Academy. 6 years is the longest period of study in the Spiritual Academy. Regardless of whether students become talented or not, they must leave here every 6 years. This is a rule. However, it is only Hong Jiang who is reluctant to give up. Yi and Urahara never planned to enter the Mao Spiritual Academy from the beginning. In the past 6 years, they have proposed to graduate almost every night. It is not easy to stick to it today. Senior Hong Jiang, congratulations on your graduation, please accept this bunch of flowers. Haha, thank you, I will cover you with a team in the future. Hong Jiang took the flower from the primary school girl, and smiled and encouraged by the way, making the girl who just enrolled last year happy. In the past 6 years, the Hong Jiang trio have been star figures in the Spiritual Academy because of their high talents, strength, and childishness. Among them, Hong Jiang is the most popular. Yi Tai is too strong and heroic, making people afraid to approach. Although Urahara always smiles, like a nice person, his smile always gives people a sense of being calculated, so fewer people dare to approach him than Yi. Only Hongjiang has a wide-ranging personality, and he has no arrogance in getting along with people. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he is the best person among the three. The students in the spiritual academy have more or less contact with him. You two are so empty, just to help me share some of the burden. After Hongjiang had dealt with the last admirer, seeing that Yi and Urahara were empty hands, he quickly divided the flowers in his arms to them. You are really boring. Yi rolled her eyes and asked angrily, when did you know those people? In fact, I don't know all of them. I don't even know their names, Hongjiang replied with his mouth curled. In the past 6 years, he has spent most of his time with Yi and Tu, so he actually doesn't remember many of those who seem to know him well. I didn't expect you to be more boring than I thought. What is the use of wasting time on these people? Senior Hongjiang, the 13th team is already there, a little boy in the distance shouted at this time. Hongjiang nodded his head and thanked the other admirer, then turned to Yi and said, will this be useful? So I didn't waste time. The entrance ceremony of the spiritual academy may be optional, but the graduation ceremony is of great significance. The establishment of the Mao Spiritual Academy was to deliver fresh blood to the Godii 13th team, so whenever the graduation ceremony is held, the Godii 13th team will send a deputy captain or above to find outstanding talents to enter its own team. Therefore, the graduation ceremony can also be regarded as a simple team entrance ceremony. Every year, students who graduate must first test their spiritual power level in the life pool, and then submit an application to their favorite team. When they came to the room where the life pool was located, all the graduates in the room stood neatly in front of the life pool, watching the 12 death gods in front of them wearing death tyrants and a white sleeveless coat. The 13th are all the deputy captains of the current Godii 13th division. Said it was the deputy captain and above, but every year the deputy captain came. Hongjiang looked at it, and it was the first time he saw the other deputy captains except for the deputy captain of the first division who was dressed in different clothes. Now the spiritual power level test. The teacher in charge of the test saw that the people had arrived and announced the start of the test, the first one. Cao Jin. Luo Jin was here in the pool of life early today, without a trace of wrinkles in a white kimono, and his hair was neatly combed. It seemed that he had no less thought for today. Level 6.5. The test teacher looked at Luo with a smile on his face. It seems that you can reach the team you want to go to. Cao did not answer, but just looked at the position of Takuchijiro, and made no secret that the team he wanted to go to was the first team. Good job, Kai. Don't forget me when you become a deputy captain. This untouchable has really reached the 6th level. Yamamoto-sama shouldn't let the civilians set foot in Siridii. After 6 years of systematic study, Lu Weijin has been directly promoted from level 4 to level 6. Except for a small number of noble students, most of the rest are close to him. After all, in Siridii, strength is still respected. This guy has something. Hongjiang pointed to Luo's back and continued, are we looking at it? There is no direct relationship between character, morality, and strength. The best example of you reading www.yuyugonshu.com is your old man in the mountain. At this time, Urahara already feels a bit of a Frankenstein in the future, and his words are always straightforward. Can you pay attention to the wording, what is my old man in the mountain? Hongjiang turned his head to Yi with shame, and said, what do you think? Urahara is right. Ye nodded, and immediately the conversation changed suddenly, but such a selfish person will die in the hands of my old mother sooner or later. Are you venting your breath for me? The duty of the Xingjun is to obliterate the illegal death. I do things according to the rules. Of course, there are also elements to help you out, but that's just by the way. The corners of Hongjiang's mouth twitched constantly. Is this the feeling of being nurtured? Hongjiang glanced down slightly, not too big, Why always want others to rely on? I'm not afraid of knocking people off. In the past 6 years, the relationship between Hong Zhang and Lu Weijin has not eased, and it is even worse than when there was a conflict in the sword room. In fact, it is Hong Zhang who is unhappy about Lu Weijin, and Yaiki and Urahara are the innocent people who have been implicated in him. However, the two did not feel bad, and even now they are even more hostile to Lu Weijin than Hong Zhang. Not to mention what he did to Hong Zhang in the sword room. In the 6 years of study, Cao Jin has also been targeting Hong Zhang. It's not fair competition, but low-handed targeting. In the kendo exercise, facing Hong Zhang, he kept piercing his throat. In vain fights, he was either piercing his eyes or stealing peaches. They were all tricks in the life and death duel. They were all about killing Hong Zhang. According to Yi's words, I didn't kill him on the spot, I have been very restrained. Is there anything wrong? I don't know when this hatred caused by Hong Zhang will end, or it will end until death. Who knows the future? Chapter 16, Stop Moving Forward. Speaking of Lu Weijin Yi, he was in a bad mood, and thinking about the way he looked at the direction of the team just now was disgusting. This kind of person still wants to join a team, dream. Cursed at night, then turned to Hong Zhang and continued, surely you won't allow him to enter the second team? Anyway, I won't let him enter the second team. Sister, I'm not you. Don't mention that the old man is still alive, even if there is an accident, it may not be my turn to call the shots. Hong Zhang looked helpless. The second division was managed by the Sifeng Academy, so as the future captain of the second division, the future owner of the Sifeng Academy, Yi, has the right not to have anyone. But the team is different. Only those who are recognized by the 5 nobles, the 46 room and all the captains can serve as captains. Therefore, even if Hong Zhang is the heart of the old man, it is still unknown whether he can take over the banner of the team. The old man doesn't give you some privileges, it's really stingy. Yi mocked, then rolled his eyes and continued, or, you come to the second division. Why are you going there? Be your deputy captain. Don't be so rigid. The relationship between us must be equal. Let's discuss what's going on. Also, if you are willing to become a parent, it will be fine for the patriarch of the Sifeng Academy to sit for you in the future. Yi said that he blushed, holding her face in the gesture of a shy and weak woman. This joke is not funny at all. Hong Zhang didn't even see Yi's state at the moment, thinking she was still watching the joke. In the trio, the only person who can choose which team to go to is Kisuk Urahara. The other two are firmly rooted in the first and second teams, and they can't help but fool around. Urahara Kisuk. Go ahead and test. Yaiki originally wanted to have a good talk with Hong Zhang, but now it was the 3 of them to test. As 6 years ago, Urahara started and Hong Zhang ended. As Urahara started testing, the water in the life pool quickly overflowed the 5th bamboo joint, and continued to fill the unfilled part of the pool at an unabated rate, and finally would fill the entire life pool. Level 6, full. The test teacher smiled and gave a thumbs up, and continued to shout, Siphonjai Yuan Yi. Go ahead and test. Like Urahara, Yaika's test result is also full of level 6. However, the two are also somewhat different. Yi has reached the 6th level faster. The test limit of the living spirit pool is level 6 full, so the students present are wondering if Yi has crossed the level 6 boundary. After all, Urahara was level 5 full 6 years ago, and she was already level 6. Only Hong Zhang knows that both of them are still at the 6th level. And there is no so-called 7-level spiritual power level, and the 6th level is the limit of the spiritual power level. Of course, this doesn't mean that all top gods of death have the same spiritual power. The spiritual power level represents more the purity of spiritual power, and the 6th level is the purest spiritual power level. If you go up further, you must change your mindset, that is, the quality and quantity of spiritual power. To put this process simpler is to compress the spiritual power into a high concentration of spiritual power and use it in daily combat. Of course, the actual operation will be more difficult. Urahara and Yaishi are currently stuck at this stage. This kind of high concentration of spiritual power is also called spiritual pressure. In theory, there is no upper limit for spiritual pressure, so there is no level law. Then it was Hongjiang's turn to test, but by the time he was no longer interested. 6 years ago, it was the 6th level eyebrows, and now the proper 6th level eyebrows are full. No matter how high it is, it can't be seen. Anyway, the life pool can't be tested and exploded. But when everyone thought they had guessed the ending, Hongjiang's test ending hit them in the face again. It's not that the life pool really exploded, but that he didn't reach level 6 full. Level 6 eyebrow. The test teacher was afraid that he might be wrong, so he rubbed his eyes twice. Facts have proved that it is not wrong. Hongjiang's grade is indeed 6th grade, exactly the same as 6 years ago. Is there something wrong with the pool of life? The test teacher wanted to find an excuse for Hongjiang, but as a tester, he knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the life pool and this excuse was not valid. Genius, fallen. The test teacher sighed inwardly. Not only the test teacher, but also the deputy captain of the 13th division present thinks so. The talent of being side by side with Yi, even faintly elevated, as a result, has not made progress in 6 years. It is really impossible to justify. The students also began to whisper and discuss. Diazuka Hongjiang's limit is the 6th level eyebrows, and the potential of civilians is still too small, and so on and so on, directly qualitatively his future and sentenced to death. What's the matter with you? You won't really not practice in the past 6 years. Hongjiang just returned to Yi, who hurriedly asked. Hongjiang couldn't explain this, but he returned with a wry smile. I don't mean that, I mean you are too relaxed. Of course this does not mean you are depraved. I wanted to comfort Xia Hongjiang at night, but the words she said were more weird, and she scratched her head to explain in a hurry, for fear that Hongjiang might misunderstand herself. At this moment, a discordant voice appeared. Yeah, isn't this our great genius? Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and looked at it at night. It was a red-haired deer's tail entering. Stopping for 6 years, such a genius is really unexpected. I am afraid I will never catch up with you. Want to die? Yi stared at the deer's tail fiercely, and there was a crisp sound from his right hand clenching a fist. Yo yo yo. It's terrible. The deer tail moved back exaggeratedly, and continued to laugh while walking. Someone has come out to protect our great genius. It's just a woman? Our great genius teeth are stuck. Ye was completely angry, she was going to smash Luojan's face now. But when the heel was lifted, she was held down by the gloomy Hongjiang. Leave it to me. Although the spiritual power level was part of the old man's plan, Hongjiang was very upset by the dumb loss. Originally unhappy, Luojan completely set Hongjiang on fire with this one, and even if he was sick, he still insulted Yi. Punish him. Not negotiable. What are you going to do? Yi asked. Destroyed what he wanted most. Seeing that Yi didn't understand, Hongjiang continued to ask, what do you think is Luojan's biggest wish? What is Kaijan's wish? Yi hadn't really thought about this question. In her opinion, this man was a lunatic, and she didn't understand what he wanted. Enter the first team. Urahara, who had been silent, gave an answer. That's right, he yelled at me more than once that he wanted to join a team to become the old man's disciple. Hey, just him. Yi sneered, do you really take yourself seriously? At first I thought it would be nice to let him join the team as a joke, but he has an inch, don't blame me for being too cruel. Hongjiang slapped his hand with a knife, slashed in the air, and said coldly, break him off. Miss it. Chapter 17, Look. Kozuka Hero. I will kill you. At the graduation ceremony, Luwei yanked his teeth and screamed, raising the zanpaku knife in his hand to kill Hongjiang not far away. Just now, he was kicked out of the team, and it was not even 10 minutes from entering the team to being kicked out. The reason is actually just a sentence from Hongjiang: the first team has me, not him. In fact, when Hongjiang said that sentence, everyone in the audience was laughing. The team has always been impartial, even Yamamoto's closed disciple. It is impossible to ostracize people so blatantly. Besides, it is still a young of death with unlimited potential. Even Urahara and Yaika wondered if Hongjiang was mad. Although they knew he would prevent Luwei from joining the first team, the two never thought he would do this in this way. It is very difficult to succeed in private means, and now it is directly on the table. It is strange to succeed. That's as you wish. Kotaku Minister Jiro's words were beyond everyone's expectations. Did we hear them wrong? Even when Sparrow pointed at Luwei and asked him to choose another team, everyone still didn't react. In fact, even Cao Jin himself didn't react. In his opinion, Hongjiang is completely the roar of the defeated dog. I want to be completely disappointed in this person by the captain, and he is about to replace Hongjiang as the new captain's successor. But why did Minister Jiro say then you leave the team? Why is he pointing at me? I was kicked just after entering the first team? Many questions flashed in Kai's heart, and when he recovered, he was greeted by the pity of everyone's eyes and the expressive sarcasm of Hiro Tsuzuka. It turns out that I heard it right just now. The first team really made a choice between himself and Hongjiang, and it was him who was abandoned. The impact that this wish was fulfilled but disappeared in a flash completely made Luwei crazy. What laws and regulations have been left behind by him at this moment? He wants to kill the guy who is smiling and waving himself. He must. There was more than Luwei who felt that Hongjiang was too much. In fact, most of the deputy captains frowned at Hongjiang. Being uncomfortable doesn't mean that they will acquiesce to Luwei's behavior, and the Siridii must not harm colleagues without reason. This is an iron rule. Was shot by the 5th Division Deputy Captain Yumi Kinto, a slender woman with long brown hair. At the moment when Luwei was about to slash to Hongjiang, he accurately knocked out the zanpaku knife in his hand with his bare hands, and then knocked it out with a single hand. I think the captain will know about this, right? Takibe. This is an internal decision of the team, the captain will naturally know. Takubu said in a word that the deputy captain of the 2nd Division next to him was speechless. The selection of players was originally an internal matter of each team, and even the 2nd Division of the penalty team had no right to interfere. Then we want this person in the 5th Division. Yumi Kinto interjected, and said unceremoniously, Vice Captain Takubu should have nothing to say. The 5th Division should be well trained, and don't let the good seedlings go astray. In the field, the 3 deputy captains fought with each other, and the other 10 had their own thoughts. Yamamoto can be the leader of the 1st Division, but the 1st Division must not be Yamamoto's private property. Was Kozuka Hiro's mischief an accident, or was Yamamoto behind him deliberately? Does Yamamoto, who has been indifferent for 1,000 years, want to fight for power now? If so, then Siridii is about to change. After the new player selection, even the new players who join the favorite team are not very excited. The deputy captains of the teams were even more absent-minded. Because of Hongjiang's actions, the graduation ceremony was quite unhappy. In the study of the Saifeng Academy, at this moment there are only the contemporary patriarch and Yayi and 2 who have ended their career in the spiritual academy. Yaishi, do you think Hiro Kozuka is really jealous of that young man this time? Jealous? This kind of emotion will never appear in him. Yayi said firmly. From the clouds to the bottom, people will change, especially young people. The owner of the family warned softly, and a loud voice appeared again, be wary of him in the future. Yaishi wanted to refute, but his father's words were not wrong. As a result, Hongjiang was depraved, and the obvious exclusion this time was indeed absurd. But for some reason she still thinks that Hongzhang will rise again, and even has an absurd idea that all this is actually Hongzhang deliberately. But put these words in her heart for the time being, she believed that one day Hongzhang would prove herself personally. At the same time, in the residence of the captain of the 4th Division, the captain of the 4th Division Yuazhuaril is listening to his deputy captain's report. "That kid, I used to run to me a lot," Yuazhua said with a smile, squinting. "I didn't expect to graduate from the spiritual academy in a blink of an eye, so time flies." "Captain, this should not be the focus. Our 4th Division only needs to do well in the internal affairs. But this time there are so many people entering the 4th Division, next time you recruit new members, go ahead." In the 8th Division team house, the two captains are sitting cross-legged. "Our little brother really does not play cards according to common sense, and I really want to call him over for a drink." Jingle Chun Shui laughed and said, "But he probably doesn't have time today." "I said you, when are you still talking about this?" Yukatake Shiriro held his head helplessly. "What are you worrying about?" Chun Shui raised his head and took a sip, and continued, "The bird can allow Hongzhang to be so troubled, it must be the acquiescence of the old man. I was worried because the teacher acquiesced, I don't know what the teacher meant. The old man would have acted long ago if he wanted his rights, why do he have to do it multiple times? So I guess the reason is still our younger brother." Chun Shui replied solemnly. Floating Bamboo thought for a while, this is indeed correct. If Chun Shui's guess is correct, then Yamamoto is probably trying to hide Hongzhang. But everyone has seen the test results. Hongzhang has not grown in 6 years. This is not something that can be done without practicing. Then there is only one possibility, that is, Yamamoto cheated the pool of life by some means, but can this kind of thing be done? Not only Yukatake Shiro who thought of the life pool, but also Urahara Kisuke, who had just joined the 12th squad, also asked the plump purple-haired woman in front of her. She was the creator of the life pool and the 12th squad leader Hikatsu Kiryu. The life pool is a tool to test the spiritual power level, that is, the purity of the spiritual power. The method is to decompose the very little spiritual power to achieve the same effect as the lowest level spiritual power, and finally express it in the form of quantity through the life pool. Is there a way to deceive the soul pool? For example, input spiritual power through control. Urahara continued to ask. It is theoretically possible, but I have never seen anyone who can do this. Seeing that Urahara still had doubts, Kiryu explained in more detail. To put it simply, the life pool is actually tested by the unconscious spiritual defense of the of death. In order to avoid artificial control levels, the attack on the handstand of the life pool has been so weak that it is imperceptible, and the spiritual power of the autonomous defense triggered by this is also reduced to a limit. No matter the purity is high or low, the minimum spiritual power that the body can release is only those, Kiryu called it unit spiritual power. Based on this premise, if you want to hide the life pool, you must first consciously control the body's self-defense mechanism, and at the same time have the ability to decompose and reduce the unit's spiritual power. These two requirements are more difficult than the other. The former may be able to do it by a few top reapers, but the latter cannot even be done by Hikashu Kiryu, who has the deepest research on spiritual power and the most proficient in manipulation. From this point of view, Hongzhang has either grown to an unimaginable level, or simply degenerate. However, that guy always surprises people, maybe this time too? Urahara thought in his heart, and his smile deepened. Is that all? I know. You go out first. 5th Division Captain Mako Hirako said, waving his hands. Yes. Kinto Yumi bowed, and then left the captain's residence, but now she has another place to go. A few minutes later, Kinto came to a team building and knocked on the door. After getting permission, he opened the door and went in. The owner of the room is a man who looks comfortable at first glance. He has black-rimmed glasses and a gentle smile on his face. His brown curly hair also gives him this lazy breath and gentleness. He is the third place in the 5th division, AI Ran Soyuzuk. The deputy captain seems to be worried. Just call me Yumi, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com that Luojin is really good, I brought him to the team. Jindo thought for a while, decided to talk about today's matter with AI Ran, but some bad things happened today. Lan Ran poured a cup of tea for Kinto, and quietly listened to Kinto's recount of today's farce. It seems that Kozuka Hiroshi really regards himself as the prince of the first team. Lan Ran joked with a smile. Who said no? And Takubi really agreed, I really don't know what he thinks. Nishinoto said, feeling more and more angry, and immediately drank the tea in the cup. Perhaps the captain agreed. Aizen saw Nishino with a heavy face, and quickly changed the subject. If I were there, I might not be able to save Tetsuzuka Hiro. Let him suffer a little bit and teach him a lesson. It is estimated that everyone present thought so in the end, I was the only one who took the shot. As you said, Lue is a good seed, because it is a pity to be punished for this kind of thing. Only the last shot, that kid is probably terrified, right? Why? I probably know that the bird will save myself, so I behaved very indifferently. Jinto replied with a pouting mouth, and then asked, you said, the captain does not want to give a team to the butterfly in the future. Isn't it in the hands of Tsukahiro? Look at what punishment he will receive next, this will represent the true attitude of the captain. Lan Ran replied casually, looking at the tea in the cup, as if thinking of something. Not only Aizen, there are countless pairs of eyes in the Seirai at this moment are concentrated in a team, waiting for Yamamoto to deal with Hiroshi. And after the news about Hongjiang's specific disposal the next day came out, the invisible storm also officially spread to Seirai by the first team, like a signal that a major change may not be coming soon. Up. Chapter 18, Liuhun Street. Temporarily disqualified Tetsuzuka Hiro to challenge the seat, so that he will be stationed at Liuhun Street for 150 years, and he can formally join the team after the garrison mission ends. This is the latest news about the disposal of Hongjiang. Everyone was trapped in their minds after learning the news. On the surface, it sounds like disqualification again, and he has been stationed on Liuhun Street for 150 years. It seems to be very serious, but in reality it is completely different. The disqualification is only for the time being. The stationed on Ruakan Street did not specify which district he is stationed in. If Hongjiang wants to, he can set up a shed outside the Soaring Palace. Although it will take 150 years, for the of death 150 years it was just a flash. This is not so much a punishment for Hongjiang, it is more of a protection method to let him go on vacation away from the place of right and wrong. The partiality is self-evident. Perhaps the information that came out was not exhaustive. After all, with Yamamoto's wisdom, even if he was protecting Hongjiang, he would not be so obvious. But after personally verifying, the above order was indeed announced by Yamamoto in front of all the members of the first team. Is this Yamamoto speaking? From then on, the first team was not Seirai's first team, but his Yamamoto Motoyanagase Shigakuni? The real lord of Seirai over the 5 nobles. No one can guess what Yamamoto is thinking about right now, only know that the captain has changed, and Seirai might change too. Hongjiang, who caused all this, has already left Seirai Palace at this moment. To be precise, he left last night, of course not to take refuge, but to hone himself while performing the task. It was indeed a temporary move by Hongjiang to kick off Luojin at the graduation ceremony. According to the original plan, after Hongjiang entered the first team, Yamamoto would order Hongjiang to retreat on the grounds of negligence in training, and then Hongjiang would use another identity action in order to confuse the food and audio. Everything has been done, and it won't help to blame Hongjiang, and if his temporary intention is handled properly this time, it would be a good thing. At this moment, the surface of the Soaring Palace is calm, but in reality, there are internal and external troubles, and the dark tide is raging. Outside there is the eternal enemy of the of Death Su, and inside, after the Godi 13 team has been transformed from a killer organization to one of the Siridii power centers, this cake is greedy by many people. There are also non-friends and non-enemies. This situation has been going on for more than 1,000 years. If these tumors and dark wounds in Yamamoto's eyes cannot be solved all at once, the side that remains will definitely hide deeper. For this reason, Yamamoto is also very weak. But this kind of distress is also relative. In the eyes of the other party, isn't Yamamoto the huge stone blocking the way? So if there is something wrong with the Dingai Shenzhen of Siling Court, will the maggots hiding in the dark jump out and act? The answer is yes. Yamamoto, who has figured this out, knows that this farce may become a great opportunity, an opportunity to break the deadlock and stand up. In this way, the plan had to be changed. The pair of masters and disciples took 5 or 6 hours in total, and finally decided to split the troops. Yamamoto naturally wanted to stay at the center of the storm, Siridii, while Hiro, who was originally confined, would walk out of Siridii, which was the real reason for the disposal order. Rukan Street, the only place in the corpse soul world that is protected by the of death except Siridii. The Rukan Street surrounding Soaring Palace is divided into 4 blocks, east, south, west, and north. Each block is divided into 80 districts from the inside to the outside, a total of 320 districts. Therefore, even though it is named as a street, Liuhun Street, which exists to accommodate the souls of the dead, is absolutely unmatched by any city in the world. After the dead souls of the present world are buried by the souls of death in the Siridii, their souls live in different districts of Rukan Street before and after death. Let's call them humans. Although the street of the surviving souls is huge, it is not capable of accommodating all the souls of the dead. And the reason why Liuhun Street, which was only in the 320th district since ancient times, was not full of people, all depended on the location of Hongjiang at the moment. The 80th district of North Liuhun Street, Zhengmu District, one of the most fringe locations on Liuhun Street, a place with no traces of the city at all, comparable to hell. I said earlier that Liuhun Street is protected by the of death, but compared to the vast number of mortals, the number of gods of death is limited. Therefore, the farther away from Sirai Palace, the more desolate it is and the more chaotic the public order. The place above the 70th district is already a wild weedy area, completely out of law. And the farthest 80 district, the of death does not regard it as part of Liuhun Street, but calls it another title, the origin of killing. There are people called refugees, and there are also imaginary people, but there is no concept of the same kind. Whether you are a human or an imaginary, here is an existence that is almost imaginary. The only way to survive is to kill all the active existences in front of you, swallow him, and then strengthen yourself, in order to enter the first 70 area of Liuhun Street, become a civilian. But unlike the imaginary, the refugees here will not easily attack the of death, and the Black Death Tyrant is the security pass here. But this doesn't mean that they respect the of death. As long as Hongjiang walked along, he met many refugees who watched him drool. He believes that if he is not walking but is seriously injured and falls to the ground, then these people will definitely come up and take him off. For them, the of death is a treasure all over, and swallowing the of death has a chance to gain spiritual power, even if they just grab the Zanpaku knife. The wealth in exchange is enough to live in any area of Liuhun Street. Chaos is chaos, but the death gods in Zhengmu district are definitely not too few. This is the hardest hit area where the imaginary enters the corpse soul world to prey. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. All teams will intervene here to protect the soul world. It also plays a role in experience. But fighting is not a child's play after all. The emptiness that dares to invade the corpse soul world is not an ordinary thing, so death is not absolutely safe here. One part died in the empty mouth, and the other part was seriously injured by the nearby refugees. Lost his life. But will his Kozuka Hiroji give this opportunity to the refugees? Well, this is really hard to say. Although Hong Zhang has confidence in his own strength, he is not afraid of 10,000, but he is afraid of it. If he really hangs up, he can't read the file and start again. I brought another knife when I knew it. Hong Zhang thought in his heart. Of course, he had mentioned it to the old man, but he was ruthlessly rejected, so this time he only brought a ghost. But the old man also said that if he wanted to run away, few people in the entire corpse soul world could keep him, but those few are unlikely to have a problem. Of course, the virtual circle can also leave his existence, but the existence of that level will not appear easily. In general, as long as he does not lose his head, it is not difficult to survive. Thinking of this, his heart relaxes a lot. After all, he is not a flower in a greenhouse. But at this moment, a sword light appeared from his left, approaching his front door. There is really something that doesn't have eyes. With a touch of his left hand, Hong Zhang pulled out the armored ghost's sheath from his waist, blocking the sword light. The light of the sword disappeared. It was a long sword with nicked blades. The tip of the sword was piercing Jiagui's scabbard, which seemed to be blocked by Hong Zhang. But only Hong Zhang knew that the other party had held back his strength the moment he touched the scabbard, and he didn't feel any impact from the beginning to the end. Master. With just this hand, Hong Zhang knows that the master of the sword is not simple, but he doesn't know what this temptation is, whether he is an enemy or a friend. Chapter 19, Fighting Madmen. Looking along the long sword, the owner of the sword is a skinny young man in tattered clothes. A long hair that was messy like withered grass blocked most of the facial features, and his face was covered with dark red dirt. It was not clear whether it was blood or mud, or both. I know that people in such clothes are not weak. The mouth under the long hair was closed, and the voice was deep and hoarse, but you are much stronger than them, not bad. Did you kill all those gods of death before? Hong Zhang looked at the long-haired man in front of him. He was dressed like a vagrant, but his skills were not the same. Although what he said was arrogant, it was not a lie. If it were an ordinary of death, he might have cut it off just now. Some people were too weak, and they were pierced by me without even reacting. Many others caught up and played a little with me, but most of them didn't have much fun. The man raised his head slightly, his tone full of voice. Nostalgia and enjoyment. Hong Zhang also learned from his narration that what a man enjoys is not killing, what he really enjoys is evenly matched battles, fighting on the line of life and death. Men don't value life, whether it's their own or their enemies, as long as they are interesting, why not give their own life? You are different from those people, this time I think I should be able to have more fun. The man said, a fierce aura broke out from his body, he turned the sword in his hand and cut it towards Hong Zhang from below. Lunatic! Hong Zhang was also on fire now. He raised his right foot and stepped on Jian Feng. The ghost in his left hand had already disappeared in the scabbard. Trample it! A ghost! The black boots collided with the silver longsword in mid-air, making a crisp sound. Neither party could go further for a while, and it was so deadlocked. Yes! That's it! The long-haired man exclaimed excitedly, it changes from time to time. It's so fun to fight with you people. Then let you see something more interesting. Hong Zhang moved his ankle and lifted the long sword away from the sole of his feet, and went straight to the opposite door with his right hand empty. A ghost turned into a black short knife and suddenly appeared in his hand, bringing up a flower. This time the long-haired man was hit. If this knife is pierced, the long-haired man's neck will definitely be pierced and he will die on the spot. But the strange thing is that he seemed to feel something at the last moment, he unexpectedly bowed his head weirdly, and immediately jumped back. The ghost only left a scar on his face. Ha ha ha! Interesting, so interesting! The man laughed without panic, and the corners of his mouth were almost open to his ears. The man's crazy appearance made Hong Jiang's heart tremble. The person in front of him will not be afraid of being injured. He is a real fighter machine. Want to stop this fighter machine? The only way is to destroy him. Having figured this out, Hong Zhang immediately pushed forward, and talking nonsense with him was a waste of time. Jiagui's battle is about a coherent and unconstrained battle. The unthinkable operation of blocking the sword empty-handed and turning to a short-edged blade to kill can become a reality under the characteristics of Jiagui's lack of release speed. With this characteristic, Jiagui's fighting rhythm is different from usual. According to Yamamoto's words, the entire battle, like being in a deep-sea undercurrent, seemed disorderly and chaotic, but in reality the tricks were deadly and murderous. Hong Zhang, who took the initiative to attack, firmly controlled the fighting rhythm in his own hands this time, and the man didn't back down much. In just a few breaths, the two had already passed hundreds of moves. And this deep-sea undercurrent of play also made the long-haired man suffer. At this moment, most of his clothes were soaked in blood, and he was almost a blood man. But Hong Jiang's mood at the moment is not relaxed. The other party is indeed a blood man, but only he knows that he can threaten the other party's vitals from the beginning, but now he can only occasionally leave small injuries in some insignificant places. The man in front of him is adapting to the battle at an astonishing speed, and he even wants to regain the initiative. Boom! The man's long sword was once again put on his shoulder by Hong Zhang with his gloves, and Hong Zhang did not hesitate, hitting the man's throat with his empty right hand. But this time the man didn't dodge, making a fist with his left hand and directly facing him. "Don't you want this hand?" Hong Zhang asked coldly. "If you have the ability, take it." Ha ha ha. The two fists just slammed together, and there was a muffled noise. Immediately after the two of them exerted force on their hands at the same time, their feet were loosened, and they each moved backwards by the strength of each other, and stretched a distance. "It seems that you can't take my arm temporarily, hee. The man smiled easily. Hong Zhang was expressionless at this time, seemingly calm, but his heart had already been overwhelmed. Seeing this, the other party has already felt Jiagui's weakness, but he just doesn't know how far he understands it. "I'm thinking, there should be two ways to deal with you. The first is to extend the attack range," the man said, the white spiritual power wrapped around the long sword, and then he waved his hand. The spiritual power on the sword hit Hong Zhang with the slash like a wave. Hong Zhang frowned lightly, and made a fist with his right hand. The white spiritual power was also covered on the Jiagui glove, and he punched the spiritual power in front of him. With a loud bang, the wind raged around with sand, dust, and gravel. The dust was cleared, and with the two as the center, a radius of 1 mile had become a barren land. "Is this your way? Weeding is quite convenient." Hong Zhang sneered, but he was not so relaxed in his heart. "Distance is indeed a weakness of Jiagui, I mentioned it on the eve of 6 years ago, but it's not that deadly." But since the man said there were two ways, would the other be the one he was afraid of? "Of course you won't be a character that can be killed with just 2 swipes of the sword." The man's voice sounded again, "If your sword becomes slower, I should be dead now." Before the words fell, the man slashed again with his sword. Hong Zhang had to raise his left arm to resist, just like before the two separated. "Neck or heart, choose any place you like to stab. I see whether you were pierced in half first, or I was pierced first." The man said. The force in his hand was a little bit stronger and he grinned said, "Or we will die at the same time." "Maybe it is." Ha ha ha. Jiagui's greatest weakness has been found. Hong Jiang's face was pale, his right hand turned his palm and slapped the man's long sword, leaped back, and opened the distance again. Hong Jiang's strategy relies on Jiagui's non-transition speed, which is also Jiagui's greatest advantage. Without it, Jiagui is just an ordinary Zanpaku. But sometimes the biggest advantage is also the biggest disadvantage. This is the case with the Jiagui. The fast form transition seems to be both offensive and defensive, but in fact, what Jiagui can do is only offensive and defensive switching, and it is a very extreme offensive and defensive switching. How do you explain this? Simply put, there can only be one sword and other forms. You can launch a fatal attack in an instant, but your defense will also disappear instantly. So Jiagui is good at fighting for life, but at the same time he is most afraid of fighting for life. Therefore, before Hongjiang received an attack from the opponent, he would use his force to fend off, and at the same time, he would launch an attack with his free hand to avoid the momentary loss of defense. But if the enemy clings to him, Hongjiang would not dare to change the form of a ghost. Just like the situation just now, if he dared to turn Jiagui back into a short knife, he would be cut off his left shoulder the first time, and he would be cut in half the second time. So at that time, he didn't want the other's arm, but he didn't dare. At this time, we have to use another style of play, which is to abandon the short knife change and use the sticky method of white play. But this is that there is no possibility of real hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, with Hongjiang's current half-hearted beating, it is undoubtedly death by this kind of play. That or the way to expose yourself. Hongjiang believes that with the man's performance just now, he is sure not to give the opponent a chance to adapt and kill him instantly. At this moment, Hongjiang felt that there were people approaching from the rear. There were a lot of them. 5 or 6. Hongjiang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "People like me have arrived, do you still want to fight? Will they intervene in our battle? I think so. And attacking the of death, but a great sin." The man curled his lips and looked unhappy. The long sword in his hand was hung directly around his waist, and it seemed that he was going to stop. "What is your name, where can I find you in the future?" the man asked, and he seemed to want to fight Hongjiang again. "Kozuka Hiro. Where can I find me?" Hiro smirked and pointed in the direction of Siritii and said, "In that direction, there is a place called Siritii. I will be there in the future." "Is there? I know people who wear the same clothes as you come from there. It will definitely be more fun there." The man turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Hongjiang couldn't help but feel a dark heart as he watched the man's back further and further away. "Stupid boy, I hope to see you fighting in the Siritii. No, maybe I never have a chance to see you again, so cool." "That's right. Ask you something." The man suddenly stopped, turning his head and shouting to Hongjiang. Ask. Why don't you call Kenpeki? This silly boy still knows Kenpeki?" Hongjiang said he was shocked. To be precise, Kenpeki is not a name but a title, giving the Siritii the strongest of death, the title passed down from generation to generation. Of course, there is a bragging element in this. According to the experience of Hongjiang's previous life, the strongest of death in the past has not been awarded the title of Sword 8, such as the current Old Man of the Mountain. So to be precise, Kenpeki actually represents the most powerful swordsman of death. Although it sounds bluffing, the strength of its representatives is greatly discounted. Because I am not the strongest of death in Siritii, I can't be called Kenpeki. Is there any stronger? The man thoughtfully continued to shout, "Then tell Siritii Kenpeki, I will challenge him in the future." Hongjiang was very happy when he heard these words, the Siriting Jianpeki, who on earth told him where the strongest place is to be named plus Jianpeki. But Hongjiang didn't intend to correct him. On the contrary, he would just tell the Sword 8 of the Searing Palace, "The scene will be very hot." "Okay. But you always have to tell me your name." "Kenbaki. I am also called Nbaki. But I am the strongest in Karagi, so." "Jianba is the strongest person." This silly name is also the format of place name plus Jianba, so it is Jianba in Zhengmu district. Is not right. A name appeared in Hongjiang's heart, but he couldn't connect with the embarrassed man in front of him. "So my name is Zhengmu Kenpeki." Kenpeki turned around, waved his hand and continued, "Then I'll see you again in Siritii." Over. Completely finished. I never expected that the goods in front of me were even more wooden swords. Genki Kenpeki, the captain of the future Siridi 11th Division, a fighting madman, who is bored all day and takes pleasure in finding someone to fight. Thinking that Hong Jiang couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, which aroused even more Mu Jianba's interest. He was a big deal. As for the Sirite Sword 8, Hong Jiang could only silently say sorry in his heart, and accidentally sent a wolf over. Who can think of it? Chapter 20, Welcome to the Land of Killing. Hong Jiang just watched Zheng Mu Jianba's back disappear into the distance, and was surrounded by 5 black shadows. From the looks of his clothes, he was of death. You? Which team are you from? The middle-aged man headed by kept sweeping the eyes of Hong Jiang, and he was of death just like himself, but he had never seen it in Siridi. The first team, Hiro Kozuka. It is reasonable to say that Hong Jiang is one of Siridi's influential figures even if the incident did not occur. The captain's closed disciple, the entire Siridi people have more or less paid attention to him. However, the of death who was stationed in the Shragai district stayed here for hundreds of years, and the time when Hong Jiang appeared was only 20 years, so the middle-aged man headed by him is likely to have never heard his name. The team from the first division is quite strong. The middle-aged man smiled, put away the Zanpaku knife and continued, "We are from the 11th Division, my name is Yusawa Jiraiya." Immediately after Yusawa introduced the other people around Hong Jiang, the 5 people in front of him were all members of the 11th Division stationed in the Shamanji area. Of course, the 11th Division has far more people here than them. In fact, with the exception of the first team in charge of Seringting's safety and supervision of the teams, and the second team in charge of penalty, the rest of the teams have members stationed in the 80th district of Rukon Street. After these players came, they also acted with people from their own squad. They rarely interacted with other squads except for the 4th squad for the main logistics treatment. It is not that the teams are hostile to each other, but this is related to the relatively independent system of the Godi 13 team, which is a historical issue. And the 11th Division is another special case. The 11th Division headed by the previous generations of Jianba is militant, simple, and loyal, and proud of its strong strength. It is the squad with the largest number of players in the Godi 13 team and the strongest overall combat power. It is also the squad with the largest number of players in the 80th district of Liukan Street and is proud of it. They will not easily let people from the other squads intervene in their own battles. If the other squads are xenophobic because of the system, then they simply despise the weak and appear incompatible with other squads. Because of this, they showed great enthusiasm for Hong Jiang along the way, not because of the name of Hong Jiang's genius, nor the identity of a team member, but because Hong Jiang's strength is enough to make them feel good about the young man in front of them. "I can come here as soon as I graduated from the spiritual academy. It seems that Captain Yamamoto values you very much." That's it." Hong Jiang scratched his cheek with his fingers. This topic is too embarrassing to talk about, and he has to change it quickly. "Shangs, where are we going now? Look at me, I forgot to talk about business." Yusawa patted his head heavily, and continued, "Let's go to the station now, and then see where there is a vacancy before rushing to solve it. Life in Gengi has always been like this." "Station? But I heard that there is no station here. It seems that we have done an investigation." Hearing Hong Jiang's question, Shangs paused and glanced at Hong Jiang. His steps moved again. "You also know that there is another title, called The Origin of Killing. I know that the 480 districts have this title, so in order to establish a stable station here, at least 3 captains and deputy captains are required to stay here for a long time." Yusawa nodded first, then shook his head again. Hong Jiang's understanding was right or wrong. To stabilize the origin of all the killings, he had to send the captain of Siridi out of his nest, and this was obviously impossible. But if only 3 captains and deputy captains were divided to suppress one party, Siridi could still afford this combat power. But the reason for not doing this is also because the situation in the killing field will become more tense after the division of this combat power. Since the emergence of the soul world, Siridii has been the center of the soul world, and this is the place where the concentration of souls is highest in the soul world. The concentration of Lingzi at the center and outwards from Siridii continued to decrease, and at the land of killing, the concentration of Lingzi was only 1/8 of Siridii, so the of death would not put too much energy here. But this is only one of the reasons. The vastness of the killing is the boundary of the corpse soul world, and the eternal enemy of the of death void can easily invade here. There is even a saying that the end of the land of killing is the virtual residence, the virtual circle. However, since Siridii was founded 1,700 years ago, no one has been able to come to the end of the original killing, and this kind of argument has gradually disappeared. Vu's instinct is to devour souls. The human world is one of their hunting grounds, and the corpse soul world, which has a large number of high-quality souls, makes them rush. The of death who takes the responsibility of guarding the reincarnation of the soul cannot allow Su to act recklessly in the corpse soul world, so he came to the land of killing and hunted Su. However, the appearance of the of death has attracted more virtual invasions. You come and go, and unless one party is completely eliminated, the dead cycle of killing will continue. Siridii and the 60th district of Ruakan Street cannot be easily invaded, but the home court advantage of the of death in the land of killing will disappear. It can be seen from this that even if the 3 captains and deputy captains are transferred, there will naturally be a higher level of virtual invasion on the virtual circle, and the souls of the captain and deputy team level are imaginary. If you really fall into such a forbidden place, not only will the death gods be unable to take down the original killing, but Liuhun Street, the cornerstone of the corpse world, will also be infested. So if you want to really defend the origin of the killing, the only way is to move the entire Siridii over, which is obviously impossible. Okay, after listening to Shang Zi's analysis, Hong Zhang realized that Su is so threatening to the soul world. He thought that the other party was just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. It was a coincidence that others thought that way. Then where are we going now? There is no place for killing ground, so where is Kamizawa going to take himself now? Hong Zhang couldn't help but feel puzzled. There is no fixed location, but temporary is still essential. Yusawa said, then added with his lips, at least for the 4th Division group of Waste. There is no way to establish a fixed station in the killing field, so all the supplies and treatments depend on the 4th Division members here. If the 11th Division is the strongest in Siridii, then the 4th Division in charge of logistics treatment is the bottom line. Although UU reading www.uuganshu.com may not be powerless, but encountering twice the number of players will definitely cause casualties. Using a lot of manpower to protect the 4th Division team will not work here, but it is very important to replenish and treat the of death who is fighting here. Based on the above factors, the number of members of the 4th Division of Killing Planes in each district is fixed at 5. Usually, most of the time, the 5 members of the 4th Division will be divided into 5 large areas, and they will be mixed in the various divisions. As for which team to follow is determined by drawing lots, it is a conscious and imaginary rule. When the wounded in the area reach a limit, all the death gods in the area will temporarily gather for renovation, and the location of the renovation is also called a temporary residence. The duration of the temporary residence will not be very long, generally only 4 or 5 days. After that, the member of the 4th Division will change the team again and then disperse to avoid a large number of false gatherings to form a large-scale battle. And this temporary resident was just established one day, not far from the place where Hongzhang and Jianba were fighting. It was considered as hit by Hongzhang. There are also those refugees, a group of white-eyed wolves who can only make trouble. I really don't understand the use of saving those wastes. The 4th Division will cause trouble. Yusawa said as he said, he returned to the 4th Division. In terms of verbal abuse, in his eyes the existence of this team is the shame of Siridii. Hongzhang can only sneer and say a few words about this. This kind of combat power contempt is not something that can be turned back after saving a life. Along with Shang's complaints, it didn't take long for a group of people to come to a forest. There were about 40 gods of death in the forest. There were about a dozen people lying on the ground, all covered in bandages, and more of them were holding Zanpai Deo leaning against the tree trunk with their eyes closed. There is no rest tent, and even the wounded lying on the ground did not put anything under them. This place where there is no breath of life and no sense of security is the temporary residence of the of death. Thank you all. I just saw the collection broke 300, which is a bit shameful, but this is a number that I only dared to think of in my previous dreams. As you can see, it is the biggest motivation for me to write down. Thanks to everyone who put this book in the shelf. Thank you. The first time is memorable, so I thought of 2 ways. While commemorating, I also want to do my best to give back to you. You can choose. The first is the solicitation of 3 main supporting roles of the of death, 2 pros and 1 contradictory. I have set all the abilities, but I can change it. You can send me the name and the ability you hope, then I will talk to you about the ideas, and we will conclude a final plan. The second one is very simple. It is a simple and crude 2 changes tomorrow, and 1 chapter is a 4,000 word chapter. Everyone chooses one of the 2, you can talk about it in the chapter review, until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If there is no 1, 2 chapters will be published automatically. Finally, thanks again to those who read this book. I hope you can like the story I brought, and tell me what you don't like, and I will change it as appropriate. Many thanks. Chapter 21, The Strongest Person Comes to the Strongest Team. The arrival of Hongjong and others successfully attracted the attention of some people, especially a few greedy refugees who were dressed in tatters and filthy hidden behind the trunk. The young Hongjong looked like a walking treasure in their eyes. For a sumptuous dinner, youth is the least thing to have here. Look again? Look again and dig out your eyeballs. Shang's warning played a role. At least the refugees did not dare to look directly like before, but occasionally cast their eyes in the shadows. Yizua felt helpless when he saw this situation. He wanted to cut off these things very much, but unfortunately there were too many kind people here, and it was impossible to get into conflict over this little matter. As for Hongjong, who was spied on, Shangs could only shrug his shoulders and comforted him, "Don't mind, a group of vultures. They dare not approach you until they are on the verge of death. Of course, if you are so hurt that you can't move, you will die. In their hands, it can only be considered bad luck for you. The most indispensable thing in the original killing is the existence of gifting death." Hongjong spread his hands and smiled inconspicuously. He was already mentally prepared for this. If you lose, you can't blame the enemy for being mean, you can only blame yourself for inferior skills. "Yusua, why did you bring one?" A voice suddenly came from above his head. Hongjong looked at it. The owner of the voice was also a man. He jumped down from the tree and fell right in front of him, rolling his eyes up and down to look at him. This time the newcomer survived? "Is it your kid who dragged his feet?" The man said. His eyes became fierce, and his body was faintly murderous. The few refugees who were still peeking were afraid, hiding subconsciously. "Is anyone coming lately?" Hongjong spread his hand, unaffected by the murderous intent of the man, and said with a smile, "It may be because they are too slow and I don't want to be dragged down, so I came first." The man frowned slightly, although the murderous aura was only an expression of killing after a long time of killing, it had no direct effect on combat power. But for newcomers who have just arrived here, this kind of straightforward killing thoughts are generally unbearable. He still remembers that when he first came to killing Yuan, he was taught a lesson well by his predecessors. At that time, he couldn't even say anything. But the young man in front of him is not only unaffected, but he can smile and contradict himself. Interesting. When the man thought of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but raised slightly. Would such a person be a hindrance? He didn't believe it himself. "It looks like there are 2 children, kid," the man said, and touched the zanpaku knife with his right hand. It just happens to be boring, accompany me to do some activities. Don't. If you want to do activities, you can stroll around by yourself, don't pull me. Hongjong waved his hands quickly and refused, and made an appointment when he saw someone. These people fight and kill all the time, it's not annoying. Yamagata, you can't beat him, but he just smashed that Kamikaba off. Yuzawa, who was watching the show, made a noise at this time and also helped Hongjong relieve the siege. It's really fake. The man who called Yamagata nodded when he saw Yuzawa, looked at Hongjong with a surprised look and said, I'm a good boy, our 11th Division team is too strong for this newcomer. Hongjong looked down at his feet, pursing his mouth, not knowing what to say. Just your 11th squad. Why don't you occupy the virtual circle with such a bull? Yuzawa looked at Hongjong's squad and couldn't help laughing. Yamagata, this kid is not from our 11th squad, ha ha ha. How come? Can such a strong captain miss? Oh no, it's Gosok who is in charge of recruiting people, isn't that kid blind? Yamagata was talking about it by himself, and didn't care about it. Hongjong and Shangs. How much has this person said? Usually I don't speak. Yuz held his chin, shook his head slightly, and then said, but as long as you talk about it, you will be peeing like a woman. It is impossible to lift your pants until you finish it. Turns out to be someone who likes to pretend to be cool. Hongjong turned his head and looked at him. He immediately hit Yamagata's face against him, and he almost punched him in fright. Boy, which squad are you from now? Team I, and, can you stay away from me? Hongjong is also drunk. It's disgusting for the two big men to be so close, okay. Hiru's words didn't make Yamagata converge, but he drew closer. Team I? What's the meaning of Team I? Why not come to our 11th team? There were not many people paying attention to this side, but Yamagata called out this voice, and the eyes of all the death gods in the audience focused. The first team members who never came to killing Yuan, why did they come this time? Yamagata didn't think so much in his mind, he now wanted to dig Hongjong over. You should know that in Zhengmu district, Zhengmu Jianba's name is very loud, and the people here have been abused by him. And the person in front of him has a very obvious face. At least 100 years ago, there was no such person in Siridii, which means that this kid has been of death for less than 100 years. The potential is boundless and absolutely good seed. Such a person must stay in the 11th division as much as possible. The strongest person is in the strongest team. This is justified in Yamagata's view. Boy, are you eager to fight? I don't really want to. This kid looks a bit lacking in fighting spirit, it seems that he needs to be more aggressive. Then do you want to be the deputy captain or even the captain? This is a bit of interest. Hongjong nodded, the captain's white Haori is still very handsome. And I usually have nothing to go shopping, pretend to be forced, do whatever I want, very attractive. Then come to our 11th team. Yamagata patted Hongjong on the shoulder, you reading www.yunsha.com said loudly, as long as you are strong enough, the deputy captain or the captain will be yours. The captain also inherits the title of Sword 8. Buy one get one free. Yusawa coughed violently when he heard this. What did this kid think of the captain and Kenpeki? Buy one get one free. Let the captain know that you will definitely break your legs, and there are two. Yamagata didn't think so much, and he kept talking about his own opinions, but it's different if you stay in a team. At most, you can be a deputy captain. Don't think about it. You won't have a chance. Why don't you think about it? You still want to defeat the captain. Yamagata showed an exaggerated expression, and said in a weird voice, when you become a 1,000-year-old grandfather, you may have a chance. After all, young, there is still a chance to kill the old guy. Hongjong couldn't help but laughed. Encourage others to pick their own captain and say that old man Shan is an old guy. This person really dares to say anything. So, kid, if you want to be the captain, transfer to our 11th division. No, I stayed in the first team very well. Why? Yamagata questioned, don't you want to be the captain? Hongjong hasn't explained yet, a deep voice appeared, answering Yamagata's doubts. Yamagata, standing in front of you is the prince of a team. A man with a grey hair and a death tyrant is walking towards Hongjong slowly. The words just came from him. When he came to Hongjong, he patted his head again and said, no, it should be the prince of our Siridii. Hongjong looked at the man in front of him, his face was full of undisguised sarcasm, and his drooping eyes were full of joking, and it seemed that the news of Sei Lingting had arrived. Chapter 22, Do you know which hates most? At noon, the blazing sun was cut by the clouds and sprinkled piece by piece on the vast plain. Today is a good weather. Obviously it is the most sleepy time of the day, but at this time there is no trace of tranquility on the plain. Dozens of creatures with different shapes and circular holes in their chests, with different white masks on their faces, are roaring and attacking the middle one. Man, these creatures are the invaders of the corpse world zoo. The man who was besieged by these imaginary faces dressed in death, just punched the red imaginary that looked like a goat in front of him, and a brown imaginary that looked like a hairless long-armed baboon was pasted up again. At the same time, there was a imaginary on the left and right, and rushed over with his mouth open. A huge shadow came along with the fishy breathing instantly. The next second he would splash on the spot with blood, being torn to pieces. But the man didn't think so, his body leaned forward, and the three vacancies at the left and right rear crashed into a ball, biting a void. It's not over yet. The man pushed his waist and kicked his feet up together. The three virtual lower jaws were forcibly closed. The thick teeth like a tower shield were smashed into pieces. And the clear sky that was originally covered by three big faces shined again. However, this light appeared for less than a second, and was blocked again by 8 white masks. The head was the goat red imaginary. It turned out that the remaining imaginary arrived, and the head-sized viscous liquid trickled out from the corners of the mouth. They are ready for a full meal. Hey! Don't drool on me! The man yelled, and kicked away the dirt in his eyes with his hands, and the whole person also stood upside down into A1. Then the two legs split and the arms twisted, and a black storm abruptly. Almost at the same time, the virtual people in a group flew out diagonally. Boom! 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 11 loud noises put an end to this failed siege. 11 huge craters with yellow smoke were scattered around the man in a mess, but none of them were within 15 meters of him. It's a pity. Just a little bit. The man widened his right eye, gazing through the small gap between his thumb and index finger, and said loudly, just a little bit, I'm going to be eaten by you. Just work harder. What? What's happening here? If there are people watching or imaginary, they will definitely ask such questions. He is obviously of death, but he is encouraging him to eat himself. Don't you want to live and seek death? Of course, the man is not looking for death. Although stubble appears on his chin and there are more scars on his face has not changed much. People who are familiar with him can still recognize him at a glance, and can call out his name in one go: Daizuka Hiroshi. It's been 5 years since I left Siridii, or 6 years. Hongjong didn't remember very well, he still counted days at the beginning, but since he missed the first day, time was just a vague concept to him. The days of killing planes are no better than Siridii, and sometimes a dozen days after encountering the void, the passage of time is really meaningless here. Hongjong has been alone all these years, of course not all fighting in the original killing. The old man's order was for him to be stationed at Liuhun Street, not a fixed area. Therefore, occasionally he would go back to the 40 area or so to rehabilitate and recuperate, but most of the time he experienced in the land of killing. In fact, it is better to have a reference in the killing field, but this is for the ordinary of death and not for him. Hong Zhang smiled and slapped the empty slab in front of him. He immediately turned around and swung his legs, sweeping away the unicorn-shaped sneaker behind him. It is much easier to do many things if no one disturbs you. Why can't it work? If we cooperate more closely, I will almost fall asleep one by one. It's a lot more convenient if no one interrupts a lot of things. Just like this moment, if there are other death gods around, then the 11 in front of you will be gone, so how can it have the effect of training? In the past few years, Hong Zhang has spent most of his time in the exercises for nothing except performing the tasks given by the old man. Without releasing spiritual power, relying purely on the strength of the armored ghost and the body, fight against the virtual group in a wasteful manner. This kind of training has obvious effects. The main reason why Hung Jiang's white hitting becomes a white hit is mainly because he must go through the moves in his head before hitting. Simply put, he is too rigid in routines. And this leads to a superior effect on low-powered people, but when you encounter a master like Ye Yi, your moves are always slow, and if you change their moves, they will be even slower. This is nothing short of a disaster in the instant life and death battle. It is equivalent to handing over the life to the other party for nothing, so the name given to him is a veritable name. But this is all in the past tense. In the current Hong Zhang battle, there is only the enemy's offensive line, and there is no extra thought. Specific moves and coping with more instinctive reactions of the body already feel a bit ineffective. Of course, this doesn't mean that Hong Zhang is already a master of free fight. He can only barely count as a master of free fight now. When encountering a master like Ye Yi, he still can't do 10 tricks. White hitting pays attention to a close hand-to-hand fight. At this time, Hong Zhang could only deal with when he was stuck, and he was still far from Ye Yi's sticky scores based on his own mind. The control of the rhythm of the game still needs experience. Why do you guys still go up one by one? Didn't you say that it didn't work? Hong Zhang confronted the rest of the audience, beckoning and provoking, "Go together, otherwise you can't eat me." Don't listen to him, this of death has no spiritual power. That's right. He is bracing for it now, let's torture him slowly. The long-armed baboon screamed out, and rushed up with another su. We'll fight. The corners of Hong Jiang's mouth rose as he thought about it. It's okay to think this way, at least I don't think he is running away. Do you want to cooperate with them to show a little fatigue? Forget it, just take a breather for another 2 hours, wait for the sun to set halfway, and then solve them, turn the enemy into fly ash in the sunset, that scene must be very handsome. Made a plan in his heart, Hong Zhang also clenched his fist and rushed toward the long-armed baboon-like void, the boots on his feet disappeared, and the black ghost gloves had wrapped his hands. Dingling, at this time, there was a wind chime-like sound in the air. Although the sound was small, it was clearly transmitted to Hung Jiang's ears. It seems I can't play with you until dusk, it's a shame. Hong Zhang muttered to himself in a low voice, turning his fist into a claw to meet the opponent's fist, clasping his 5 fingers, and pulling back. Then, is it my hand? The baboon looked at the object in Hong Jiang's left hand and thought to himself. Turning his head and looking at it, there was nothing under his right shoulder. No, there are still a few pieces of blood connected to that thing like threads. It turned out that it was really my hand. But why doesn't it hurt? There is also a roar on the right. It is my kind, a guy with a bird-like head. His screams were sharp and thin, too harsh, and he was always told not to scream, and he never listened. Voice, disappeared. This time he is finally obedient. The baboon looked up and saw that the stupid bird's head disappeared. His long hand and the proud arm that was longer than his body had shattered half of his body, and it was still moving downward. Hong Zhang finally rushed to the front of the long-armed baboon Su, his right foot leaped a little high, his right palm stood up and swung a knife outward, leaving a black ink mark in the air. The baboon feels dizzy at this moment, and the sky and the earth alternately appear. There is also darkness, which gradually spreads across the world like a rising tide. No, the world is shattering like a falling wall. No, his body is also broken a little bit. It turned out that it was me who dissipated. Fell to the ground, Hong Zhang casually dropped the dissipated arm of his left hand back. In an instant, the two emptiness were turned into powder by him, and they remained in the corpse soul world forever. The remaining Su didn't even react, and some of the roars hadn't completely disappeared. I said it earlier, it's useless to come one by one. Hong Zhang twisted his neck left and right, speaking softly as if he was a student who was unable to educate himself. Without those cold eyes, these words would make people feel like being in the spring sunshine, medium, warm, and comfortable. But the pair of eyes are real, so at this moment, the emptiness seems to be standing on the mountain of swords, afraid to move. Now, offense and defense are swapped. Changed. The virtual people present can clearly feel that Hengjiang's momentum has changed. The air seemed to be filled with invisible blades, making their skin aching. What a strong crossbow! What no spiritual power! Everything is fake. It's all an illusion created by the man in front of you. Ling pressure. A virtual man with 4 hands and only a black vertical line on his mask shouted loudly, "Run! This guy is the captain!" Before he could finish his words, he was blown away by Hong Zhang with a punch, and his body flew more and more in the air. Before it hit the ground, he was scattered into gravel and disappeared completely. I don't know whether it was broken or dissipated after death. Captain? I'm still far behind, just an ordinary of death. Hong Zhang shook his head, and continued to rush to the next virtual, but since it is a of death, you can't let you run. Before the words fell, another empty vanished in mid-air, and even the dust that Hong Zhang stepped on had not even fallen, it had already dispersed. Do you feel fearful? There is no doubt that there is. Death is happening every moment in the virtual circle. The fear of being swallowed, just seeing it is enough to penetrate the bones. At this time, the fear that Hong Zhang brought was different. The kind of calmness, the kind of indifference, and he took away his own likeness in an understatement, so that the people present felt that his death was worthless. To die for death, death is their destination, is the meaning of their existence. The duty of the other party is to grant oneself death. Run! No need to shout this time, the survival instinct drove them to make the right choice. 3 even cut through the space directly, wanting to open the black cavity and return to the virtual circle. Are you looking down on me? How could you simply escape like this? Hengjiang's gentle voice appeared again, and the 3 imaginary circles disappeared without seeing a slit. After all, the corpse soul world is still the home of death, even if it is the origin of killing, it takes more than 10 seconds to tear the cracks. This road was blocked, the remaining Su began to escape in 3 directions, and at the same time prayed that the man would go to the other side so that he could escape smoothly. I'm in a good mood today, let you see something new. Hong Zhang glanced around, and quickly decided to solve the 2 guys who ran away alone, a Ghost 4-style pass. Before the one-horned Su took 2 steps, a black fist appeared in front of him, and then the scenery on both sides pushed forward quickly, and he was beaten and flew back. Dying. This was his first thought. But after flying for a while, it didn't dissipate. I still feel pain. I'm still alive. That death made a mistake. Haven't been rejoicing for long, but the unicorn felt that something hit his back. Turning his head to see, it was another of his kind who ran away alone, but the opponent's body was gradually disappearing. This stupid guy finally died in the hands of the of death. Yes, why is the sky getting darker and darker? It seems like a virtual circle. The 2 emptinesses who had escaped by themselves just collided and disappeared. At this time, Hong Zhang had already arrived in front of the last 2 virtual people. Do you know who the people hate the most? The red emptiness that resembles a goat froze, and when he looked up, it was the guy who had brought fear to him, and the same kind around him had flown upside down and disappeared in mid-air. It's the of death. He has been behind people since he was born, and he can't scold him, or hide him. Let me go. The goat knelt on the ground, his head knocked on the ground www.novel.com and said with a trembling voice, "Please. Leave me. I promise never to set foot in the corpse soul world again. And this world. I promise." The surroundings fell silent for an instant. Could he really let me go? Goat humbly conjectured Hung Jiang's thoughts, but he didn't dare to look up, so he could only continue to wait like this, like a prisoner under trial. "Do you know?" The familiar voice appeared again, but this time there was no gentleness, only a touch of sadness. "There is a saying from where I came, because the blood of the snake is cold, so all the people who saved the snake are dead." Hong Jiang sighed and continued, "What about you? No blood or even a heart, will you be grateful?" "He won't let me go, he wants to kill me." Goat Su understood Hong Jiang's words this time, but he didn't want to sit still, he wanted to fight to the death. "Just put my hand in his chest and I can live." The goat thought imaginatively, and as soon as he raised his head to prepare for action, a black hand appeared in front of him. He had seen this hand many times, but this time was different. This time it seemed to be much smoother with a strange metallic light. There was none before. This hand is getting closer, getting bigger and bigger, getting more and more blurred, and then the world before him is torn apart. "I am in a good mood today." Hong Jiang looked at the mask on his hand that was shattered into pieces and was disappearing, and said to himself, "So you should not be in pain." Ding bell, the sound of wind chimes rang in mid-air again. Okay, I know you are coming." Hong Jiang stretched out his index finger, raised his head and said with a smile, "Come down." A black butterfly followed Hong Jiang's sight, flapping its wings leisurely on his index finger. The wind bell in the air disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet again. This time it was really quiet. Chapter 23, One Letter at Night. Hell Butterfly, this is the name of the little thing in Hong Jiang's hand. The wind bell just now was caused by it, but only Hong Jiang who was present at the time could hear it, indicating that this butterfly came to him. In the world of corpses, the butterfly is the messenger of messages between the gods of death. At the same time, it is also a guide who brings the dead souls to the corpse soul world through the death souls in this world, and is one of the most important tools of the death gods. At the moment, this one is obviously from Siridii. Hong Jiang has no doubt about it. After all, in the land of killing, the message is transmitted through smoke signals and ghost roads. The slow butterfly is not the best choice. And who in Siridii will bring him news? This is not difficult to rule out. Although many people have said that they are in constant contact, the only ones who can really contact themselves at the moment are the old man, Yi, and Urahara duo. Here, the old man said that he would not take the initiative to contact him in 150 years. As for the progress of the task, Hong Jiang himself would control it. So at this time, this butterfly is almost equivalent to Yi and the two people caring about themselves. The voice brought by the hell butterfly came into my mind. The familiar voice was indeed Yi, so she had a conscience. "Bad fish eye. What are you thinking about all day long? There was no care and condolences in your mind, and some only Yi's angry accusation. You have a thorn on your body? No, is there a thorn on your mouth? Can't you take care of your broken mouth? I'll go." Hong Jiang couldn't help but burst into a swear word, and he came up with a scolding, which was completely different from what he had imagined. As for why Yi scolded him, Hong Jiang still knew that what he did in the temporary resident must be passed on to Siridii. In the past, the gods of death in Slaughter Plains simply passed things back to Siridii, but now it seems that the other party not only said something, but also passed back what he said verbatim. This is the kid complaining? The so-called temporary resident is the temporary resident that Shangs took him to when Hong Jiang first entered the killing field. As for what happened, it was also a farce at that time. There was a man who was sarcastic at the time. Although he had reported his name, Hong Zhang had forgotten his name. He only remembered that he was the 5th seat of the 5th division. The reason for the stinky mouth is not only to look down on myself, but also the idea of going in and out for Luwei. It's not a big deal that only one person has a bad mouth. Hong Zhang, who has experienced various pressures from his superiors in his previous life, naturally doesn't care too much about it. But when other people at the scene knew that he was Hiro Kozuka, and knew what he had done in Siraidai, they began to condemn him collectively. At this time, the situation was different. The problem still lies with the 5 seats. At that time, the collective strength seemed to have given him inexplicable courage, making him more and more adept. It doesn't matter if the spitting star floats directly on Hung Jiang's face, the finger slams his forehead violently, and it is almost poking into his eyes. At this point, Hong Zhang didn't intend to bear it anymore. In line with the principle of a gentleman using his mouth but not his hands, he also stinks at Wuxi to show his heart. However, his mouth smelled a bit bad. He came with a map cannon and said directly that the 5th division collected garbage. It made the team all garbage. It really deserves to be the Siraidai waste concentration camp. I sympathize with Luwei for entering the trash. Is it because of mutual sympathy between the same kind? The cursed Hong Zhang ended his vent with a secret ridicule, which made the situation a little bit wrong. If it is said that the 1st division only sprayed the 5th division, then the latter sentence directly offended other teams except the 1st and 2nd divisions. The 11th division may have to be eliminated. After all, Yusawa and Yamagata were struggling with the question of whether they were too weak or the rookie too strong, and they had no time to sympathize with Kaijin. In short, the power of this gun is so powerful that its scope far exceeds Hong Jiang's imagination. In fact, his original intention was only for the 5 seats, but no one would listen to him to explain at that time, or even have no chance to explain. At that time, the 5 seats directly slapped him, saying that Hong Zhang didn't know how to respect his senior, and he wanted to teach him a lesson for the captain. This is Hong Zhang too, let alone whether he is qualified to teach himself for the old man. If this slap is really slapped, old man Shan knows that it may kill him, or make him cut himself. Hong Zhang thinks that the latter is more likely. So the slap was of course not reached. Hong Zhang directly grabbed the opponent's hand and said goodbye, and by the way, he confiscated and fractured him. Originally this was over, but the 5 seats were not afraid of this, and they drew the knife, as if they were about to hack him. Seeing that the other party still wanted to draw a knife, Hong Zhang also took a quick step, swept his feet, grabbed the opponent's head and smashed a hole directly on the ground. Then the 5 seats fainted, and there was a new casualty in the temporary resident. With this fight, things will no longer be possible to reverse. This group of people would not self-examine, they just kept imposing names such as bad personality, disrespect for seniors, bullying, etc. on Hong Zhang and drove him out of the temporary residence. Hong Zhang was wondering until he was evicted from the temporary station, bullying others? Didn't I just use martial arts to convince people? Do they think they can't beat themselves because they are afraid of the captain? It is a miracle that this mentality can live up to now. But in any case, it was him who was kicked out of the station, and it was him who had completely stinky reputation. It's just that Hong Zhang doesn't care about this kind of thing very much. This time he is self-willed. When the mission is over, the fame will come back again. What happened in the temporary station spreads through the killing field at an alarming speed, 4 pieces. At the same time, it also spread to Siraidai and then spread throughout the corpse soul world. Over the years, Hong Zhang has been neglected by the death gods who passed by when he was fighting with Su more than once. Even the death who came in search of sound would immediately turn around and leave, as if the two sides were not in the same time and space. Even during the treatment on Liuhun Street, the Reaper who was stationed was unwilling to help. He could only find a place run by a commoner to self-cultivation. Not to mention that it is a mouse crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats. It's also like a beggar covered in filth and no one approaches. This is Hongjiang's situation at this time. Don't stay overnight, let him know that his words were not passed back word by word. There were more words circulating in Soaring E than his original words. What I am the Prince of Siridii, it is a miracle that all of you trash can become the of death, etc., and he wants to slap himself in the face. No wonder those people don't care about him, it turned out to be like this. Hongjiang is also drunk, and that person is really Zhang Cao and he will come here. The degree of artistic processing is also exaggerated. I used to think that those who turned their heads and left were too stingy, but now that I want to come and beat myself without cooperating with the virtual, it is already very self-cultivating, it is very difficult to be valuable. In Yaika's narrative, many people in Siridii now feel that Kozuka Hiro's disposition is not suitable for being a of death. If he continues to let him be outside, he will definitely become a confidant of Siridii's in the future. The first team captain's residence was visited almost every day. At the beginning, Old Man Shan would also see two of them, but when they heard the same words later, their ears became calluses, and one disappeared. Although I didn't say it explicitly, this behavior of Old Man Shan has already expressed his attitude, or what Hongjiang expressed was actually Yamamoto's attitude. If he was the Prince Kozuka Hiro, then what would Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigakuni exist? Everyone can guess, but no one dares to say it directly. The atmosphere of Siridii is too depressing now, and you start to speculate about the intentions of the old man, which makes people panic. Speaking of this, Yayi's tone was full of melancholy, and Hongjiang even heard a little anxiety, wondering if it was his own delusion. Father, and the old man from the Kukaki family, A&D, Yayi said a few names without a head, and shouted as if she had had enough, you can't come back, can you explain it? You just have a stinky mouth and don't have any mixed thoughts. No, you have done it. What an annoyance. Listening to Yayi's wailing echoing in his mind, Hongjiang couldn't help but smile. Is this afraid that the worst case will be against me? Can you have a little confidence in me? Forget it, don't come back at this time, let Old Man Shan handle the mess yourself. After being quiet for a while, Yayi's voice reappeared in his mind, as for you, reflect on your own stupidity. Do you know what chance you have lost because of this? Lingwang Palace, Lingwang Palace. You could have gone there too. Now, stay on Liuyuhun Street. The Spirit Palace is the residence of the Soul King, the creator of the Soul World. Legend has it that it floats above the Sarii Palace. It is also said that the Spirit Palace is in a separate space. But no matter where it is a holy place in the mind of death. As a sacred place, the Spirit Palace is not a place where death can go. Generally speaking, only promotion to the Zero team can enjoy the qualifications to enter the Spirit King Palace, and another possibility is the private call of the Spirit King. This type is mainly aimed at the genius death in Siridii. But it is said that the general geniuses who are privately called are the heirs of the 5 nobles, and the heirs who are extremely talented will be called. You can listen to the meaning of Yayi's words. He was also on the call this time, but I never thought about it. But that's it, he hadn't seen the Spirit Palace in his previous life. Although you can't see your expression at this moment, I think you must grit your teeth and regret it. Ha ha ha. Although gnashing his teeth is not enough, Hongjiang really regrets it now. That's the Spirit Palace. Although he has seen it in his previous life, he has never been there in person. Want to go, he really wants to go. It's a pity that there is no chance now. At this time, Hongjiang somewhat forgot that he came to the land of killing because of punishment. Actually, the private call of the Spirit King was actually pushed down by Yamamoto. The reason is naturally that Hongjiang needs to perform tasks and is an indispensable part of his future plans. Therefore, no matter whether he had anything to do, he couldn't go to the Spirit Palace. This time I am not sure how long Urahara and I will stay in the Lingwang Palace. Maybe you are back to Siridii, and we can't come back, so you don't need to write back to us. Hongjiang patted his chest and sighed smoothly. He can't be seen like a child. I am a person who wants to do big things. By the way, Anurahara, what do you want to say to him? After Yika's voice in my mind disappeared for a while, it was Urahara's happy voice again. There is nothing to say, Hongjong, we must reform and rebehave. Well, after I didn't learn anything else, the jokes in the previous life were slick. But this is quite suitable for him now. But the problem is, Hongjong suspects that these two guys don't understand the meaning of being a new person at all. Well, this is to blame him. After all, his explanation at the time was to train yourself to make your strength look new. Before Hongjiang's face turned dark, Yayi's voice appeared again. Have you heard it? Make good reforms and rebehave. Since you are all out, don't hang on Liuhun Street, take the initiative, go to the land of killing and temper yourself. Hongjiang's mouth twitched frantically. How unbearable I am in their hearts. Why do they feel that they are here on vacation when they are stationed on Liuhun Street? Of course the promised mutual trust is gone. But you should also pay attention, don't accidentally be hammered to death. Although we are going to the Spirit Palace to practice, reading www.yuyukanshu.com will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, but don't worry, we will not give up on you. Yes. If you can't be the captain, you can still give you the seat of the 2nd Division Vice Team. Don't be too pressured. I was a little touched at first, who knows that there will be such a joke later, really deceiving people too much. Hongjong didn't even listen to the farewell words that followed, so he shook the butterfly in his hand. Going to the Lingwang Palace is great. Well, this is really remarkable, especially for people like Yai and Urahara, who must have gained a lot from going to the Spirit Palace. But even if you go to the Spirit Palace, you may not steadily surpass yourself, right? Hongjong was also puzzled. Don't these two people know how far apart they are from them? Thinking about it again, Hongjong found that Yayi and the two people might not be clear. After all, he performed a big drama in the graduation ceremony. But this is not the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem is, why do they think they will be killed by a virtual hammer? Obviously I just played 11, okay? At this time, Hongjiang's thoughts have gone a little bit. There are regrets about not being able to go to the Lingwang Palace, and the indignation of being despised by the buddies. At this time, he needs to be released and wants to fight 10 more falsehoods. Let the two guys see who should be careful. Maybe the heavens heard his heartfelt voice. At this time, there was a sizzle from afar, and a green light group dragged its long tail, slowly climbing in the far east of the sky. The distress signal between the gods of death, this is the first time I have seen it in these years. The corners of Hongjiang's mouth rose up and disappeared suddenly from the same place. Under the setting sun, a black figure appeared from time to time on the plain, swept straight to the east at an astonishing speed. I really mean CAO will be there. Hongjong can't help but feel refreshed. No, it should be the virtual arrival of your point. Coach, I have to play 10, no, 20. Chapter 24, Killian. Damn, where did these beasts pop up? What's the use of this? Work harder, the silly big guy will follow soon. In a dense forest, two men turned their backs to their backs, guarding a woman with long lavender hair in the middle. These two men are the Kamizawajiri Yuki, whom Hiroshi met when he first entered the Zaragi district. Inside the Yamagata formation. At this time, the three of them were surrounded by more than 20 imaginary groups, and some imaginary ones appeared from nowhere, and joined the battle. Although the two Shangzi were trying their best to fight, they could only barely resist, and it was really difficult to get out of the siege. Looking at the increasing number of virtual groups, Shangzi felt a trace of despair in his heart. Although he doesn't want to admit it, but his life is probably to be explained here. Not only him, but Yamagata and the scared woman behind him could not escape. Be careful. Yamagata's loud reminder made Yuz wake up from his brief absence, his wrist flicked, the chains in his hand crossed in a circle in mid-air, the four-fingered claws on his chest were firmly clamped, and he turned and threw it towards Yamagata. There is no need to communicate at all, Yamagata dances his hands with a big sword. This is his Zanpoka knife, called Jiaozhong, with a hilt in the middle and a two-handed sword with a single-edged blade of 2.5 meters wide. In the dim forest, the cold light was all over the place, and the two cutting blades alternately passed through the two virtual bodies, dividing them into 8 pieces. The surrounding Sioux also just clamored but did not dare to approach Yamagata. Dare to approach, the end will be the same as those two hapless men. Hey Kamizawa, was you scared just now? The wet pants feel uncomfortable. Yamagata was not radical, and returned after solving the troubles around him. Ah, I was scared. If it weren't for you, I might have died just now. Yuz wanted to enliven the atmosphere, but he didn't know that his face was so rigid that he couldn't make any expressions. We can't die. Yamagata grinned, two familiar faces flashed in his mind, his eyes suddenly softened, otherwise, why would I have the face to meet those two guys? The life of killing planes is dangerous and monotonous. The only change for Yusawa and Yamagata in recent years is that a new 4th Division baby has arrived, and their team has been selected to be responsible for the safety of the baby. In the eyes of the two of them, this is actually not a change. Compared with the Tetsuzuka hero 7 years ago, the newcomer in front of them made them less interested. As always, the 4th Division was wasteful, even more wasteful than the previous one. Yusawamoto thought that this kind of life would continue until his term of office expired and returned to Seirai 3 years later. But he didn't expect that a space crack appeared out of nowhere, and that this happened. This is a black cavity that has been opened up. I wanted to ambush the other side and give the other party a surprise, but I didn't expect it to become a shock. In an instant, the 5 people went to the second, leaving only 3 of them. Shangs will never forget the huge black mouth that looked like an abyss, and the big white hands. Leave me alone. Run away. You must survive. This is the last sentence that Shang Zi heard, and it was the last sentence left by the hapless guy who was caught and about to be sent into the huge mouth. It was this sentence that calmed them down and stopped their original act of dying. Escape was quite smooth at first, until these imaginary appearances from nowhere blocked the way. There is really no way, Shang Zi can only send out a distress signal reluctantly, but now it seems that they can't insist on the arrival of support. Actually, he didn't know, the support was almost here. Not Hongzhong, but the 5-seat team that Hongzhong taught 7 years ago, the 4-man team led by Yuying Junyi. 20? No, there are at least 30. There are casualties, they only have 3 left. It seems that there were more before. There are weird, this scale of invasion is not common. Moon Shadow looked at the 3 besieged in the distance, with an unexplainable feeling, assist in the breakthrough and take them first, don't fight too much. Although Yu Ying had a holiday with Hongzhong, I have to say that the person who can get the 5 seats is definitely not the one who has lost his reputation. At this moment, his judgment is definitely the most accurate, even Shang Zijie who is not right with him will be a thumbs up here. If all goes well, then the relief of the 3 of Shangzhou is almost a certainty. But the ridicule of fate appeared at this moment, resounding in the forest from the north, as if an invisible brand could not dissipate for a long time. The sneer and complaining whimper successfully attracted Yu Ying's attention, and when she saw the voice master, her face instantly turned pale, and she opened her arms and stopped. But without him blocking, the fellow players also stopped instinctively at this moment. The huge black body nearly 100 meters away, like a giant wearing a black cloak. The face is covered with a long-nosed white mask, which makes the owner of the voice look like a funny clown. However, Moon Shadow and his group have no desire to laugh at this moment. It would be a disaster for such a beast to appear here. Killian, this is the name of the huge creature in front of me, and the huge circular cavity on the chest represents that its essence is also a void. Su is also divided into levels, which can be divided into ordinary virtual and large virtual. Ordinary imaginary will be divided into two kinds of non-intelligence and intelligence. The former appeared in the original killing is the latter. And as a higher level Daegsu will also be divided into 3 levels according to the strength, the Kylian that appears in front of him is the lowest level Daegsu. Although it is the lowest level, Daegsu and ordinary emptiness are basically 2 levels of existence. Take Kylian in front of him for example, it was born after hundreds of imaginary swallowed each other and merged with spiritual pressure. This is not something that can be easily seen in the corpse soul world. Yu Ying understands that to solve the big guy in front of it, at least the presence of the deputy captain must lead the team, or there will be more deaths coming. These people in front of them are not opponents at all. I finally know why Shang Ziyi sent out the distress signal, but for Yu Ying, the biggest problem at the moment is whether to save the 3 people. Kylian is still some distance away from him at this moment, about 2 to 3 kilometers. Kylian seemed to be slow to move, but at the huge pace, this distance was not a problem at all. So it's very likely that you will enter the opponent's attack range when you wait for the talent to break through. Yu Ying understood very well that if that were the case, few people present at the moment would survive. Is it to try your luck, or to give up Shang's and the others? Moon Shadow was in a dilemma. Noticed that Kirayan was not the only one who had arrived, but Yusawa, Yamagata, and the 4th Division women behind them were always worried about its arrival. Now, this worry has become a reality. We must survive. At this moment, Shang Ziyi only had this thought. Have you finally got to this point? Thinking of this, Shang Ziyi nodded slightly, his expression dimmed, really unwilling. Hey, Yamagata, let's break through in 2 directions. Yusawa, who had figured out something, had an unquestionable resolute tone, and said with a stern face, take that woman, trust me, and survive of. Is to disperse the enemy? Yamagata's brows furrowed tightly, and even if the emptiness in front of him was divided into 2, it would be difficult to break through in a short time, and besides, it would be impossible to think about it. Trust me. Yusawa's voice appeared again. Yamagata smiled and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. When did this guy hurt himself? Anyway, there is no way, just continue to believe him. I'll leave this life in your hands. Yamagata said, and the dragged behind him, waving his hands, rushed out. If you talk big, I won't let you go. Don't worry, I won't give you that opportunity. Yuz yelled, and turned his chain hammer away in the opposite direction. The false impression on the field, spontaneously split into 2 waves and surged up. They seemed to have broken through separately. Yu Ying's thoughts were interrupted by the cries of the team members. Watching what was happening in the distance, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. The only possible rescue opportunity was wasted by him. Use the remote ghost way to help them. Yu Ying sighed, can't do nothing. The players beside also understood that at this moment, Kylian in the distance was approaching at an astonishing speed, and the ghosts that were too strong had no time to prepare. What they could prepare was only better than nothing, and there was no effect at all. Not to mention the moon shadow that has already given up. Yamagata in the field is a bit wanting to give up. Since there is a relationship between 2 people here, there is more emptiness to find him, and there is a drag on himself. So far he has not even killed 30 meters. Shang's on the other side is relatively better, but not much better. It has moved about 100 meters from the beginning to now. The ground beneath his feet had already begun to shake, and the countdown to death was about to reach 0. This is the limit. Shang's looked at the bouncing stones on the ground. He threw out the hammer with his right hand and slammed it down in the air. He did a little bit on his heel and jumped back for a short while. At the same time, he threw the chain on his left hand back and horizontally. When he fell on the ground again, the chain was wrapped around the waist of a mountain not far away like a living thing. Feeling the sense of obstruction from his left hand, Kamizawa stepped forward with his right foot, his body bowed slightly, his hands pressed hard, and the chains on his chest were stretched straight. Pulling his right hand back to the waist, his left hand almost circled half a circle, and threw the chain behind him high, and flew into the air together with the two Yamagata who were entangled. It was very slow to speak, but it was only a moment before Yamagata felt that he was flying back quickly. Looking down, Shang's familiar smiling face was a little blurred. "This guy, I believe you are such a thing." Rebirth did not make Yamagata much happy, on the contrary, he was extremely angry at this time. It turned out that this guy planned to sacrifice himself from the beginning. Yamagata wanted to grab the chain around his waist subconsciously, and he wanted to pull Shang's up, although the distance at this time was not out of danger, but he couldn't just watch Shang's waiting to die like this. But he failed, and the chain around his waist had returned to Yusawa's hands at some point. This is Shang's plan. He must live, but that person is not himself, and only then can someone survive. There is no choice, right? I said it, believe me, I will definitely survive. Shang's roared with a smile, there was no fear or sorrow in his voice, only the hearty joking among old friends, "If you kid let me see you again, I can't spare you. Asshole." Yamagata could see his tears floating in the air, and he must have looked very embarrassed at this time. But he didn't care. "I don't want to see your face again. I must be living well." Yamagata wanted to rush back and give Yusawa a punch, but he knew that this would have failed Yusawa's efforts. He still had the life of this woman on his back, no longer belonged to them. It was the life of 3 people in exchange for it, and he has no right to waste it. Unexpectedly, the moon shadow in the distance suddenly lost her voice when she saw this scene. He didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. The original deadlock actually came to life, but it was a bit heavy and humiliating. Compared to Shang's, I can only look on and I really suck. A deep bow in the direction of Shang Zi, Yuying got up and said, "Let's go too, those 2 people need." The appearance of a back figure interrupted what Yuying wanted to say next. The person in front of him was dressed in death defense, his sleeves were blown by the wind, and he knelt on one knee in the direction of Shang Zi. It's good to catch up." The figure disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared before. Only the sound in the air that had not disappeared proved that he had appeared. Kozuka Hiro arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 25, Save People. Yusawama Yamagata and the 2 have successfully escaped. Although he understands that he has no chance of escape at this moment, he still shows a gratified smile. This ending is not bad. The sobbing sound of smiling but not smiling appeared again. Shang Zi turned his head and looked at him. The Killian was already standing behind him, looking at him with a grin and tilted head, as if he had seen him for the first time. In fact, the General Killian really can't distinguish the appearance of the of death. The meat is for eating, and the difference between their textures is not critical. Instinctively tells it, this time you just need to reach out and put the food in your mouth. Shang Zi faced the pale giant hand that was getting closer and closer, the hand that had just taken the life of his teammate not long ago. There was no fear in his heart, and the chain hammer in Wu's hand greeted him. "Sitting and waiting for death is not my style. If you want to eat me, you have to break 2 teeth. No matter whether it can be done or not, Shang Zi thinks that way, or breaking a finger is not impossible." The imaginary collision did not come. When Shang's was about to touch the giant hand, a figure appeared out of nowhere and crossed in front of him, forcibly separating the 2 that were about to meet. "It's been a long time, Shang Zi." The figure slowly turned his head. Hong Jiang's face that was not much different from 7 years ago was printed in Shang Zi's eyes. "You are still quite energetic." "Hong Jiang." Yuz opened his mouth wide, rubbed his eyes subconsciously, with an expression of disbelief. "Diazuka? Hong Jiang?" "Yes, it's me." Hong Jiang touched the stubble on his chin, and said with a serious face, "It hasn't been shaved for half a month. It's normal if you didn't recognize it. The gap is really big." Hong Jiang's appearance is indeed different from that of 7 years ago, but it is not too big to be recognized at a glance. Shang Ziyi was really surprised by his strength. He used to know that Hong Zhang was very strong, but he did not expect to be so strong. Basically every of death knows the four great wars, but the gap between the top and the beginner is unimaginable. Take the instant step as an example. This footwork emphasizes instant movement within a certain range, and Hong Zhang uses the instant step when he is on the road. But Shunbu just seems to move instantaneously. In fact, there is still a track to be found. Shangs and others are also considered proficient in Shun Step, but the reason why Shun Step is not used to break through the encirclement just now is because there are too many enemies, and they can easily be intercepted midway. But Hong Zhang is different. First, the range of movement is so large that he cannot detect it. Then there is speed. Anyway, he can't see the trajectory of the movement at all. In the 11th division, he saw such a beautiful instant step, only 3 people used it. Instant step is one aspect, and the other is absolute power. While stopping Killian's actions, he still didn't feel the impact of the power at all. Even the deputy captain didn't have such a powerful force, right? Shang Ziyi didn't dare to think any more. He looked at Hong Zhang in a rather complicated mood. This kid is less than 100 years old. He is so popular. What is the look in your eyes? Hong Zhang said grimly, feeling the power coming from his right hand suddenly become stronger. It seems that this guy has no patience to wait for us to relieve the past. I will take you out first. Before Yizawa could react, he felt his neckline tightened, and the surrounding scenery was like an overturned color wheel. The colors were rubbed together in an instant. To be honest, I felt a bit nauseous. Fortunately, the uncomfortable time was very short, and the world became organized again. Not far away were all kinds of imaginary back figures, and the huge roar echoed in the ears, and the source of the sound was the stooped Killian. The strong wind appeared out of thin air, making Shang's face aching, but he couldn't feel it at the moment. Were we there? Yuz pointed to the place where the yellow smoke was rising at the moment, turned his head stiffly and looked at Hong Zhang, hoping to get an explanation. It's so dangerous, I almost can't get out. Hong Zhang said, blowing a whistle. By the way, the relaxed expression on his face couldn't tell how nervous he was at all. Shang Ziyi understands that what is so dangerous, what is almost a dog, does not exist at all, right? Hong Jiang's whistle successfully attracted the attention of the public. Seeing that the other party's attention had returned to him, Shang Ziyi hugged Hong Jiang's arm. What are you doing? Wait for you to continue running. Hong Jiang cast a contemptuous look, took away the hand he was holding on his arm, and said, Don't wait for me, you can go first. Can't this bunch of garbage just be left here, right? Hong Jiangtan started to say the last sentence, and his figure disappeared in place. He won't go back again, will he? Shang Ziyi hurriedly looked at Su Kun, only to see that Hong Zhang had appeared behind a virtual body at some point, pressing his 2 black hands on the other's head, his 5 fingers plunged deeply into its smooth white mask. Where are you looking? Accompanied by Hong Jiang's cry, the imaginary was forced to lower his waist, and his huge head hit the ground heavily. The mask on his face was smashed into pieces. It seemed that he could not die anymore. At this time, the imaginary people knew which way to look. The original delicious food Yusawa was just ignored by the magnificent, turning heads and rushing towards the provocative Hong Zhang. Immediately after Shang Ziyi, he saw Hong Jiang's fighting style www.novel.com, this kind of artistic fighting style that he later regarded as his lifelong pursuit. Hong Zhang, who is in the virtual group, sometimes picks up a pillar of blood in his hand with a short blade, sometimes with gloves and boots, turning his limbs into the most dexterous combat weapon, playing an alternative symphony with flesh and bone. Body shape shuttles back and forth in the virtual group, like a monkey swinging in the forest. In Shang's view, Hong Zhang did not seem to be under siege at all, more like a butterfly fluttering its wings leisurely among the flowers. Fists, palms, elbows, and knees always appear at the right time, as if they have been arranged early, no matter how many voids, no matter what direction they come from, and no matter how close their minions are to Hong Zhang, in the next second they destined to fly towards unknown places. One even flew to Shang's feet. With his excellent professionalism, Shang's took a knife and sent it to see Lord Ling Wang. Yu Ying, who was farther away, also saw this picture. To be honest, it was shocking. I didn't expect Hong Zhang, who he regarded as a dude, to have such strength. Can Kaiyajin and his team really be better than the young man in front of him? Yu Ying made a big question mark in her heart. Putting aside these thoughts, he also wanted to join him now, not to grab the credit, but to give some assistance to this young man fighting alone. But the problem is that Kailian, Moon Shadow, looked at the huge black shadow in the distance as if watching a movie, hoping that it would keep watching like this until other reinforcements came. Yu Ying's prayer seemed to have had a counter effect. Jillian, who had been sluggish for a long time, raised his head suddenly and yelled loudly with his mouth open. The moon shadow in the distance even felt the air vibrate with this sound. It's not the sobbing of a smile but a smile. This time, the voice is loud and powerful. Even though the species is different and the language is not clear, everyone present knows that it is angry. Chapter 26, Fierce Fight. Killian, who shot again, obviously moved the real fire. He waved his hand and shot like the last time, but the speed was more than twice as fast. But in Hung Jiang's eyes, it was still too slow. He grabbed the Su in front of him and threw it under the attacking giant, making him a substitute for the dead. There was no movement on his feet, and his figure flashed to the side of the virtual body who was watching the play a few steps away. The furious Jillian will not blame himself for killing the same kind of failure. At this time, it only sees Hong Zhang running around like a flea. Wherever Hong Zhang goes, his slap will be slapped in the next moment. This can make the ordinary virtual people present have bad luck, and they want to run in the face of Kailian who has lost their mind, but how can Hong Zhang allow this to happen? Some were thrown away like just now, and some were cut off by him. They had to wait in despair for Killian's giant palm to fall on him and take his life away. All kinds of escape methods were interrupted by Hong Zhang one by one. For a time, flying dust rose frequently in the field, and the wailing sound was endless. Every tumultuous wind appeared, it represented the disappearance of an empty one, and it seemed that Zi was a little unbearable. Under the guidance of Hong Zhang, the ordinary emptiness on the field was quickly cleaned up by Killian. The miscellaneous fish exited the field. Hong Zhang didn't intend to hide, and ran towards the funny face along Killian's arm. The big guy is not really stupid, his arms are up and he wants to throw Hong Zhang out directly. Hong Zhang didn't panic, his legs were slightly bent, and with this upward strength, he flew out like a rocket under his foot. If he didn't make a mistake, his fist would be close to Killian's brow in the next second. Contact. At this speed, Killian has no time to make a defense. This time it is settled. Just when he was full of confidence, the big guy did make a move that surprised him. I saw the original smooth and white forehead first moved up, then turned back, a dark and bottomless abyss appeared out of thin air. It was Killian's mouth, and the boss looked like an open box waiting for him. Shang's was still looking for Hung Jiang's figure, and when he moved his eyes, he saw Jillian closing his mouth. Could it be that he was eaten? Shang Zi was taken aback by the thoughts he had come up with. Impossible, how could such a beautiful Shunbu be eaten? Yuz muttered to himself and began to look for Hong Zhang in all directions. But this is destined to be useless, because Hong Zhang is indeed in Killian's mouth at the moment. It's not very comfortable in Su's mouth. Even if he is comfortable, Hong Zhang doesn't plan to stay here. He would come in purely without stopping the car, but he didn't want to learn how to call his sister-in-law twice. At this time, there was pitch black all around. Although he had released his spiritual power, his own light could not be transmitted at all, and he could not recognize the direction at all. However, Hong Zhang knew that the exit was behind him. He turned around and felt the black and ran for 2 steps before reaching a wall. Not surprisingly, this was Killian's teeth. Makes a fist to lift his breath, and the left and right fists blast out quickly. With these 2 almost full-strength punches, the first one broke Killian's front teeth, and the second one went down and the tooth disappeared. This also made Hong Zhang put away the third punch he wanted to punch, and started it instantly. Get away! After searching for a circle, Shangs was a little desperate, but Hong Zhang suddenly appeared next to him, and at the same time the Killian suddenly covered his mouth and yelled, twisting his body in pain. Appearance. Where did you go? Shangs looked dull, and pointed at Killian not far away, and continued to ask, also, what happened to it? It accidentally ran into its mouth. Hong Zhang sighed heavily, turned his head and smiled, it broke a tooth when he came out. Shang Zi also has nothing to say, it is obviously very thrilling, how can you just go wherever you put it? Is this the confidence brought by strength? However, Shang Zi thought more about it. Although Hong Zhang was grinning on his face, he was panicked in his heart. The old man had never taught him how to deal with it when entering the empty stomach, that is, the other party is still in line with the biological structure, if there is a small universe in his body, then he can just take it. But Killian didn't understand how amazing he had just done. The most important mask was damaged, which made it completely mad, a red ball slowly in front of the mouth that lacked front teeth. Forming, getting bigger and bigger. Void Flash, a means of compressing the spiritual power with high intensity and then releasing it instantly, it is one of the Void exclusive skills of the Great Void level. Although Killian didn't lower his head at this moment, from the fact that it stared at his own eyes, Hong Zhang knew that it was aimed at him. He has an understanding of this method, and the advantages are that it is fast, powerful, and destructive. The shortcomings are also obvious, the moves are too obvious, the preparation time is long, and the lower the level, the longer the preparation time. Just rushing directly into the opponent's mouth is stupid enough. If you reading www.yuyuganshu.com now successfully releases a virtual flash. Hong Zhang feels that he can kill himself directly. If you like to shut up, then let you shut up enough. Hong Zhang moved, climbing along Killian's body, he wanted to give this idiot a cruel. It was not only Hong Zhang who was acting, but a blue arrow was shot in vain from somewhere in the distance and went straight to Killian's profile. Then, the poor big guy was forced to close his jaw first, and his mouth-full teeth smashed into pieces. The blue arrows followed one after another, the head rotated 90 degrees, and the red flicker was passively released, and nothing was swept except the air. Have those guys come here too? As if to confirm his words, the sword rain composed of the same blue arrows as before hit again. Upon seeing this, Hong Zhang first punched Killian's head, who was already a little confused. Then he jumped on its long nose, forced backwards, and put a large number of blue arrows into its mouth without falling. Boom! 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 A constant explosion sounded from Killian's mouth, his eyes were white, and his whole body slowly fell backward. The original white mask was completely devastated and was peeling off. The mask is the root of the imaginary, and this proves that this Killian has died too much. Hong Zhang, who had returned to Shang's early, could not help but touch his mouth when he saw this scene. It hurts just by looking at it. You guys are too cruel. Hong Zhang faced to the left, baring his teeth and said, can't you be gentler? Don't plant your spoils at will, we are all rushing. How can I say this? Everything is as you wish. Under Hong Jiang's gaze, there were a dozen people in white clothes in the empty place in a blink of an eye. The young man headed by him had a smile on his face. He said just what he said. Chapter 27, Quincy. The white, which is the opposite of the death represented by black, makes it easy for the future to stand against the death god. This kind of thinking can't be said to be all wrong, they did have a long struggle with death. It's just that it was a long time ago, and now, they and the of death are friends and not enemies, at least both sides are advancing and retreating together on the matter of virtuality. The identity of these people is the quintessence of the human beings who are born in this world and take the elimination of the void as their responsibility. In the past few years, Hong Zhang has not rarely encountered a Quincy. There are a few who have a good relationship with him, such as the young man named Not Forts who just talked to him. Hong Zhang knew that Fouts had only come to the soul world not long ago, which of course meant that he had only died soon. According to Forts, he was only in his 20s when he died, but Hong Zhang has always been skeptical about this. Is half a head taller than him, and he is burly, so that the white clothes of the Quincy is not handsome on him, it is full of funny. He was dark-skinned, short-cut, the whole person looked very capable, and there were 3 deep forehead lines on his forehead, so Hong Zhang always felt that he was at least 40 years old before he died. It's been a long time since I saw you, Forts, did you meet last time? Hong Zhang held his forehead for a while and said casually, a few months ago. What months? We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years. Forts stretched out with a helpless expression, how long have I said you haven't left here? It's been a while, but why are you here? Forts just wanted to answer, when he saw the Moon Shadow 6 who had arrived, he swallowed what he wanted to say, and instead looked at Hong Zhang with a strange look. Asshole Yusawa! Isn't it goodbye that I can't spare me? Come on, let me see how you can't spare me. Let go. Don't you also say that you don't want to see me? My face is ugly. Yamagata and Yusawa, who met again, quickly fought into a ball and rolled on the ground. Although they were accusing each other, everyone in the room understood that they were just sharing the joy of reunion in their own way. But at this time, Hong Zhang didn't bother to pay attention to them. He had already noticed Fot's weird behavior. He was stared at by a hunk, and he always felt chilly behind his back. What's your look in your eyes? Tell you, I'm very serious and traditional. Don't get me wrong, I'm just more relieved. Seeing Hung Jiang's face at a loss, Forts then added, it's a good thing to see your relationship with your partner eased. Stop. Forts, although this person has a fierce look, you will know that this guy is actually a warm man after contacting him. If you don't interrupt him at this time, it is estimated that he can fish with himself for half an hour without stopping. Then you are here? Forts asked, and pointed at Yu Ying and others behind Hong Zhang, are they there? I happen to be passing by, it's not as complicated as you think. Hung Jiang's explanation was perfunctory, but seeing the bewildered attitude of Yu Ying and the others behind him, Forts knew that what Hong Zhang said was true, and his relationship with the other death gods had not eased. If there is no easing now does not mean that there is no easing in the future. Isn't it a good opportunity to clear up misunderstandings right now? At this point, Forts had plans in mind. The battle just now was very dangerous. You also suffered a lot of injuries. Forts patted Hong Zhang on the shoulder, but his face was facing Yu Ying and others, and he blinked as he said, but we don't have a doctor here, I can bear it for a while. Moon Shadow is also an old death who has lived for hundreds of years. Can you still understand this? You hurry up and take care of their injuries. Yu Ying told the 4th Division woman beside her, her voice deliberately loud, go take care of Hong Zhang first. Lang has sentimental concubine intentionally, although Yu Ying did not formally apologize to Hong Zhang, but the friendly attitude in this remark is obvious. Normally speaking, even if Hong Zhang has a stinky face, as long as he accepts the treatment obediently, even if he accepts the kindness of Moon Shadow, then at least he and Liang Ziyi of Moon Shadow not understand, and then through Moon Shadow, the death gods in Zhengmu district accept it. Hong Zhang is also a matter of time. But the sentimental man is Futs rather than Hong Zhang. The so-called common sense is also Futs's own opinion. Next, Hong Zhang let him know what is serious arrears with emotional intelligence. He not only has a bad face, but also a sharp mouth. Smelly woman, go away. Throwing away the girl from the 4th Division, Hong Zhang sneered at the girl who was stunned, I am a trash that has to be carried even to escape. Now I am here to prove that I am not doing nothing? You can get it down. Want to save people with peace of mind? Go back to Siridi. Hongzhang did not care about the girl who made fists with both hands and lowered her head and looked unwilling. He doesn't plan to let Moon Shadow go, even this band writer is the most hateful, peaceful. If you want peace, give you face. There is you in the theater, and you are called, why don't you see you when you fight? She wants to prove that she is not doing nothing, what about you? What do you want to prove? Hongzhang held his chin, posing as if thinking, proof have you been here? Well, I admit that you succeeded. If you don't speak, I really won't see you. The 5th Division's unique ventriloquist is still as strong as ever. Hongjiang's remarks not only refer to Yu Ying's inaction at the moment, but also vaguely expressing what he had added 7 years ago. www.novel.com Yu Ying, who has lived for hundreds of years, naturally heard this profound meaning, and his whole face was the speed visible to the naked eye became the color of pig liver. The atmosphere at the scene has dropped to a freezing point, and even Yusawa and Yamagata have stopped arguing, and they dare not talk nonsense. It is really shameful to be so scorned in front of Quincy. In fact, the Quincy exterminators at the scene were also dumbfounded, scolding their family members to be so cruel, especially in front of outsiders. Is this kind of cruel people not common? As for the instigator, well, Futz doesn't think he is the instigator. He is completely kind, but he didn't expect Hongzhang not only to not step down the steps, but also to tear down the steps of others with a small hand. Headache. Forts kept rubbing his temples, which was completely different from the development he had imagined. Turning his head to look at Hongzhang, Hongzhang was also looking at him with a gloomy expression, and the two came to look at each other. Don't stinks on me. I will do it. I swear. Futz stretched out his fist and quickly threatened. Let's go, won't you compensate me when you are done? Compensation is okay, but I didn't want to make trouble, it was all kind. Thank you for your good intentions. Hongzhang rolled his eyes, and said with no good air, I don't want to bring a group of babies in fear all day. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongzhang lifted his heels and jumped directly to a branch not far away, greeted Futz, and disappeared into the dense jungle. Forts sighed with a bitter smile, put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Yu Ying and the others, and said in a low voice, You have worked hard too, everyone. It is not very safe here. You should go back and cultivate. Right. I'll leave first when I wait. When Moon Shadow came back to her senses, Forts and others were also gone. Hongzhang also has Quincy masters, as if they had never appeared before. Chapter 28, The Wind Rises? Lingting. North Liuhun Street 43 District, the quaint streets are crowded with people, vendors on both sides of the road enthusiastically solicit pedestrians passing by. This is the most prosperous business district in District 43. At this moment, in a room on the second floor, two men were talking and laughing while shaking the goblet in their hands, the bright red liquid swirling along the wall of the cup. The two are not Forts and Tetsuka Hiro, who is asking for compensation, and the so-called compensation is the red wine in their hands. Don't shake it, it's all dangling bubbles. Sorry, I haven't drunk this thing much. Forts could not help but feel a pain in his heart looking at the wine that Hongzhang sips. It is already uncomfortable to take out your private possessions, but it feels terrible to see good things being spoiled. But Hongzhang doesn't have any psychological burden, so he's serious about it. He smiles, enjoys it, and says with endless thoughts, it's law fight, it's so aftertaste. Although I'm glad you said that. Forts took a sip of the wine elegantly and continued, but the wine in the soul world is not very good, even law fight. You know, after all, you have to start growing grapes first. Forts shrugged, the smile on his face didn't stop. It is really interesting to see the elegant dress of the buns. So this is actually a bargain. Inner sunshine, Hongjong. Forts picked up the bottle and refilled Hongjong a half glass of red wine, and said slowly, even if it's not as good as this world, it's one of the best red wines in the Soul world, and it costs a lot of money. Hearing that the price was in place, Hongjong's unhappiness was wiped out instantly. Smiling and after having a cup with Forts, he leaned on the edge of the bed and watched the crowd downstairs. Having stayed in the land of killing for a long time, this scene is particularly beautiful. What are you going to do next? Forts also leaned against the window in a similar manner, but his gaze was on Hongjong, who was on the side. Take a rest for a while and then go to the land of slaughter to play. If you get bored, come back for vacation. 150 years, God knows how long it is. You know I didn't ask this. It seems you have a very strong family background. Hongjong turned his head and looked at Forts with a sly look. Go on, I want to taste the caviar. Forts raised his hands to signal that he had surrendered. He wanted Hongjong to reintegrate into the Death God group, but he didn't have the will at all, so why bother with his wallet? But Hongjong can understand it even this way. He and Hongjong met in the 60th district of Biliahun Street, but at that time it was only a one-sided bond. It wasn't until later that Hongjong happened to pass by to help them when fighting in Zhengmu district, and the two of them knew each other. In the next 2 months, Hongjong has been following them, and the two have gone through a lot of battles together and forged a deep friendship. In the past 2 months, Forts saw the of Death who ignored them more than once, and even after being injured, Hongjong went back to Seoul Street to find someone to heal himself. In short, the current situation of old-fashioned incompatibility is by no means caused by Hongjong unilaterally. Futs, I have always wanted to ask you. Death is to protect the land of slaughter in the corpse soul world, what about you? Why don't you just go for a good day and go for a stroll? Forts was stunned for a moment, looking at Hongjong, whose eyes were already a bit blurred. He looked a little drunk. In order to spread their smiling faces in every corner of the corpse soul world, Forts pointed to the crowd downstairs, and put on Hongjong's shoulders and said, there is no virtual world, don't you expect it? Look forward to a carefree day, who doesn't expect? At this moment, Hongjong, who was already asleep by the window, enjoying a moment of tranquility, didn't know that the storm that had blown in Siridii earlier would soon spread to him. 2 days ago, in Siridii, in a house that was still slightly dim in the candlelight, 5 men with invisible faces were sitting in a row, discussing something with the slender figure sitting on the opposite side. The order from room 46 has come down, the old guy has fallen down, and the little things won't last long. It's a pity that room 40's order was captured alive, and there are still variables. 1 day ago, Siridii received another message. The content is still about Hongjong, but if Hongjong himself is present, it is estimated that his jaw will fall. Killian appeared in the killing field. To get out of trouble, Tetsuka Hiro deliberately harmed 2 members of the 11th Division, resulting in their deaths on the spot. It was this news that caused Siridii, who was not calm, to blow up the pot. The 2 members of the 11th Division are still from 2 low-class nobles. With these 2 as the head, various nobles are making noise in front of Yamamoto's residence. Yamamoto is bound to come forward and severely punish Hiro Diazuka. Hongjong used to be disrespectful in his mouth and thinking incorrectly. But now that he fled and killed his colleagues, he had actually violated the laws of the of Death, so Yamamoto always had to protect him. But to everyone's expectation, this short Yamamoto is a guard. No matter what was going on in front of the door, he just didn't go out of the door and didn't move forward. If it used to be thunder, heavy rain, and small squats, then this time the nobles will not give up. Your captain is strong, and we are not going to eat. Together, all the families brought the matter to room 46 and jointly impeached Yamamoto. I have to say that based on the news that came, Hiroshi and Yamamoto were definitely the ones who were at a loss, and room 46 quickly issued a ruling. Temporarily deprived Yamamoto Motoya Nagasuk Shigakuni as the captain of the country, and ordered the 11th Squad leader Kenyashiki Kuriyashiki Hiro Shot Suzuka to return to the Sariadii to investigate. Before the end of the investigation, Yamamoto Moto Ryasai Shigakuni was not allowed to leave the residence, and the first team was temporarily managed by Room 46. Yamamoto, who had suppressed Sariadii for thousands of years, fell in this way, so relaxed that it feels unreal. Although it is not a foregone conclusion, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is Hiroji that determines Yamamoto's fate, and Hiroji's fault is an indelible fact. This is already a dead end. Is this really a dead end? Of course not. But the 6 people planning in the house at the moment are trying to make it a dead end. Everyone. The man in the room said, interrupting the argument of the remaining 5, we have taken the first step, an important step, gratifying. At the same time, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we have no turning back. The man's voice was very soft, as if a gust of wind could blow away, the road below must be more careful. My lord, please give instructions. A rough voice appeared, and said respectfully. First of all, Kozuka Hiro, I don't want to see his face, a moving face. He has left Jengmyu district. The destination should be Fujiang district. We have already sent someone over. The man lightly nodded his head, turned his head to the burly figure on the far left. There are a few more, I hope you haven't forgotten their existence. Of course I didn't forget, but I feel like, can you make those people more valuable? There was a brief silence in the dim room. The burly man looked at the slender fingers on the handrails on the opposite side. His forehead did not know when there was a thin layer of sweat, and his heart was tight, as if the opponent was not the handrail but him heart. How? More valuable? The breeze-like voice appeared again. The burly man was relieved, and said quickly, since they are going to die, why didn't they die at the hands of Kozuka Hiroshi? The adults only need to tell their family members when they arrive, and the little guy will die in vain. No need. But just so, both of these things are easily suspected. Don't do superfluous things. The man sitting there scolded. Tsuchika Hiroshi will kill people, but not a few small characters. I have other arrangements for his death. But those few people? Are you going to blame Sue? Queen Killer suddenly attacked, and the 6 survived. Seeing that the 5 people below all grew up, the man slowly stood up, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking for the skin of the tiger. As a tiger, we must not take a few bites of meat, try it. Chapter 29, Assassinate. 3 rods on the moon, the arrival of 7 dark shadows broke the quiet night that should have belonged to Fujiang district. All of them are short in stature, covered in black veil, and only show a pair of godless eyes, staring at the 2-story building opposite, which is where Hongjiang and Futs stay during the day. The target never left, right? After a day's drinking, I have long been a drunk cat. The black man in the middle nodded, waved to the person on the side, and whispered dumbly, tell me about the situation in the house. The man in black on the far left listened, arched and moved to the center of the team. After kneeling on one knee, he took out a roll of drawings from his arms and slowly opened it, and placed it on the ground in front of him. This is the hallway, next to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. A total of 3 bedrooms are distributed on the 2nd floor, and the goal is in this bedroom at the moment. There are a total of 5 windows on the 2nd floor, 2 facing the street, 2 on the back, and there is the last one at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor to the north. Is the goal impossible to be on the 1st floor? Unless you wake up and sleep anywhere, it's impossible. The headed man in black pondered for a while, pointing to the drawings on the ground and commanded, Number 2 and Number 3 squatted guarding the windows on the 2nd floor and 3 sides, and Number 6 and Number 7 guarding outside the windows on the 1st floor. The others sneaked in through the main entrance. After confirming the situation on the 1st floor, go up to the 2nd floor and let others in. The corpse is taken out by Number 2 or I, do you understand? Seeing everyone nodded, the man in black raised his right hand and waved violently. The 7 men in black disappeared instantly, blocking all the outlets of the small building opposite. Needless to say, these 7 people were sent by the unknown man in the Siridi to assassinate Hong Zhang. Maybe placed in the Godi 13 team, their strength can only be regarded as the middle and upper reaches. But when it comes to killing people, all of them are extremely masters. There was no sound, and 2 uninvited guests were visited at Futz's home. The 2 did not even make eye contact. One opened a small hole in the paper door to observe the situation in the house, and the other automatically stuck to the wall, paying attention to whether there was movement on the 2nd floor. It turns out that Hong Zhang is a child who sleeps very peacefully. The accident they were worried about did not appear. At this moment, the brothers who were waiting outside the house on the 1st floor were put in. The 4 of them did not even step on the stairs, and slowly climbed up to the 2nd floor against the wall. At this moment, the corridor on the 2nd floor is pitch black, so quiet that even a needle can be heard on the ground. The 4 people first confirmed the situation in the room separately, and it was no different from the intelligence. Hong Zhang was sleeping in the room at the end of the corridor next to the street. Opened the window and put the number 2 and number 3 outside, and the number 4 stretched out his thumb, meaning that he had already used the blower to send the burning smoke in. This is a colorless, odorless, and non-toxic drug. Its only feature is that it is easily burned by spiritual impact. These people have already prepared for the worst, and that is to die with Hong Zhang. As for why no poisonous smoke is used, a potion that can make a death who reaches the 6th level of spiritual power can capture or even die from the outside, there is no such thing in the soul world at present. The paper door was slowly opened, and the next moment a cold wind burst into the closed room. Moonlight shines through the paper window, pulling the 6 figures out of shape. Left arm, right arm, waist, neck, and heart, 5 white haloed daggers attacked at different parts. There is another handle that is sweeping past Hung Jiang's head, plus the number 1 outside the window. All possible directions for Hong Zhang to escape have been blocked by them. It's really a drunk cat. But the drunk cat is going to be a dead cat. The 6 people in black in the room had a thought at the same time, looking at the dagger that had penetrated the quilt, a trace of their mouth appeared under the veil. A mocking smile. The snow-white cotton wool was mixed with blue rubber shards, and there was a crisp bang in the air, as if the firecrackers lit in advance of the new year were celebrating this successful operation. But do these people make such low-level mistakes? No. I was tricked. Let's go. Seeing the action failed, number 3 made a decisive decision and immediately led the rest of the people out through the window. Number 1, who was guarding outside the window, heard an unusual sound in the room, and it was long gone. Forts in the next room is not a pig. Hearing this movement, he followed the man in black to Hung Jiang's room. The first thing that caught my eye was a paper window with a wooden frame. The idea that Hong Zhang had an accident immediately appeared. The original bed was a mess, but there was no blood. It seemed that this kid was not a short-lived ghost. The question now is, where did the Hong Zhang people go? It is not only Forts who wants to know the answer, but the people in black who have fled 2 blocks away at the moment want to know. Faced with the questioning number 1, number 6, and number 7 were really hard to tell. They were pretty sure that Hong Zhang had never left Fouts' home, and they had never expected it to develop into this way. But if they can stay for a while, maybe Fouts will kindly tell them the answer. In the light of the moonlight, Forts in the room found a piece of paper on the wall. The content on it was from Hung Jiang's hand. I think about it, I'm still annoyed. Being scolded can offset my life-saving grace? It's too low of my worth. Those guys have to pay the price. It's rude not to say goodbye, and the quilt has my ashamed expression. Diazuka Hong Zhang stayed. Looking at this wayward handwritten book, Forts really couldn't laugh or cry. The relationship was for extortion, so he escaped. I really don't know if he should be lucky or say he has little belly. This kid is really favored by the Spirit King, bad things turn into good things. The people in black in the distance are not in the good mood of forts. The mission fails and the goal is lost, which is something they cannot accept, and the master of Siridi cannot accept. Number 7 sends the news back first, wait for the master to make a decision. The black-clothed number 1 whispered, his voice trembling. Hong Zhang didn't know that they existed, but none of them would survive if he knew it. Has rushed to the origin of the killing. Hong Zhang, who tried to ask for compensation, would naturally not know the existence of these men in black. But is the truth true as the handwritten script says? Aren't you tired of talking through a piece of cloth? Take it off, you are all safe, take it off soon. In a house 2 blocks away, a man wearing a deadly attire is standing on the roof, muttering to himself while watching the man in black through the white spiritual power glasses in front of him. Isn't this person who has left Hong Zhang who has left? It's really a group of old foxes. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can't understand what they are talking about. If the people in black can hear this, they will probably refute, who is the old fox? How did you discover us? Especially number 6 and number 7, who are in charge of monitoring, want to know this answer even more, in order to wash away their grievances. In fact, the pod is really the one who monitors the 2 brothers. He thinks he is a passerby and changes his clothes and walks back and forth a few times without being spotted. It's so naive. Who can change clothes a day and walk more than 10, 20 back and forth? Why not do sales and business? Hong Zhang, who realized that something was wrong, naturally kept an eye on him. After nightfall, he confirmed the location of the stalker, and after sneaking out, he staged a good anti-surveillance show. Actually, such methods by the people in black work for most people, but can Hong Zhang be the majority? Killer? It's ridiculous. The old man Shan is the ancestor of the killer in the corpse soul world. As a disciple, he is the little ancestor of these killers. After staring for more than an hour, the group of people in black still didn't show up. Hong Zhang didn't plan to wait anymore. These people can't catch it at the moment, and they still have work to do. It's time to start. At this time, the people in black who had been staying for a long time also moved, and the person in black who was in charge of contacting with his finger on his head seemed to have received instructions. After saying something to the one in charge, the 7 rushed towards the north at the same time. It's a coincidence, it seems that our destinations are the same. I have to run in front of you if I want to make a circle. It's really bad luck. Hung Jiang's face instantly sank, and his right hand wiped off the spiritual power glasses in front of him. Looking at the bleak imprints of his left hand, his feet were activated continuously with instant steps, and he also headed north. I am afraid that I would have to spend all of them on the road this night. Chapter 30, 150 Years. In 1856, the same soul world was also in 1856. It has been 150 years since Hong Zhang, Yi, and 3 graduated from the Mao Spiritual Academy. It is difficult to leave any traces in the soul world for more than 100 years, but when thousands of years later, when the historians of Siridi look back on this history, they will feel a fairy tale absurdity in their hearts. The first place to bear the brunt is Siridi, the gathering place of the gods of death, the power center of the corpse soul world. At that time, the captain of the 11th Division Kenhachi Kuriyashiki was ordered to bring back hero Shotsuzuka, who was suspected of harming 2 members of his team, back to Siridi for investigation. I thought that a captain would be dispatched, and he was still one of the best contemporary swordsmen in Siridi. In addition to the 3 seats in the same industry, the young Tetsuka hero's genius, no matter how genius, could not turn a wave of waves out, obediently returned to 2. Lingting's punishment is his only choice. But no one thought that Hong Zhang not only ran away, but also gave them a whole flower. 7 people from the 4th Division Toruyoshi Toruoto, the 11th Division Usawajiryu, the Yamagata Formation, and the 5th Division 5-seat Tsukiji Toshiki were killed by Hong Zhang on the spot in front of dozens of death. I don't have to say anything to bring it back and investigate again, Siridi is furious. The 46 room was about to be caught alive and changed to life or death. Please know that in order to avoid the escape of Tetsuzuka Hiro, Room 46 has strictly forbidden other squad members to take unauthorized actions. The arrest will be carried out by Kenpei Kuriyashiki himself. Under the premise of excluding any leaks from his side, Hong Jiang's retaliatory actions have to make people suspect that there are whispers in the soaring court. In the case that Room 46 has issued an arrest order, no matter what the reason, this person is tantamount to betraying Siridi, which is unacceptable for Room 46. Yamamoto is naturally the biggest suspect, but suffering from the lack of substantive evidence, coupled with his strong strength, it is not a last resort. Siridi does not want to force such a character to the opposite. In view of this, the 46 room had to issue additional orders, ordering the ghosts to monitor the situation of the Yamamoto residence day and night. Not to mention the butterfly, not even a mosquito can get in. Similarly, the Saifanjai Yuan family and the Urahara family who had good relations with Hongjiang were also suspected. From the head of the house to the servants, they all ended up in the same fate as Yamamoto. Because of this, Urahara Kazuichi, who has returned to Siridi, can't do anything now. While worrying, if someday comes news that the criminal hero Kozuka has been arrested or killed, the other side is itchy. I can't wait to rush out to find that bitch, even if they don't even know where that is now. Where are the people from Kozuka Hiro? Not only Urahara and Yaishi wanted to know this question, but everyone in Siridi wanted to know. Especially the group of people who dominated all this and reaped a lot of benefits. This 150 years, strictly speaking, should be 143 years. On the bright side, Siridi sent up to 4 captains, 6 deputy captains, and a luxurious lineup of hundreds of players to find Hongjiang at the same time, but this person seemed to have evaporated, completely gone. Secretly, many nobles, headed by 6 families, also sent their family forces to secretly hunt down. In fact, 5 of the 6 families thought it was unnecessary to make the effort. They didn't make the killing of the 7 gods of death face to face. It was really Hongjiang's own behavior, and the crime could not be washed away. Perhaps the cause is their framing, but the long history proves that Room 46 can admit its own mistakes, wash away your grievances, and give you corresponding compensation, but it only does not allow wrongs, hatred, and wrongs, even if all of this they caused it. Therefore, it doesn't really matter whether Tetsuzuka Hiroji is dead or alive. Even if he came back alive, Room 46 would not listen to any of his excuses. Death was his only important point. The only difference was where he died. But the adult-headed alone disagreed, and he couldn't worry about not seeing Hongjiang's body. Due to the power, the other 5 had no choice but to continue this meaningless pursuit for hundreds of years. Sometimes they also wonder if that little guy is dead. After all, they knew that Hongjiang's final destination was the origin of killing. At the same time, Liuhun Street has undergone more than 10 thorough investigations over the years, and it is absolutely impossible for small things to return here. There was no supply. In order to avoid the search, I had to go deep into the killing. It lasted for hundreds of years, and it was normal to die there. In the Zhengmu district of the 80 district of Liuhun Street, dark clouds blocked the meniscus in the sky. The vast plain from the sky looks more like a bottomless mouth opened by an unknown giant. Next to the lake, a man in torn white clothes with long black hair sloppily draped, is looking down, looking left and right, as if looking for something. That's it. The man looked at the white rune on his left hand, and said something inexplicable, "I'm relieved if you are still alive." There is obviously nothing but weeds here. Who did the man say this to? I saw the man stretch out his left hand, and the light in his palm rose a bit. On the originally flat ground, 7 small soil packs slowly rose, and traces of white light leaked from the soil, connecting with the light on the man's hand. It didn't take long for the soil pack to stop growing, and the rune on the man's hand gradually dimmed. The 7 eyes closed, the pale human face flashed past with the disappearing light. The man bowed, holding a face in his hands, and pulled a person out of the soil like a carrot. So back and forth, the original 7 soil packs turned into 7 deep pits, and there were 7 people lying beside them without breathing. It looks like 7 corpses. To be honest, this thing is not common in the origin of the killing. I don't know which kind-hearted person buried them, but at this time the villain came, and the birthday of them was over. The matter was not over yet. The man untied the cloth wrapped around his waist a few times and shook his hands. What kind of cloth strip is this? It's obviously a big cloth bag. Rude, throwing 7 people on the ground like cargo, the man easily carried a pocket more than twice his size, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place, leaving only 7 potholes. 3 days later, Sojifeng District, Biliahun Street. A man in variegated clothes and bundled hair is sitting on a bench on the street, with his left hand and the right hand holding a beautiful and plump woman. Pedestrians passing by these 3 people, most of them cast a disgusting or contemptuous look. One is the unscrupulous and sordid behavior of men, and the other is because of the identity of the 2 women. The building behind the man is called Huaxiangju, the largest and most famous Fenjiao place in Toiyaji District. Needless to say, the identities of the 2 women are very famous here, even those who have not been to Huaxiangju know. They are one of the most beautiful Pink Sakura and Fluttershy. Lord, look, that's our most famous troupe. I heard that it is performing in many districts. Fan Ying, wearing a cherry blossom kimono, shouted happily. Although Fan Ying smiled brightly at this moment, to be honest, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. The man next to her is okay from the side, but the scar that runs diagonally across the entire face from the forehead to the chin on the front face is really terrifying, especially the flared lips. She has been praying in her heart. Put it on her face. I have seen them all in the 70th district. The man pointed to his temple with a sneer on his face. A fool with a problem in his head, how can anyone watch the show? Master is right. Isn't it a fool if you have money? The man laughed and bit the fruit that Nicholas handed him. He found that the woman on the other side had been silent for a long time. He turned his head and said sharply, "Why doesn't Zayadi speak? Is it boring to be with me?" Fluttershy, who was wearing a purple kimono on the right, was taken aback, but her extraordinary professionalism did not expose her to flaws. She said with a shy face, "No, I'm still thinking about the experiences that adults talked about. They are really wonderful." Zayadi also hates the man in front of him, with ugly appearance and rude behavior, and now she is embarrassed at the door with herself, which is really annoying. Can helpless people have money? The entire Huaxiangju was packaged today by others. There is no other way. They are here today. www.novel.com. I really want to do it. Fluttershy is really good at talking. The man was like a child, and he smiled openly after a word. He stood up and took off the red paper lantern above his head. And said loudly, "Get a pen. I'll give Fluttershy a gift, so let's draw Fluttershy on it." Under Zayadi's gaze, a butterfly with gorgeous patterns and wings soon appeared on the lantern. Fluttershy on the side pouted and said unhappy, "This is clearly a butterfly, where is my appearance?" Fluttershy, "Isn't it just a butterfly? Why, I'm so much more beautiful than it." Zayadi gently shook the man's arm, making Zayadi said, "No, you must repaint and draw me. I don't have that ability." The man shook his head, held up the lantern in his hand and said, "Since you don't like it, hang it out of my window. Today is a good day. I must use the brightest candle to light it at night. Light it up. There is nothing special today." He probably said he saw me. Thinking of this, Zayadi didn't ask any more. But he said at night, "I really hope that night never comes." In the middle of the night, Huaxiangju's lights illuminated half of the street. A red lantern hung outside a window on the second floor. It was the lantern that the man said he wanted to hang in front of his house during the day. In an empty street, 6 men appeared out of thin air. The headed bald old man looked up, the red light was burning like a blazing fire, and one of the black butterflies was spreading its wings and was borne on fire. 150 years, 150 years ago. Today is not any memorable day in the soul world, but it has a special meaning to some people. Today, 150 years ago, a young of death named Kozuka Hiro left Suriidai. Nowadays, it's the day he returns. Chapter 31, 5 Nobles. Huixiang lived in the main hall, and the handymen and the girls fell to the ground at random. The only one who remained awake was the man with the scarred face during the day. At this moment, he was leaning against the pillar, throwing the fruit in his hand into his mouth boredly. The candle flame dimmed quickly, and the man's hand moved faster. When the main hall returned to light again, he just happened to eat the last fruit. He wiped off the dander from his hand and wiped his face with his right hand. The scar on his face disappeared out of thin air, replaced by the familiar face of Tetsuzuka Hongjong. The teachers' looks are still there. And the patriarchs, who haven't seen each other in 150 years, they are still so tough. At some point there were 6 more people in the main hall, and they stood facing Hongjong in an arched shape. 5 of them seem to be in their dying years, and there is a middle-aged man with messy hair and sloppy appearance. Why did you choose such a place? Who would have thought that a fugitive who had been wanted for more than 100 years would appear in a place less than 1 mile away from Siritai? Hongjong shrugged his shoulders and smiled, without any intention of concealing his identity, even though each of the 6 people in front of him is not simple. The old bald-headed man in the middle is needless to say, but his teacher Moto Ryasai Shigakuni Yamamoto. The remaining 5 people are not inferior to Yamamoto, and they are the current patriarchs of the 5 nobles of Siritai. From left to right are Tsuneyashide Patriarch Tsuneyashide Daisuke, Shinji Patriarch Shinji Palace, Kokyuki, Shikoden Patriarch Kokiki Yinling, Shikoden Dozo, and the youngest, Shiba Yishin, who was born in a separate family, is currently the head of the Shiba family. The power of these 5 houses in Siritai is unimaginable. Kokyuki, Siphon Jin, and Shiba are in charge of the 6th, 2nd, and 10th divisions respectively. Needless to say, the other 2 that usually don't show up often have no private divisions, but they are the leaders of the clergy. The family of priests is a special family of nobles in Siritai. They do not get involved in Siritai's armaments and are in charge of all the ritual matters of Siritai. The Tsuneya Shiro and Shinji families headed by are said to be able to communicate directly with the King of Souls. Like the last time Urahara and Yaishi went to see the King of Souls, it was announced by Daisuke Tsuneya Shiro. Of course, these are not real powers. For Hongjong, these 2 real powers are embodied in the 46th room of the Central Committee. The 46th room in the center is composed of 46 unknown sages, and is in charge of the internal affairs of the Siritai and the Corpse Soul world. The order that the Godei 13 team issued was either unconditionally executed, or more than 2/3 of the captains jointly questioned it and discussed again. Most of these sages came from the family of priests and were jointly appointed by the 2 patriarchs of Tsuneya Shiro and Shinji. I'll be all here, you should understand what it means. A childish voice without any emotions appeared. It was Daisuke Tsuneya Shiro on the far left. It is hard to imagine an old man having such a voice. Hongjong nodded. These 6 people can represent the whole Siritai to a certain extent. As long as they nod and pass, it will be realized in Siritai. Teacher should have told you all about the plan, then I'll first. He was interrupted by the shrine palace in the middle of the speech, and he did not open his mouth. The ethereal voice seemed to be coming from across the valley, prove you first own innocence. Well, this kind of extremely cold intellect is indeed the style of room 46, and there is no word trust in their dictionary. It is up to them to judge whether it is a plan or a conspiracy based on the plan. Hongjong did not resist, and moved the big pocket in the corner of the wall, and poured out all the things inside. The 7 corpses were piled up in a pile, but the eyes of the 6 people above were so harsh. These 7 people were still alive, but their hearts were temporarily sealed by Ghost Dao. I think these are enough. Hong Zhang pointed to the pile of people in front of him. These 7 people were the Yu Ying and others who were rumored to be killed by him. If you have any details, you can ask them directly, but that's the next thing. Speak. In a full-fledged voice, the Siphon Jindao Zhang Hongzhang who spoke was quite familiar, an old man who was unsmiling all day long and combed the moon, but according to Ye Yi, he was an old naughty boy in private. This has caused Hongzhang to ask many times, isn't it tired to carry it like this? Then I continue to talk, I believe you all already know the teacher's plan. This is also the cause of my incident, to find out the situation outside. Hung Jiang's face was not red and heartbeat, and the plan was true. But being punished to leave Siridii is entirely his own problem. According to the original plan, on the bright side, Hongzhang will be ordered to retreat in Sirai Palace for 100 years because of stagnation. In private, Hongzhang will use another identity to walk out of Soaring Palace to investigate, and the subject of the investigation is the Quincy. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the Quincy had a battle with death. After this battle, the of death won a complete victory, and the corpse soul world is still under the rule of Siridii. The Quincy lost the glory of his ancestors, and his vitality was greatly injured. Later, the Quincy masters also stayed safe, and the 2 sides remained in peace until now. Moreover, the goal of both is to protect the soul from the persecution of the virtual, which can be said to be the same by different routes. But this is not the case. First of all, the identity of the Quincy makes them and death parallel lines that never cross. Although both are destroying the emptiness, the death of death only turns the imaginary into the most fundamental soul fragment, reorganizing the reincarnation into a new soul. UU reading www.ukansha.com. But the quencher destroys the emptiness, but it is annihilation. They can't be destroyed by them, and the traces can only be left in the passing time. And the emptiness is formed by the transformation of human souls, so if the Quincy is allowed to continue to do so, the number of souls in this world will be severely imbalanced, until finally there is no living being. From this, it can be seen that the death and the quencher are essentially opposites, and the level of this opposition is faintly higher than the virtual. Therefore, it is not surprising that the old man Shan proposed this plan to completely eliminate the Quincy. This is a move that he must take in his eyes. But there can only be one death god and Quincy master. Is that the only way to solve the problem? This is not necessarily true. Shiba on the far right uttered his own opinions. Can the Quincy be brought under the management of Siridii? Or will they give up the power of destruction and turn them into death? War is not the only choice. Impossible. Although I don't want to admit it, but this time. Hongzhang shook his head and replied with a very firm tone, war is the only choice. Reason. The abrupt child voice appeared from Tsunayada Daisuke's mouth again, a pair of eyes staring at Hiroshi. Reaper is not afraid of war, but if this battle is fought, there will be no winner on either side. Any reason mixed with subjective factors cannot convince him. Hit evil heart. Hongzhang was not afraid, his eyes were sharp and directly at Daisuke Kamizuna Yayoi. Queen Skillers never thought of peace, war is their only choice, so it is our only choice. Evidence. The watchman outside tapped the beetwood on his hand, and the melodious voice spread far and wide, since the beginning of time, nothing has happened. At this time, the outside of the house is peaceful, but the inside is tense. The 5 pairs of eyes that fell on him made Hongzhang understand that he had no retreat at all, and what the future looked like depended on his next performance. Chapter 32, Northeast of Zhengmu District. Not Forts, male, 24 years old at the time of death, came to the corpse world 152 years ago. Fidel, male, 33 years old at the time of death, came to the corpse world 146 years ago. As he spoke, Hongzhang took a piece of paper from his arms and opened it, turning the side with the words up, and threw it directly to Daisuke Tsunayasuke. These 69 people above are all quintessences who come to the soul world. The time varies, but the age at the time of death is not more than 40 years old. If it is true, it is indeed too young. Tsunayayoi took the paper and murmured, passing it to the shrine next to him, and continued, but it's just that, not enough. Queen Masters are not ordinary human beings. Except for death, Su, and themselves, there is almost no existence that can threaten their lives in this world. For nearly 1,000 years, there have been no reports of conflicts between the gods of death and the Quincy stationed in this world. Because of the death of the virtual or internal fighting, the soul will not come to the corpse soul world. There are two possibilities, one is death caused by false or serious injury, and the other is. This is only a part, there must be similar existences. I don't know the cause of death, but the probability is that I will kill myself. Looking at each other one by one, Hong Zhang said in a deep voice, everyone, such an obvious shift in combat power, conspiracy, why don't I need to talk more? It's an interesting guess, but as evidence, it won't work. Kokaki Yinling took the words of the Shrine Palace, and continued, don't sell it, tell me everything you know. Hong Zhang is not angry either. He planned to take care of the hearts of these people step by step. Now it seems that it's no longer necessary, just throw it away. The Star Cross Fortress, a holy city in the mouth of the Quincy, is now in the northeast of the deepest area. Impossible. Siphon Jindaozang suddenly said, interrupting Hong Zhang, unless the city is completely covered with murderous stones, it is impossible to build a city safely there. And the murderous stone has always been firmly in the hands of Siridii, you can't fail to notice this movement, right? The 5 patriarchs nodded at the same time. The killer stone is used to block and decompose spiritual power, and is mainly used on the outermost barrier of Soaring Palace. It is an important strategic material of Siridii, which has been strictly controlled by them, and there is no possibility of losing it. As mentioned before, a large number of spirit bodies, especially the gods of death, gather together, and the spirit power radiated can easily attract the virtual. This is the biggest problem in establishing a resident in the land of killing. The only solution is the murderous stone. Hong Zhang did not rush to explain, his right hand raised his sword finger, and 2 spiritual power rings, one large and one small, were outlined by him in the air. The inside is the Star Cross Fortress. Hong Zhang said, his sword moved to the outer circle and circled around. This is a sphere created by the force of the Quincy, with a thickness of less than 5 centimeters and a radius of 50 kilometers. No spiritual power zone, completely spiritual powerless. I believe you can think of anything that will lead to it. There was a brief silence in the room, and there was no spiritual power zone in the virtual perception, so if it weren't for shopping in the land of killing, then the virtual wouldn't enter it at all. When did it appear? Yamamoto interrupted everyone's thoughts. I don't know, but the appearance time is at least 200 years. Hong Zhang shook his head and continued, a large number of young quintessences appeared after this, and the time is more consistent. Last question, hasn't A of Death found this place by mistake for so long? Yes, but it is estimated that most of them died without even seeing the fortress, Hong Zhang said, lifting his chin towards the crowd in front, aren't they just hitting and bumping by mistake, but Kylian was killed. Almost gone. According to Hung Jiang's words, when the of Death strayed in, the damage of the non-spiritual area would cause very obvious spiritual power fluctuations, turning into a large spice pot. At the same time, the virtual subconsciousness of the virtual circle will smell it, and the spiritual power fluctuations will be covered by the black cavity opened by the virtual people. The death who accidentally enters is in trouble and rarely survives. Even if there are strong people who can survive, they will be persuaded or killed by the quintessence who rushed to them. The virtual is dealt with afterwards, but the rescue is not timely. Hello, I will not be suspected at all. Hong Zhang he spread his hands and said jokingly. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the patrons of Shiba and Sifenjin were instantly hard to look. Suna Yayoi looked at the two circles in midair, frowning. Even at the temple palace where the emotions have not been fluctuating, the cheeks on both sides are slightly protruding at this moment. It seems that we have lived too easily for hundreds of years. Kokaki Yinling glanced at each side and said faintly, I don't know what everyone thinks, but our Kokaki family agree to war. The Saifeng Academy agrees to war. Shiba agree to war. The three consecutive statements made Hong Zhang finally relieved. He is really afraid that someone will say you want to prove the existence of the Star Cross Fortress, then he will have nothing to do, he can't move the city over, right? Fortunately, these people are not always confused. From tomorrow, Siritai enters the combat readiness phase, Yamamoto is fully responsible, and the 46-room coordinated supervision. The authorization will secretly inform the captains of each division, and the formal order will be issued after the combat readiness phase is over. Suna Yaoi's words indicate that everything has settled. The storm surrounding Yamamoto and Hiro has completely subsided for hundreds of years. The little guy's grievance, you can take it back now. The temple palace looked at Hong Zhang and lifted the corner of his mouth, showing a mere smile, pointing to the pile of people in front of him, and continued, among these people www.novel.com who was the one who spread the false news in the first place. From the earliest entrapment of two gods of death, to the public massacre of 7 people later, these two rumors made Hong Zhang a sinner in Searing Palace, wanted by the entire soul world for 143 years. The second is Hong Zhang deliberately, so I won't mention it for now. The first is a real framing, and it is also the cause of the reshuffle of the Siritai forces. This false accuser is of death, no matter what the purpose is, he is punishable. To spread such news, it is necessary to ensure that the truth is known as little as possible, so there is no doubt that the false accuser was among the 7 people on the scene that year. Just, how many of them are false accusers? Or are all 7 false accusers? For a while, Hong Zhang couldn't make up his mind. Is there any family to which these 7 people belonged when the news came out in Siritai? Naturally not, little guy, you have to pay more attention to what the elders have said. The words of the Shrine Palace make Hong Zhang feel confused. Why pay attention to what the elders said? Does what they said has anything to do with what I asked? Among these people, who is the one who gave the false news at the time? This sentence that the temple said flashed through my mind. Is this the one that should be paid attention to? Is there any mystery in it? Hong Zhang lowered his head, and read this sentence word by word in his heart. When I read the 5th word, I suddenly realized it, and raised my head with joy, facing the kindly gaze of Yamamoto. Presumably you also have a list of elders. I'm not stupid, Jingji Palace said with a smile, this time it was a real smile. Yamamoto did not speak, and took out a scroll bound by purple ribbon from his arms. At this time, the melodious beat and wooden sound came from outside the house again. The ugly time is carved, the grass and trees sleep, the ghosts are walking at night. Chapter 33, You Do It Yourself. In fact, the reminder from the words of the Shrine Palace is very obvious. Who is the person who gave the false news? Since it is who, naturally only one person is the false accuser. But even Hong Zhang, who has experienced assassinations and other things, can't confirm it. How can it be so sure that there is only one false accuser in a temple that does not go out of the gate of Soaring Palace? Except for the reason that the Spirit King is here, the only explanation is that the 5 nobles have also investigated this matter to the point where it can no longer be investigated. After reading the name on the scroll, Hung Jiang's face twitched suddenly, as expected. Obviously I realize that people have checked it, and I am really stupid to ask that kind of question. Actually, I encountered an assassination in Fujiang district. Everyone present shouldn't have the leisure to entertain me. It looks like an idea came up. Yamamoto replied with a smile. In the list held by Hong Zhang, there are 44 lower-level nobles and 15 intermediate-level nobles. Yamamoto and the 5 major nobles jointly found a list of families related to the false accusation. For the sake of this list, Tsurayuki investigated the families of the people involved in the message transmission, but that was just a look, and Yamamoto and others did not think that they could sort out the mess. So the main basis for the release of the list is based on 3 words: divide the cake. No matter how many methods you use to hide your whereabouts or where you hide in, you will desperately move forward when you divide the cake. And there is no selection on this list. Based on the principle of killing and making no mistakes, all families that have had cream on their mouths are on it. So this list does not take much effort, but the cost is not trivial. But even so, the most critical part of the list is missing, and that is the family of the framer. None of the 7 suspects belong to the family. There are 2 explanations for this situation. One is that there is a bad luck reminder. However, this possibility is extremely low. First of all, Tsurayuki has not died of aristocratic patriarchs in these years, and secondly, no one wants to take this kind of thing on himself, nor can he trust it to others. So the second explanation is the most likely, which is what Hongjiang's seemingly ridiculous question wants to express: there is one less leader on the list. It is very likely that the framer came from this leading family. And in Tsurayuki, where multiple middle-level nobles cannot bite their dogs and jointly execute such a bold plan, apart from the 5 nobles, there are only upper-level nobles. Hongjiang also fully understood. The feelings helped him collect some interest and come back just by the way. The real reason is because these people have not found the mastermind? Sure enough, I can't believe these people. Very good, this is a temple palace, a 46-room. All the bad old men are very bad. Think carefully, this false accusation is actually the beginning of all chaos. In order to block the correct information to the greatest extent, the false accuser can only seize the opportunity and decide whether to return false information, and then let the principal and Tsurayuki choose whether to use it or not. The fire is indeed in the hands of the principal, but the lead must be provided by the false accuser. So, Yamamoto looked at Hongjiang and asked. This person needs to be resolute enough, not to be intimidated. What's more important is the identity. To be precise, the identity of the principal is hard enough, and can others be willing to hand this task over to him? Hongjiang took a deep breath and scanned everyone on the opposite side, so this false accuser must be the absolute confidant of the principal. The other participants are not convincing, and must be from a superior nobleman. Yes, not bad. The shrine palace still did not speak, but the protrusion of the throat obviously moved twice. The very hoarse voice is completely 2 extremes from Tsunayada's childlike voice. Unfortunately, there are 3 people here who belong to the superior nobles. It is still not easy for you to find the false accuser. Actually, it's not difficult, but you need a little cooperation. How to cooperate? Tsunayoi suddenly became interested. Hongjiang didn't sell guanzi, and talked out his own thoughts. The 6 people put together a little, and immediately decided, that's it. 3 of the 7 were born into senior aristocrats, namely, the 4th Division member Yutaro Toruo, the 5th Division member Mojo Kozo, and the 5th Division 5th Tsukiji Toji Take. After clearing the unconscious handymen and girls out of the hall, the first person to be unlocked and reawakened was Toru Yuan, the woman with long lavender hair who had escaped with Yamagata's back. The first thing saw after waking up was Hongjiang's face, which frightened Hotaru Yongyin. Although it was a little fuzzy, the last picture in her memory was Hongjiang's fist. Trutaru Yuan, turn your head. Yuan searched for his voice. It turned out that it was Captain Yamamoto. Next to him was the head of the 5 noble families. He immediately changed to kneeling. Bowed his head and shook slightly. Half a month ago, what happened to you in the Shikai district that caused the death of 2 members of the 11th Division? We met Killian, they couldn't escape. Then how did you escape? Diazuka Hiro, he appeared in time to kill Killian. And the Quincy, they killed together. Then why did the message to Shirai say that Kozuka Hiro killed them? Yamamoto jabbed the wooden crutch in his hand sharply, and said sharply, who was instigated by you for telling such a lie? Intent. Yanjian was stunned for a while, and reacted immediately. He raised his head quickly and waved his hands to explain, no, it's not me. I didn't send a message back at all, and except for special events in the land of killing, the communication was unified after the establishment of a temporary station. It was sent, so we didn't send it at all. Really, what I said is true. Please believe me. Who sent that message? I don't know, no one said at the time to send a message back. Although he scolded us, he saved our lives after all. How could we harm him like this? The replies of Mojo Kozo and Tsukikage Toshiki, who were awakened next, were similar in content except for some details. No one accuses others, and certainly does not admit that he is a false accuser. The investigation was in trouble for a while, but this was also expected by Hongjiang and others. It is really whimsical to expect witnesses or framers to stand up and come forward. One of you likes to pour dirty water on me. It didn't matter before, it's a small mess. Hongjiang, who had been watching the show for a long time, walked back and forth in front of the three of them. But this time is too much, you are hateful. I hate that I want to die. Why do you only doubt us? Yu Ying retorted. Just the way you looked at me the last time. Hongjiang pointed to his eyes and continued, others have extremely disgusting expressions, but only the three of you have different and very surprised eyes, but it is understandable. Said, it is really annoying to see me alive. Fabricated facts, jealous, a bunch of bastards. Siphon Jindaozang suddenly angrily snapped off the armrest under his hand with a slap, you and your family are not worthy of continuing to exist. Do it yourself. Hongjiang said, kicking the Zanpaku swords of three people not far away in front of them, after all, I'm fine. If you take it for yourself, I won't study your family anymore, how about? Hongjiang means what I mean. Yamamoto added in a deep voice, Sariety, I will never allow the same mistake to happen again. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you continue to insist, I don't mind killing chickens and monkeys. While the tragedy has not yet occurred, pay the price for your stupidity. We don't want to see the death of the three families, but it doesn't mean we can't see it. The Shrine Palace finally said, without any emotion in his tone. It seems that I can only do what these people say, rather than letting go. This is the code of conduct of Shirai since its establishment. Yu Ying trembled, and picked up her Zanpaku sword with both hands. There seemed to be a decision in his mind, his right hand slowly moved to the position of the knife handle, and then he held it fiercely, but to be honest, he was really unwilling. When Moon Shadow hesitated, Kozo Moljo on the left had already moved. He raised the Zanpaku with both hands high, with the blade pointed downward, and shouted, I can die, but I have a clear conscience. Molchang family is even more innocent. And then stab his heart fiercely. But the moment the blade was about to pierce into his body, Hongjiang suddenly moved, kicking Kozo's hand, letting the blade that pierced through his heart and leaning across his body. Kozo clenched his teeth, his forehead was close to the ground, and he knelt on the ground motionless with the handle of the knife in both hands. The whole person was like cooked dried shrimp, but the short breathing sound from his nose proved that he was still alive. Is this just a test? Just as Yu Ying thought so, Hongjiang's voice appeared again. Your name is Yu Ying, isn't it? Your performance is disappointing as always. Hongjiang squatted down at the three of them, patted Yu Ying's left shoulder with his left hand. Then he stretched out his right hand and put it on Yang Yin's right shoulder, turned his head and said, as for you, I hope you are not scared this time, so you can't even pick up the knife. But now I have to congratulate you. You guys, it's safe. Chapter 34, Another Day. Toru Yoji felt that all the strength of his body was taken away by this congratulations, and he slumped directly on the ground. The moon shadow separated by one person didn't get much better, the whole person was motionless, just staring at Hongjiang blankly. Hongjiang didn't say anything to these two people anymore, suddenly grabbed Mojo Kozo by the hair, and forcefully brought it to him. Without speaking, a pair of thin eyes coldly looked at each other's pale face washed by sweat. "No, it's not me." Seeing San's eyes opened round and his voice trembling explained, "I didn't keep my hands just now, I really want to prove my innocence." "I didn't keep my hands, I just had a clear conscience just now, and now I really want to prove my innocence? But I never said that if I did it, I was innocent." Exposed. Mokujo Kozan's face changed drastically, and his right hand grabbed the handle of the knife on his chest, not resisting but wanting to kill himself. However, Hongjiang was faster, and pulled out the Zanpaku knife from Kozo's body. The painful roar broke through the throat instantly and echoed in the hall. "Quiet, it's too noisy." First, Kozo, who was stunned and howled with his backhand, then Hongjiang turned his head and winked at Toru Toryuyan. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, he reminded helplessly, "Wake up! Hurry up! Stop bleeding and save people! If he is about to die, you are the only one to ask." Poor Toru Toryuyan was completely reduced to a tool person at this time. As long as it is Hongjiang's command, the brain will not be used, and the body will subconsciously execute it. This young of death who is much smaller than her is really terrible. In fact, let alone her, even the 5 noble patriarchs who are used to seeing strong winds and rains look at Hongjiang at the moment, and feel a little embarrassed. Hongjiang's plan is actually just one sentence: the more people who want to prove their innocence, the more problems they have. It's simple to say, but it's not easy to implement it. First of all, I suspect that there can be no such stunners as Yusawa and Yamagata in the list. These two people never take their lives seriously. It is not impossible to prove their innocence, but if there are these two, it is estimated. Without Hongjiang's mention, they were arguing about whether they were innocent or would rather die. Obviously, Mochen Kozo and others are not such people. How much do people who have to hesitate to save others value honor? Secondly, the false accuser must not be allowed to know what happened in the past 143 years. Hongjiang was also very lucky at this point. He closed off the vitality of the 7 people, so their memory remained 143 years ago. Finally, let the old man and others cooperate with the performance, so that the 3 waking up thought that the time had only passed for half a month, and Yamamoto was completely emptied, and the important positions in various positions in the Seiridii were shuffled. They did not know anything like that. And as the framer, Kozo Moaki made a mistake in his judgment and miscalculated the importance of these people on the matter. Now that things have developed, it is no longer a trivial matter, and a struggle of spirits can explain it. Either actually seize the mastermind, or let go of none of them, and get rid of suspicion if you want to kill yourself. These people's lives don't have that weight. Poor Kozo didn't know, but when he was stunned that he was right, Yamamoto and others were already looking at him with dead eyes. Resoluteness is his strength, but it is also this resoluteness that makes him destined to be exposed. It is not his tone to be innocent or to die. "Everyone, I didn't let you down." The 6 Yamamotos did not respond to Hongjiang's invitation. Hongjiang was also puzzled. "What do you mean, this is going to kill him?" Yamamoto couldn't stand it anymore, he deliberately coughed, and his hand covering his mouth pointed to the position behind Hongjiang. Hongjiang looked back, facing the daunting face of Last Moon Shadow. "Okay, I'm a little floating." First, the hand was raised and the handle fell to Dizzy Moon Shadow, and immediately after the treatment was completed, Hu Taryuan also followed in his footsteps. After the clearing, the conversation can always go on now. "You kid, I can't lose you at that time, don't worry." Shrine Palace teased Xia Hongjiang, and his voice became misty again, after this matter, Daisuke and I will leave first, and the rest will be up to you, Yamamoto. Bother. And this kid, sometimes you can listen to his opinions. However, I still need to discuss the Molchang family's affairs, so I will control it first. After Daisuke Tsunayoshi finished speaking, he talked to the temple. Gonglien left. That girl Yai talks about you every day. If you don't bring her some gifts, I won't be able to spare you, haha. Siphon Jindaizang laughed, turned his head and continued, let's go, leave him and Yamamoto talking. Talking. The remaining two did not tease Hiroshi anymore, and after nodding to Yamamoto, they disappeared into the house with Dozo, leaving only Yamamoto and Hiroshi. You have worked hard all these years, you did a good job, and you didn't disappoint me. It's okay. Hongjiang touched his head and said with a triumphant smile, it's so much harder than the teacher. It's not ashamed. Yamamoto cursed with a smile. Hongjiang spoke very vaguely. But he could still hear it. He was complaining to him in a disguised form. After all, from Hongjiang's point of view, the five nobles trust him very much and are always on his side. But is there no reason for this trust? Kokyuki Yinling has been healing in Yamamoto's family for more than 100 years. Therefore, overhead is a fact, surveillance is also a fact, and the final trust will come naturally. Yamamoto didn't intend to explain, but instead said sternly, Star-Cross Fortress, is it sure to break through? It's not difficult just to break it, but it is very difficult to reach the teacher's goal. Hongjiang shook his head and reported everything he knew to Yamamoto. Time passed by every minute, and Yamamoto was stroking his beard while listening, as if thinking about something. When Hongjiang finished speaking, he also stopped his hand movements. His brows had been shrunk into a ball at some point. I wanted to solve the group of traitors first, but now it seems that we must act at the same time. Yamamoto raised his head, staring at Hongjiang and continued, how many days do you need to make a plan for the Star-Cross Fortress? What about the conditions? No more than 6 captains except for the captains of the 11th and 12th squads, and the maximum number of players is 1,000. Hongjiang thought for a while, spreading 5 fingers and said, 5 days, the complete plan will take at least 5 days. 5 days later, in the evening, take them back to Siridiasao and go directly to Kukaki's house. I will wait for you there. Yamamoto said, taking apart the crutches in his hand. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. Take out the Zanpai knife with black sheath and silver handle from the crutch and hand it to Hongjiang. A certain friend of Yamamoto living in seclusion on Liuhun Street on the Green Face is actually another identity he prepared for Hongjiang, and the Zanpai knife he took out at this moment is naturally Hongjiang's other Zanpai knife. I'm leaving first, remember, don't liberate this knife unless you have to. After Yamamoto told him, he was about to leave, but he was stopped by Hongjiang, and he didn't know what else to say. That, teacher. Hongjiang lowered his head and said hesitantly, you have to settle the bill for me. Bill, please. Hongjiang tilted his head and pointed at his feet. You can't spend money on catering. Yamamoto was also dumbfounded. He didn't have any money with him to settle the bill? Although your boss is not young anymore, if you come to this place again in the future, see if I don't break your leg. No, teacher, you believe me. Hongjiang waved his hand and quickly explained, I didn't do anything, I just found a place to hide. Then find another place to hide. Yamamoto finished speaking and left with a flash, leaving Hongjiang at a loss. He was wrapped up with a Zanpaku knife, but even if it was someone else's, he couldn't really not take it back, right? Now that old man Shan ran away directly, he had no choice but to learn how to run away mercilessly. Putting the 7 people on the ground back into his pockets, Hongjiang also left Huaxiangju before dawn. The sky was just getting bright, everyone in Huaxiangju woke up to find that yesterday's scar face was gone, and even the Zanpai knife that was regarded as a treasure by the boss disappeared. They don't know how many big people have been here before. I don't even know how many lives have been decided here. The hour is engraving, the new day changes to the old month, another day. Chapter 35, Captain Assembly. 5 days later, Kozuka Hiro finally returned to the familiar soaring palace in another identity. No one can think of the old Grim Reaper named Ching with a white mask and cabbage blue robe in front of him. One is an old friend of Lord Yinling of the Kukaki family, and the other is a wanted criminal with a lot of notoriety. The gap is too big. Severely ill for more than 100 years is not doubtful. In the lobby of Kukaki's house, Hongjiang, who has entered the green status, said in a hearty voice, "Your little white face is still useful." Yamamoto, for the identity of youth, can be said to have worked hard and worked hard. During Hongjiang's 6 years in the spiritual academy, most of his time was spent keeping in mind various details and familiarizing himself with Qing's identity. For example, due to his attention to appearance and good looks when he was young, Kukaki Yinling was given the title of Little White Face by other people. There are not many people who still know this nickname. Kukaki Yinling heard the nickname he hadn't heard for a long time, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen, helping the cloud? Or Shinchi? Everyone is here, so don't hide it. There were quite a few old friends who chose to live in seclusion or go wandering at the beginning, and Kukaki Yinling couldn't tell which blue was in front of him. The past is like a cloud of smoke, so why bother to mention it again? Hongjiang replied faintly, pointing to his mask and continuing, "If you really mind, you can uncover it by yourself. I will also see how you have been over the years. It's not that I can't take the knife anymore." This is also what the old man said, that the Kukaki family is the most arrogant and caress about the honor of the nobility. They think that fighting for no reason is rude and ugly, so in the face of ordinary provocations, they will choose to ignore them, and will only use their swords for reputation and rules. He said nothing wrong with the old man Shan. Kukaki Yinling didn't mean anything in connection with the words. After giving a gesture of please, he knelt down at the tea table and drank tea alone. And at this time, Hongjiang approached in a humble manner, with his hands circled like a microphone, and whispered in the ear of the deadwood silver bell, "Hey, actually you still want to know who I am? You beg me, I just show you how." Was choked out before taking a sip of tea, Hongjiang laughed as he watched Yinling coughing while covering his mouth. These old men are usually like robots one by one, but they are still very cute if they are dismissed. After, Yinling directly blocked her hearing with spiritual power and never paid attention to Hongjiang again. The two were speechless until half a month into the sky, and the night fell completely. There are a lot of guests visiting Kukaki's house today. Hongjiang arrived early, and it is time for others to visit the door seriously. Yamamoto arrived first, and after nodding to the two people in the room, he was not polite, and he sat directly in the uppermost seat and closed his eyes to refresh himself. Then came Shifunjin Mikitsu, which was different from the Huaxiangja 5 days ago. This time he came wearing Captain Hayori. This means that now his identity is not the contemporary patriarch of the Saifeng Academy, but the captain of the 2nd Division of the Godai 13th Division. "It seems that I arrived quite early." Daozang smiled and said, seeing Hongjiang on the side, knowing that he was the green man in Yamamoto's mouth, just about to say a few words, a soft voice sounded from behind, "Let him dispel got this idea. Follow Dozo-sama, it seems that I am not late." Lai Ren is a woman, her black hair is braided in 2 braids and tied around her chest, her small face is delicate, and the smiling eyes that are often bent into crescents are even more pitiful. It's just her captain, Hayori, who proved that she is not an unusually weak woman. The 4 on the back of Hayori represents the squad she leads, the captain of the 4th squad of the Godai 13th squad Uo no Hanaretsu. Since she appeared, Hongjiang's eyes never blinked. "I haven't seen it for so many years, Sister Hua is still beautiful." Yamamoto in the upper seat gave a dry cough, and Dozo below heard the sound, and immediately stopped chatting. Daozang is in front of Uazawa, standing side by side in Yamamoto's lower left-hand position. In fact, what Yamamoto really wants to remind is the dumbfounded Hiroshi, who has loved running to the 4th division since he was a child. Does he still understand this kid's mind? Now that the child has grown up, should we consider his lifelong events? Yamamoto thought to himself. At this moment, the 4 captains arrived together. They are the captain of the 7th division with a round explode Kawarabu, the captain of the 9th division Ryuichi Kenshi with short white hair, and the new captain of the 3rd division, with long golden curly hair. In the rear, the beautiful female frontal male Jiro Hashiro, and the 5th division captain, Mako Hirako, who is yawning and whose forehead is completely hidden by thick bangs. These 4 are of the same generation, and they have good friendships in private. Some time ago, Hashiro Jiro took over the position of captain of the 3rd division, and even the 4 were named the strongest 4. Excellent people will naturally attract each other, which is probably their situation. It was secretly authorized again, and it was a private gathering. I seem to see the days of hard work beckoning to me again. Hey, Hirako sighed and complained. Coincidentally, I'm the same as you saw. As soon as the 8th division captain Jinraku Chun Shui arrived, he heard Hirako express his feelings for him, and put his shoulders on Hirako's shoulders and whispered, "So do you want to take advantage of your leisure? www.litnovel.com. Will you go for a drink together?" The 13th division captain Yukitake Shiro, who came with Kirikou, just wanted to remind that there was one more person in front of him who was hooking up in front of him, and it was Shiba Ishin, the Juban captain wearing the 10 captain Hayori. "Take me one, by the way, call Hisari and Lisa, and pour us wine. Hee hee. You too, go to bed at night, and you will lose your hair." Hirako broke free from the shackles of the 2, stood listlessly opposite Uazawa, and said to herself, "If you want to be really bald, you must not laugh at Ri Shirai. Dead. Sorry, am I late? Kiryu? Don't worry, there is another one yet to arrive. You're not the latest one." Shiba saw the purple-haired woman who had just arrived, circled her thumb and forefinger in a circle, and made a drinking gesture. "Don't go for a drink together. The newcomer is the captain of the 12th division, Haikishu Kiryu, who is also the only female captain in the 13th division of Godai except Uyuka. At this moment, there are 12 captains gathered in the room. Except for the 11th division captain Kenpei Kuriyashiki, the top combat power of Siraidai is now gathered in the hall of Kukaki House. There is still a captain missing, but Yamamoto doesn't seem to be going to wait anymore. His closed eyes opened slightly, his crutches tapped the floor, and loudly said, "Everyone is in place." The noisy hall instantly quieted down, but if there were people outside, you would find that there was no sound in this hall from beginning to end. At this moment, the 11 captains except Yamamoto, with even numbers on the left and odd numbers on the right, stand face to face in 2 rows. As for Hongjiang standing shamelessly in front of Hirako, looking at the opposite Uazawa without squinting. Yamamoto in the upper seat ignored Hiroshi for a while and slowly stood up from his chair. The captain's temporary meeting, start. Chapter 36, Pruning with Stinging Eyes, the eradication begins. The captain meeting a week ago didn't know many people, and it didn't seem to have changed much. Until night, people knew that the change had already happened quietly. This eradication operation is carried out in 3 parts at the same time, and you have to take someone to arrest Chuanja, and then enter the virtual circle with Kiryu and others. The tall 11th Division Captain Kenpei Kuriyashiki looked at the mansion in front of him with melancholy on his face. It is difficult for people who are familiar with him to associate him with the easygoing and optimistic person in his piece. Of course, if you really feel sorry for you, I can do some of it. 3 days ago, the words of Kirikou Chun Shui came to mind again. Kuriyashiki Kenpei lowered his head and whispered softly, "Don't treat me as crying. Little girl. People always have to pay for what they have done. If you really do it, you should do it, double. Team leader. Hey! Korea Shiki turned his head, saw his deputy captain's worried expression, forcibly cheered up, and said with a smile, "Gosuk, I'm fine. You don't need this expression anymore, it's not sure how things are." The extermination operation was prepared by Yamamoto for the complete eradication of Quincy. The entire content of the operation is only known to the captain of the Godi I-13 team, the 46th room in the center, and the Shinigami named Ching. The operation is divided into 3 parts. The first part is called the stinging pruning, which is a clean-up operation within the Siritii. There is a force in the Siriting who is secretly colluding with the Quincy. This is the news that Ching brought to the captain's temporary meeting 7 days ago. In order to prevent the actions from being revealed by this group of people, causing the dispersion of the Quincy masters, stinging pruning came into being. While stinging the prying eyes, it also pruned these crooked branches and buds in Sarii court. The sting eye pruning was carried out by the captains of Kirikou Chun Shui, Yukatake Shiro, Yuki Hanaretsu, and Korea Shikiken 84. The 44 lower-level aristocrats and 15 intermediate-level aristocrats on the list were all sad at this moment. Sound. They will be detained temporarily and will be interrogated together after the eradication operations are over. It is naturally not too simple for the family that Korea Shiki Kenpeki personally led a team to arrest. The 2 characters Long Fei Fengwu on the house number indicate the ownership of the mansion Mole City. That is, the family to which the false accuser Mojo Kozo belongs, and the only high-class noble in this operation. Speaking of the family experience of Mole Castle, it can be regarded as bumpy in the long history of Siritii. As a high-class noble, Mole Cheng family was brilliant in the early years. The children in the family are particularly good at martial arts. Although no one in the family has served as captain, Mole Cheng family has a great influence on the 13th team of Hutting. As a result, the Mochen family was framed by many nobles more than 300 years ago, leading to the deaths of most of the children in the family. The surviving third siblings also faced the torture of the time continuously fighting against the virtual until they died in battle. Penalty. At that time, the eldest daughter of Mole Chengwan was the only of death among the 3 who had awakened and was able to protect their 2 young brothers. But in the face of the emptiness that kept rushing up, Mole City family 1 couldn't hold on for long, and was quickly buried in the empty group. What can the remaining 2 little ghosts who can't start solving? Their deaths are doomed, and Molechen's history is a certainty. And just when everyone thought so, the awakening of a genius pulled the Mole City home on the cliff back. Mole City Xuanja, Mole City's younger brother, is also the eldest son of Mole City's family. At this time, he awakened his first solution, and instantly smashed the virtual people who killed his sister on the court. The powerful Zanpaku-deo is not a common product, and a new star is rising. Soaring Ting has always been tolerant of geniuses, and the 46th room immediately stopped the torture and began to investigate the Mole Cheng family again. In the end, the truth came to light: the Mole Cheng family was innocent, and all the nobles who participated in the falsehood ended in a bleak end. The young Mole Cheng Shuang also became the owner of the family. Although he and his brother Kozo were the only ones in the family, Molechen's family survived. Korea Shiki Kenpeki entered Mojo Castle's mansion. Although the yard is large, there are many houses, but most of them are darkened. In the middle of the courtyard stood a thin, elegantly dressed man, who seemed to be the only living person in this huge mansion. The man is with a black ponytail, and his 2 thin hairs hang down in front of him. His complexion was fair and not bloody, he looked a little sick, and his narrow eyes, like a pool of clear water, could soothe impetuous hearts. "I have been waiting for a long time." The man's voice was very soft, as if a gust of wind could blow away. He raised his hands slowly, and continued, "Let's go. I really don't know whether to praise you for being daring, or to call you stupid." Korea Shiki smiled bitterly and shook his head. Since the other party has already admitted, then he has nothing to say. Mole City, who was harmed by the framing, finally embarked on the road of framing, which surprised him and disappointed him. It's a lie. Xuanja, you are not a person who will betray Siridii. Right, Xuanja? Deputy Captain Gosuk was emotional and shouted out the voice of the other players. The man in front of him is the genius who saved the Molchang family back then, the contemporary owner of Molchang family Molechan Xuanzhai. At the same time, it is also the third place in the 11th division, and the fame among the players is only that of the captain Kenhachi Kuriyashiki. In the eyes of the members of the 11th division, Mochen Chuang is also a gentle, undesirable person. He is one of the few cultural people in the 11th division. Although he has 3 seats, his strength is extremely strong. Many people think that he is the most likely successor to the title of Jian 8. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Including the resignation of the captain of the 3rd division some time ago, compared with Feng Hashirojiro, in fact, the central 46 room is more inclined to take over the burden of Mojo Shuang. But it's a pity that Mole City insisted on staying in the 11th division, and in the end it was nothing. The Mole City Shuang also colluded with Quincy Exterminator, with the intention of harming Siridii. Most of the 11th division players on the scene didn't believe it, and they all yelled for him to explain. But looking at Mole Cheng Shuangyi's silent appearance, he didn't have any meaning to explain. Kuriyashiki Kenpeki raised his hand to stop the team's restlessness, and waved to the fellow ghosts. 4 masked men in white clothes holding metal fork-shaped long sticks stepped forward, and installed ghost tools that restrict the movement of spiritual power on the neck and hands of Mole City Xuanzhai. Also hand in your Zanpak knife, 3 seats in Mole City, one of the white-clothed men ordered. Zanpaku knife. Mole Chengshuang also smiled for the first time, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly and said, I don't usually take it very much, I can't remember where I put it. The white-clothed man frowned, and shouted in a rough voice, you better settle down. Mole City Double. You are not dead, it proves that I am in peace. After saying that, Mole Chengshuang also walked on their own. The surrounding ghosts were taken aback for a while, and then moved along. Who is arresting whom? Mochen Chuang did not resist the act of surrendering almost as expected, but it was also unreasonable. As for the future of Mole Cheng Xuanzhai and others, we will have to wait for the end of this operation before we can tell. The night was still long, and I was about to go to Kuriyashiki Kenpeki in the virtual circle with Haikisha Kiryu, Shifen Jindozo, and Kukaki Yinling. And at this moment, Diazuka Hiroshi, who is already in the Far More Wood area, is even more aware that stinging pruning is only the beginning, and the real war is about to begin now. Chapter 37, The Determination of the Of Death Cut the Foot and Weave the Net, is located in the Zhengmu district, which is a long distance to the north of Soaring Palace. A huge triangular team composed of nearly 1,000 death gods and hundreds of ghosts and Taoists is moving rapidly northward through the night. This team began to assemble after a temporary meeting of captains. First, the captains of each division screened out the problematic players based on the list, and then directly appointed them one-on-one. In order to avoid the leak of the Siridii, most of the team members are the origin of 4 killings. And the garrison team members in Liuhun Street. After these 13 team members are assembled first, it is confirmed that there is no news from the Siridii. 3 days ago, a team of 4 captains, nearly 100 members of the 2nd Division's secret mobile team, and hundreds of ghosts and Taoists, led by Tsuchika Hiro, disguised as Tsuchika Hongjiang, finally arrived in Zhengmu district in batches. This team has truly completed the assembly. Hongjiang wearing a mask is the only point in front of this team at this time, and at the same time the commander-in-chief of this team, the highest decision-maker of this team called Star Destroyer. The mission of the Star Destroyer forces is naturally to destroy the Star Cross Fortress, which is part of the destruction operation, and is called casting the Star Destroyer. At this moment, their task has not yet begun, but Hongjiang's face is full of solemnity. Although there are 3 parts to the elimination operation, the casting of the star that he is responsible for is the most critical part. It is not even an exaggeration to say that the degree of completion of the casting of annihilation stars will directly determine the success of the entire eradication operation. The entire extermination operation is divided into 3 parts, and the 3 parts are carried out almost simultaneously, but in fact there are first and last. The first part of stinging pruning has been completed. Hung Jiang's responsibility for casting the prison and destroying the stars has not yet begun. As for the third part that is being implemented, it is the final stage of the entire operation. After the pruning of the sting eye, the Siridii, headed by the remaining 9 captains, will be divided into 3 groups to perform different tasks. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th squadrons headed by the head of the team leader Yamamoto Motoyajisuk Shigakuni are in the middle of the command and support, and while sitting in the empty Siridii, they try their best to complete the fight against the quintessence group in this world. Positioning. At the same time, the 4 leading captains of Shifunjin Temple, Kokaki Silver Bell, Hikifun Kiryu, and Korea Shiki Kenhachi, will lead their teams to pretend to attack the virtual circle to ensure that they are protected from Kylian level during the Hongjiang operation. The great virtual intrusion above, thus falling into the embarrassment of the enemy. As for the remaining 4 captains, Uenohana, Kiriko Harumi, Shiba Ishin, and Yokotake Shirairo, they will first enter the Ruakan Street with their own squad in 4 directions, and roughly clean the scattered ones on Ruakan Street. Kishi, stabilize the situation in Liuhun Street. After that, among the 4 captains, Uajawaru and Shiba Yishin will lead the team into the Shikai area. The latter will clean up the void and the quintessence that circulates in the Shikai area. The former will rush to the Star Cross Fortress to complete the battle against the Star Destroyer. Support. The remaining Kiriko Chun Shui and Yokotake Shirano sit on Rukan Street, which is connected to Soaring Palace in the inner part, and the ground of the killing outside, acting as the case may be. Arrowfoot Weaving Net is the name of this part of the operation. Cut off the thin feet scattered around, and at the same time weave the net in the present world, waiting for the final moment of netting, and catching all the quintessentially. As for the moment of closing the net, it is natural to wait for when Hongjiang will take down the Star Cross Fortress. It is not difficult to see that whether it is pruning with stinging eyes or cutting feet and weaving nets, they all serve Hongjiang's task. The former is okay, but the price paid by the latter is not small. From the 4 captains led the team into the virtual circle as bait, because in this war, death has already given his life. The pressure on Hongjiang can be imagined. However, he is not a person who will shrink back from the battle. From the time he was responsible for formulating the specific plan for casting a prison and destroying the stars, he has been enlightened. This operation can only succeed without fail. The price of failure cannot be afforded by Siridii. Even the corpse soul world can't afford it. First is the action time. The others are okay. The 4 captains in the virtual circle will definitely not be able to keep all the people they took in the virtual circle. 2 days. This is the maximum time that the 4 captains can stay in the virtual circle within the acceptance range of Searing Palace, and it is also the maximum period for Hongjiang to capture the Star Cross Fortress. Secondly, it is to not allow any quintessence to escape from the Star Cross Fortress, and try to catch them alive as far as possible while ensuring their own safety, and they can also kill as many as possible, but this is the bottom line. Just as Hongjiang was simulating the details of the plan in his mind, the 2 figures behind were quickly approaching him, and they soon stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Blue, my lord. Hongjiang looked at the sound, although it was not very clear in the night because of the skin color, but Yi's familiar face could still be distinguished. As for the side, Urahara's face was rarely smiling. What's the matter? Something. Hongjiang asked with a thick throat, pretending to be dignified. Ye paused, gritted his teeth and continued to ask, I want to ask Mr. Shizuka, where is Hiro Tsutsuzuka now? Before I came, Yi knew that Hongjiang had been wronged, and that he had been running with Qing for this eradication operation for the past 150 years. She also asked her father Hongjiang where he is now, but Daozang didn't know too much, except that he knew that Hongjiang was in Zhengmu district. And there was a high probability that he would directly join the Star Destruction troops. It happened that she and Urahara were also members of the Star Destruction troops. They thought they would see Hongjiang when they came, and the three of them would act together. But in fact, there is no trace of Hongjiang in the Star Destroyer unit. www.looknovel.com. The two people who have been worried for a long time can't help it, so they have the courage to ask the young man who has never seen it. Yi didn't know that Hongjiang, who was thinking about it, was right in front of her at this time. Of course, this was not Hongjiang deliberately. Although the list of Star Destroyers was roughly drawn up by him, the specifics are determined by the captains of each team. Decided. In fact, Hongjiang excluded these two people from the beginning. There was no other reason, because the operation was too dangerous. But Yi is an indispensable part of the action. He was recommended by his father Sifanjai Yuandaya Zhang. It is hard to believe that there really is an old man who pushes girls into the fire pit in this world. Sifanjai Yuandaya Zhang is really a werewolf. Urahara has nothing to say. He was not at ease when the night came, so he forced Haikisho Kiryu to come with him at last. There is no way Hongjiang can't kick out two members of the army for no reason. So these three best friends who grew up together stood on the same battlefield. Perhaps it was due to fate. Dominate yourself, Master Qing. Urahara reminded him when he saw the other party's delay in answering. That kid. Hongjiang came back to his senses, and said in an unpleasant tone, "What do you care about that kid? He has nothing to do with this action. I just want to ask him how he is now. Will he encounter any danger? Am I so unbearable in your heart?" Hongjiang murmured inwardly, and continued, "Anyone who has an accident will not be surprised. Instead of worrying about him, think about yourself. Especially you, Sifanjai Yuan Yi." As soon as Yi wanted to ask further, he was stopped by Hongjiang. He stopped, and his right hand stretched over his head. The Star Destroyer unit that was still marching stopped just now, waiting for his next instructions. Chapter 38, Cast a Prison. At this moment, the Star Destruction troops had just entered a forest, and the surroundings were very quiet. Except for the unknown darkness, there was no sign of danger. There will be no danger now, but if Hongjiang had just moved forward 5 meters, then there would definitely be a fresh black cavity and a group of vein waiting to be fed. Although it is invisible, Hongjiang can feel that the location 5 meters away is the inanimate zone that protects the Star Cross Fortress. Hongjiang calls it the Absolute Spirit Film. Absolute Spiritual Membrane proves that the Star Cross Fortress is not far away. As long as you pass through here, the curtain of casting the star will be opened. But I definitely can't go through it hard. Hongjiang and Old Man Shan didn't have the plan to start a head-on showdown. Before the handover between the two sides, the existence of the Star Destroyer troops must never be noticed by the Quincy Division. Hongjiang stretched out his right hand and moved forward slowly, feeling that his right hand had touched the extraordinary membrane in the air, and immediately stopped. In the eyes of everyone, the scenery around Hongjiang gradually blurred, and it was slightly brighter than the surrounding environment, as if an unknown liquid was smeared on the invisible wall in the air, and finally formed a large enough for 10 people to enter side by side. Round arches. Hongjiang's right hand remained unchanged, his left hand was slightly less than 5 centimeters forward, and another circular arch appeared. He turned and nodded to the players behind, indicating, "You can enter, just walk over as you did in the rehearsal." The method of using the absolute membrane is not difficult, but not simple. The basic principle is to use spiritual power to open a gap in the absolute spiritual membrane, and at the same time use appropriate spiritual power to fill in the gap. This is the true face of the two circular arches. Whenever a of death passes by, only need to match the speed of passing to ensure that the spiritual barrier will not instantly appear gaps. In the end, the spiritual power will slowly offset the extinguishing power that constitutes the absolute spirit membrane. Since the opening is not large, it must be the absolute spirit membrane that slowly wears off and restores its original state. Although the strength will be much weaker, it is guaranteed for a period of time. The time zone is still more than enough. The principle is not difficult, but the operation is difficult. The person who needs to perform this is fine enough to manipulate the spiritual power, but this is not a problem for Hongjiang, who has been good at developing ghost roads since he was a child. The spiritual power control is his trick. Said so, but when all the players passed, Hongjiang was really relieved. To pass this short 5 centimeters, he and the members of the destroyer troops cannot make a mistake. Fortunately, the players did not temporarily mess up, and he did not play abnormally because of tension. The entire forest is about 30 kilometers deep. According to Hongjiang's multiple lurking investigations, the Quincy in the Star-Cross Fortress rarely appears here unless they happen to be out. Even so, Hongjiang, the leader of the team, still keeps a high degree of concentration and guards against possible Quincy. Fortunately, he was not a crow's mouth. The entire Star Destroyer troops did not encounter the Quincy Division troops, and smoothly came to the inner edge of the forest. Looking from here, there is a small bump on the horizon 10 kilometers away. That is the target of the Star Destruction troops, this time the Star-Cross Fortress. From this point on to the Star-Cross Fortress, it was completely plain with unobstructed views. It was impossible for a large army to approach without attracting attention. However, Hongjiang has already deployed this point. They will send pioneer troops close to the Star-Cross Fortress, and the large troops will stay here, and will continue to attack the Star-Cross Fortress when the operation officially begins. At this moment, he was giving final instructions to the members of the vanguard troops. There are not many members of the vanguard army. They are Hiriko Mako, Fengqiaoljuro, A Kawarabu, and the 4 captains of Liu Chakuangzi who have been named the strongest 4. Ryatetsusai and Uakita Hakugen, the newly appointed deputy commander of the criminal army, Siphon Jinyaiki, and the 4 subordinate captains, and finally his commander-in-chief, Qing, with a total of 12 people. The entire Star-Cross Fortress is circular, with a radius of 10 kilometers, about 1/5 the size of Siridii. It is divided into 3 areas, outer, middle and inner. I don't know how many quintessences are inside, but they are permanent. There are more than 1,000 quincyers for sure. The inner city of the 3 areas is particularly critical, not only because most of the masters in the Star-Cross Fortress live here, but more importantly, there is a boundary gate connecting the world in the square in the center. It is hard to believe that this kind of thing that only the of death can master the manufacturing technology will appear in the nest of the Quincy. But this is the fact. According to Hongjiang's investigation, the Quincy in this world used this to directly reach the Star-Cross Fortress. There is no similar thing in other places. It can be seen that this crossing gate is probably headed by Mole City. The group helped the Quincy to build. The existence of this gate makes the death gods of Siridii hate it, because they can't attack the Star-Cross Fortress head-on, or they can't attack the Star-Crossing Fortress head-on, or before they pass through the door. Otherwise, once the Quincy in the corpse soul world returns to this world, the price they have to pay will be too great to solve them. And this ending is definitely not what the death wants to see. Of course, in order to avoid the horror of the snake, most of the quintessentially gathered in this world noticed that it was wrong and began to disperse. Protecting the barrier gate of the Star-Cross Fortress from blows is also a key point that needs to be paid attention to. Therefore, around this gate, the 12 members of the Vanguard Army will perform 3 different tasks to ensure the smooth progress of the operation. These 3 tasks are called casting prisons, and the operation is called extinction. Star. The first level of cage should be set up outside the Star-Cross Fortress and encompass the entire Star-Cross Fortress. The main implementers of this task are the 2 Ghost Masters, Hiratetsusai and Ariaki Hachigen. First of all, they will join hands with Hongjiang to lay a large road 1 kilometer away from the Star-Cross Fortress, 3 blockades and 3 gates. This is a ghost road created by Hongjiang to block the space of the soul world. It can be used by 1 person, or it can be used by multiple people in segments, so it is more suitable here. But this ghost road cannot restrict the passage through the gate, and more to prevent the Quincy from escaping from the Star-Cross Fortress and flowing into the corpse world. And before the completion of the 3 blockades and 3 gates, Yi and the 4 team leaders of the Xingjun have to sneak into the Star-Cross Fortress first. However, their tasks are not the same. The 4 team leaders will participate in the casting of the second cage. Each of the 5 people has a boundary-breaking talisman, which is an extremely weakened version of the boundary gate, and can only travel within a space of about 10 kilometers in the Soul World. The 4 team leaders have to enter the junction of the Midtown and the inner city, waiting for the outside 3 blockade Tianmen to open the boundary talisman and ensure the operation of the boundary talisman. This is the second level of cage, a cage for people in Midtown. You don't have to be too reluctant, as long as you enter the Midtown area, you must not be exposed in advance. Hongzhang temporarily changed the task requirements and turned to Yi and continued, as for you, you are the most important thing. Exposure is a prerequisite, but at least I must enter the inner city and be as close as possible to the crossing gate to protect its safety, and finally ensure that when I arrive, I can reach the crossing gate within one breath. For Yi, Hongzhang also lowered some requirements, but even so, the task that Yi had to perform was still extremely dangerous, because she would participate in the casting of the 3rd layer of cage. Passing through the gate is the key to this action. The Quincy cannot be allowed to leave the corpse soul world through it, and the Quincy cannot be destroyed by it, so that the remaining Quincy in this world can detect the abnormality and scatter to the place where mortals gather. And Yi was responsible for the action against crossing the boundary gate. Originally, Hongzhang planned to let her father Siphon Jai Yuan Dao Zhang execute it, but the old guy said Yi's infiltration and Shunbu had already surpassed him, so Yi I have to bear such a heavy burden. Yi carried the breaking amulet, and the same Ping Zifor and Hongzhang also had a one-to-one correspondence with the breaking amulet in their hands. When the 3 blockades and 3 gates are released, the Pirako and the 4 will pass directly into the middle city of the Star-Cross Fortress through the breaking amulet, and begin to make waves and cause damage, so as to attract the attention of the Quincy masters in the inner city and ensure the ghosts the smooth release of Tao. After the ghost road is completed, Yayuhui will open the boundary-breaking talisman in his hand, and Hongzhang will directly reach the square through it, and use the ghost road to directly close the crossing gate, and stand side by side with Yat, in front of the crossing gate in the inner city. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. This is the last cage in the task of forging a prison, blocking the barrier gate, and it is also the only cage where the Quincy masters can escape. Starts with 3 locks and 3 doors. At this time, the large forces of the Star Destroyer will come quickly, focusing on restricting live capture, directly killing as the bottom line, and starting a frontal attack on the Quincy from the outer city. When the time comes, the Star Destroyer in the outer city will be the main body, responsible for pushing inward and solving most of the Quenta group. The 4 captains in the Zhongcheng district are the fulcrums, always ensuring internal and external support. Hongzhang and Yi in the inner city are the guarantees, so the Quincy division has only one option. This is the subject of action star extinction. At this moment, Hongzhang is making final adjustments to this step. There are not many existences that can hold you one by one. According to my many years of investigation, there are 2 quintessences in the Star-Cross Fortress called Saint King and Saint Queen. It is estimated that only 2 of them can hold you back. Hongzhang instructed Pingzi and the 4 of them, Pingzi and Luo Wu, you will deal with these 2. Fengqiao and Guangzai, you are in the battle, try not to let other Quincy masters harass Pingzi and them, by the way, try to inward the battlefield. As the city advances, the bigger the noise, the better. Of course, if the other party has the intention to retreat, you only need to leave the key person in the midtown. If the miscellaneous fish, Yi and I can clean up. However, if you do not feel the pressure, you must separate the 2 immediately and rush there. In the inner city, Pingzi and Luo Wu are currently tentatively scheduled. If there is an accident at that time, they will use Ghost Deo as a signal to make adjustments. Seeing the 4 people nodded in unison, Hongjong called for the 8 deputy captains of the Star Destroyer troops, except for Minister Jiro, who were able to arrive, and gave a few words that they would take over the command of the destroyer troops after the vanguard troops left. Casting a prison to destroy the star. Whether the star can be destroyed depends on whether the cage of the 12 people can be cast. Chapter 39, 3 Locks 3 Doors. It was Ye Yi and the 4 Xingjun squad leaders who set off first. Hongjong and the others waited in place for almost 40 minutes, and the Star Cross Fortress in the distance remained silent. But this is definitely a good thing. It proves that the 5 who sneaked into the Star Cross Fortress were not found. After waiting for 10 minutes or so, Hongjong and the others also set off. 1 hour is the longest time given by Ye Yi and the 4 Legion leaders to complete the mission. If any abnormality occurs in the Star Cross Fortress during this period, they will directly send out a signal, and the casting prison will also skip the 3 locks and seal the 3 doors. This ring directly enters the stage of star extinction. Now it seems that Yi and the others have completed their mission very smoothly. Next, let's look at Hongjong, Hiratetsusai, and Akita Hakugen. The 3-locked 3-door is a large-scale binding deo developed by Hongjong. It takes more than a minute to be formed by any one of the 3. However, if the 3 are simultaneously cast from the ground, and the air, the time will be reduced to less than 15 seconds. Therefore, the appearance of the 3 lock seals and 3 doors is considered to have created a new genre of Ghost Deo combined Ghost Deo, and for the Blue who created this Ghost Deo, holding Hina Tetsai and Ariaki Hachiko are naturally admirable 5-body casts. But admiration belongs to admiration, and the 2 of them still have doubts about the release of the combination of ghosts. Of course, this does not mean that there is a problem with Ghost Deo itself, but because of the release position. It's okay to hold Ryasha Tetsui in the ground and Akita on the ground, but the plan is to be in charge of the Blue in the air. It is important to know that in the corpse world, death cannot fly. The 2 have asked Hongjong more than once, but he has never answered it directly. You can't fly in the soul world, but nothing is absolutely true, right? In front of the 2 of them, Hongjong raised his right foot, and after a pause, he applied force on his foot and his whole body slowly vacated. But he didn't stop directly in the air, he stopped after falling a few centimeters slightly. Holding Ryasha Tetsusai and Akiada, their mouths grew up at the same time, and their experience naturally understood what Hongjong did. But it is one thing to understand, but it is another thing to do it. The air in the corpse soul world is actually low purity spiritual power mixed with many impurities, and what Hongjong does is actually the same as the water spider. First put a layer of spiritual power on the feet, and then fill the spiritual power with a lower density than air at a very fast speed, so that an invisible balloon appears under the feet. As long as the spiritual power control is meticulous enough, anyone can do it, but unfortunately no one in the soul world can do that. Seeing the 2 grown up with surprised expressions, the corners of Hongjong's mouth under the mask rose wildly. This is nowhere. If it weren't for the fact that the momentum was too big to disturb the Quincy, he would be able to come out with a pair of wings. Everyone, we don't have much time, see you in Star Cross Fortress. The invisible bubble burst at his feet, Hongjong's figure disappeared suddenly, leaving a circle of pale white air patterns slowly dissipating. It's worthy of being an outstanding of death in the same era as the captain. The remaining 6 people sighed in their hearts, and they nodded slightly at each other, and used their instant steps to melt into the night. The time of action was approaching every minute and every second. At this moment, in the center of the inner city of the Star Cross Fortress, a black-clothed man was lying on the roof of a house, watching the square not far away motionless. In the center of the large square, a huge white stone gate stands quietly. The square was brightly lit, and no one was seen. However, Ye Yi understood that once someone stepped in, no fewer than 40 quintessences who were resting in the surrounding houses would attack. Ye Yi counted the time silently in his mind, and finally simulated his offensive route in his mind, and it was very close to the time when the casting prison star was officially started. At this moment, 10 kilometers above the square, a masked man in a cabbage robe is looking at the quiet city under his feet, but soon, it will be lively. Although they don't have a clock, the three people who are preparing to use the ghost way seem to have a slowly passing hourglass in their hearts. When the last grain of sand falls, Hongjong, Hyatetsu Sai, and Audiobook stretched out their hands at the same time. The hymns of sung, like reading, came from their mouths. A lost traveler, staying in a broken tower, a land of barren and suffering. The song text has just begun, and the spiritual power around the star-cross fortress began to agitate. The Quincy in such a powerful fortress would naturally not turn a blind eye, but the four Xingjun squad captains who were already in the midtown at this moment were one step ahead of them, urging the boundary-breaking talisman in their hands. 4 oval white light gates appeared out of thin air in front of the 4 Hirako who had been waiting for a long time. There was nothing to say. The 4 walked directly into the light gate. The next moment, 4 thick and solemn spiritual pressure suddenly appeared in the star-cross fortress. Midtown. The Quincy in the fortress also reacted to an enemy attack, but prioritized the internal or external. The Quincy that had no clear instructions became chaotic for a while, and it was this chaos that completely cut off their only possible way of life. The ground is sinking, the heart is burning, the smelly marsh, the feet of reckless action are chained. The bones of the hungry beasts, the sword bushes, the heavy pillars, and the hands that push the door are not left. The light path has been extinguished, the dark road has been broken, and the ground lock has been buckled. The door is closed, go back, this time is called near the ground. Dragons, tigers, and lions roar, the footprints of chaos will meet. To the east, west, and south, the black giant tortoise lies in all directions. The road is full of roads, there are still walls outside the walls, there is no door in the world, padlocks the door is self-styled. The scattered wind and broken wings cannot touch the dome. The broken bridge of 22, the broken belt of 66, the stars shine outside the dome. The thick cloud and the eternal electric trace are the gate to the sky. Put the heavy lock on. Go down, this place remains the same forever. King Bindeo 3 locks to seal 3 doors. The subterranean Hiratetsu Sai, Akita Hachigen on the ground, and Hongjong in the air almost completed the ode at the same time. The huge black curtain opened quickly, and finally turned into a cuboid coffin to enclose the entire star-cross fortress tightly. 3 giant silver locks are located at the bottom, side, and top of the coffin, one by one corresponding to the 3 people. Position. For the grip of Ryatetsu Sai and Aryakita, their mission is over here, and then they only need to instill spiritual power to ensure that the 3 locks on the black coffin are not broken. But for Hongjong, he still has to rush to make peace at night. Forbidden to pass straight through the top of the coffin, and the boundary-breaking talisman in his hand reacted immediately. The oval light gate appeared in mid-air, and Hongjong plunged into it without thinking about it. The time went back to half a minute ago, and the spiritual fluctuations outside the star-cross fortress also affected the inner city. More than 60 quintessences met in an instant. After a brief exchange, a couple of men and women were the heads. More than 40 quintessences rushed to the outer city, and the remaining 21 were quietly guarding around the crossing gate. At this time Ye had not acted yet. At this moment Ye's location, if there is no obstruction, it is more than enough for Qing to reach the crossing gate within one breath. But the 21 Quincy on the square weren't just waiting. Ye had to advance his position a bit, but it wasn't now. Until 3 seconds before the completion of the 3 locks and 3 doors, the knight moved, without instant step, rushed directly to the far pass through the door, swastika. All 10 directions will extinguish the flames. The is completed, 21 A blue arrow appeared in front of Ye. Boom 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 boom. Along with a huge explosion, a wave of crimson flames raged across the square. The Quincy on the square urged their energy to protect themselves, and at the same time they also protected the barrier gate behind them. Therefore, they did not pay attention to Yi, who was flying into the air by the explosive wind. At this moment, 2 seconds passed. Yi in the sky urged the Zanpaku knife in his hand to create an explosion again, and changed his direction by this, and fell directly on the crossbeam of the gate, slapped his hand on the crossbeam. The Quincy masters below were not vegetarians, and quickly locked onto Yi on the beam. The blue arrow shot from their hands again, but was blocked by Yi, and the red fireworks bloomed again. At this moment, a white mask with black patterns emerged from the white light door opened by the bound break talisman, followed by a cabbage blue robe, and Diazuka Hongjiang, who had just completed the 3-locked Tianmen gate, finally made peace with Yi. Above the beam of the gate. Chapter 40, Ghost Road Fort, thanks 32,502. Yi waved the Zanpai knife in his hand again, and exploded them one by one before the Quincier's arrow hit Hongjiang. The crimson flame was like a giant beast, opening his mouth to the Quincy in the square, from the air. Looking down, the scenery is really beautiful. Blue Bound Road Song Lao. Hongjiang didn't have much leisure to admire the beautiful scenery, and found that the crossing gate was under his feet, and he gave up the chanting to start the ghost road, and a big brass clock was directly buckled on the crossing gate under his feet. There are 18 Buddhas printed on the face of the clock, underneath each suppressing an illusory ghost. The thick bell sounded from under the feet, and the surrounding air was faintly shaking. The bell prison is a ghost road that needs continuous maintenance. Any attack on the bell prison will be absorbed into the ghost on the clock face. As long as the ghost cannot break through the suppression of the Buddha, the bell prison will not be broken. If it weren't for the caster who couldn't leave the top of the clock, it would be a perfect defense to some extent. 33 Broken Roads, Falling Fire. Broken the Road 58, Tianlan. Has just laid the jail, and then Hongjiang is constantly releasing offensive ghosts. With the palm of the left hand facing down, a light blue flame beam was released, and at the same time, the index finger and the of the right hand were lifted and volleyed. The square, which was originally filled with scarlet red, suddenly burst into a pale blue, like blue oil spilled on a red cloth, and like a lonely cold pool in the fire. No one can associate it with the hot flames. This harmonious scene did not last long. Under the urging of the cyan whirlwind, the two flames rose and spread intertwined with each other, like two giant pythons wrestling into a ball, raging wildly in the square, touching things. All turned to ashes. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind helped the fire. The fire burned for more than 10 minutes before it gradually went out. The entire square was completely razed to the ground, and even a row of houses adjacent to the square was mostly destroyed. But that's the end. The building can only be beaten on the spot, but the Quincy is not stupid, and he retreats early. Although Hongjiang didn't plan to rely on 2 breaks and put them together, but looking at the 21 quintessences on the roof intact, it was quite uncomfortable. Even the clothes were not dirty, and you were too shameless. Right. In particular, there is also his old acquaintance Not Forts, who is inexplicably embarrassing. To be ashamed, he was kicked out of the square, and in an instant he lost the Quincy that he was guarding through the gate. At this moment, his face was even more dull. The two sides looked at each other for a while, and they did not act rashly. The purpose of Quiche was to protect the crossing gate, and at this moment Hongjiang and Yi were above the crossing gate. They did not dare to act rashly. But Hongjiang's purpose is the same as theirs, and it is absolutely beneficial for him to remain in such a stalemate. Just when Futz and others didn't know how to do well, a blonde and blue-eyed Quincy teenager suddenly attacked. 3 arrows shot out almost at the same time, attacking Hongjiang, Yi, and the bell prison at their feet. That's not a big deal, followed by a darker and faster blue arrow, dragging its tail like a shooting star and rushing towards the clock prison. It was obviously a late shot, but it arrived at the same time as the first 3 arrows. Master Lane. Forts subconsciously lost his mind. It is excusable to attack the two gods of death, but why attack their crossing gate? Bao Dao 4 Bai Lei. Hong Jiang's reaction was also very quick. Dozens of white lightning spurted from his index finger, not to block the arrows, but to hit the side precisely, forcibly changing their flight trajectory. The 4 arrows either shot into the air or hit the ground, none of them hit the original target. The boy called Ryan was not discouraged when he saw this. His left hand swayed up and down, as if 4 hands were pulling the 4 bowstrings of the diamond-shaped spiritual bow at the same time. The figure flickered and appeared staggered on several roofs. For a time, the color was deep. The light blue arrow pours out from all directions like raindrops. If Ryan is incarnate to move the arrow tower, then Hongjiang at this time is a ruthless ghost fort. Bindao 12 Fuhuo. First use the ghost road network formed by Fuhuo to help locate the arrow, so that he can focus most of his energy on the release of the ghost road. Bao Dao 8 White Thunder Double Roar. 12 Broken Paths Earth Sting. Don't use the 2 low-level roads like crazy use. The cocky rockthorns and the white lightning protect the ground and the air tightly. Lane attacked fiercely, and Hongjiang was well guarded. For a time, either the ground was full of smoke, or the blue meteor broke away from gravity and flew into the sky. On the side of the night, there was nothing to do except to see the scenery. Just when she was so bored that she was about to yawn, Qing's old voice appeared. Go and stun me that archery boy. Hongjiang would be very happy to work hard if he only kept it like this. But he knew that Ryan had a few arrows that would wipe Zhongzheng past, and he didn't care about any of these arrows. A Quinsto will miss the target when he hits a fixed target. Do not make jokes. It can only be an empty arrow deliberately released by the other party. And this kind of behavior means that it is not difficult to guess. The other party is testing his fighting style and how much he cares about Zhongzhao going through the boundary. Before, the Quinzi was afraid of hitting the gate, so he was restrained, but at this moment, a ghost who releases such an accurate death would rather waste his energy than dodge. This meaning is obvious. The death is more concerned about passing through the gate. At this time, he must seize an opportunity. Hongjiang understands that in the defensive battle, Yi can play a very small role, so let Yi abandon the defense as an offense to maximize the use of his own combat power. Ryan is not bad, and at the same time he issued a command: you don't have to be shackled when you attack the masked ones. I will deal with the woman with the stick. Open the gate as soon as possible. The woman holding the stick is naturally www.novel.com. Her is a long stick. There are 10 cube boulders distributed on the stick. There are different fire patterns on the 4 sides of the boulder, which is dark and extinguished in the night. More eye-catching than the long-handled giant hammer at the beginning of the solution. Hongjiang looked at Yi, who was constantly making fireworks, and his face under the mask was full of gloat. Poor baby, she has gone farther and farther on the way of the firework master. To be honest, he is not under great pressure at the moment. The remaining fox and others are still shooting arrows from a distance, but they do not have the strength of Ryan's incarnation of an arrow tower. Although the power of each arrow is stronger, in Hongjiang's eyes, it is to change the trajectory with a higher level of braking, and the number and speed are not enough, but it allows him to separate some energy to focus on Yi. Has realized that the strength of Yi is definitely the captain level, and according to Hongjiang's observation, Ryan is better than the deputy captain but still not as good as the captain. So in his opinion, Yi should be able to solve the opponent soon. But now it seems that some accidents have happened. It's not that Yi couldn't beat Ryan, but that she could not beat the opponent. It is incredible, but it is true. Although Yiki at this time is not the Shine God Yiki in the future, her shun step is definitely the top of the Siridii. Even Hongjiang can see that her shun step is faster than 150 years ago. More than doubled. However, Ryan looks the same as Yi, relying on a fast and clean fighting style. The footwork that is unique to the Quinzi is also the fastest among the Quinzi that Hongjiang has seen. But even so, Ryan is slower than Yi in terms of speed. Why can't it be beaten? If Hongjong can watch it for a while, he will definitely understand it, but at this moment Futz and others suddenly changed their offensive methods, so that he can't be distracted anymore. Chapter 41, The Night of Being Shown 1, thanks to Dakin Shenkan. Quincy possesses the ability to ingest spirits from the surrounding environment, at least for the people in front of them like this, so their best offensive method is to shoot spirit bows that have strengthened spirit arrows. But this doesn't mean that Quincy doesn't have melee combat methods. Although it can't compare with the death whose main body is close, it can still be done in a short time. At least at this moment, Hongjong was troubled by the 10 Quincy masters who ran away with one touch and retreated without touching. After a period of offense and defense, Forts felt that the of death on the top of the clock was really strange. Even if he was going to guard the gate, he wouldn't stop moving, right? Moreover, on 2 occasions, their arrows were all directed at him. At this time, it was obviously easier to leave with the instant step, but he just chose to make it hard. Is he unable to leave the top of the clock? This idea naturally appeared in Fort's mind, so he immediately adjusted his tactics and let 10 team members continue to shoot and harass from a long distance, while he took the other 9 Quinstas at close range. Attack! There is only one target, that is, the of death on the top of the clock. Facts have proved that the fighter and the shooter are indeed a classic combination. Although Hongjong is not at a disadvantage at the moment, it is difficult to separate his mind. He was also thinking whether or not to use high-level ghosts to deal with these guys in front of him, but the other party is very cautious, and up to 3 people at a time. And he didn't love fighting. He would retreat under the cover of bow and arrow, and then the people behind would continue to attack. Obviously the wheel warfare was consumed. Hongjong also deliberately exposed 1 or 2 flaws, but unfortunately the other party was not fooled, made it clear that you are not injured, I will not work hard, see who is the first to kill who. Bindeo 30 The mouth flashes 3 times. 3 pointed beaked beams appeared out of thin air in front of Hongjong, and flew towards Forts in mid-air. The other party didn't dodge, and he forcibly endured the bondage. His body flew back and was firmly nailed to the ground. If Hongjong used instant steps to make up a sword at this time, or chased a broken road above 60, it would be a mortal game for Forts. There are many opportunities like this, but he didn't seem to notice it, and let the quintessence break open his way and rejoin the battle. I want to trade death for my serious injury, it's really cruel. Hongjong looked at the Forts who rushed up again and again, feeling quite complicated. Although he had known that Forts was not as honest as his appearance, he did not expect the other party to be so ruthless. In fact, Hongjong is not qualified to say that Forts is fierce. He didn't pull out the Zanpaku knife from his waist to kill the opponent, not because he missed the old feelings, but was waiting for an opportunity to give these quintessentially. To be ruthless, he was even more ruthless with Diazuka Hongjong. Hongjong in the square is waiting for the opportunity, and the kite-flying knight outside the square is also waiting for the opportunity. Yes, the reason Yi could not hit Ryan all the time was because the opponent had kite-flying. If Hongjong is uncomfortable being involved in energy, then Yi at this time is a little bit angry because of being teased. The Quincy boy named Ryan in front of him is not as fast as her in terms of speed, and in terms of lethality, she is not on the same level as the one who opened the sword. But there is only one thing, Ryan can attack faster than her. At this point, Yi couldn't use it. Boom! The long stick collided with the blue arrow, and a huge explosion appeared again. Yi danced the long stick in his hand, sweeping a path in the burst of red flames, and was not affected by the explosion, and hurriedly chased it. But Ryan, who was originally within 10 meters, took advantage of this gap and ran to a place 500 meters away. Lane's shooting speed is extremely fast, the key is that his shooting speed will not slow down much even when he is moving. Because of this, the speed difference between him and Yi is almost dragged to the same level. Even if Yi rushes in front of him occasionally, the oncoming arrow will force Yi to explode. Naturally, the blast of Ryan can start again. Distance. Always like this. Yayi gritted his teeth, swept away the arrow in front of him, and his temples bulged slightly. This feeling like a mouse playing with a cat is really tormenting for a cat, and it is a shame. But Ryan does not have the sense of accomplishment of playing with a cat. If someone can see through at this time, he will find that the bones in his body are connected with dense blue threads. These thin threads are called chaotic sky puppets, and they are a way for the Quincy master to turn the spirit child into thin threads, stitch up the immovable parts, and force the body to move like a puppet. After all, what he was facing was Yayi's. Even if he was flying on a plane with the explosive wind, it was impossible to keep a few bones as a ticket. The of Death who had fought with the Quincy master must have known the existence of masquerading puppets, so at the beginning, Hongzhong gave the order to knock Ryan stunned. This is not a joke. If you want to catch it alive, you have to stun and break the leg. Nothing exists at all. But at this time, the word catch alive was forgotten early in the morning. She wanted to roast the jumping mouse in front of her. To this end, it is necessary to more efficiently use the flame heart in hand. Yayi's Jia Shifangju extinguishing flame heart movement has 4 abilities, which correspond to the 4 fire patterns on the rock of the stick body. www.novel.com. At this moment, it faces Lane's direction, like a blooming flame flower. The fire pattern can use its own spiritual power to destroy the firmness of the object it touches, and make its spiritual child violent, and its characteristic is an explosion. The second line is composed of shrinking lines, like a whirlpool-like fire pattern, which will absorb and store the violent spirit child with its own spiritual power. This ability was used when the red flame was just swept away. The sword-shaped fire pattern corresponding to it will release the stored violent spirits, causing an explosion out of thin air without touching the object. Finally, opposite the flower fire pattern, there is a round shield-shaped fire pattern. Its function is also the opposite of the flower fire pattern. As long as it is a violent spirit with its own spiritual power, it can be perfectly isolated. Yayi can use the blast wine to move without hurting his muscles and bones, so he also relies on it. Should you try to blast him down remotely? After several contacts with Ryan, Yayi had already absorbed and stored a lot of violent spirits. If he let it out, he might threaten Ryan in the distance. No, don't threaten at this time, you must kill with one blow. Bit his lip at night to calm himself a little bit. At this moment, the other party still doesn't know that she has these whole cards, and it may reveal flaws. If you can't do it once, this little mouse will definitely be more cautious. Shinobu. No matter how angry you are, you must hold back this time. In fact, Ryan is no longer likely to show his flaws. The broken bones are not in vain. He knows very well that it is impossible for him to threaten the life of the goddess of death in front of him. Although there are messy puppets, who is all right and likes to lack arms and legs. The old woman in front of you can't afford it. Ryan has taken Yayi's heart to heart, but can't touch you. Can't I still disturb you? The new game begins. The name of the game: Hide and Seek. Chapter 42, Justice 2 Fights 1, thanks to Midnight Blood Thief. Ryan is now playing street fighting with Yayi. He who has lived in the inner city for hundreds of years now fishes into the sea and is very happy. Every time he turned a corner, he shot a few arrows at Yayi. His long-range advantage was maximized by him. And after Yayi was overcast several times, it was also annoying. Turn? I won't turn yet. The old lady is the head iron, she can only walk straight. When I blow this up, let me see how you go around with me. Yayi and Ryan were fighting in full swing, and at this moment, in a cave tens of meters below the ground, a man was whistling leisurely. The Black Death Tyrant costume means that he is also a death god. The ends of his pale yellow hair are slightly upturned, as if he just woke up from sleep. This person is the last of the gangster trio Urahara Kisuk. After returning from the Lingwang Palace, Urahara directly became the third seat of the 12th Division. But just 3 seats are not enough to intervene in the 3 most important actions of casting a prison and destroying the stars. So he was the Star Cross Fortress that was attacked from the front with the members of the Star Destroyer. But at this moment, the Star Destruction troops have just finished dealing with the outer city and are sweeping towards the midtown. How did Urahara get to the bottom of the inner city? To put it bluntly, he made a choice between Yayi and the team members. The answer is self-evident. As a buddy, he can't worry about letting Yayi go. Therefore, as a 3-seat Urahara Kisuk, he left the team from the moment he stepped into the Star Cross Fortress, and headed for the inner city alone. Avoid the Quincy along the way, and kill the ones that cannot be avoided in the shortest time. Is not just a quencher. When passing by the midtown, a criminal army squad leader fell into a siege and was seriously injured. Obviously he was able to save him, but Urahara just glanced at it, and didn't even stop. Hurry up, and shortly after Hongjong and Yai separated, Urahara finally arrived in the inner city. After discovering that the battlefield was divided into 2 parts, he first confirmed that Qing on the top of the clock was not under pressure, and then turned his attention to Yayi. At this time, I have to compliment Urahara's IQ. If I changed to Yayi, I would have been upright, so there would be no observation. The next scene of Yayi being kite-flying is naturally a panoramic view of Urahara, and Ryan's characteristics were also analyzed by him. First of all, it was the only point that needed affirmation, who could not even hit Yayi. He has nothing to play. But this doesn't mean that he is useless. Urahara understands very well that what Yaika needs is an opportunity to hit Ryan firmly, and it is not difficult for him to create this opportunity. Therefore, Urahara secretly digging tunnels all the way, and when he came to a certain location in the middle of the inner city, he leaned on the liberated Hongji, quietly waiting for the opportunity to come. The roar again appeared in the underground cave. In fact, the sound never stopped. But this time is different. The gravel mixed with quicksand continues to fall, and the cave seems to be about to collapse. Is it finally here? The whistle stopped. Urahara showed no smile on his face, his eyes sharply looked at the rock above his head. Cry, Hongji. Ryan on the ground just took advantage of a house to explode, jumped behind another house, and shot an arrow ahead of time as he retreated. But at this moment, the ground behind him began to vibrate, and huge spiritual pressure came from the ground. A blood-red beam of light broke out of the ground. If Ryan hadn't stopped in time, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Just as Ryan was rejoicing in his heart, a cold voice appeared from behind. Play with fire, Hongji. The blood-red light appeared again. Ryan could feel the violent and hot breath in the air behind him, and jumped up subconsciously. Urahara, don't interfere with me. When I saw the beam of light, Yaika knew that it was Urahara. In the next second, a figure dashed towards the sky. Who would be Ryan who hadn't gritted her teeth? The right foot exerted force, the ground was cracked by Yayi's foot, and the fire that had been holding back was finally time to vent. Looking at Yayi who was rushing in a daze, Ryan's heart jumped fiercely, and while hurriedly shooting arrows, he adjusted the direction of his lower body, hoping to escape the danger through the next blast. Drink! Roared in the night, a long stick danced impermeably, blocking the detonation of the arrow at the same time, and then absorbed it with the vortex fire pattern, hiding what to hide. This person must die. Tether it, Hongji. Seeing Yaiki, Urahara's eyes were slightly bent, and a smile reappeared on his face. He whispered to himself softly, I'm not interfering, I just give you a fair. The ring is nothing. Ryan in midair found that his body had a dense red line at some point. He was completely unable to move. He could only watch the hideous Yayi keep approaching him with despair in his eyes. Click! The long stick collided with Ryan, and there was a clear sound. This night, he could lose his strength, and the stick broke Ryan's spine. Ryan grew up with his mouth but couldn't make any sound, because his throat had been covered by blood. Submerged. Can you relieve your breath at night? No kidding. Immediately after, the long stick was like a snake. Read www.yu. The end that hit on Ryan looked like a snake's head, turned around and bit on his own tail, and circled the lost Ryan in the middle. The 10 sword-shaped fire patterns became brighter and brighter. In the end, looking at Ryan from Urahara's position, only a crimson human figure can be seen. The heart of the flame is moving, all 10 directions are gone. Yayi's soft moan seemed to have pulled the trigger's index finger, and the crimson flames burst out from the sword-shaped fire pattern and merged into a ball, completely enclosing Ryan. Then, the long stick in Yayi's hand seemed to have experienced a short breath, and the fire pattern on the stone was dark and bright, and the original sword-shaped fire pattern had become a buckler-shaped fire pattern. The crimson fireball that was about to explode seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and rushed back inwards again. At this moment, there is a round of sunset in the sky. Although it is a little smaller and only more than 3 meters in diameter, it still looks warm. The sound of huge waves hitting rocks echoed in the air, which sounded extremely comfortable. The night at the sunset looks like the Statue of Liberty holding a torch, beautiful and elegant. But in the next second, the style of painting changed suddenly, and Yayi's hands were divided, and the combined snake head and tail were separated again, and the beautiful little sunset was thrown out like a spinning top. The setting sun lifted into the sky, as if it had crashed through layers of water, leaving a circle of fire wheels in the air slowly spreading around, and finally exploded completely, turning into a beautiful cloud. How about Ryan? There are traces of him in the crimson sky. How do you feel? Urahara put his hands to his mouth and shouted at Ye, who had just fallen beside him. No way, the sound from the sky at this moment is like thunder blowing in the ears, the sound is too loud. Feeling. Ye took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, smiled and said, I feel comfortable. Chapter 43, One Pot End. Actually, I think it's good for you not to be in charge of the Xingjun. Urahara looked at Qian as the sky gradually dissipated, and touched Yika's arm and continued, would you like to think about it? I think this solution is pretty good. What's the use of all these bells and whistles? If it's an assassination, I can let him run for so long. Yi retorted with a sneer. She was still brooding about the Zanpo Dao, and this time she saw Qing's battle. In this way, she already has some ideas about Xin Baide, and it is imperative to get rid of the identity of a firework master. Yaishi and Urahara were chatting out of business, completely forgetting that their mission was actually to protect the gate. But Hongzhong doesn't need them at the moment. Master Lane. Master Connor's order, open the gate, and evacuate all staff. Earlier, a Quincy sent the latest command from Midtown. Who is this Master Connor? Hongzhong doesn't know, nor does he want to know. All he knew was that the plan in Midtown went well. This eradication operation actually lacked one key piece of information, and that was the amount of combat power in the Star Cross Fortress that could rival the captain and deputy captain. Of course, Hongzhong had entered the Star Cross Fortress, but he was cautious by nature. At most he had only sneaked into the vicinity of the border between Midtown and Inner City. Even the existence of the Holy King and the Holy Queen was eavesdropped from other Quincy. Therefore, there is a serious lack of intelligence on the distribution of the Star Cross Fortress civil war. So in the middle of Huaixiang, when the old man Shan asked him if he could make a plan, Hongzhong subconsciously asked the conditions, hoping that Shan Ben could give some advice. The result was beyond his expectation. Yamamoto was able to give up to 6 captains, 2 more than his conservative estimate. Nearly 1,000 years ago, there was a battle between Death and the Quincy. Both sides suffered damages. In the end, the Quincy in the Soul world was almost completely destroyed. In the past few years, there have been fewer than 4 new captains in the Siridii. This is the result of the establishment of the Mao Spiritual Academy and the opening of the gate to Ruakan Street. In comparison, the Quincy's resources and base numbers are far behind Siridii. Therefore, the star-cross fortress can be comparable to the captain-level combat power, and there is a high probability that only the Saint King and the Saint Queen, conservatively estimated to be equal to the new captain in the Siritii, which is 4. Finally, after learning about Yamamoto's overall plan, because the pretending to attack the virtual circle is extremely dangerous, Hongjong changed the number of captains in the casting prison to 4. However, in addition to the self who has understood the Ja and carried another knife, the number of captains is actually 6, which is not much worse. The appearance of Lane in the inner city was an accident, but it was still within control. So when Forts and others were going to fight with his own wheels before, Hongjong was not at all anxious. If he continued to drag on like this, the opponent must be the first to be anxious. Will this wheel continue to roll? And now, the order to retreat came from Midtown, and everything is under his control. Is to continue to consume like this, betting that Hongjong will make mistakes? Or let it go and run against time? The Quincy in the square must make a choice. Hongjong smiled, and while kicking a Quinzaner beside him, he released the air to block all arrows in the distance. These people haven't gotten irritable yet, he wants to add fire to this group of people. Today is the day of the extinction of Er Deng. Give up resistance, I promised, I can wait for a whole corpse. Hongjong suppressed his throat and announced loudly. The 4 words Day of Clan Extinction are like a heavy hammer, smashing into the hearts of these quintessentially. They can also guess some of the reasons why the death gods will occupy and guard the crossing gate, but the two sides are still in the mutual attack stage before. They don't believe that only 2 death gods can really guard the crossing gate. But now Connor-sama in Midtown has heard news that it is only a matter of time before the fall of Star Cross Fortress, and it will not be too long. The only way to survive is occupied by the masked old of death, and they are not sure to take it in a short time. Some people are in a daze. There were 2 hot characters, and without the cover of distant arrows, they attacked Hongjong directly on the top of the clock from the left and right sides. There was a crack in the team that had advanced and retreated well and cooperated with each other. How could Hongjong let go of such an opportunity, holding the Zanpo's knife handle to the left waist with his right hand, while holding his left hand imaginary, Taidao 61, 100-step railing. Hong Jiangxiu's left hand was holding a long stick shining with silvery white light out of thin air. With his wrist lightly swinging, all the phantom shadows left by the long stick in the air turned into entities and flew towards the Quincy master on the left. At the same time, his right hand is not idle. The white blade came out of its sheath, leaving a piece of white snow in the air, and the bald-headed Quincy on the right seemed to hit it by himself. He has waved his arm out, but the hand holding the spirit bow stays in place. The red wave rises from his chest and hits the snow-covered beach, but it will never go away. This beautiful scenery did not last for even a second. The silver long stick swung around in Hongjiang's left hand and was pierced into the chest of the Quincy master, pierced his spine directly, and nailed it to the foot of Hongjong. Sighed. The 2 impulsive Quince killers were sleepy and injured in an instant, and the painful and trembling wailing sounds sounded. They were clearly sobering voices, but the quintiles present felt even more dazed. Except for one person, not Forts, Ryan is not there at the moment, then he is the supreme leader of the Guardian of the Suns. The retreat order has been issued, the situation is already extremely serious, he must make a choice. Life or death. Fight for the dignity of the Quincy. Fort's roar brought the rest of the Quincy back to their souls. They glared at Hongjong on the top of the clock, and their fighting spirit that was about to dissipate was now reunited, like a blazing flame. Fight for the dignity of the Quincy. Hongjong looked at the remaining 18. No, it was the 19 Quincy who regained confidence. Is this going to launch a general attack? Just don't know if their goal is him or the jail under his feet. But the next moment, Hongjong will understand. The 10 Quincy masters in the distance had their arrows wound up, and the 9 nearby rushed towards the top of the clock together. Looking at their expressions, they were going to die with him. Hongjong is wrong about this. The so-called life and death is what Futs told archers in the distance, and the target is not Hong Zhang, but the life and death of them. The idea that Futs is holding is not to die forever. www.novel.com. Even if he bites Hong Zhang with his teeth, he will drag Hong Zhang to together. But is it the key? It is not critical to Hong Zhang. I just didn't deal with them one by one, just because I was afraid that these birds would be shocked, which would cause trouble to Yai and even the people in Zhongcheng district. Now that the nearby forts and others are swarming, his purpose is already achieved. As for the same end? It also depends on whether the person on the other side will fight you hard. The of death on the top of the clock cannot move. This is indeed a fact, but it is also a misunderstanding. Hong Zhang cannot leave the jail, but there is a prerequisite. There must be a jail for him to guard. If there are no enemies, there is no need for the existence of the jail, and he doesn't need to be stupidly beaten in place. Futs and the others, who had fallen into a misunderstanding, had just gathered on the top of the clock when the big brass clock at their feet buzzed loudly, disappearing with the of death who hadn't moved a step here. Just when they thought they had victoriously forced away the of death on the top of the clock and prepared to call their companions to evacuate, the black lines appeared in vain, spreading from their feet, and soon formed a strong barrier. Wrapped in it. Broken Road 90, Black Coffin. This time he shot the road on the 90th. Hong Zhang looked at the black coffin that had formed at his feet with determination in his eyes. The 9 nearby ones are over, and there are 10 in the distance. Broken Road 91, Qian Xiao Jiao Tian Te Peo. The Quincy in the distance just released an arrow and shot it on the black coffin. Groups of light pink light clusters appeared on the top of the black coffin, and then the light clusters turned into beams, like a cherry blossom waterfall falling from the sky, instantly flooding the distance. Of 10 Quincy masters. The black coffin is buried in the sea of flowers. Quinstas, take your dignity and go all the way. Chapter 44, End of Night. The black coffin disappeared, and Hong Zhang fell back on the beam again. The 10 quintessences in the distance were gone, and they couldn't die anymore. As for the 9 people of not forts in the vicinity, although they are full of visible bone injuries, they have become 9 blood people, but the slightly undulating chest proves that they are still alive. Hong Zhang just wanted to release a complete 1,000-hand Jiao Tian cannon, so the black coffin released was only half the power of singing. However, there were too many people in the black coffin, and the arrows outside reduced the power of the black coffin. In the end, it was lucky that forts and others could survive. Tai Dao 63, Locket. A huge snake-shaped chain emerged from Hung Jiang's palm, binding the injured fort's 9 and the 2 people nailed to the ground by the 100-step railing into a ball, and pulled it to his hand. These people are his trophies. 10 fewer are not perfect, but these people are considered to be the middle and high-level members of the Quincy. The real big fish still have to look at the people of Heiko and Yai. After releasing the jail again, Hong Zhang sat cross-legged on the top of the clock and waited. A dozen or so more came scattered in the middle, and 20 quintessentially adorned on their bodies were trapped in place by his hand. About an hour later, Hirako Mako waited for the 4 captains in front, and the 8 deputy captains leading the frontal troops finally came to him. Report to Master Young. The Star Destruction troops have suppressed the outer and central cities, and they are all on standby in the Midtown area. Please give instructions from Master Young. Hong Zhang stretched out his hand to signal that the 2nd Division Deputy Captain, who was kneeling on one knee, wait a moment, because at this moment Akita Hachimasaru sent a message to him in Ghost Way. The 4th Division Captain Unahanaru has arrived, please Master Ching instructed. Let them in. The Star Destroyer is now in Midtown and needs their treatment. As for Captain Yuajiwa, let her come directly to the inner city square. After arranging Yuajiwa through Ghost Dao, Hong Zhang said to the deputy captain of the 2nd Division below, Captain Yuajiwa is here, you first go to gather all the wounded, including the Quincy Division, to facilitate the treatment of the 4th Division. Instructions will be relayed by other captains. Yes. The 8 deputy captains finished taking their orders and left the square towards the midtown. Hong Zhang on the top of the clock shifted his gaze to Hirako and others, and continued to ask, "Tell me about the 2 people in front of you." The surrounding area suddenly became quiet. Hirako Mako in the center looked around and saw that no one was talking, so he replied reluctantly, "The man's name is Connor, the woman's name? What is the name?" "Yukami." Aikawa Luau reminded him in a low voice. "Yes, it's Yuki. Listen to the chirping of the Quincy masters, as if this is their holy king and queen. I didn't ask about their identities." Hong Zhang pointed at a man and a woman on the ground, and yelled angrily, "I want to know why they became like this. The 2 people at Ping's feet have only the breath out but not the breath in. Although they are still alive, they are probably not far from death. It is useful for him to keep these quintessences. It is good now. The big fish after waiting for a long time will become dead fish. How can he accept this?" Facing Hung Jiang's question, Hirako rubbed his forehead, not knowing how to explain it. The very end of Yi was almost lowered to her chest, and she kept muttering, "Don't ask me, don't ask me." Hong Zhang saw a few people like this. Since the matter is over, he doesn't bother to ask any more questions. Fortunately, Mao's Hua is about to arrive. I hope that Sister Hua will be able to rejuvenate her life when she arrives. Let's save one of them. Forget it, each of you 4 will take people to clean the battlefield. Hong Zhang sighed softly, and gave instructions to the 4 Pingzi. Each one is responsible for one direction, from the midtown to the outside, and thoroughly investigate every corner. I will not any fish that slipped through the net is allowed. Hirako and the 4 of them nodded slightly, and at the same time, after taking a step back, they directly displayed Shunbu and disappeared from the square, leaving Yiki and Urahara alone on standby. Don't keep your heads down, the inner city will be handed over to you, it is a punishment for you. Hearing this, Ye felt relieved. Limala slipped away with Urahara. Hong Zhang looked at the 2 running away, and could stun him at night. It seems that Qing played a very successful role. It's a pity that the occasion is wrong. Otherwise, using Qing's identity to tease the next night will be fun to think about. Just as Hong Zhang tilted his head, thinking about how to tease the next time he has the opportunity, a soft voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Master Qing? Master Qing? Hey? Hua, Captain." Hong Zhang turned around and saw Yuajia's familiar face, almost missing his mouth. Ms. Hua frowned slightly. She was called Ms. Hua, but she was abbreviated as A Flower by the other party. The man in front of her was a bit slutty, to be honest. "I don't know what the young master asked me to do." Hong Zhang could hear the unhappiness in Yuajia's tone, and resisted the desire to explain in his heart, pointed to Connor and Yuki below and said, "Those 2 people, can you see if you can save them?" "There are these people," Hong Zhang said, throwing the trapped Fots and the others from behind. "What can be saved is also saved. Come out, meet with Yuajia's whisper." The Zanpi knife on her waist was like a balloon that gradually expanded, and finally turned into a green one-eyed creature like a ray. This is the first solution of Mao's Hiwaliro Shizeo. As long as you have a breath, it can swallow you for treatment. Roshizuka first ran to Futs and others, sniffed and swallowed all 11 in his mouth, and then ran to Connor and Yuchi. www.novel.com. The tongue rolled and put Connor in the mouth. In the entrance, Yuki was left alone outside. The woman is no longer saved. The rest of the people will be able to heal after returning to Siridii after a period of training in the 4th Division. Yuajiwa stroked Roshizuka's smooth forehead and continued, "Green, do you still have any instructions? If not, I will return to Siridii first. Now, is the foot cutting and weaving finished?" "Not yet, I was sent by the captain." "It seems that casting prison-destroying star is going well." Knowing that there is nothing to do with her here, Yuajiwa lightly leaped onto Roshizuka's back, "But Master Qing still have to pay attention to the time, it is already evening outside, Captain Kuriyashiki and the others will be back one day." After speaking, Roshizuka's 3 short legs kicked, flapped his wing like fins, and flew away from the Star-Cross Fortress with Uajawa. After left, the Star-Cross Fortress became noisy again, and the active Reaper, led by the 4 captains, began to conduct a thorough investigation of the midtown and outer city. Compared with taking down the Star-Cross Fortress, this thorough investigation took a little longer. The final result proves that Quincy is indeed dignified. There are living Quincy and dead in the entire Star-Cross Fortress, but none of them are free. Sure enough, it's not like this. Hong Zhang muttered softly as he listened to the report of the 4 captains. Since this is the case, then there is no need to stay here for long. With a wave of his right hand, Hong Zhang unlocked the giant silver lock in the sky first, and the sensed grip Tetsai and Akita Hakugen also unlocked the ghost way. The black coffin that completely wrapped the Star-Cross Fortress finally disappeared, and the sunlight poured in from the east wantonly, a little dazzling. When the night comes, the stars are scattered, and when the sky is gone, the long night is finally over. Chapter 45, Urahara and Number 039, S0 Layer Routine. A full month has passed since the casting prison destroys the star. The people of the Star Destroyer finally returned to Soaring Palace after handling the boundary gate inside the Star-Cross Fortress and completing the defense of the original killing. Within a month, I cut the foot and weave the net more than halfway. The Quincy in Liuhun Street was killed and caught. Even if they escaped by chance, most of them fell into the trap on the way to the Star-Cross Fortress. Now, it can be said that there is almost no trace of the Quincy in the Soul World. Hiro Kozuka is back? Where is it? The 4th Division. What happened to him? As soon as he got home at night, he didn't even have a hot butt. Hearing the news that Hong Zhang had returned and he was now in the 4th Division, he immediately scorched and rushed to the 4th Division. The commander-in-chief of Hong Zhang did not come back with the destroyer troops. In other words, in the eyes of the destroyer troops, the commander-in-chief was only temporarily out of the mountain. Once things were over, he returned to the life of Xianyun Yehi. So he was the Siridii who came back to the Siridii for 8 days in the morning and night. As for his appearance in the 4th Division at this moment, it is not because of what he was injured, but... Sister Hua. Do you think my leg is scrapped? Hong Zhang sat on a recliner, grabbed the Sidus Hua's little hand with both hands, and held it fiercely. I'm still young, I don't want to be stunned. Abduction, you must save me. You are not a kid anymore, do things more calmly. Besides, you can be considered a celebrity in Siridii now, so if you are seen by others, you can't make a joke. Smiled and took Hung Jiang's hand away, once again focused on his sturdy right leg, touched his fingers, and asked softly, I haven't felt the spiritual power blocking, how did you make it like this? I don't know, maybe it's because I've been practicing too impatiently these days. Hong Zhang covered his mouth with his right hand to prevent his smile from showing up, and his words were a bit vague. But, Sister Hua, you just used to reply. After giving me a massage, I feel a little bit. Isn't there no response just now? But I have it now, maybe the time I just pressed is relatively short, so the effect is slower. Hong Zhang vowed, why don't you help me press it longer this time? Don't be so troublesome. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Hong Zhang, just cut it and study it slowly, anyway, I can connect it back. Hong Zhang shook his heart abruptly, his voice was a bit thick, but it was a female voice. Although the tone was calm, it felt like the tranquility before the storm. The most important thing was that it was Yika's voice. Hey Yai, I haven't seen you for a long time, you seem to be a lot healthier again. Hong Zhang squinted and turned his head, forcefully greeted him with a happy appearance. But Yi didn't seem to see him, and walked straight to Yuo's Hua, or simply remove all his limbs to prevent the injury from transferring again. What do you think, Sister Hua? Sounds a bit reasonable, Hylas said, tapping her head lightly, her thin chin beating on the tip of her index finger, looking thoughtful. I heard that there is a treatment called surgery. Just have a try. Hong Zhang looked at Yuazhua, who got up to pick up the saw, and his throat fell with a grunting sound. This is a joke. No, it might be true if it's Sister Hua. I won't leave you scars then, don't worry. Yuazhua gestured wildly on Hung Jiang's legs with a saw, and said with a smile. Her voice is so gentle, and her smile is so sweet. But at this moment, Hong Zhang felt as if he was in an ice cellar, his back felt a biting cold, and he had no intention of appreciating it. Is this a question of leaving scars? Hong Zhang waved his hand quickly and said, No, Sister Hua. No need. But spiritual blockage is a big problem, we can't be careless, Yuazhua said, and she will continue to take hold. No need, I'll go back and have a massage myself, and there is a teacher, and yes, there is a teacher. Hong Zhang shrank back until he could not get back, his whole body was stuck on the chair, so he turned his head to the night. One said, quickly, help me up. I want to go home. Seeing Yi embracing his hands on his chest, looking like he hadn't heard, Hong Zhang could only wink his eyebrows crazily and wince, and at the same time, his hands clasped together and trembled crazily like a chicken pecking at rice. Big sister. Save me some face. Really can't stand this slut. Hearing his news, he rushed to him in a hurry, but he was fine, so he could enjoy the beauty massage. But the one who should be scared is also scared. I can't really let Sister Hua saw his limbs. Yi rolled his eyes, grabbed Hong Jiang's hand and put it on his shoulder. After saying goodbye to Mao's Hua, he left with Hong Zhang in his arms. Seeing that the two of them disappeared completely, Yuazhua smiled and shook her head, and dropped the saw in her hand on the table. This little guy sometimes really doesn't know what kind of person he is. The two of Hong Zhang, who walked out of the 4th division, happened to meet Urahara Kisuk, who was walking. It is estimated that he arrived in the 4th division. What's the trick this time? Urahara looked up and down Hong Zhang. He didn't think that Hong Zhang would hurt himself to the point where he needed to come to the 4th division, no matter what the situation. The new ghost way is specially used to cut off the flow of spiritual power. Hong Zhang said solemnly, rubbing his right hand on his leg, if you come here, just try to see if Sister Hua can see through and crack it. Fart. I think you just want to touch Sister Hua's hand. Yi said suddenly and ruthlessly exposed him. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? No matter. Even if I want to touch Sister Hua's hand. Is it too much? Hong Zhang spread his hand, putting on an unbelievable look, and continued, You have been in spirit for more than 100 years. The palace is chic, I am a cow and horse in the corpse soul world. Is it too much to seek some welfare for myself now? Who is that weird? It's not your own problem. As long as the two of them touch one, they will easily quarrel, and they may even fight. Urahara seemed to have some signs of this now, and he hurriedly intervened between the two and separated them in time. But it's also strange that the relationship between Hong Zhang and Yi will change because of these noisiness, the better. According to Hung Jiang's words, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and Yi stayed alive with life. So when the three of them arrived at their secret base under the bipolar hill, Hong Zhang and Yika talked and laughed again, and poor Urahara was squeezed to the side again from the middle. Came here because Urahara felt that they had a lot to talk about when they met again, and they needed a place where they were not disturbed. And he learned something from the Lingwang Palace and wanted to show it to them. Okay, don't hide and tuck you when you're here. Hong Zhang sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand and gestured to Urahara, please start your performance. Don't worry, before that, we have to experience the old time again, I really miss it when I think about it. Looking at Urahara with a look of intoxication, Hong Zhang was full of doubts, but fortunately, the other party did not sell Guanzi, took out a roll of drawings from his arms and spread them in front of Hong Zhang. Seeing the things on the drawing, Hong Jiang's face is green. This is a project. If you contact Urahara again, the so-called memorable old days refer to the night they dug the hole. It's been so long. In a blink of an eye Yi twisted his neck and rolled up his sleeve, his knuckles creaked. Same as last time, you are responsible for 2/3 of the dead fisheye. Digging. Nonsense. Hongjong held his head and stood up reluctantly. Headache. He really didn't understand why Urahara would miss such things. And many more. What were Urahara doing? Hongjong tried his best to think about it, as if he was transporting soil. So it is the old days, and I really miss it. In fact, it is to harm him. Looking up, Urahara really stood in place with his hands behind his back with a smirk. Hey! Hongjong sighed and rolled up his sleeves helplessly. The farthest road I've ever walked was the old man and your routine. It was so difficult for me. Chapter 46, Comfortable. Comfortable. Right, especially after passing through my own hands, there is more comfort of harvest, a double enjoyment of body and soul. Urahara laid his body flat, and said slowly, now don't blame me. Hongjong didn't say anything yet, and Yi spoke on a stone platform behind him. Urahara, don't care too much about the fisheyes. This guy is a wooden person, and he doesn't appreciate the kindness of others at all. By the way, I heard that Luojin died in the hands of the Quincy. To be honest, did you secretly take it? He is purely inadequate in his studies, so I don't bother to care about him. By the way, why is he not? Isn't he ashamed to walk? In the secret base of the Hongjong trio, there is a small cave at this moment. Of course, Urahara's drawings are not just a cave, but the things in the cave are important. The milky white water vapor in the cave slowly rises and rises in the air. Rocks of different shapes and sizes on the ground form a circle. In the center is a hot spring of nearly 100 pings. A grey stone platform divides the hot spring into two. Yi is on one side with Hongjong and Puiyuan. You can only watch without standing up. To the other's head. So this is the biggest gain you have made in the more than 100 years of going to the Lingwang Palace. Hongjong put his hands behind his head and directly pillowed on the stone platform. I thought you would understand the after a visit. In his previous life, he knew that Urahara had been in the soul world in 3 days to comprehend the swastika. He also knew that Urahara had been to the spirit palace, but he didn't know the specific time. But the past life was a past life. I thought that his appearance would put some pressure on Urahara, but now it seems that Urahara doesn't care about strength at all, and to be honest, it made him a little frustrated. Why, are you afraid of being pulled away by us? Urahara leaned over, holding his head with one hand, and looked at Hongjong with a smile. Or do you want to see our interpretation? If this is the requirement, Yi might be able to meet it. You. Facing Urahara's ridicule, Hongjong didn't say anything. Yi couldn't sit still at first. Who wants to satisfy him? Unless you beg me, you can consider opening his eyes. Although Hongjong can't see Yi's expression at this moment, but from the tone of voice, it seems that Yi can see Yi raising his head. If you don't go to the spirit palace, you can't understand the solution. Hongjong looked disdainful, and said triumphantly, I am different in the corpse soul world and also understand the solution. You really don't understand the loneliness of genius. A few days earlier than me this time? Or a few years earlier? How about showing us? Yi raised his eyebrows, not to be outdone, and teased him with old things. Hongjong was not easy to provoke either, and faintly said something that made the other party hit the nail on the head. I didn't know a few days ago, but my jaw is low-key, forbearing, and killing. It's not the style of a certain firework master, Hu Qing teacher said. There was a sound of wow behind him. I think it was Yi's sound of water. Can't stand this anymore? Hongjong thought about just trying to comfort him. A smooth arm quickly passed in front of him, strangling his neck and pulling back. Do you have the ability to say it again? Let it go, let it go. It wasn't me who said it. If you are dissatisfied, go to teacher Qing. Hong Zhang struggled and said, "And you are a girl, can you be more careful?" I don't know which sentence moved Yi and let her let Hong Zhang go. But there is a big question right now, should I turn my head? Hong Zhang thought. The body's instincts surpassed the thinking at this time, and the corners of Hong Jiang's mouth rose subconsciously and slowly turned his head. Snapped. Thump. Before he saw anything, the crisp slap in the face and water splash appeared almost simultaneously. After Hong Zhang climbed out of the water, he immediately looked through the water and there were no palm prints on his face. Of course, this was not because Yi left his hands, nor was it because of his thick skin. It was entirely the reason Urahara stole the hot spring from the Lingwang Palace. From now on, the healing effect is excellent. Hong Zhang, do you really understand they? After returning to the stone platform, Urahara immediately asked. When did I lie to you? I really want to see what Ura is like. Unlike Urahara, Yi immediately retorted behind him, you lied to us less? You started to solve it earlier than us, but in fact, he didn't even touch it. The Kozuka hero that I got. To Yi's words, Hong Zhang rarely responded. No way, even if Yi said it was not the truth, he still deceived the two of them. Besides, entanglement with this issue is really dangerous. At least it is dangerous now. A slap can't make a sound. Since Hong Zhang is silent to give in, Yi can't make any progress. The three of them were all on the stone platform, each with their own thoughts. How does it feel to be one of the top gods of death by mastering the swastika, Hong Zhang? It was Urahara who broke the silence. He seemed to be particularly interested in Hong Jiang's swastika. To be honest, Xiao Xiao was excited for a few months, and then realized that there is still a long way to go. Top Reaper, I think the top of Reaper is not just a savior, the future is still far away. If I say that Ja is the end, even Zanpakudayo was created by some existence, the destiny of the of death has been doomed from birth. Urahara sat up suddenly, looked at Hong Zhang, and said with a serious face, would you believe it? Yi sat up slowly behind him, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com tilted his eyes, tilted his head, and cast his gaze on Hong Zhang, waiting for Hong Jiang's answer. You said that Ja is the end, I believe it. Zanpaku knife was built by someone, and I believe it too. Urahara heard this and smiled again. On the contrary, Yi's expression became lonely, and at this time, Hong Jiang's voice sounded again. But if you say that fate is destined or something, I don't believe it. Or, I don't believe in fate at all. Even if there is, then change it and break it. Although Hong Zhang was still lying in a lazy appearance, but light flashed faintly in the pair of small eyes. In fact, the destiny has been broken long ago, otherwise, how could there be the existence of Diazuka Hero Zhang? Thinking of this, Hero Zhang smiled, faithful? His existence is beyond life. It's rare to look like a man, good-looking, dead fish eye. Yetta laughed and praised Hong Zhang. Although it sounds weird, she really didn't mean any sarcasm or ridicule this time. Don't look like. I am a man. Hong Jiang's eyes were round, and he said indignantly, also, I am not a fisheye, my eyes are super big, I usually just don't bother to open them. Hong Jiang's sophistry didn't make any difference, but Yi smiled happily. When Urahara saw this, he reluctantly shook his head, and leaned against the stone platform, letting the water cover his chin. If you don't believe in fate, even if you have it, can you break it? Urahara muttered to himself, looking at the rippling water in front of him, yes, just break it. But I need some resources, it seems to be prepare as soon as possible. Urahara secretly had a choice in her heart, and the same Yi had her own plan, but she was not a hidden temper, and at this moment, she had begun to discuss with Hong Zhang. Chapter 47, Classmates, please complete the homework independently, thanks to Dakin Shengun. Have you seen your Qing teacher's fighting style? He taught me my ghost way, are you nonsense? Hongzhang rolled his eyes, his index finger clicked, and said triumphantly, low-key luxury, unresolved handsome, worthy of being green. Hongzhang and Yai have already left the hot spring, this thing is easy to dizzy after soaking for a long time. As for Urahara, he just called, but the other parties seemed to be thinking something and ignored him. Yai has been asking him about Qing from the beginning. At first, Hongzhang thought if Yai found something, but it made him nervous. But now it seems that Yai was simply attracted by his stalwart posture. Thinking of this, Hongzhang smirked again. This is the third time. The first 2 nights can be tolerated, now? There's nothing to say, just wait with iron fist, some people just owe it to clean up. How are you doing now? Will you talk well? Okay, please tell me. Looking at Hongzhang with a big bag on his head and a serious face, Yai's mouth twitched unnaturally, almost laughing. He secretly pinched his lower leg with his right hand, restraining the urge to laugh, and finally the atmosphere of becoming serious could not be destroyed. What do you think is the biggest shortcoming of the white fight? After Yai finished speaking, afraid that Hongzhang could not understand his thoughts, he added, or what is missing in the white fight, so it can't become the main combat method of the captain level. Power. Without even thinking about it, Hongzhang blurted out the answer. He wasn't afraid that Yai would not understand him, and Yai understood more than he did for nothing. The battle of death is the contrast of the spiritual pressure. The so-called spiritual pressure is the high concentration of spiritual power formed by compressing the spiritual power in the body after the death cannot improve the purity of his spiritual power. But perhaps it was due to the body, the of death could not hold the spiritual pressure in the body for too long like Su, or it could not be done without some means, such as Zanpakuto. The initial solution of Zanpakuto can increase the exogenous spiritual pressure again, and the captain level can even increase his own spiritual pressure by dozens of times on this basis through the swastika. From this perspective said that Zanpakuto can even be regarded as the body of death. Therefore, the stronger the Grim Reaper, the more Zanpakuto will be used in the battle, supplemented by other methods. As for pure white beating, it is even closer to giving up completely, let alone using white beating as the main method. There is no other reason, that is, the power of useless fights is too small, both on offense and defense. Then if other means are used to make up for the missing part of the power, such as Ghost Road, Hongzhang said, squinting at Yai. It seems that the wheel of history has not deviated from the original track, and Yai still embarked on this path. The method that can maintain and increase spiritual pressure outside the body is not only the Zanpo Deo, but also the Ghost Deo, which is ranked in the 4 Great Wars. Therefore, the head and deputy head of the Gui Deo clan cannot rely on the Zanpo Deo, just relying on the Ghost Road can pull the combat power to the same level as the captain level. Ghost Deo is very powerful. The high-level Ghost Deo can even compare to most Zanpaku Dao's solutions, but it also has shortcomings. One is the release speed, and the other is too high in talent. The higher the level of Ghost Road, the longer the chant, and the more than 90 Ghost Roads can be released without singing. Counting Hongzhang, the entire soaring court does not exceed 10 people. And, reading the ode does not mean that you can release the corresponding ghost way. This thing really requires talent to learn. Before Hongzhang, there were only 2 people who could reach the captain level by virtue of the ghost path. This path was much more difficult than comprehension. Yes. Yai said excitedly, patting his legs. Hongzhang is a man who is cheap, but he knows himself best. My thoughts are like this. Yai stood up directly, and while spinning in front of Hongzhang, he explained, through the ghost way, the spiritual pressure is properly raised and maintained around the body, which improves the power of no fight while also making up for it. The shortcomings of Ghost Dao's slow release and easy to be interrupted by close hands. But it doesn't work either, I will think about it again. Instant opening, a combat technique that combines white fight with ghosts. The developer is the Siphonjai Yuan Yiki in front of him. It's just that the instantaneous opening at this time is still only at the theoretical stage, and even the theory has not been fully formed. Of course, Hongzhang knew Shunkai's theory, and because he became a of death, his understanding of Shunkai became more specific. Just as Ye Yi said, through the ghost road to make up for the lack of power of the white fight. And the flexible white fight makes the ghost road less likely to fail and greatly increases its threat. Is also excellent at the defensive end. It can use the ghost road released by the body to offset the enemy's ghost-like offensive with the same spiritual pressure, which solves the most troublesome problem of the white fight. No, I said you can stop turning? I'm dizzy. What, can't figure it out? Sit down and talk to me. Hongzhang rubbed his temples, suggesting helplessly. By the way, you are here, I almost forgot. Yes, I had to listen to the lecture the first second, but now I forgot myself. Hongzhang sneered, haha, woman. No matter what Hongzhang was thinking, he squatted in front of him, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and said seriously, do you know who the source of my thoughts is? Hongzhang shook his head. He really didn't know this question. In his previous life, he hadn't heard of what he had seen during the night, which gave rise to the idea of developing instant coax. It's Mr. Qing. His fighting style inspired me. Through accurate judgment, he releases suitable ghosts and uses offense to defuse the attack. By the way, what I lack is an accurate judgment. Hongzhang was completely stunned when he heard this. Was it me who inspired Ye Yi? Am I actually the first to make the wheels of history roll forward? What shows is Hongjiang's most familiar fighting style www.novel.com, but his original intention was to amplify the greatest advantage of his own spiritual power, and to resolve the battle while retaining his physical strength as much as possible. All this can enlighten Ye Yi, which he never expected. Can you ask Teacher Qing to design a new ghost path for me, that is, the ghost path that can automatically detect the strength of the opponent's spiritual pressure, and then release the corresponding spiritual pressure to offset it. You're thinking about eating ass. Hongzhang, who had just recovered from his mind, replied subconsciously, seeing Ye Yi's face instantly hard to look like, he quickly explained, I mean how this kind of ghost way can be developed. It's not for not helping you. If you can't do it doesn't mean that Teacher Qing can't do it. Who do you look down on? Aren't I the same person and Qing? Hongzhang roared in his heart, but he couldn't talk to Ye Yi, so he persuaded him with good words. A ghost road with autonomous judgment is not equivalent to self-awareness. Do you think this thing can be made by humans? Hey! Ye Yi was pouting up and sitting on the ground. She also knew that this kind of ghost way was too incredible, so she just held the attitude of trying it out, and sure enough, no matter how powerful she was, she still did not get out of the category of death. You! Take me to see Teacher Qing. Ye Yi pointed at Hongzhang, and said angrily, I want to worship him as a teacher. Ah! Hongzhang was also shocked, what's wrong with this again? I want to learn Ghost Dao from him, so that I can combine the white fight with the Ghost Dao. It seems that not only did he start the wheel of history, he also accidentally twisted himself in. At this moment, Hongzhang just wants to say, can you complete the job independently, but watching Ye Yi say this, it is estimated that she will break up. Everyone who travels through other people's homes just finishes their studies. How can I be a father and a mother? I'm so hard. Chapter 48, Junanbei also has routines. The idea of letting Qing become Ye Yi's master is good at first. You must know that Hongzhang has been called by Ye Yi since he was a child, and now it is great to have the opportunity to retaliate back. But Hongzhang only had a little fantasy in his mind, he was not sure whether there was a mysterious thing called fetters in this world. It's not okay, just in case, prolonged contact can easily expose his identity. So in the end, Shenyang's development is still focused on Ye Yi. She will first perfect her ideas and make sure they can be realized. Hong Jiang's assistance is of course not for him to design some strange ghost way. His task is to continue to perfect the shortcomings as Ye's sparring after the initial completion of the instant coax. With a goal, the two moved separately, but in this matter, the main effort was still Ye. Because of this, Hong Jiang hasn't seen the night for several days since the last time he soaked in the hot springs. The development of Shunhong is no easy task. It is estimated that he will not see the night for a long time. Urahara was also missing. The friends suddenly disappeared, but Hong Jiang didn't feel bored. He also had some things to deal with in private. In the corpse and soul world, the arrest of the Quincy will take a long time. The old man said that it is not a joke to remove the roots. For the of death, it is only a matter of time to clean up the corpse and soul world. The problem that currently causes Siridi's headaches is how to deal with the Quincy group in this world. After all, the safety of mortals in this world is a topic that cannot be avoided. Quiet Master, Death, and Void, the fragile world can't stand the tossing of these three parties. The birth of elimination action is not a struggle between death and the spirit of the Quincy. For the Quincy to smash the world into pieces, the cart will be upside down. Fortunately, Hong Jiang's casting and destroying the stars was done very well, and the barrier gate in the Star Cross Fortress was not damaged at all. Now the Ghost Deist has transferred its space node to the piercing gate in the Soaring Palace. The Quincy will directly reach the Star Cross Fortress through his own piercing gate, and now he will come to the Soaring Palace to cast the net. This is a good way, but in the past 3 months, there have been very few quintessences who came to Sire Palace through the crossing gate, and they were all normal causes of death. Quiet Master has his own way of transferring, which is not difficult to guess. Or at a certain time, or the Star Cross Fortress will send someone to pick him up and so on. The purpose of Reaper is to clarify this method. Of course, this is also the purpose, or one of the purposes, of Hirokozuka's trip. Godii 13th Division is the highest combat power of Siridii. Except for the protection of Siridii, each division has its own functions. For example, the 4th Division is a medical team. However, Hong Jiang's trip was not the 4th Division, but the 9th Division that was tortured by the Lord of the Siridii. This was the destination of Hong Jiang's trip. Hong Jiang just saw the big 9 on the door of the 9th Division. A slender girl with short green hair and a slender figure greeted her, pouting her lips in an unhappy look. Fluttershy, why are you here? Junan, can you not call me Xiaodieti, it sounds it's weird. Hong Jiang rubbed his arms and protested. This name always reminds him of Xiaodi in Huixiangzhu, which feels weird. Don't you like it? The girl called Junan held her head for a while, and continued, why don't you call Yukozhutsuka, Hiro, Xiaozhang? The full name of the girl in front of him is Junan Bei. It is hard to believe that she is so naive that she is the deputy captain of the 9th Division, so Hong Jiang always feels that there is a black belly hidden under her innocent appearance, but there is no evidence. Is one of Junan Bei's hobbies to give others a nickname, no matter if the other party accepts it or not, she just insists on calling it that way. And now I can give you options, which is already considered. Anything is fine, as long as it's not Fluttershy. Then Fluttershy. What do you think, Fluttershy? Look, there is no one who is still naive after living for hundreds of years. Hong Jiang didn't resist anymore. The more she resisted, the more she couldn't get rid of the nickname. Maybe one day she couldn't find fun in her own place, and she might change it herself. I think it's okay, so be it. Hong Jiang sighed and pointed to the building behind the other party and said, can you take me in now, Junan? Yes, you can. Junan turned his body, squinted and said with a smile, but don't be late next time, I'm very busy. Looking at Junan Bei bouncing away, Hong Jiang shook his head and immediately followed him. Very busy? She didn't see anything busy like this. Although the 9th Division is in charge of prison torture, the whole team does not have a gloomy atmosphere. Needless to say, the team building above the ground is also very tidy. According to Ju Nanbei, Liuch Guangzai requires that it be cleaned at least 10 times a day, but it is hard to say whose idea it is. Fluttershy, are you afraid of the dark? No, why do you ask? Hey! Ju Nanbei, who walked in front with his hands on his back, didn't seem to believe it. He turned his face and continued, then why did you let us make the torture room that way? Usually we will darken the torture room, not to scare people, but to let the team members look at the expressions of those people as little as possible. This kind of place is really depressing after a long time. Well, that's right. Ju Nanbei, who opened the chatterbox, couldn't stop it. In fact, from the moment Hongjiang saw her, her mouth hadn't stopped much. But she doesn't make people annoying like this. Junan, who is stubborn, is just like a little sparrow, very cute. Every time the rotation is over www.novel.com I will let them eat more desserts, but recently everyone has a heavy task, and the consumption of desserts is too big. The team fee is almost too much. But the guy in the West I actually said that desserts are not necessary, I only know the muscles to work out all day, Well, that's right. Hongjiang still answered perfunctorily, but this time Ju Nanbei stopped and suddenly turned his head to stare at him. Hongjiang's heart is tight, could it be that my universal reply has failed? So you made such a weird request, in fact, to lie to me for dessert. This, Hongjiang just wanted to explain. Ju Nanbei's little face was in front of him, and said with a serious face, it's still just like what others said, you are actually a pervert. I'm not a pervert. Hongjiang subconsciously shouted out an explanation, then found out that it was wrong, and then asked, who said I was a pervert? No, but it doesn't matter even if it is, Lisa is a pervert anyway, I'm used to it. Ju Nanbei didn't seem to answer, turned around on tiptoe, kicked her leg and walked forward again. Tell me Bai Kunan, who is it? Make a discussion, in the next month, I will pack your dessert. Ju Nanbei whistled and stretched out slowly. Seeing this, Hongjiang gritted his teeth and said, deal. In the next 2 years, thank you for your care. 2 years? Isn't it 2 months? It's a routine again. Ju Bai's laughter echoed in the silent dungeon, and even the 9th Division members at the exit could vaguely hear it. They knew that their deputy captain was in a good mood, but that was normal. She was in a good mood every day, but it was exceptionally good today. Good or bad news? The book will be on the shelves on Sunday, which is a good day. For me, this is naturally good news. Even if you streak on the shelves, it is something you have never experienced. A friend told me that only after you have been on the shelves can you be qualified to be called bashing. I have to say that for me, this is a historic breakthrough. As far as the people who accompanied me all the way, it is probably bad news. After all, the number of words in this book is still small, and the author is an inexperienced newcomer. Spending money to read the book is to tell the truth in mind. My overall arrangement for this book is about 800,000 words, which is not enough to tell what I want to say, but it is enough to tell the most important story in it. There are also some side details, such as the protagonist's experience when he was young, what happened in the sub-battlefield of the Battle of the Stars, and so on. I also want to write about these, but I'm afraid the rhythm is too slow to put it in the main chapter. So there may be some extras in the follow-up, of course, these will be written in the form of free chapters if you want to read after the book is over. There is good news. No surprises when it's on the shelf, I will always maintain the speed of 2 shifts. I beg for a reward. To be honest, I don't have that face. If I subscribe, I hope everyone can give me something. That's it, writing a book is really a wonderful journey, and it is even more wonderful when someone sees it. At the end, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all of you who rewarded me, voted for recommendation, and collected this book. Thank you all. Chapter 49, U1 and number 039, believe it. Deep in the 9th Division dungeon, in front of a torture room, Hong Zhang looked at the Toru Yuan who had been waiting here, and his mood was rather complicated. Was blackmailed by Ju Nanbei for 2 years of deserts, and it was the woman in front of me who learned that she was abnormal. How to put it, to a certain extent, it makes sense for Toru Yuan to say that he is abnormal. He didn't recognize it at the time of killing Yuan, and directly called the other party a smelly woman. When Huaixiang lived there, I knew it and encouraged it, but this remedy seemed trivial in the atmosphere at the time. Hong Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would take some blackmail to make up for his loss, but since it is Toru Yuan, forget it, but he is still very angry. Didn't you say that you waited for me for a long time? Hong Zhang turned his head and said to Ju Nanbei, his tone full of displeasure, isn't this one more short? I didn't say that you were the last to arrive, and I did wait for you for a long time. Ju Nanbei stuck his tongue out, and just gave a mouthful of a good sister. Now he is angry at herself, man. There are 3 people who are coming to the 9th Division with Hong Zhang. Toru Yuan has already arrived, and the other one does not plan to wait anyway. He doesn't need him anyway. I'll go in first, and I will call you when I need you. Hong Zhang gave Hu Cheyanjian's command, and just walked to the door of the torture room. Ju Nanbei followed and handed him a pair of sunglasses. Inside it's all done according to your wishes, without this, you will be dizzy. Thank you, Junan is still considerate. Hong Zhang put on sunglasses, gave Junan a thumbs up and pushed the door directly, and walked into the torture room prepared according to his wishes. The whole room is not big, only 5 or 6 square meters in size. If it weren't all shining from the ceiling to the ground, it would be just an ordinary room. This torture room was recently rebuilt by the 9th Division. It first transplanted a large number of fireflies, a plant that can naturally glow in the corpse world, and then covered it with a layer of glass blessed by ghosts. Hung Jiang's request is very simple. Nothing in the entire torture room can leave a shadow. It seems that the 9th Division is doing very well. At this moment, there is another person in the room besides Hong Zhang. The whole body is wrapped in white cloth, and a white mask is over his mouth. He is kneeling opposite Hong Zhang with his eyes closed. Not Forts, if you say who is the Quincy that Hong Zhang is most familiar with, it must be the burly man in front of him. The two went from strangers to friends, and turned into opponents to fight in Star-Cross Fortress. And now he knelt in front of Hong Zhang, which was really touching. Although he couldn't see what was happening to Forts, from his weak gasp, Hong Zhang knew that the other party had suffered during this period. Of course, it's not just him. The Quincy arrested during this period are all in this situation. Otherwise, why would Junan say that the 9th Division has had a heavy task recently? Hung Jiang's index finger lightly tapped, and the mask on Futz's mouth was automatically unwrapped, and it fell on the ground with a sound of orbital. It seems that this thing is not light. Forts, who was originally weak as if he had passed out into a coma, suddenly violently spit straight at the door of Hong Zhang. However, with this little trick, Hong Zhang turned his head and avoided it. Have you guys come to scold me again? Forts didn't open his eyes, grinning and sneered, this big light bulb wants to exhaust me? Not enough, come and scratch me, otherwise I can't sleep. Comfortable? Tickle it? You can consider it. Hong Zhang smiled, raised his hand and closed the torture room with a ghost road, and sat down cross-legged and continued, as long as you don't bite your tongue and commit suicide, you can't die anyway. Why bother to add trouble to yourself and find sin? Hong Zhang. Forts tried to open his eyes, but only saw the shadow of a person. The sudden bright light made him close his eyes again, so he asked again, Tshika Hong Zhang. Ah, it's me. But I didn't expect you to be so energetic now, as expected to be Futz. This is your style. Hung Jiang's remarks were not ridicule. He knew that Futz was tough, but he never thought that while Futz persisted, he still had the courage to attack death, but he underestimated Fots. But this is Futs, the last leader in the Star-Cross Fortress, who wants to hug him and die with him. He deserves this praise from Hongjong. He, your mouth is still not forgiving. What are you doing to see me now? Taunting me? Forts smiled and lowered his head, his arched body trembled, or come and show me victory. The attitude of the winner? Well, you have won this time. You better pray that you can continue to win. I will lend you auspicious words, but I am really not doing such a boring thing today. Hongjong touched his nose and said embarrassedly, it's just that I need to ask you something. Ha ha ha, did you replace the torturer this time? Are you trying to persuade me as a friend to betray my own clan, or do you want to promise me some kind of high-ranking officials in Siridii? Futs said, smiling. Tears stayed. Torture? I can't do this kind of thing. But you are right. I really came to persuade you to confess your transfer method. As for the reward, Hongjong curled his lips and sighed helplessly. Said, you won't believe it if you say it. The only possibility is to make you and your people walk more decent. www.novel.com suffer less. The room was quiet for an instant, and Fots slowly raised his head, his eyes flushed, staring at the figure on the opposite side. Don't look at me like that, I admit it sounds a bit shameless. Hongjong said, leaning forward slightly, supporting his chin with his right hand, tapping his temple with his left hand, and continuing, but sometimes walking decently is actually a relief. You can think about it, actually sometimes you die. I really regret that I was thinking about my friendship at the beginning, and I didn't kill you directly. Hongjong suddenly stunned, his left hand hung in the air, as if he had been suddenly inserted by Forts. In contrast, Forts is like an erupting volcano, and his mocking words are pouring out, and I don't know whether he is mocking Hongjong or himself. Thousands of years have left you gods of death completely decayed, just like the name of this corpse soul world, your soul has been imprisoned in the corpse, step by step toward extinction. You. Kozuka hero. Even if you are young like you still use your ability to maintain the crumbling throne of death, glory, and life. They are all regarded by you as things you can trample on at will. I used to treat you as a friend and talked about my dreams with you, it is the shame of my not Forts in my life. Is it the shame of a lifetime? Hongjong pinched his eyebrows and muttered to himself softly, hey, is there any mistake? How to say it is the same as it really is? Then I will change the way. Hongjong stood up abruptly, walked in front of Forts, lowered his head and said indifferently, before I was giving, then change the threat now. Hand over your people, or we can do it ourselves, even if this world is beaten to pieces. Make a choice, Forts. Let me also see what immortality looks like. Chapter 50, ISN and number 039, It's shameless to expect the enemy to be noble? You. Forts gasped, wishing to tear up the Hongjong in front of him, how can you guys? Hongjong seemed to hear some joke. He laughed so that people were a little unsteady. He pointed to himself and said with a trembling, why can't we? You have said that we are dying step by step, so we are not allowed. Go crazy. You won't, I don't believe you want to see no one under the throne. Believe it or not is your freedom, and it's up to us to do it or not. Hongjong squatted down after speaking, his eyes behind the sunglasses were full of jokes, looking at Forts's aggrieved face, choose now. Forts, you can walk vigorously, like a god. It's just that no one knows it, but I believe the noble Quincy doesn't care about these little things, do you? Your people will praise you if they know it. Forts didn't scold anymore, his mouth was open, and his body fell forward violently. At this moment, he really hated the young man in front of him. And Hongjong is not a wine bag or rice bag. He poured it back and staggered Fots, who jumped over, followed by an somersault. Standing a few steps away, he looked at Fots, who was wriggling like a caterpillar on the ground. Full of smiles. It seems that there is really no God in this world, and you are no different from us, and even more shameless. Hong Zhang said, walking slowly in front of forts, picking and stepping on his toes to recover the fallen forts. In the original state, he speaks righteously, but he puts his life on the shameless benevolence he just angered. Who do you say is more shameless, forts? Is there any regret for not killing me? Don't be kidding me. Hong Zhang said, his feet were stronger, and his emotions were extremely agitated. He said angrily, when killing the original, those arrows actually came at me, right? Fujiang district, those assassins know all about my actions. You did the trick, right? Fu. Sis. So make it clear, you are still alive because I am actually thinking about friends. If you want to talk about the shame of a lifetime, that is also what I said. You? Not worthy. Fort's face turned ugly for an instant. The other party's words were not wrong at all. It was actually a temptation to attack Killian at the time of the killing. If Hong Zhang was injured at that time, their next action was to get rid of all the gods of death present. The assassination in Fujiang district was more direct, although he did not directly participate in it that time with a soft heart. But now it seems that all of this actually fell in Hong Jiang's eyes, and even if he shot, the result was the same. There is also the kindness of placing hope on the enemy, or the reason of the enemy, so I really have no right to blame Hong Zhang. Forts was wondering, when did he become like this? It may be that after coming to the soul world, it is more likely that in his bones he is actually an indifferent person, otherwise he would not choose to come to this soul world early. But no matter what, he has become such a person similar to his despised of death. No, there are still differences, they still have dreams, and they have a perfect American degree. This is absolutely different from the death who is satisfied with the status quo. To break through the mud, he must be prepared to be covered in filthiness. From the time he collapses into the corpse soul world, doesn't he have such an awareness? You are right, we are indeed doing dirty things. Forts exhaled heavily and raised his head again. At this moment, he felt more relaxed than he had ever been. Friends and positions, our choice. It's the same, isn't it, Hong Zhang? Hong Zhang curled his mouth and let out a tisk, with an expression that he did not want to admit. Seeing this, Forts asked playfully, what are you going to do now? Giving is useless, and false threats are also useless. Of course, even if it is true, it is still useless. Like you said, I don't commit suicide. I understand that I can't die, what about you? Don't you know that it is useless to let me betray my clan? Of course I know. The apparent purpose of coming today is of course to persuade Forts to sell the Quincy in this world. Yamamoto and others said that he has many ideas, so let him come here to try. But the idea should also be divided into circumstances. You have been torturing for so long. If there are people with cartilage or bad brains, you might have succeeded long ago, right? Unless he is a hypnotist, he can make the person on the other side think he is an undercover agent of death. But is he a hypnotist? Not. There is no hypnotist in the corpse soul world at all. If the old man Shan is here at the moment, he will probably remember Hong Zhang. Isn't it you who keep asking for visits? He just felt that his disciple thought things too simple, so let him come here to get a little blown. Yes, it was Hiro who came to see Futs himself. Of course, his original intention was not to perform Yamamoto's ridiculous persuasion task, but to have other thoughts that belonged to his own careful thoughts. I understand that as long as we still have a complete extermination of your Quincy, no matter what reward you pay, you will never be shaken. It's so fast to understand, ha ha ha. Futs joked with a chuckle. Why don't you listen to it first? Hong Zhang didn't care about Futs's ridicule, and continued with a smile, we can actually use a more equal identity to make a transaction. Seeing that Forts had another sign of speaking, Hong Zhang stretched out his hand to interrupt, and continued, I understand that the torture of you before is actually a kind of bargain, but there is nothing in your hands that is worth the price. It may be in your hands. In my eyes, we have nothing to satisfy you. www.novel.com. Of course. These are not important. Don't give up yet. Forts said as he leaned back, his long voice floated from the depths of his throat, let me go, Hongjiang, the jokes are very distressed after listening to them for a long time, so quickly go around me right. I gave up a long time ago, but you have to pay attention to what I said. Hongjiang walked behind Futz, looked down at Futz's slightly upturned eyes, and said with a smile, I'm not telling you to use a more. Are there equal identities? Different identities, the content of the transaction is naturally different. Therefore, please be considerate of me, too much jokes are actually very distressing. What do you mean? The familiar smiling face on the top of his head suddenly disappeared, and Futz yelled, twisting his body to try to find Hongjiang's position again. Hongjiang didn't let him look for too long. Soon, Futz saw him with his back hand, step by step backwards from the left-hand side back into his field of vision, with his feet together, and stopped in front of him. Are there any points of interest? Hurry up! What the do you mean? Futz shouted. He guessed a possibility from Hongjiang's words and was fed up with Hongjiang's appetite. Calm down, Forts. Hongjiang pressed down with his right hand. But this was obviously useless. Fort's emotions became even more agitated. His neck was full of blue veins, and he looked crazy. Don't be too nonsense. Good, good, good. Hongjiang drew his ears and responded slowly, the new deal, my bargaining chip is the lives of the Quincy Masters, not only you, but also all the Dais who may be born in this world and in the future. Curators. And you. Just tell my friend Harbach. How is it? Hongjiang looked at Forts, who had his eyes rounded and panting in place, and asked seriously, can we both accept this deal? Chapter 51, Transaction Failed. Yuhabich is the name of the person who led the Quincy fight against death nearly 1,000 years ago. Regarding this battle, there are currently no written records in the Siridii, and even the of death who knows the name of Yuhabach, there are very few serenades in the whole. And as a traverser, Hongjiang naturally knows the existence of Friends Habich. This is not only the leader of the Quincy Masters at that time, but also the only ancestor and source of power of all Quincy Masters. This famous Quincy ancestor almost overturned the whole world's ruthless role in the future, but Hiroshi never understood it in his previous life. At first, why didn't Yamamoto kill the opponent directly? Is it because he was seriously injured by Yuhabich? Must die, so just leave it alone? This shouldn't be the case, as he was taught by Yamamoto since he was a child. He understood that the other party was not a soft-hearted person, at least not when he was young. Regarding this issue, when he was young, he would occasionally mention it implicitly. But Yamamoto didn't mention anything about 1,000 years ago, so he didn't make any progress in investigating the matter. And in this eradication operation, Hongjiang has been worried that Yuhabach will be in contact with Star Cross Fortress. If there are signs of something wrong at that time, then he will probably slap and leave immediately. That kind of existence is definitely not at this moment. He can provoke it. Fear is on the one hand. On the other hand, Hongjiang is actually looking forward to the clues about Yuhabach in the Star Cross Fortress. If this is the case, Siridii can realize the threat in advance and take the lead in the next 1,000-year battle. It may not repeat itself. For this reason, he asked the Star Destroyer troops to thoroughly investigate every corner of the Star Cross Fortress, but as expected, the Star Cross Fortress had nothing to do with the future friend Habich. But you always have to try everything. For example, at this moment, looking at Fort's expression, you obviously know something. What kind of friend Habicher? I have never heard of it. Futz's eyes were erratic, pretending to be calm and said, I really don't understand what you are talking about. Really don't understand. Hung Jiang's eyes were piercing, even through a pair of dark glasses. Forts seemed to be able to see two sharp points of light. Let me remind you, the sealed king of Quincy, passing by regain the heartbeat in 900 years, regain consciousness after 90 years, regain strength after 9 years, and finally. Every time Hong Jiang said, Fots felt that his heart had been beaten so hard. Why did he know this? Did someone else tell him? No, it's impossible, not many people know this, and in the end, it only took 9 days to get the world back. And the sealed king of the Quincy is Audiobook. The last hammer fell fiercely. Hong Jiang's eyes were so close to him, and the light reflected from the sunglasses pierced into his pupils, causing Fots to frown subconsciously. You, where did you hear it? With a move of his throat, Forts swallowed what he wanted to say with his saliva, and then replied, This is just a legend, I can't believe it. What about the Invisible Empire? Is this just a legend? Hong Jiang continued, his voice whispering like a devil, making Fouts feel that his psychological defenses were collapsing a little bit. He got it. Siridi knows too. Who on earth betrayed the ancestors? Not right. Forts shook his head vigorously, trying to calm himself down. Not many people know that the ancestors existed. I am probably the only one who knows the existence of the Invisible Empire, but I haven't said that he has the ability to read memories. Hong Jiang doesn't know what Fots is thinking at the moment. He wants to work harder now to dig out all that Fots knows in his mind. The life of one person or the lives of thousands of people, this choice is not difficult to make. Think about your family, the family members of your companions. Especially those children, they still have a lot of time, a great future, because of your persevere, bang, it's all gone. Hong Jiang patted Futs on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Such persistence is too selfish, isn't it, Futs? Hung Jiang's remarks were touching, but in fact, as a listener, Forts did not even listen to a word. A deal, by the way, this is a deal. If Siridi already knew the ancestors existed, would they come to trade? Especially with me? The huge sense of crisis did not overwhelm Fots, but it made him understand a lot of things. With the arrogant posture of death, he will never trade with his prisoners in a low voice, even if he knows the existence of friends' habit. After all, Quincy had experienced a fiasco nearly 1,000 years ago. If you can win once, you can win the second time. It's just a friend of habit, and it's just another kill. Forts really understands Siridi's thinking. And even if it's a deal, it should be talked with Connor who survived, not his own little character. In addition, the representative of Siridi is actually Hiru. Even if he is genius, his age does not represent SEI. Ling Ting, right? So although it is impossible to be 100% sure, Forts is generally certain that this transaction is only Hung Jiang's own intention. And the reason for the deal is to let him confide in the details, and then he will talk to the 46th room of the Central Committee or his teacher team leader Yamamoto Motori Yusai Shigakuni. This deal was made by the Quinter Forts proposed. It must be tiring to stay in such a place, Hong Jiang. Forts said, clearing his throat, vomiting the blood clogged in his throat, and continued, I know many things, but I have to be careful. Let your companions know through the enemy's mouth. Obviously it is a good intention, but it will still attract suspicion, but this is the cold home of Siridi, year of death. Guest. Hong Jiang was silent for a while before asking aloud. Seeing the other party nodded and held his head, he said annoyedly, It's just a bit. Can't you be a little stupid? Come to me to make the transaction appear more logical, and to ensure that I am just doing meritorious work and will not be chased by mistakes. It's really good calculation. I almost stunned you. Can't you think of me as sunshine at all, Forts? Hong Jiang shrugged and sat down cross-legged, as if chatting with an old friend. I am giving you a chance to return to a peaceful life. Opportunity to go in. As long as you speak out, I guarantee that all the Quincy can survive. Opportunity? Under surveillance, is it a chance to live like a captive livestock? It may be like this for a while, but it won't last long. You can finally return to your previous life and live with dignity. Hong Zhang said, shaking his hands. This is not to deceive people. The strength of the Quincy comes from Audiobook. If you can find him and kill him as soon as possible through forts, then all Quincy is likely to lose their power and become ordinary people again. In fact, it is also completely eradicating the Quincy in disguise. Doesn't that just stand still? This world needs to change, and only ancestors can reshape this world. As if he had been baptized, Forts said impassionedly, it's different from the stubborn world you hold in place, which seems to stand still. There is no suspicion, no mutual harm, and everyone is glorious enough to be proud of. You know that world? Well, Hong Zhang? That is our dream. Forts finished speaking, his eyes blurred, as if he was intoxicated in the beautiful scene constructed in his mind. But Hong Zhang gritted his teeth and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. Would you habitch create such a world? What a big joke! Stop dreaming, Futs! Isn't your dream also to sweep away the gods of death and board the crumbling throne in your mouth? What then? Overthrow the icy soaring palace, and then build a colder and colder than it by yourself. What kind of palace is he called? Is this your dream? Hong Zhang sneered, no, this is just your wishful thinking. This is a desire, not a dream. You don't understand, we don't want power, and the dispute with you is just because you are the most greedy power contenders, the most stubborn conservative. And our dreams have never been something you care about. Rebuke to Hong Zhang, Forts appeared calm and indifferent. He didn't expect Hong Zhang to understand him. There are always people in this world who are drunk and say they are sober, even though there are many such people. 9 days, sometime in the future, it will only take 9 days, and this world will completely change. Forts said slowly, as if singing, it's a pity that you can't see how beautiful it looks after 9 days. Hey! Hong Zhang replied with disdain, of course I can't see it, but you are lucky. The feeling of broken dreams is not something anyone can bear. Hong Zhang finished speaking, and stood up on the ground with his right hand. This transaction is a failure. You can never wake up a daydreamer because the other party also thinks you are daydreaming. But harder than your mouth? Than the head iron? Competing with the traverser, you are really looking for the wrong target. In Hung Jiang's eyes, Futs at this moment is a stupid mortal who argues with God about who is more discerning. You don't know what opportunity you missed, Futs. Hong Zhang patted the non-existent dust, and continued, since I know the existence of Audiobook and the Invisible Empire, I will definitely find it. Oh? Then go find it, this world is so big. Isn't it hidden in the shadow of Siridii? I have found it in 100 years. Hong Zhang pretended to be a casual temptation. In the shadows? Then you can light up the entire Siridii and have a try. Forts replied casually, just as if he did not know whether he pretended it or not. Hong Zhang narrowed his eyes, and he couldn't read anything from Fort's expression. It seemed that this transaction was a complete failure, and it was really bad luck. As a traverser, can't you give me a halo or something? Hong Zhang waved his hand in an irritated mood, and dispersed to the closed ghost road in the room. He just walked to the door and was about to leave. He suddenly remembered something and whispered with his back to Forts, you remember what I said, is it actually easier to die sometimes? Did you say that? Didn't I say it? Hong Zhang thought for a while. At that time, he seemed to be interrupted by Forts, okay, then you know now. If you change your mind at that time, call someone to find me at any time. Torture. Forts replied with a smile, I'm used to it. No, it's something you have never experienced before, but soon you will experience it. Before Forts could speak, with the sound of the door closing, Hong Jiang's back completely disappeared from Forts' eyes, and this was the last time Forts saw him. Chapter 52, Vice Captain Hiro Kozuka. Time is rushing, and the corpse soul world has gone through another autumn and winter without any sound. Looking back, the eradication operation was last year. Today's team is very lively. Their captain's closed disciple Hiro Kozuka will be appointed as the deputy captain. No one will be dissatisfied. Not to mention his more than 100 years of investigation of the Star Cross Fortress. He deserves such a reward. Hong Jiang's performance in the official challenge a week ago is enough to block any doubts. Even the deputy captain Tsuchijiro was faintly suppressed by him. One must know that not only the position of the captain has not changed for 1,000 years, but the position of the deputy captain is also the same. Since Yamamoto took office as the captain, Takubi has been the deputy captain of the first division. However, the Sparrows are not down to 3 seats, or they will leave their posts to take care of the elderly. Hong Jiang's contribution this time was tremendous, and the 46th room of the Central Committee helped to expand the organization of the team and added a deputy captain. Kozuka Hiro. Come forward. Yes. Responded repeatedly, and Hong Jiang walked step by step to the front of Yamamoto, who was standing at the front, under the attention of the team members on both sides. The role of deputy captain is not only a right, but also a burden. Yamamoto's voice was loud and solemn. In the future, you have to abandon your personal prejudices and uphold the justice in your heart. Are you ready? Hong Jiang understands. You should not target your subordinates for no reason based on your personal preferences, nor should you be too close to favoritism. Be fair and just. Do you remember? Remember. Hong Jiang nodded, and replied solemnly. In this way, Yamamoto asked Hiroshi to answer. Between the question and the answer, time passed quietly. Finally, in the enviable eyes of the players, the ceremony came to the last and most exciting step. I saw Minister Jiro, standing at the right back of Yamamoto, slowly walking out with a wooden square tray in both hands. On the purple satin cushion in the tray, a wooden sign in the shape of a pennant was lying quietly. This is the armband representing the identity of the deputy captain. In the Godi 13th Squad, as long as the official seated officer wears an armband to indicate his identity, the main body of the armband is the team number representing the squad to which he belongs. For the first squad, it is the word 1. Next, according to the different seats, add corresponding vertical marks under the team number. For example, if there are 3 seats in the first division, 3 vertical bars will be added under 1, and 4 seats will be 4. And so on. The deputy captain is also different. Their armbands will not have vertical bars under the team number, but will add the corresponding team flower to show the difference. As for the captain, they don't need to wear an armband. The representative of their identity is the white haori with the team number on the back. The team flower of the first team is chrysanthemum, which represents truth and whiteness, but Hong Jiang always feels a little strange looking at the chrysanthemum printed in ink on the armband. Most people who are transversal can no longer face this proud flower. Got it. The superior Yamamoto didn't know the nasty thoughts in Hong Jiang's heart at the moment. His right hand first stroked the smooth surface of the armband from top to bottom, and then slowly lifted it from the cushion with both hands. In his eyes, this seemed like a treasure from the world. General! Extend your left arm. Hong Jiang heard it, temporarily put away the strange thoughts in his mind, put his left arm out, and watched Yamamoto wrap his armband around his forearm peacefully. Teacher hopes that you will be an upright person. At least leave the upright side to Siritii. Yamamoto said in a voice that only 2 of them could hear. After he tied the armband completely, he pulled it slightly. I also hope that the day you take off this armband is the day I handed Captain Yuri into your hands. The teacher is really disappointing. Hong Jiang complained in a voice that only 2 of them could hear. But Yamamoto didn't seem to hear him. When he raised his head, the faint smile on his face just disappeared. The crutches in his hand paused and announced loudly, "The inauguration ceremony of the deputy captain is over." After Yamamoto and Takai both left, the players on the field were relieved, and one by one stepped forward to express their kindness to Hongjong. "Congratulations, Vice Captain Diazuka, I hope you will take good care of you in the future. My name is Shuhei, this is the handwritten note that the master asked me to bring you. You are really young and promising, Deputy Captain Kozuka. There are people who just simply come to congratulate, and there are also people who hope to get some relationship." Hongjong responded one by one, his face almost smiled. "I really don't understand these people. He was appointed as the deputy captain and not the captain. Congratulations! Isn't the deputy captain in Siridi really awesome? I don't see how they fawned on Minister Jiro." Speaking of status, Siriti is actually a structure in which the Central 46 Room and the Godii 13th Division supervise each other and are in charge. The 46 rooms in the center are a whole, and the individual members of them have no substantive power. The Godii 13th Squad is different. Its power is actually allocated to the hands of each captain. As the captain's usual spokesperson, the power of the deputy captains of each team is really not small. In each of the teams, there actually exists this kind of pleasing to the deputy captain. Of course, the things these families are plotting are not too big, just hope that they can be more convenient in the assigned tasks and some small profits. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The previous team did not have such a phenomenon. One is the particularity of the team, the title of the team, and the Center 46 room is not far away. It all proves the importance of Siriti to it. The family that meddles in it can't eat it. On the other hand, just like Yamamoto, the vice captain, Takabuki Jiro, is upright and impartial. He has been in his seat for thousands of years, which really prevents them from starting, and this is the main thing. The reason. But now it's different. The newly appointed Tetsuka Hiroshi and the captain have a closer relationship. The most important thing is that he is young, and he is prone to making mistakes when he is young. Besides, there are some small mistakes. With the captain's love for him, it is very likely that he will just stay away. I closed my eyes. And Hongjong didn't know these twists and turns, and when he pushed left and right, after finally getting rid of the crowd, his tongue was a little stupid. This formation was even more exaggerated than when he was besieged by the virtual group in the original killing. But before he could take a good breath, another member of the team in front of him ran towards him. Hongjong couldn't help but shudder. Didn't he come back? Deputy Captain Kozuka. Okay, I understand. Hongjong hurriedly reached out to interrupt the other party, shaking his forefingers and said, "Isn't that just congratulations? I took it, you can go back." The visitor turned his head and left subconsciously, but he realized that something was wrong after taking 2 steps. To say congratulations, didn't I congratulate you when you came? By the way, I didn't come to congratulate at all. Deputy Captain Kozuka. Why are you back again? Didn't I say no more congratulations? It's not congratulations, it's someone outside the door looking for you, it's the 12th Division Sangzi Urahara Kisuk. Chapter 53, Divine Body. Hi, Urahara. As soon as Hongjong left the house, he saw Urahara waiting. Compared to the last time he met, his face looked stubborn, but in retrospect, when was the last time we met? Hongjong is a little uncertain, maybe half a year ago? This time you are the earliest one. Sorry, I'm the only one here this time. Urahara shrugged and replied embarrassedly. That's why she is the one with the most conscience, right? Hongjong patted Urahara on the shoulder, frantically complaining about Ye who hadn't come. Even Urahara had the heart to come and congratulate him on such days. She, who has always been known as the most enthusiastic, did not come. It is conceivable that Ye did not care about him during this period. Her own position in her heart, hey, I don't even mention it. Maybe he is a tool man. Just as Hongjong silently praised Urahara in his heart, The other party's words instantly smashed him into the bottom, but today's team is very lively, do you know what happened? Hong Zhang grabbed his hair and said awkwardly, maybe because today is my deputy captain's inauguration ceremony? Don't you know? Oh, no wonder. Congratulations, Hong Zhang. Hehe, Tongzi and Tongzi. Hong Zhang replied with a smile, as expected, he didn't care about me either. Wait, if Urahara doesn't know that today is the day when he becomes the deputy captain, why did he find himself here? Hong Zhang finally realized that things are not simple. Urahara seemed to have seen through Hong Jiang's thoughts, and from behind he took out something like a big board wrapped in white cloth, and said with a smile, I want to ask you for help. Let's go to the secret base and talk about it. Although it was a questioning tone, Urahara didn't wait for Hong Zhang to answer, so he set off with what he had brought, as if he was not worried that Hong Zhang would refuse. This is what I usually get used to. Do I have to agree? Do not. Today I still said no. Urahara, wait for me, I want to tell you this question. Let me introduce this thing to you first. Stop first. As soon as he reached the bottom of the bipolar hill, Urahara began to introduce his new invention enthusiastically, but Hong Zhang showed no interest and interrupted him, which made him a little confused. Didn't I say that you need to ask for my consent first? Did you say it? Okay, you seem to have said it. Urahara thought for a while and continued, but does it matter? Are you already here? It's true that you say that. That's fine, don't you agree to my invitation? Cough. This is not. Yes, all of you are here, doesn't it mean you have agreed? Hong Zhang clutched his chest, it felt as if he had been stabbed, what he said made sense, I'm so cheap. Are there any questions? Please say. Urahara shook his head and untied the white cloth on the outside of the thing on his hand. The board-shaped object also revealed the true face of Lushan, a white human-shaped flat wooden board. I call it Divine Body, a tool that can forcibly copy and visualize the body of Zanpo Dao. Urahara patted the Divine Body in his hands and said with a smile, I believe you should understand what this means. Hong Zhang nodded. The of Death communicated with his Zanpakuto and learned its name to carry out the first liberation of Zanpakuto. This was the beginning. After the initial solution, through continuous practice and communication, the Zanpaku knives can be visualized and yielded. The second stage of liberation achieved is called the Ji. There are only a handful of death gods who can do this. Eventually they all became the captain of the 13th Godai division. Zhuan Shen physical ability to forcibly visualize the Zanpaku Dao, which solves a big problem of Ji, and then as long as it can be surrendered, then it can truly master the Ji. I thought you were not interested in. It turns out that you have been doing this kind of stuff during this period of time. Then why do you work harder when you are not in the Spirit Palace? Actually, I am not very interested in Ji, and of course it is the same now. Urahara rubbed the stubble on his chin with his index finger. It's just to achieve my goal. This is a hurdle that cannot be circumvented. Of course there are rights. If I can become the leader of the team, it will be helpful to my research. Listening to what you mean, there is a big move. Urahara smiled at Hong Jiang's ridicule. Chuan responded with a smile. He dragged his divine body and walked to Hong Jiang. He said in a pretentious manner, no matter how big the action is, you must first go through your assistants. The next thing is very important. You must listen. First of all, during the use of the transcendent body, you must always keep me safe. Urahara has not used the divine transformation body yet, but as his creator, it is speculated that the divine transformation body is actually equivalent to a struggle between Zanpaku's sword and the Reaper in the process of using it. Whoever has the upper hand will eventually succumb to it. Is unknown. Because of this, the use of the divine body is dangerous, which requires a person who has already solved it to stare at all times to avoid accidents. In addition, after using the divine transformation body, because of wrestling with his own Zanpakuto, Reaper will be in a dilemma that cannot be solved until he completely conquered his Zanpaku. After all, this is actually a kind of gambling. If you win the gambling, your strength will instantly increase dozens of times, and if you lose, the of death, who is based on Zanpakudeo, is a waste. Therefore, the requirements for this kind of gambling are extremely high. To ensure safety, there must be someone who can be trusted by the user to assist. We need to use solution to confront solve. After looking around, Urahara found that Hongjong and Yi were the only ones who met the requirements. Then why don't you call Yi together? Hongjong raised his own question. www.novel.com. This kind of thing must be. Double insurance is definitely more secure than single insurance. Is there still too much truth in tool people? Furthermore, with her temperament, if you know that you have bypassed her, you will probably be beaten up. I didn't get around her, she was so hard at the release of this thing. The principle of transforming the divine body is difficult, and it is not difficult and simple. The most important one is the forcible representation of the Zanpaku knife, which is actually based on a material called the spirit wood, which is also the material used for the entire divine body. This kind of wood is only available to the Shifanjin family, known as the God-sent Bingfan. Its main function is to serve as a bridge for the of death to communicate with his Zanpaku. And Urahara first asked Yika for this kind of wood, and then it took more than half a year to strengthen its function, before the appearance of the transcendent body, so Yi was actually the biggest contributor. In addition, she is also very busy now, and she doesn't have much time to accompany me to fool around. Urahara said another reason, but how can this be heard in Hongjiang's ears? I am the tool person for feelings. Others are not worthy. Do I look idle? Do you seem to be busy? Urahara asked back, and continued, in the next time, my life will be in your hands, Hongjiang. This friendship. I really hate myself for enjoying being a tool man. But this feeling of trust seems pretty good. Hongjiang stretched out his hand, slapped Urahara's shoulder with a heavy slap, and said with a smile, give it to me, you can rest assured. Chapter 54, The End of Mole City Home. Only took 3 days, 2.5 days to be precise, Urahara became his own through the transformation of the divine body. During this period, there was no danger, and Hongjiang was so passionate that he had no choice but to look on, making him feel that he had no sense of existence. After returning to the first team, Hongjiang suddenly discovered that, in fact, sometimes it is quite happy to not exist. Deputy Captain Kozuka, have you not done a good job of allocating team fees for each team this month? It's done. Wait, where did I put it? Hongjiang looked around from the mountain of documents in front of him, and finally found this month at the bottom of the documents piled up by his feet in the eyes of the people who came in doubt. The allocation of team fees for each squad. Unexpectedly, in the Corp's soul world, I can still relieve the mood when I just graduated from the previous life and went to work. The key is that he is responsible for many and complicated things, and he has no computer, let alone office software support. These days, the deputy captain, his daily work makes his head bigger. That, Vice Captain Kozuka. What else is there? Hongjiang hugged his head and groaned desperately, can't you just say it all at once? The middle-aged of death in front of him looked helpless, pointed to the table in front of Hongjiang, and softly suggested, I mean, you can properly tidy up your own room. It's okay, right? It's okay, you go first. As soon as the middle-aged Grim Reaper turned around and was about to leave, Hongjiang's voice sounded from behind, wait a minute, I think there is nothing wrong with what you said, so you help me organize this, come on. Please, be careful. This is the life the deputy captain should have. Hongjiang, who walked out of the office, felt that his heart stuffs for more than a week had been swept away in an instant, and walked out of the team slowly with his hands behind his back. As for where he would go next, He already had a decision in his heart. At the same time, a large white tower located in the central area of Siridii welcomed its own group of new guests. The giant tower is called the Palace of Repentance, and it is the place where the Siridii imprisoned severely sentenced criminals. Of course, the gods of death are more accustomed to calling it by its alias White Tower. The seemingly fragile white pagoda is actually made of murderous stones. It is extremely difficult to forcefully destroy it by brute force. Not to mention that the 13th squad house is under the high ground to the north of the White Pagoda, even if there is forced destruction. The ability to bring out the people inside is also wishful thinking. The 4 deep prisons in the White Tower, through the only window in the room, you can see the famous execution ground of Siray Palace by Polar Hill not far away. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many death gods who have been sentenced to heavy sentences have spent their last quiet time together with this scenery. Among the 4 deep prisons, the newly arrived Mochen Chuang also leaned against the wall, turning his face to examine the scenery outside the window with the corners of his eyes. No emotions can be seen from his face, at least the sword house outside the prison. 8 is not visible. Mochen Chuang was also the instigator of the Siridii civil strife. Since his arrest, he has been imprisoned in a prison that is tighter than the Confession Palace Infinite. Until today, he was transferred here. However, this does not mean that Siridii has eased his sentence. On the contrary, he will be sentenced to bipolar punishment in Bipolar Hill in a week, and transfer to the Confession Palace may be Siridii's last mercy. At least room 46 felt that way. You mean? If someone was here 1,000 years ago, would the scenery I see be the same as mine? Mol Cheng Xuanzhai's voice was still weak as before, but the Confession Palace was too quiet, or dead silent. What the other party said, Korea Shikai Kenbaki could hear every word clearly. I understand, but Kenpeka Korea Shiki doesn't know how to respond to Mojo. In fact, Mole City, after being arrested, acted very cooperatively, helping room 46 to eliminate nobles who had nothing to do with them in a short time, thus avoiding a meaningless internal friction. With such an attitude, he can't find a way to survive for himself and his family. He must be disappointed in his heart than he is at this moment. Just as Korea Shiki sighed secretly in his heart, Mole Castle's voice resounded like a wind chime. I think it's the same, it really hasn't changed for too long. Hey! Korea Shiki let out a long sigh, sorted out the language and said, Zinzu, I will try to save it again, but I may be powerless. Mochen heard this, and turned his head for the first time. His narrow eyes were facing Kami Kariyashiki's sincere gaze, but his expressionless face made people suspect that he actually didn't care about the survival of the family. Sure enough, I saw him step by step and slowly spit out a sentence to Korea Shiki. You have passed the long years without change. Don't you find it boring? Does this mean anything? It's meaningless, but it's just a small chat. After all, I won't have any chance to chat with you like this in the future. Mol Chang replied, seeing Karyashiki's depressed and incomprehensible look, smiling and continuing, speaking of it, you should accommodate me, a dying person. This way, I really don't know who is the dying person. Korea Shiki smiled and shook his head, and his usual hearty appearance came back little by little. If it were set in stone, then I would definitely be boring, but this is not the case, is it? Korea Shiki spread his arms, and his loud voice seemed to resound through the entire White Tower, watching the new team members become stronger a little bit and be able to stand on their own. After the painful battle with them, enjoy drinking, watching them familiar or unfamiliar. People are changing, Siridii is changing. This kind of picture is my favorite. www.novel.com the most enjoyable. Even if I watch it for a lifetime, it is very interesting, it is impossible to get bored. What a pure person. Mojo shook his head when he saw Karyashiki's intoxicated look, with a rare smile on his face. Is it bad to be a pure person? Double. It feels good, at least it looks very happy. Mochen said, suddenly thought of a person, and continued to ask, what about Kozuka Hiro? It's the young man who played me, he. Is he? Not much contact. Kuriyashiki patted the back of his head, recalled what Hiro had in his mind, and continued, it is meticulous to be able to cooperate with Captain Yamamoto's plan for more than 100 years. A ruthless character who knows the tolerance. But usually, he makes many jokes, like a child. I really don't know which is his true appearance. Is that so? It's interesting. Molchang turned around, raised his head and looked at the bipolar hill outside the window again, and said lightly, I really want to see that little guy, at least before I die, I have to see it with my own eyes. Look at this, let room 46 give up my genius, what kind of style is there? The disposition to you was not because of him, Shuang yet. Moaki reached out his hand to stop Kuriyashiki's next words, he has his own judgment on this matter. I'm a little tired, let's come here today. Molchang slowly walked to the window at the end of the cell. The noon sun was a bit dazzling, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. Excuse me, invite him to come and see you, but don't force it. Fortunately, there is no need to force it. Both he and I were prepared for the price of failure. Chapter 55, See the Lunatic at Missouri, thanks to the one who Jing wants to fly. Since Mochen Chuang also issued the order to evict the guests, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki left the confession palace without much entanglement, and went straight to the first team to invite Kozuka Hiro. But at the moment, Tetsuzuka Hiroshi had already left the team for a long time. It happened to be the one who received Kuriyashiki, or the team member who just helped Hiroshi clean the office. Then do you know where Diazuka went? I don't know, the vice-captain Diazuka has never revealed his whereabouts to us. Then when will he be back? Kuriyashiki continued to ask. This is not clear, like the last time he went out, he came back 3 days later. Otherwise, Master Kenpeki would ask the 3 seats of the 12th Division? He has a better relationship with the deputy captain. Kuriyashiki touched his chin and thought for a while. Rather than go to find Hiroshige all over the world, he might as well meet Yamamoto first. You must know that his main purpose is to intercede for Mojo Kozo. He will do important things first, and wait for Hiroshige to return. If you can't wait, let's talk about it. Help me inform the captain. Yes. As for where Hongjiang is not doing business now, even if Kuriyashiki asks Urahara, he must have a dazed expression that he has no idea. There is an inconspicuous 2-story hut next to the juvenile team. It is not even a warehouse. From the outside, it looks like a utility room for the juvenile team. This is naturally not the utility room of the juvenile division. It has its own name, Gurisho. It is not affiliated with any division. It is theoretically one of the Siraidii institutions at the same level as the Godii 13th Division. Go stands for defense, and weave stands for textile. Literally, it is known that the responsibility of the Gurisho is to build the Siraidii defense system and to produce the place where the death tyrant is worn by the gods of death. The second-story cabin on the surface is just its door, and the real location of the Misho is actually underground. After a complicated inspection procedure in front of the door, no one was seen. The wooden door in front of Hongjiang opened with a creak and walked into the room with 4 walls. An opening was opened on the floor early, and a stone staircase only leaked a few. When the steps were high, Hongjiang was also familiar with the road, bent over and walked down. The way down is not long. The first floor of the Yujizuo is only a few tens of meters deep from the ground. This is a place for textiles and clothes, and Hongjiang's destination is not this but the second floor. Turned a bend and came to a remote corner. There was a metal ladder on the wall, but that was not the way to go down. Hongjiang stepped forward and slammed his face against the white wall on the left side of the ladder. The seemingly hard wall was unexpectedly the face next to Hongjiang sank. There was a sudden click in the corner. Hongjiang moved his face out of the wall when he heard it, holding the ladder next to him with both hands and pulling it hard. The walls on both sides split from the middle. As the ladder was slowly opened by him, the original wall, the ladder above is just a pair of door handles, and behind the door is an elevator that leads directly to the second floor of the Imperial Textiles. It's just downstairs, so many tricks? Hong Zhang secretly complained in his heart. This is his second visit to Orisho, a completely different experience from the last time. Last time it seemed to be the third floor after the aisle turned left, and then stepped on 5 times in 1 second, and stepped on the 4 sides of the floor accurately. His midpoint and the central location, and then a slide took him directly to the second floor. What a bad memory! But the Gurisho is such a place. All inspections are concentrated in front of the door on the surface, especially on the second floor. It is almost a one-to-one passage. If you want to enter without permission, there is no other way except for force. If you go the right way or you can't even get in, as long as you can get in, no one will take care of you next. After a short wait, the elevator took Hong Zhang to the second floor of the Yujizuo. As soon as the door opened, a man wearing a tyrant costume and yawning waited at the door without speaking, pointing to Hong Zhang and turning around. Just go. Hong Zhang also understood that this was sent by the person he was going to visit to pick him up, so he followed without asking more questions. Different from the simple wooden decoration style of the first floor. The second floor of the Gurisho has a sense of technology. At least the honeycomb-like circular speakers on the wall are difficult to see in other parts of the soaring palace. Turn left, and then right. In short, when the people of Hong Zhang were almost fainted, the person in front finally stopped and put their hands in a mouth on the wall. It was not a statue but a real mouth. Hong Zhang could even faint. Hear the sound of drool stirring. 3 seconds or 5 seconds. Hong Zhang didn't bother to count how long the other party's hand was held, and saw that the mouth on the wall seemed to be bored. He stretched out his tongue and spit out the hand in his body. A gap suddenly appeared on the wall with no gaps beside it. Slowly growing bigger, eventually formed a circular arch about 1 person tall. Opposite the arch is a long strip room of about 10 square meters. Seeing that it is a little dark inside, Hong Zhang frowned involuntarily. It seems that his words have been decisively treated as wind in his ears. After both of them entered the room, the arch behind them closed again, as if they had never appeared before. The man leading the way walked to the console on the right and lazily shouted into the microphone above, "Mr. Nai, your guest is here." There was no response in the room. The person leading the way touched his neck and said to himself, "Isn't it asleep? Mr. Nirvana, Mr. Nirvana. Hey, are you still here? Are you still here? Quiet." A third person's voice suddenly sounded in the room, and the owner of the voice was a little unhappy. "If you interrupt me again, I promise you will never be able to speak." "Here, you heard that too. I think Mr. Nai has forgotten about what you are coming." "It's okay, I can wait for a while." Hong Zhang pointed to the wall above the console, and continued, "But can you let me see the situation inside, just like last time?" "Last time? Oh. Last time Mr. Nirvana also let you see, then it's okay." The man patted his forehead and slapped a few times on the console. The wall where there was nothing flashed suddenly. "Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. This is a wall similar to single-sided glass, through which you can see the laboratory on the other side. Look slowly, I have to be lazy." The man said. He pulled a chair and lay directly on the console. The next second, a faint snoring sound sounded. This person really fell asleep when he said he was sleeping. Hong Zhang didn't care, standing behind the man, squinting his eyes and watching what was happening in the other room. Actually, he didn't see it very clearly from this point of view. A man with a blue coxcomb head and his skin seemed to have been whitewashed. The meticulously white man was facing Hong Zhang with his back, covering the most critical part of the test bench. But as the man picked up and put down the scarlet on the utensil, it was not difficult to guess what he was doing. I don't know how long I watched and rubbed his eyes. Hong Zhang found that there was a beating object on the man's right hand, and saw that he put it into a vessel beside him. The transparent liquid inside was instantly stained red. Find someone to fill his heart. Then change the experiment body. Restart the experiment in half an hour. There was a little shrill sound in the room again. No matter how many times I listened to it, Hong Zhang felt that the sound was chilling. I believe the other person felt the same way, because he was asleep instantly, and his mouth kept repeating what I just heard. The man on the opposite side of the wall has disappeared at this moment. Within a few seconds, the wall at the end of the room suddenly opened a door. Isn't it the man who just disappeared in the laboratory? Hi. I'm relieved to see that you are full of energy. Hong Zhang leaned on the chair where no one was gone, and said with a smile, I believe that after so long, you should find something, right? My nirvana is great. The scientist. Chapter 56, Nirvana, what are you doing? At this moment, Nai Yuli does not have the weird power of the 12th Division Captain, at least his face is only white now, and there is no weird decoration on his head that seems to change every season. Although I don't hate this title, I still don't like it if it pops out of your mouth. To Hung Jiang's arrival, Nai Yuli was very calm. He picked up a glass vial from the console, dripped the brown liquid into his eyes, and asked casually, this time there is new material. Give it to me? If not, you can go away. It really doesn't save him face at all, but this is indeed Nieri's character. Although, like Urahara Kisuk, he is a Frankenstein from Siridii, the strangeness of the two is completely different. Urahara belongs to the kind of people who can't guess his thoughts, have unconventional ideas and unconventional things. They have their own perseverance but also consider others. Nai Yuli is different, you can say that he is very ego, you can also regard this ego as extreme self-confidence. And this person has very few moral concepts, almost no state, in order to study he can sacrifice everything except himself. Hong Zhang has always believed that Nieri is more like a scientist and a mad scientist than Urahara. As for how he got online with Nieri, it was actually Hiroshi's contact with the other party through Yamamoto. Of course, the reason was not the fans' sympathy for seeing idols or perversions. No one in Siridii would know anything better than perversions. It is Nirvana's opponent. The torture of the Quincy is also divided into levels. Since half a year ago, Misho has submitted an application, hoping to start research on the Quincy. The applicant is naturally Nirvana in front of him. The 46th room of the Central Committee also passed this application, but only at a discount. According to the instructions of the Central 40 Chamber, at first, Misho was only able to study the quintessences captured outside the Star-Cross Fortress. Over time, the qualifications of the ordinary quintess within the Star-Cross Fortress can be gradually opened up. It is also similar to Forts, who is in the escort, will not open up research qualifications unless the opponent speaks. It's just that Hung Jiang's purpose is to find the invisible empire. As for how to find it, either this person who knows leads the way, or he finds it by himself. In his previous life, he remembers very clearly that the invisible empire was built by the quintessence master in the shadow of the Siridii. Since the kingdom of God is in the shadow, as long as you study the abilities of the Quincy, you will always find a way to enter. But Hong Zhang alone can't do it, so at first he thought of two candidates, one is his friend Kisuk Urahara, and the other is Nieri, both of whom are famous scientists in Siridii. However, Urahara seemed to have something he was interested in. Without telling the truth, Hong Zhang was not sure to persuade the other party, so in the end he chose Nirvana, who was originally interested in Quincy, and he was responsible for getting it for Nirvana. An advanced material. In exchange, Nai Yuli studied some things he was interested in and opened up his research results to him. But things seem to be a bit wrong now, and Nirvana seems to treat him as a porter instead of a partner of equal status. Hong Zhang felt it necessary to remind him. I always felt that people should know how to be grateful. Without me, you would not get high-quality objects like forts to conduct research. You might still be irritated with a bunch of inferior materials. What do you think? Great scientist. Futs? Oh. You are talking about subject No 0001, he is indeed much better. Nicoli said, his eyes rolled in his sockets, and his tone was kinder than before. Then you can provide more materials like him? Or better than him? Nayuli's words made Hiroji helpless. You must know that bringing Fots was the result of his plea with Yamamoto, and he also used the so-called blue credit that could not be made public at all. Bring another one? I'm afraid I didn't want him to die. Looking at your constipation-like expression, I knew it was out of place. Nayuli pulled out the chair from behind Hongzhang and sat on it, crossing his hands, watching Hongzhang playfully and said, I thought you were a capable person. Give me a cheap person who knows the goods. In this way, you are just a person who knows the goods. You should be said to be a lucky person. If you don't know the goods, it depends on whether you have the real material. It's been so long, you should always be a little eye-catching about what I want to know. What do you want to know? Nyari tilted his head and thought for a while, then turned and pressed a few times on the keyboard of the console. Come and see, but I doubt you can understand it. Hongzhang didn't blush, so he approached Nayuli's side. Mind and eager to learn and not ashamed to ask are the basic qualities that a good traverser should possess. What is this? The human body diagram, to be precise, is the human body diagram of a Quincy under the condition that we guarantee complete health. Nayuli pointed to the picture on the screen and explained, as for the white things inside, if you are literate, you should know that it represents spiritual power. I know, but what does this mean? Hongzhang scratched his forehead, asking for advice like a good baby. But Nayuli is not a patient teacher. He tapped the screen a few times and asked Hongzhang, I don't understand it so obviously. Hongzhang is also embarrassed. He feels like he must be mentally handicapped at the moment. I really want to stubbornly say, of course I understand. But the body still shook his head honestly. I know that it is not easy to be a savvy person, and I can't ask you more. Thank you for your understanding. Nayuli waved his hand irritably, and tapped a few more times on the keyboard. Another human figure appeared on the screen, but it was whiter than the previous one. This is a picture of the human body of the of death. The difference is obvious. Compared with the of death, the spiritual power in the body of the Quincy is very small. It can be said that there is almost none. Next, when the subject lost consciousness, I stimulated it with a spiritual pressure higher than the concentration of spiritual power in his body. The results showed that they would use the spiritual power in the body for autonomous defense. www.novel.com. The effect, you can say it's close to nothing. Next, the nerves on the skin surface are stripped and tested again, and the autonomous defense position shifts inward, which is the same as death. But with this level of spiritual power alone, the Quincy is not much stronger than the ant. The principle of their battle is to ingest spiritual power from the outside world, but the source of this power is still unknown. Li pointed to the screen, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Later, I conducted experiments when they were conscious. Of course, they were divided into two situations, nerve retention and nerve stripping. The autonomous defense mechanism appeared, and the strength was significantly improved, but the speed was different. This is amazing. It's incredibly weak in itself, but when they are conscious, it is like a machine that is turned on by a switch. The whole body will perfectly match their actions. Do you know what this means? Nayuli touched this head and said excitedly, they are consciously superhumans in a sense. Each spiritual child in the body is like an independent individual. At the appropriate time, the spiritual child is taken from the outside world. It's really exciting. Hongzhang squeezed his eyebrows. Even if he was just listening, he still made his brain hurt after Nyari's set, which was completely different from what he wanted to hear. I don't know how significant this is, I just want to know now, have you investigated what I said? What did you say? Which one? Shadow. Didn't I ask you to study whether they can construct buildings from the shadows? Hong Zhang shook his fist and shouted, the desperate voice echoed in the room, unable to disperse for a long time. Chapter 57, Go find your brain. Did you have a brain? I believed your rhetoric at the beginning, and I must have put my mind on where the ghost knows. Build an empire in the shadow? You have to make sure there is a space in the shadow. Is your understanding ability so low? No, you don't have any understanding at all. I said space. Shadow is not the key is space. Use the spirit to construct a space first? This idea is very interesting, but the you gave me makes me completely unable to see this direction. You actually said that you want me to develop on this basis? Is this something that can be done with the upper lip touching the lower lip? Either come to me with more advanced materials, or just get out. You know what to do now, hey? Stop letting me see your stupid face. When Hong Zhang came out of the Yuzhisho, the night had completely enveloped Siridai. Even though there was no one around him, his brain was still buzzing, and there seemed to be hundreds of nirvana in various ways. His IQ. Although he didn't explicitly mention the existence of the invisible empire, Hong Zhang mentioned all the possibilities he could think of to nirvana, and of course he was refuted by all the others. In the end, Nicoli's view is that the shadow itself is not something with spatial attributes. The so-called building of an empire in the shadow can be equivalent to the building of an empire in the dimensional space. The so-called shadow is a door, which can be anything. Dimensional space exists, but at present, there is no channel for dimensional space in the corpse world, let alone Siridai. The gods of death have been here for more than 2,000 years, and no one is more familiar with this place than them. Using Lingzi to create space out of thin air, according to Nirvana's words, this is close to a miracle. If the Quincy had this ability, would he be killed twice by the of death? Of course, he did not completely deny this possibility, but more and better sample studies are needed to see if there is a possibility of variation in the ability of Quincy masters to take spiritual seeds. In the end, Nai Yuli made it clear that he would not spend any more time in this area, unless Hong Zhang can bring better materials, such as the still-living Holy King Connor. Hong Zhang swears that if he is the current leader of Siridai, let alone Connor, he will let Jingle Chun Shui also go to Nai Yuli's face, because he remembers that Chun Shui has a trick to activate by shadow. Offensive. But is he? Not. So I think these are all troubles. Should I stop pleading with Yamamoto so that he can also assign Connor to Gurusho? This is too whimsical, unless Yamamoto is that kind of incomprehensible doting on himself, otherwise he must ask the reason, and this question will definitely catch him blind. Or go to Urahara. But the research materials are still in the hands of Nirvana, and it is somewhat unrealistic to persuade Urahara to give up his research goals when he can't tell the truth. He is quite an independent person. Unknowingly, Hong Zhang returned to the team house of the first team again, and all the possibilities he could think of were ruled out by him, which made him scratch his head irritably. He felt that the referee entered the arena to play werewolf killing. He clearly opened his eyes, but he was afraid of being blinded by a witch. The mob would cast it out, making simple things extremely complicated. This is human suspicion. Without taking 2 steps, Hong Zhang ran into someone's arms head-on. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about things and not looking at the way. Sorry, I was thinking about something so I didn't pay attention. The person opposite also apologized in unison. Hong Zhang raised his head and happened to meet the person opposite. Although he didn't see much, he still knew this person, the captain of the Siridai 11th Division, Kenpei Kuriyashiki. Kozuka Hiro. Well, it's me, what's the matter with you, Kenpei? Hong Zhang looked at Kuriyashiki's surprised expression and asked cautiously, he is not familiar with the one in front of him. It just happens to be looking for you. Kuriyashiki Kenpei said excitedly, holding Hong Zhang's arm. Hong Zhang is not short, but in front of the tall Kuriyashiki, he looks like a chicken. He couldn't help but not get excited. He came to the team for two things. One was to plead with Mochen Kozo. After all, Mole Changshuang had been very cooperative since his arrest. From this point of view, he left Molechen's family. The next fire, even a long imprisonment. But this idea was strongly condemned by Yamamoto. The Mojo family did this, which proved that they were dissatisfied with what Siritai did to their family 100 years ago. There is no need for such a family to leave him a fire. The first incident temporarily failed, and Kuriyashiki ran into Hongjiang, who had rushed back. The second incident of this trip was precisely related to him. Jian Peiki, let's just talk about it if you have something, can you just don't do it? The feeling of being embraced by a hunk is really uncomfortable. Hongjiang has already kicked out for someone else. But the object is different from Kayashiki. He can only speak up. Consolation. No way, the figure and strength of the person in front of him are directly proportional. According to Yamamoto privately told him, as the 7th generation Kenpei Kuriyashiki, his strength has long been recognized, and the 0 Division of the Lingwang Palace Direct Unit also invited after he joined. He only claimed that he could not stand the boring work of guarding, so he refused the invitation and stayed in Siritai. If Hongjiang kicked a character like this, he would definitely be kicked off in the end. There is no doubt about it. But there is a problem. How did Kuriyashiki, who was so strong, was killed by later Kanagi, and was taken the title of Kenhachi and the captain of the team? Perhaps it was Kenpei who defeated Morwood? Hongjiang tried his best to search for the answers to the questions from the memory of his previous life. www.ltnovel.com. It is a pity that he doesn't know much about the inheritance of the title of Jianba. He only knows that the later contemporary Jianba is Morwooden Jianba, and there is the original Kenpei, formerly known as Yuajawa Yachiryu, is now renamed Yuajawaru, the captain of the 4th Division. Just when Hongjiang's thoughts were on a slack, Kuriyashiki had already said all he wanted to say, but after waiting for a while, the little guy in front of him didn't speak. His face looked dumbfounded as if he was drawn out of. Seeing this, Yashiki unceremoniously used a flash of magical power on Hongjiang's forehead. Little guy, are you listening attentively? I was just a little distracted, can you say it again? Jianba. Hongjiang said embarrassedly, rubbing the part that was just shot. Shuangye will be executed in a week. He wants to see you before he leaves. When would you make time to go there? Shuangye? Mole City Shuangye. Kuriyashiki nodded, and continued, although he did something wrong, especially he was murderous to you, but it's all this far, you should satisfy his wish. Based on the principle of being a person and staying in the front line and wanting to meet in the future, it is better to see this side, but the question is Mole City Shuangja, will there be such a person in the future? Hongjiang thought for a while, it didn't seem to be there, then. People always have to leave some regrets, so I will not go. Thank you for the 2-month ticket for beer and coffee. Thank you book friend 150803235837131 for the 1-month ticket, thank you both for your support and encouragement. Chapter 58, When the Sickle Attack picked up the sickle. Deputy Captain Kozuka. What's the matter? Or Jianpei is here again. In the office of the deputy captain of the first team, Hongjiang looked at the incoming players like a frightened bird. In the past few days, he has been buried by piles of official duties. I really don't understand how he handled so many weird documents when there was only one person in the past. And Kuriyashiki Kenpei is also a troublemaker. When Hongjiang refused the invitation of Mole Changshuanja 7 days ago, Kuriyashiki was quite free and easy. As a result, starting from 3 days ago, Hongjiang would be harassed by the other party every day. To be honest, he was a little scared. If the brother was in a hurry, it would be nice to take him directly. Isn't it? It was the deputy captain of the Sparrow who asked if you want to drink tea together? By the way, Captain Yamamoto was also there. They drank the black tea just cultivated by the deputy captain of the Sparrow today. Don't drink. Didn't you see that I'm busy? Hong Zhang patted the documents in front of him, and said uncomfortably, also, if Kuriyashiki Kenpeka came to see me, he said I was not there. How can these old men be so free? Is there something wrong with the way I handle my affairs? Hong Zhang can't figure it out. Why is his promotion a bit weird? Wasn't the vice captain very leisurely watching comics in his previous life? When Hong Zhang was thinking about his life in front of a pile of documents, the Kuriyashiki Kenpeka he was thinking about was far in front of the prison of Shuanja Mojo, the Palace of Repentance. Yashiki's main purpose was not to take him to see Mole City Shuanja at all. As for the multiple visits in the past 3 days, it was only because he felt that there was no way to save Mole City Kozo. I thought that half of the captains would apply to room 46 to change the verdict on Mojo Kozo, but unexpectedly, there were not many captains willing to participate in this matter. In a week, he didn't change much. Sorry, I couldn't save Kozo. Why don't you care? I didn't ask you to save him. Mole Chengshuang also said calmly, as if the person named Koizan had nothing to do with him, and laughed at himself, it's the little guy named Diazuka Hongjiang. Doesn't you come to see me because it doesn't make any sense to see the loser? I said Chuang yet, your situation has nothing to do with him. No one can make mistakes willfully, and they should think that they should be forgiven. Yashiki is a little irritable. He doesn't understand why Mole City has reached this time. He doesn't care about his family, and he still struggles with Kozuka Hiro. Because of being proud, do you want to see who ruined his plan? Or simply interested in Kozuka Hiro? He didn't understand, and he didn't want to understand, no matter what the reason, such an idea seemed too arrogant and cold. Looking at you like this, is there anything else you want to preach to me? Although Yashiki looks like a fierce person, he is actually an extremely humble and easygoing person. There are not many people who can force him to preach. Mole Cheng smiled, as if quite proud. What's the point of preaching to you now? Kuriyashiki sighed, I'll find that kid again, and let you see him tomorrow before execution. After speaking, Kuriyashiki Kenpeka turned around and left. It looked like he was going to negotiate with Hongjiang again. Mole Cheng smiled when he saw it, and when Kuriyashiki disappeared from his field of vision, he slowly spit out a word, tomorrow I'm afraid I won't see you for a while tomorrow. At night, there is no sound in the already quiet confession palace. There is no moon tonight, and the bipolar hill outside the window looks like a huge black dog crouching, waiting for food. Mo Chenchuang also looked away from the fascinating scenery outside the window, turned around and walked to the door, bending his index finger, and banging on the door rhythmically. Mole City seems to use the shimin in front of him as a musical instrument, repeating his unfamiliar playing. This kind of movement is not common in the confession palace, so soon, the jailer dressed in white was attracted over, and today's Mole Chengshuang is also somewhat abnormal. Be quiet. Otherwise I will seal your mouth. The jailer yelled viciously. Is there just one? It came faster than I thought. Mole Cheng said, stopped his not-so-skilled playing, looked at the jailer outside the door, put his index finger on his mouth and made a ban. With a gesture of words, he said with a smile, it will be quiet, but you have to stay with me. The original loose clothes suddenly tightened. The jailer realized that something was wrong and just thought about it, but found that he could not do it anymore. As if he had an invisible hand, he suddenly took off the white cloth on his face and twisted it into a strand. Caught his neck. I can't do it if I want to reach out and grab the lifeline on his neck. The clothes on his body look like a torture rack, so he can't control his body at all, and he can't even fall down. Er. The sound, not much louder than a mosquito, lasted for a short time and then disappeared completely. This sound was so insignificant even in the quiet confession palace, but it was the last cry for help from a life, but no one heard it. Don't bring the key? Then I have to trouble you to go and run again. Mole Chengshuang also said softly, and the twisted rope around the jailer's neck outside the door returned to its original position. You read www.uuconshu. There is no wrinkle on the CM. Then the jailer, who was already a corpse, moved on his own, disappearing into Mole City's sight step by step, just like when he was alive. After a short time, the jailer took the key to the 4-deep prison again. With a click, the prison door that was supposed to be opened at noon tomorrow was opened in advance. Immediately after the jailer changed the key, he also untied the ghost tools on Mole Chengshuangjai's neck and wrist that restricted the movement of spiritual power, and then he softened and fell on Molechen's feet. A little bit of white light gushed from the body of the jailer, and finally merged into a Zanpaku knife, about 3 feet long, with a square guard, and the handle of the knife was wrapped with a purple handle, and the diamond-shaped eyes showed a grey color. If at this moment someone who had watched the torture of Molechen's family 100 years ago, they would be surprised to find that this was the Zanpaku knife that Mole Chengshuangjai had awakened at the time. He said that during the arrest, the Zanpaku knife I don't know where to put. It's a pity that there is no such person here, so I can't tell the poor jailers in the Palace of Confession. In fact, Mole Chengshuang also has a title, the Sickle. Maybe there was no sickle before, but the sickle has already been picked up. With the weapon in hand, the next step is performance time, a performance that is destined to be a tragedy harvesting life. The night is black and wind is high, it is the time to kill. The jailers in the Palace of Confession are not powerful people. Their greatest advantage is their absolute loyalty to the Siridii or the Central 46, but this loyalty is useless at this moment. In silence, the Mole Chengshuang who had escaped from the trap also killed them completely, not to mention resistance. Except for the sound of blood flowing, they could not make any movement. Chapter 59, Give You a Way Out. The second deep prison of the Confession Palace is said to be the second deep prison, but there are a large number of prisons, and the prisoners held here will also be sentenced to death tomorrow, but they are not worthy of bipolar. Another member of the Mole City family, Mo City Kozo in it. Wait for a long time, Kozo. Mojo Kozo, who was sitting on the ground with her head down in thought, suddenly heard a voice that made him very familiar. It was the voice of his only relative, his brother Mojo Shuanja. Brother, elder brother. Mokaho Kozo couldn't believe his eyes and asked in disbelief. You have suffered all these years. Although Mole Chengshuangjai's voice was small, it still alarmed the people in the cell nearby. They tried their best to stick out their heads. The hope of life made them lose their calm at this moment. No matter what the situation in the Confession Palace, they shouted loudly. Said, Master Mole City, save us. My lord. I don't want to die yet, please let us go. Mole Cheng also spoke, and saw that he raised his right hand and volleyed down. Those who were clamoring for a way out stopped yelling. Brother, how did you escape? This is not a good place to chat, I'll let you out first. Mole Cheng smiled, holding the handle of the Zanpei Dao with his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, a small part of the Zanpei Dao in his hand was exposed. But his action does not seem to draw the knife, but close the knife. 2 cold lights appeared in the dim cell, and they were cross-printed on the door of Mojo Kozo. The solid door was divided into 4. The last obstacle that blocked the 2 brothers followed with a bang. It disappeared like this. Brother, I'm sorry. Xing San lowered his head, the old ruthlessness had no trace at this moment, like a child, sobbing and saying, blame me, and let the brothers' plan fail, and blame me. Mole Chengshuang also walked up to his younger brother, trying to touch his younger brother's head, but found that the child in front of him was already much taller than himself. He shook his head and patted the other's arm, and said softly, don't blame you, blame if you don't, I'm also to blame for failing to save you earlier, which makes you feel terrified. Seeing his younger brother still feel guilty, Mole Chengshuang also smiled bitterly and said helplessly, we are still in the White Pagoda now, Kozan. It is true that the prison door that hinders the 2 brothers has been cut off, but the confession palace that imprisoned their freedom, or the Siridii is still in front of them. It is indeed not a time for emotion or guilt. I believe Mole Changshuang also wastes effort. Come out, not just to see Kozanyi's side. Yes. We too must not just die like this, or my sister's sacrifice will be wasted. Xing San rudely wiped his eyes with his sleeves and continued to ask, Brother, what are we going to do next? Did Ye slip out of Siridii? There are stalking towers near the White Tower, but this is useless for Mole City Shuang, as long as he wants to, without accidentally encountering a captain-level figure, it is for Kozo to escape silently from Siridii. It's easy. Mojo Kozo did not deliberately lower his voice, so the people in the other cells heard the words clearly, like a boiling soup pot. They quarreled, yes, this time it was a quarrel. Master Mole City, take me too, don't look at the merits, but the hard work, for the sake of me always sculpting you, save me. My lord, I am more powerful than them and more useful to you. Grown-ups. They all understand that even if the Mole City Shuang is strong, they can bring 2 or 3 people at most, and not counting others here, there are more than 30 people in each family's family, and it is impossible to leave them all. Thing. Be quiet. Mochen Chuanjai's voice was a little insignificant at this moment. In front of the bones named Sheng, the group of vicious dogs were already blushing. Brother, these people are just a drag if you keep them, why don't we? Mochen Kozo said softly in Chuanja's ear, and touched his right hand to his neck. He had already moved to kill, and he didn't want to bring any of these people. Brother. Mochen Kozhomi also shook his head, somewhat puzzled. I saw Mole Chang both holding the knife and walking towards the nearest cell step by step. The others were even more anxious now, one by one couldn't wait to squeeze their bodies out of the small window on the prison door, calling out Master Mole City, I hope to change his mind. The lucky guy was full of joy. The bone finally fell in his mouth. He just wanted to thank Shun Tai for uttering some words of allegiance, but he couldn't say it. The scarlet fountain suddenly fell from his mouth. He stretched out his hand to stop it, but he couldn't stop the flow of this fountain of life. Now. Can you be quiet? Mole Changshuang also looked around and said. This time he did not take the knife. The blood dripped down the blade, which also awakened these people's fear of Mole City. Mole City nodded, and the Repentance Palace that was quiet again made him very satisfied, shaking his wrist lightly to remove the blood from the knife, and slowly putting it back into the sheath in front of everyone, indicating that he did not have the heart to kill. You people, I will give you a chance to give birth. Mole Changshuang also shuttled between the cells, with a leisurely appearance, like walking in the home garden. I don't need your loyalty, however, the next actions are up to me, otherwise, he will be your fate. It's all yours. These people also understand that Mole Changshuang is going to use them as cannon fodder. Although they are unwilling, the cannon fodder still has the possibility of living. Staying here is a dead end. The dominant power is in Mole City's hands, and they cannot be helped. Brother, why do you have to do it multiple times? Mochen Kozo walked to Xuanzai and said without cryptic. He naturally understands this truth. www.novel.com. It's just that they can escape silently, why deliberately cause chaos, even if these chaos are a means to cover their escape? Some things can't be solved in a day or two, I need some time. Mole Changshuang also said, and released the people in the other cells. There are a total of 24 noble family heads, including their immediate family members. A total of 62 people gathered around the 2 brothers in Mole City. Master Mole City, can you also untie these? A short-sized patron stretched out the ghost tool in his hand and asked tentatively. It will be unlocked for you, but not now. Mole Cheng said, glanced at the man, and tapped his left thumb on the handle of the knife. Seeing this, the other party bowed back and dared not ask any more. After a while, you can gather and walk together, or you can escape from Siridii in a scattered manner, but there is only one requirement. You must not follow me and Kozo. I will understand. Scattered voices sounded. These patriarchs understood that they were cannon fodder. They thought that they would still have a chance to rush out with Mole Changshuang. Now the last hope is gone. The road to life is dark, and the feeling of despair seems to be better than hope. These all fell in the eyes of Mole Changshuangjai. He did not speak, and stood there with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Waited for almost a minute, the golden light like the sun suddenly shone into the palace of confession, and at about the same time, a huge roar sounded from the south. It's now! Mole Chang opened his eyes quickly, the ghost tools on everyone's body fell to the ground, and the confession palace also sounded like a clapper knocking. Everyone, I have already mixed up this trip, can you? Go out, it's up to your good fortune. Chapter 60, The Road to Mochen and number 039, S home has just begun. In front of the 46th room in the center, two gods of death were yawning, and it was still an hour before the shift time, which was a bit difficult. One of them turned his head and just wanted to chat with his companion. He saw a half-figure sticking out of the wall behind him. The key point was that the figure was holding a knife in his hand, standing beside the idiot who nodded. On the neck. Be careful, back. The last word is just an inaudible breath, but this is not critical anymore, because the last picture he saw was that his companion had his throat cut, and of course himself. The danger only came to him as luck, and I take care of everyone. Talent is the most normal. The half of the human figure in the wall slowly walked out, and merged into a person in front of the central 46 room. The candle light emitted a faint light on his face. It was Mole Changshuang who shouldn't have appeared here. When he tapped his index finger, the corpses of the two gods of death burned out of thin air and turned into two scorched corpses. Broken Road 96, cremation with one cut. A huge pillar of flame rose on the ground, like a sharp blade piercing notice Siridii from the ground, and instantly engulfed the central 46 room in front of me, adding a touch of warmth to the cold night and even creating all of this. The mole city Xuanzhai also gradually melted like a wax man, and merged with the ground under his feet. 96 Broken Paths one-shot cremation, a kind of high-level cracking that can be initiated by burnt corpses. In Mole City, two burned corpses are used to make two single-cut cremations almost at the same time. Its power is only the temperature caused the wall across the 46 room to crack and collapse. In the team closest to the 46th room in the center, Kenpei Kuriyashiki and Hiru were originally staring with big eyes. They were also arguing about whether to see Mole Chang tomorrow. Sudden fluctuations in spiritual power made their faces change drastically. Walked out of the deputy captain's room one after another. After arriving in the garden, the figures of Yamamoto and the sparrow also appeared in front of the main room. The huge knife-shaped flame column in the sky had not completely disappeared, and it was in the direction of the center 46 room. The bird will stay here to command. Hiro and Kuriyashiki follow me. Yamamoto gave a brief command, and the figure disappeared in the garden in an instant. When Hiroshi and Kuriyashiki saw this, they immediately followed without a word. As soon as the three of them walked on their front feet, the rapid sound of clappers on their hind feet resounded throughout the Siridii. A purple ghost light ball flew up to the center of the 46th room with its tail, and huge stone slabs from mid-air appears and falls on the ground, enclosing Siridii from the periphery, isolating it from the Ruakan street outside. The alarm that was forcibly raised in Siridii by Gurusho, especially in the Godii 13th squad, symbolizes Siridii's entry into the Shudara level alert, which is also the highest alert level of Siridii currently. The subsequent ghost light bullets directed the main guard location, which is the central 46 room. Now the members of the Godii 13th division in Siridii are all awakened one by one. This kind of authentic Shudara level alert state, more than half of the players have never experienced. They only know that from this moment on, Siridii will be fully taken over by the Godii 13th Division, and the members below the deputy captain will automatically lift the knife ban, and they can be released in Siridi. At the same time, any other people are not allowed to go out, except for the captains of the teams, the leaders of the ghosts and the ghosts. As long as they are wandering outside, they will be arrested first, and the stubborn can be killed on the spot. At this moment, the 13 captains and the chief and deputy ghost chiefs of the ghosts are approaching the central 46 room from different positions and directions. The remaining deputy captains will also begin to arrange the players to start from each along the Siridi. The main branch road was searched. When all the important members arrived, the flames that had engulfed the 46 rooms had completely dissipated, and the outer wall was completely gone, leaving only the main building that was burned to darkness, like an octagonal fire stick. Standing alone in the center. One stab cremation. From the PowerPoint of view, 2 releases have been released, and they were released together. The ghosts of the ghosts and the ghosts of the ghosts said his opinion, there are not many with this kind of strength. It seems that we people didn't gain much on the way here. Did the person who committed the crime slip too fast? Or was it hiding nearby? Jingle Chun Shui speculated, dragging his chin. Look at him, a ghost. After hearing this, Hong Zhang quickly liberated his Zanpadao, and a black Pruchna mask appeared silently, covering his face. This is the 4th form of Jiagui. Through this mask, the world in Hung Jiang's eyes will only have spiritual power, which means that he can prevent the opponent's hidden killer moves in advance through the transfer of the opponent's spiritual power. Of course, it is also very good for search. But because of the limitations of human eyes and the soul world itself is full of spiritual power. Apart from us, there are no suspicious hiders around. Hong Zhang replied affirmatively. Around the 46th room in the center, there is almost no place for people to live except for the 1st division, but Yamamoto and Hiro came out of the 1st division. If someone hurries back, they can't fail to notice. The rest of the captains were a little unbelievable. After all, they didn't understand Hung Jiang's hajime. But at this time, Yamamoto's words dispelled everyone's suspicion, starting to search outside. The captain-level hajime will be released. If necessary, captains other than Kuriyashiki can use Ja within the range of Siridi. The captain-level sword ban, especially the sword ban, is difficult to untie, especially in the Siridi. After all, their swordsmanship will definitely cause huge damage to the Siridi. But the opponent can easily release the 96th level break, and the strength should not be underestimated, so it is reasonable to open the sword ban at this time, and this is also a reminder to the captain not to be careless. As soon as the opening voice fell, dozens of red plumes of smoke rose from various positions in the Siridi. A suspicious person found? Could it be that more than one murderer attacked room 46? Just when everyone thought this way, another ghost light bullet was released from the direction of the Gurizuo, and finally stopped in the sky above the Confession Palace. Something happened to the Confession Palace. Kuriyashiki murmured, as if thinking of something, his face suddenly became gloomy, and he quickly left without saying a word, seemingly rushed to the Confession Palace. Hong Zhang, you passed too. Yamamoto glanced at Hong Zhang and continued, by then, I will tell all the members of the Godii 13th Division of the situation there. Came to the Confession Palace to the north, which was different from room 46. At least it didn't seem to have suffered a devastating blow, but after Hong Zhang walked in, he realized that he was wrong. The jailer in white clothes fell to the ground at random. Starting from a deep prison on the 1st floor, all the cells were opened wide, and the prisoners inside had long been gone. Double 2. Kuriyashiki's huge roar came from above his head. www.novel.com. Hong Zhang hurried up, and saw Kuriyashiki Kenhachi standing in front of a cell, clenching his fists with an angry face. Xuanzai? Molchang Xuanzai is in this cell. That's right. Kuriyashiki said, hitting the ground with a fierce punch, and the ground trembled violently. Hong Zhang was really afraid that the White Tower would fall apart because of this punch. So Mochen Chuang also has accomplices outside. With his character, it's impossible to entrust his life to someone else. Kuriyashiki rubbed his eyebrows, and said regretfully, "It's all because I understood it too late, Kozo. How could he not care about Kozo's life and death? Can you escape the confession palace alone, or without the Zanpadao?" Hongzhang was a little unbelievable, shook his head and walked out of the cell. Taidao 58, slap toes and chase tits. Taidao 77, the sky is quite empty. Slapped toes and chased the bird to perceive the spiritual pressure, searched for the target location, and at the same time, combined with Tianting Kong Luo to send letters to multiple objects, so that Hongjiang's voice can spread throughout the Siridii. "I am the deputy captain of the first team, Tetsuzuka Hiro. The Palace of Repentance has been breached, and all the criminals have fled." Just when the news came out from Hongzhang, Mole City Shuang also brought his brother Mo City Kozo to the east gate of Siridii, in front of the Qingliu gate, and all the members of the 10th Division who were guarding here had been killed. A knife split the giant gate in front of him, as if stepping on a lake under his feet, and every step he took would bring up a piece of white spray, as if following his footsteps until he stepped past the empty giant gate in front of him, leaving the Sirei Palace where he had stayed for hundreds of years.